That worthless rock you bought for 200 yuan on the side of the road after absorbing your first drop of blood. It actually burrowed into the palm of your hand and transformed into a treasure radar. Under the dim, yellow light of your rented room, you ran your fingers over the rough texture of the black stone when suddenly, a sharp edge sliced open the pad of your finger. A drop of blood plopped down, but instead of flowing, it was instantly sucked dry by the stone's surface. The next second, the cold stone turned into a red-hot branding iron. A deep purple glow engulfed the room, and it melted into a viscous black liquid that forced its way into your flesh along the wound. Excruciating pain pierced your brain like countless steel needles, and you curled up on the old bed, unable even to scream. Just as your consciousness was about to snap, a cold, mechanical voice boomed. Treasure radar system bound successfully. The wound healed instantly, and a glowing halo appeared around every object within 10 meters. You, who had been trampled into the mud by the city, saw for the first time a map that could turn your fortunes around. Chapter 1. The Unemployment Critical Hit. Let us follow in Hu's footsteps and embark together on this global treasure hunting legend. 2008, Magic City. This dazzling pearl on China's eastern coast is not only an international financial hub, but also a vast arena of fame and fortune. Here, countless neon lights flicker frantically across glass curtain walls, while the roar of the subway carries with it boundless opportunities and dreams. It is a brutal battlefield where every young person willingly burns their youth to carve out a place for themselves. When the afterglow of the setting sun dyes the cold glass facades a hauntingly beautiful shade of golden red, the city enters its most exhausting hour, rush hour. Tens of millions of soul-drained workers instantly converge into a gray torrent. In the overcrowded subway cars and the gridlock traffic, they are no longer individuals with names and dreams, but a vast colony of ants mercilessly driven by time. Dragging their leaden legs and carrying the exhaustion squeezed out by their work, they merge into murky streams of people, struggling to surge through the city's arterial roads. On the main thoroughfares, traffic had come to a complete standstill. Red taillights formed a river of despair, winding for kilometers with no end in sight and no hope in sight. At every intersection, dense crowds packed together like sardines in a can, waiting for the traffic lights to change. The dark, oppressive mass numbering in the hundreds was suffocating. The entrances and exits of the subway stations were even more teeming with people. Office workers heading home, students rushing to finish their assignments, and exhausted laborers mingled together, forming turbulent, jostling streams of humanity, each with a deathly pale face. The Tang Dynasty poet Loren once wrote in self-consolation, "Towering skyscrapers 10,000 zhang high lock in the mist and clouds, the drudgery of daily life has already turned my temples gray. Suddenly freed from my cage, I feel as light as a leaf, gazing at the withered flowers in an ancient alley under the setting sun." Bin Hai East Road. Traffic here had come to a complete standstill. All manner of private cars, taxis, and buses were lined up end to end, resembling a lifeless, coiled serpent, unable to move an inch. Vehicles could be seen inching forward like snails. The shrill honking of horns echoed back and forth. The drivers in their seats were restless and anxious, occasionally leaning out to peer ahead, only to see the backs of other drivers' heads, their faces equally filled with anxiety and an endless sea of red taillights. The camera continued to zoom in, eventually focusing on a BZD 118 bus. The bus was trapped right in the thick of the traffic, straddling two crosswalks, its body tilting slightly from being overloaded, as if it might fall apart at any moment. There were simply too many passengers inside, so many that one had to wonder if this tin can could hold them all. Inside the bus, it was a suffocating scene of people pressed against one another, flesh crammed against flesh. The passengers were pressed so tightly together that everyone's personal space was reduced to the absolute minimum, making it difficult even to breathe. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, lingering breakfast odors, cheap perfume, and a nauseating mix of other indescribable smells. In a corner at the back of the bus, a young man clung tightly to a rusty handrail, his body swaying listlessly with the bus's jerky starts and stops, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind. His name is Hu. He is 24 years old and is the quintessential corporate drone in this city. He wore a shirt that had been washed until it was bleached white, its collar sagging and misshapen, with greasy stains on the cuffs, which he casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his thin forearms. His cheap dress pants were covered in wrinkles, clinging to his legs like shriveled pickles, and the leather shoes on his feet had long since lost their luster, coated in a layer of dull, grayish dust. His face was etched with deep exhaustion and despair. His under-eye bags were slightly puffy, and his gaze was hollow and numb as he stared intently at the slowly passing street scene outside the car window, as if his soul had long since left his body. Just moments before the end of his shift today, he was ruthlessly summoned to the office by the company's HR department. The reason was laughably simple, yet cruelly real. The younger brother of the boss's new girlfriend, who was still in his internship, desperately needed a full-time sales position to gain experience, and a salesman who had just completed his first year on the job, with mediocre performance and no connections, naturally became the most suitable sacrificial lamb, pushed onto the altar without hesitation. The company is restructuring its operations and needs to optimize its workforce. The HR manager, a middle-aged woman wearing thick-rimmed glasses, spoke in smooth, polished terms, her tone flat, as if this were a well-considered, wise decision made for the company's long-term development. In reality, who knew exactly what was going on? Rumors had been circulating among his colleagues all morning. This was nothing more than making room for the boss's future brother-in-law. He was the trash being cleared out. In accordance with labor law, the company generously compensated him with 1 month's salary. After deducting various taxes and social security contributions, he ultimately walked away with 3,814.2 yuan. Yes, down to the last Mao, who let out a bitter, cold laugh inside. How long would this measly sum last in a money-guzzling city like Shanghai? The single room he rented in an urban village cost 1,500 yuan a month, and his lease was set to expire in 5 days. The landlord's relentless WeChat messages still seemed to echo in his ears. Factoring in food, transportation, and other necessary expenses, the 470 yuan left in his bank account wouldn't even cover a fraction of next quarter's rent. Squeak! The bus inched forward a few meters before suddenly slamming on the brakes. Lost in his thoughts, who lost his footing, lost his balance, and crashed heavily into a middle-aged man standing next to him. I'm sorry, who hurriedly mumbled an apology, his voice tinged with humiliation. The man snorted disdainfully, not even turning to look at him, but merely shifting his body cautiously to the side, as if he were carrying some kind of contagious disease. Who gripped the cold handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white, as an indescribable sense of bitterness and desolation welled up inside him. He thought about how, at only 24, he had already been brutally defeated by reality. That once fierce spirit of a young bull unafraid of tigers had long since been worn down by life, leaving behind only a shell that passively accepted whatever came its way. It had been just 1 year since he graduated from college, and he had already held 3 different jobs. He never lasted long at any of them, and each one ended for no apparent reason. Either the company suddenly went bankrupt and disappeared, or, like today, he was laid off for no apparent reason, becoming cannon fodder in a power struggle. He couldn't help but rant inwardly. Everyone says young people should strive, but where exactly are these opportunities to strive? In this vast city, the mere act of staying alive had already drained all his energy and courage. A girlfriend? He hadn't even held a girl's hand yet. At an age when survival itself was a struggle, love was nothing more than the most extravagant of luxuries. Watching the hurried, expressionless passers-by outside the car window, who suddenly felt incredibly small as a speck of dust, easily trampled under anyone's foot and ground into the mud. This city was too vast, so vast it could easily swallow a person's dreams, leaving not even a whisper of an echo. This city was also too cold, so cold that one could find not a shred of warmth, only an endless, bone-chilling wind. We arrived at Antique East Street. Passengers getting off, please proceed to the rear door. Don't push, get off one at a time. Passengers boarding, please enter through the front door. The driver's rough, impatient voice rang out abruptly, shattering the dead silence inside the bus. Who, dazed and dejected, looked blankly out the window. It was indeed the Antiques East Street stop. He knew the street well. He used to pass through here every day on his commute, but he was always in such a hurry that he never once thought to stop for even a moment. Back then, his eyes were fixed only on the time clock and his pay stubs. Today, having been fired, he found himself with some rare, free time, and a sense of loneliness he didn't know what to do with. He struggled to squeeze through the crowded crowd from the back of the bus, like a slippery fish, and followed the flow of people off the bus. His feet touched solid ground once more, yet he felt somewhat unsteady. Antique Street was a famous market for antiques and second-hand goods in Binhai City. It was said to be full of hidden talents and opportunities for striking it rich. He lived nearby and often heard tales of people striking it rich overnight, but more often than not, He'd heard of tragedies where people lost everything. Antique shops of every kind lined both sides of the street, their antique-style signs fluttering in the breeze. The shop windows displayed a variety of items: blue and white porcelain, jade artifacts, calligraphy, and paintings which shimmered with a mysterious and alluring glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. The street was still bustling with people. Well-dressed middle-aged merchants holding folding fans, bespectacled collectors with focused expressions, and, of course, ordinary working-class people like who, some perhaps hoping for a stroke of luck, others simply out for a stroll, seeking a bit of solace, who wandered aimlessly down the street, his steps heavy. He instinctively scanned the roadside stalls, though his gaze lacked any real focus. Most of these stalls were set up in front of shop entrances, cluttered with a haphazard mix of antiques and brightly colored modern replicas. Who was a complete layman, he couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake, but he found the colorful array strangely appealing. Just as he was about to continue on his way, dejected, he suddenly caught sight of an unassuming stall out of the corner of his eye. It was an extremely ordinary street stall with a dirty old cloth spread on the ground, displaying a dozen or so objects of varying sizes: a chipped porcelain bowl, rusty copper coins, a dull jade pendant, and so on. They all looked gray and drab, utterly unremarkable, as if they were trash abandoned by the world. Before who could look away, the stall owner keenly noticed him. He was a heavy-set man in his 40s, his entire body resembling over-fermented dough. His face was as round as a full moon, his features almost crammed together, especially those small eyes, which narrowed into nearly invisible slits when he smiled, betraying a shrewd, calculating nature. He wore a tight-fitting Chinese-style jacket whose buttons looked as if they might burst open at any moment, revealing the pale white flesh of his belly. When his massive frame settled onto the folding stool, he resembled a mountain of flesh, firmly blocking half the stall. The fat man looked at Hu, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile that seemed warm but was actually sly, a smile that concealed a merchant's slickness and cunning, as if he had already seen through Hu's financial straits, or as if he were waiting for a lamb to the slaughter to walk right up to him. Chapter 2. The Black Stone. "Hey there, young man. Come on over. Come take a look." The fat man had eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Before Hu could even take a step, he sprang up like a highly elastic ball of flesh. In just a few strides, he was right in front of Hu. His thick, meaty hands clamped down on Hu's arm with astonishing strength, yanking the dazed young man right up to the stall. "Young man, I can see your brow is radiant and your eyes are deep. You're clearly a connoisseur. That aura, you're definitely no ordinary person." The fat man's face was plastered with a broad smile. The fat on his cheeks jiggled with his expressions, and his small, narrowed eyes sparkled with a sly gleam. As he spoke, he grabbed a blue and white porcelain bowl from the stall and held it out to Hu as if presenting a treasure. "Here, take a look. This is a blue and white bowl from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. Just look at these patterns, how fluid they are, and this glaze, how lustrous. It's absolutely a genuine masterpiece." The fat man spoke with great enthusiasm, his words coming out in rapid succession. "Let me let you in on a secret. I went through great lengths to acquire this piece from an elderly collector. His ancestors were imperial chefs in the palace, specifically tasked with preparing meals for the emperor. This bowl is a treasure the emperor casually bestowed when he was in a particularly good mood back then. It's been passed down to the present day and has never seen the light of day." Who glanced down at the porcelain bowl and saw, to his surprise, the 4 modern simplified Chinese characters, "Made in China," stamped on the bottom, along with a small barcode. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, did the Ming dynasty already have "Made in China" export standards back then? Or did the imperial chef's family keep a barcode printer at home? This wasn't some Ming dynasty antique at all. It was clearly a modern replica wholesale from the Yiwu small commodities market, and the craftsmanship was shockingly shoddy. Even the aging effect was done half-heartedly. "I don't know anything about this, and I'm not interested." Hu frowned, his tone cold, and tried forcefully to pull his arm free before turning to leave. Hey, don't go yet, young man. Even if the deal falls through, let us at least be civil. Take another look." Seeing that Hu was about to leave, the fat man not only didn't let go but gripped his arm even tighter. His eyes darted about, and he quickly snatched a copper coin from the stall, waving it in front of Hu's face. "Surely you'll find this one appealing? A Qing dynasty Qianlong Tongbao. Just look at that patina, how natural, how rich. This is a genuine heirloom, steeped in the dust of history." The fat man's eyes widened, his expression earnest and convinced, as if he truly believed his own words. The market price is at least 50,000 yuan. But since I take a liking to you today, young man, and I'm in a good mood, let us make friends. If you really want it, 5,000 yuan. Take it right now. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Hu shook his head inwardly, a wave of helplessness and irritation welling up inside him. Right now, he had a total of about 4,000 yuan on him. That was his entire fortune. Even next month's rent was hanging by a thread. Where would he find the extra cash to buy this obviously fake junk? Seeing Hu's lack of interest, the fat man didn't give up. Instead, he seemed to get a sudden burst of energy and dug another item out from under his stall. Young man, why don't you take a look at this jade pendant? The fat man held up a so-called jade pendant with both hands, a look of rapture on his face. This is authentic Xinjiang Hotan jade top-grade mutton fat white jade carving. Just look at the texture, as smooth as butter. And look at the craftsmanship. The carving is exquisite, so lifelike. He shoved the jade pendant into Hu's hands, enthusiastically pitching it. Feel how smooth it is, how warm and lustrous. That's what they call as warm as jade. You must know that in ancient times, only high-ranking officials and nobles could wear jade pendants like this. They symbolize status and prestige. Nowadays, they're becoming increasingly rare on the market. Even with money, they're hard to come by. Hu stared coldly at the jade pendant in the fat man's hand. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the object gave off a glaring, gaudy sheen. It wasn't the subdued, warm luster of jade at all, but rather the cold, harsh texture characteristic of polished artificial glass. The edges were even sharp enough to cut his fingers. Faced with the fat man's endless, over-the-top sales pitch, Hu felt a mix of emotions, and his impatience grew. Just a few hours ago, he still had a job. Although the pay was meager, at least he had a stable source of income and didn't have to listen to this nonsense. But now, life really is fucking messed up and ironic. Hu gave a bitter smile to himself, a self-deprecating curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to escape the fat man's enthusiasm, which gripped him like an iron vice, while the fat man continued to drone on about the glorious history of that glass jade pendant. Some family heirloom, passed down through generations. He made it sound so convincing that even he was starting to believe it himself. Just as the two were tugging at the pendant, Hu's gaze inadvertently swept over a shadowy corner at the very back of the stall. There was a pile of odds and ends there, obviously trash the fat man had casually tossed aside, or scraps used to weigh down the cloth. Broken porcelain shards, rusty nails, and a few unidentifiable stones lay jumbled together. Among them, a small black stone was half buried in the dust, right next to a pile of discarded wrapping paper and plastic bags. The stone was pitch black all over, with a rough, pitted surface and absolutely no luster. It looked just like any ordinary pebble you might find by the roadside. It was even covered with a bit of dried mud and grime, filthy and utterly unremarkable. If it hadn't been for a slanting ray of the setting sun filtering through a gap between the high rises and falling diagonally onto that stone, Hu would never have noticed it at all. But why was Hu's gaze so powerfully drawn to it? It was because when that golden ray of afterglow fell on the stone, it was strangely absorbed by something. It didn't reflect any sheen, not a single glimmer bounced back. Instead, it caused the surface of the black stone to faintly reveal some blurry, mysterious patterns. The patterns were very faint, as if naturally formed by years of weathering and erosion, yet they also resembled some ancient totem. They were barely visible to the naked eye, but in Hu's eyes those patterns seemed to be breathing, pulsing. He was certain that these patterns were real and extraordinary. A sudden jolt ran through Hu's heart, and an indescribable impulse surged through him. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that this stone seemed extraordinary. It was calling to him, drawing him in. The feeling was so intense that it made him forget his better judgment and overlook his precarious situation. "Boss, how much is this stone?" Hu pointed to the black stone in the corner and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. The fat man paused for a moment, following Hu's finger to look at the stone. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. He immediately remembered that this was the small stone he casually picked up by the roadside earlier that morning to weigh down the corner of a pad. It wasn't worth a single penny. Then, a shrewd gleam flashed in the fat man's small eyes. His eyes darted about, and his face instantly took on a complex expression, one of reluctantly parting with a treasure, yet also of having found a kindred spirit. "Wow, young man, you've got such a unique eye for these things. You're really sharp," the fat man exclaimed in feigned surprise. then quickly walked over, bent his portly frame, and picked up the black stone. He casually brushed off the dust, examined it with exaggerated gestures, and then handed it to Hu with a mysterious look. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what this thing is either. The fat man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "A few days ago, when I went to the countryside to pick up some goods, someone slipped this to me on the side, saying it was some kind of meteorite from outer space imbued with spiritual energy. But it didn't look like that to me, so I just tossed it here to weigh down the corner of a cloth." He turned the stone over and over, whistling in amazement, then handed it directly to Hu with a generous air. "But since you've taken a liking to it, young man, it must be fate. We hit it off right away, so I won't ask for much. If you really want it, let us just call it making a friend today. Give me 200 yuan and take it. Think of it as helping me clear out some junk." 200 yuan. Hu quickly ran the numbers in his head. He only had a little over 4,000 yuan on him, his entire savings, and he had to stretch every penny as far as possible. But for some reason, he just felt that this stone was special. It was an indescribable feeling, as if some mysterious force was drawing him in, making it impossible to resist. If he didn't buy it, he felt he'd regret it for the rest of his life. "All right, 200 it is." Hu gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. He slowly fished 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills out of his pocket and handed them to the fat man. The fat man took the money, and a smile instantly lit up his face, even brighter than when he'd been peddling those fake antiques earlier, his small eyes squinting shut almost completely. "You're a straight shooter, young man. A real straight shooter." The fat man cheerfully tucked the money into his shirt, rubbed his hands together, and continued with undiminished enthusiasm. Come on, want to take a look at something else? I've got plenty of other good stuff here, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Hu cut him off, took the black stone, and casually slipped it into his pants pocket. The stone's cool, rough texture seeped through the fabric, helping him calm down a little. He turned and walked away from the fat man's stall, his steps hurried. Behind him, he could still faintly hear the fat man's cheerful laughter. He probably thought he'd gotten an incredible deal. Selling a worthless rock he'd picked up off the ground for 200 yuan, it was practically a 10-to-1 return on investment. As Hu walked home, his emotions were in utter turmoil. Today had truly been the worst day ever. First, he'd been ruthlessly fired from his job, losing his only source of income then. As if possessed, he'd spent 200 yuan on a worthless rock whose purpose he didn't even know. Hu ran his fingers over the black stone in his pocket, feeling its icy chill against his fingertips. He began to wonder if he'd lost his mind or if the blow of unemployment had driven him mad to have actually spent 200 yuan on such an unremarkable, worthless rock. By the time Hu returned to his rented room, it had grown completely dark outside. The city's neon lights began to flicker, yet they couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. Hu took out his key, inserted it into the lock, turned it, and opened the door. The room was pitch black, and the silence was unnerving. He groped for the light switch on the wall. With a click, a dim, yellow glow instantly illuminated the small room, which was less than 20 square meters. The furnishings were pitifully sparse, even a bit shabby. A rickety single bed, a worn-out desk with peeling paint, a wardrobe whose door wouldn't close, and an old, broken electric fan with dust-covered blades stood quietly in the corner. Hu sat down wearily on the edge of the bed, feeling aching all over, as if his bones had been torn apart. He took off his jacket and pulled the black stone out of his pants pocket. Casually placing the stone on the nightstand, he looked at its still pitch-black, unremarkable appearance under the dim yellow light. Hu sighed, turned around, and walked into the cramped bathroom next door to take a shower. The cool water washed over his body, washing away his fatigue and frustration, but it couldn't wash away the confusion in his heart. Hu closed his eyes slightly, letting the icy water pour down from above, stinging his face. In his mind, he kept replaying everything that had happened today. The humiliation of being fired, and this inexplicable black stone, the urgency of having to pay rent soon, and the deep uncertainty about his future. It all felt utterly absurd, like a poorly executed piece of dark humor. After his shower, Hu roughly dried himself off with a stiff towel. Stepping out of the bathroom, he casually pulled a worn-out t-shirt faded white from repeated washings, and a pair of shorts from the rickety wardrobe and changed into them. Then he walked back to the bed, sat down, leaned against the headboard, and let out a long sigh. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the black stone on the nightstand. So he picked up the stone, wanting to take a closer look at this object that had cost him 200 yuan of his life-saving money to see what was so special about it that it had made him act so impulsively. Under the dim, yellow light, the stone remained completely dull, as black as a clump of solidified night. Who ran his fingers over the stone's surface, trying to trace the tiny patterns he discovered earlier by touch. Just then, his finger suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain. Ouch! Who sucked in a sharp breath, his brow furrowed. He looked down and realized his index finger had been cut by an extremely well-hidden, sharp protrusion on the stone. A bright red drop of blood instantly seeped out. Chapter 3: Blood Awakening Treasure Radar System. A bright red drop of blood seeped from the wound, trembling as it gathered into a single drop, which finally fell with a plop, landing precisely on the rough surface of the black stone. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. The drop of blood did not flow along the stone's grain. Instead, the moment it made contact like a drop of water falling onto a parched sponge, it was instantly and greedily absorbed by the stone, leaving not a trace behind. Immediately afterward, the stone began to grow hot. At first, it was only a faint warmth, like a cup of lukewarm water that had just been poured. Who hadn't had time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, that warmth turned into searing heat, as if what he was holding in his hand wasn't a stone, but a hot iron just pulled from a furnace. What's going on? Who let out a startled cry, his pupils contracting sharply. Instinctively, he tried to fling this hot potato away, but it was already too late. A blinding, dark glow suddenly erupted from the stone's surface. It wasn't ordinary light, but an eerie, deep purple radiance that seemed capable of devouring all surrounding light. The next second, the hard stone actually began to melt. It transformed into a viscous black liquid that, as if alive, forced its way into the still bleeding wound on Hu's finger. Ah! Hu tried frantically to pull his hand away, even considering cutting off that patch of flesh with a knife. But the black liquid moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it had completely fused into the palm of his hand, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Immediately afterward, an indescribably intense pain exploded from the center of his palm. The pain erupted like a volcanic eruption, rapidly spreading throughout his entire arm, then to his shoulder and chest, and finally shooting like lightning straight into his brain. The agony was beyond description, as if countless red-hot steel needles were frantically churning inside his mind, or as if some foreign object were forcing its way deep into his consciousness, brutally tearing apart his nerves. Hu clutched his head in agony, curling up on the rickety single bed as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly broke out on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soaking the sheets beneath him. He opened his mouth wide to cry for help, but his throat felt as if it were being tightly clamped shut by an invisible giant hand. He couldn't make a sound, managing only a hoarse, ho-ho. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in that moment. Every second felt like an agonizing century. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps a few minutes, or maybe an agonizing 10 or so minutes. The excruciating pain that had nearly torn him apart finally began to subside gradually until it faded away. Hu gasped for air in ragged breaths, his chest heaving violently. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. He looked as if he'd just been pulled out of the water, too weak even to lift a finger. Just as he thought it was finally over and was about to drift off into unconsciousness, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his head. Beep. Host binding successful. Treasure radar system starting up. System initialization complete. Welcome to the treasure radar system. Hu froze for a moment, staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering if he was hallucinating due to extreme exhaustion and blood loss, or if his brain had simply short-circuited. Just as he was plagued by self-doubt, that mechanical voice rang out in his mind once more. This time, the voice was clear and distinct, every word etched into the folds of his brain. The treasure radar system has fully fused with the host. The host may interact with this system through thought. Treasure radar functionality is now active. The host may use this system to scan the surrounding environment and locate treasures. The system's built-in storage space is now active. The initial storage capacity is 1 cubic meter and will expand as the host's level increases. Current host level LV 0. Hu sat dumbfounded on the bed, these unbelievable terms echoing endlessly in his mind. Treasure radar system? System inventory? What on earth was going on? A game-breaking power? A lifelong bachelor for 24 years, battered by the corporate world, now unemployed and down on his luck, and suddenly, a system falls from the sky. He mechanically lowered his head and looked at his palm. He saw that the gash on his index finger, one so deep it had exposed the bone, had completely healed. His skin was smooth as ever, without even a trace of a scar, as if the excruciating pain he'd just endured had been nothing more than a dream. And the black stone that had triggered it all had vanished completely from his hand. Who took a deep breath of the stuffy air in the room and forced himself to calm down. Since this so-called treasure radar system had already bonded with him, he would first take the time to thoroughly investigate whether it was a lifeline or just another absurd nightmare. "System, can you hear me?" Who said tentatively in a hoarse whisper. Yes, the host may communicate with this system through thought alone, without speaking. A cold, mechanical voice immediately echoed in his mind. A thought struck Who, so he continued to ask in his mind, how do I use the treasure radar? Host, simply activate the radar function in your mind to scan for items in the surrounding environment. The current radar scan range is a 10-meter radius. Within this range, the system will highlight and identify treasure halos of common quality or higher. Host, you can use mental touch to bring up the basic information about these items. 10 meters? Who furrowed his brow. That range was far too small. In this crowded urban village, 10 meters would probably even pick up his neighbor's toilet. However, since this was the system's default setting, he figured the radar's range would likely expand as his level increased. Activate the radar function. Who silently recited the command in his mind. The next second, his field of vision suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The room, which had been dim and cramped, appeared completely different to him. Every object was bathed in a faint halo, though most of those halos were a lifeless shade of gray. The single bed cobbled together from scraps of wood, the worn-out desk with peeling paint, the chair missing a leg and propped up with a brick, the wardrobe with a door that wouldn't close, the desk lamp casting a dim, yellow glow. Everything was shrouded in a gray halo, exuding an air of shabbiness. Who's gaze fell on the thermos on the nightstand. A thought flashed through his mind, and his consciousness touched that gray halo. Instantly, a line of clear text appeared in his mind. Item, thermos, quality, junk, appraised value, 0 yuan. Notes, street stall knockoff, inner liner, damaged insulation function, virtually lost, recommended replacement as soon as possible, otherwise may affect the hostess' health. Who's mouth twitched, revealing a wry smile. Wow, this system is so brutally honest it's enough to make you cry. He remembered buying this thermos last month at a night market for 15 yuan. At the time, the vendor had sworn up and down that it was made of 304 stainless steel and would last 10 years. Yet after just 1 month, the system had rated it as junk, not even worth 0 yuan. Who turned his gaze to the desk lamp on his desk, the wall clock, and the old clothes in the closet. He scanned them one by one. Without exception, they were all surrounded by gray halos, accompanied by one heartbreaking evaluation after another. Desk lamp, junk, third-rate brand, bulb nearing end-of-life, replacement recommended. Wall clock, junk, battery leaking, movement damaged, keeps inaccurate time. T-shirt, trash, street stall knockoff, washed out and misshapen, recommended for use as a rag. As Who looked at these merciless evaluations, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a mix of emotions welled up inside him. This system was blatantly rubbing salt into his wounds, ruthlessly telling him. In this rental room of less than 20 square meters, there was nothing but trash, nothing but trash. Yet, despite his poverty, this tiny room was kept in impeccable order. The quilt on the bed was folded into a neat, square block, though the desk was worn. The books and documents were arranged with meticulous precision. Even the floor had been mopped spotless, without a speck of dust. This highlighted how Who maintained inner strength and integrity even in the face of adversity. He wouldn't let his life fall into complete disarray. Even if he were to end up on the streets tomorrow, he would live with dignity today. This tidiness only served to highlight his helplessness and exhaustion following his recent unemployment. He sighed, his gaze sweeping across the room once more. Suddenly, he noticed his cell phone charging. The halo of light around it seemed slightly different from everything else. He had to look closely. The glow was a faint white, easily blending into the surrounding gray if one wasn't paying close attention. A thought struck Who, and he touched the faint white glow with his consciousness. Item, smartphone, quality, common, appraised value, 800 yuan, depreciated price. Note, domestic brand, mid-range model from 3 years ago. Although its specs are outdated, it runs stably and is well maintained, so it still holds some value on the second-hand market. Hu's eyes lit up. Common quality. Although this was just a domestic phone he bought for over 2,000 yuan 3 years ago, one that had long since been phased out by the market, it had actually been rated common quality by the system and was still worth 800 yuan. So, in this entire room, was this old phone the only thing that actually counted as a thing? Just as Hu was pondering the system's evaluation criteria, a series of rapid beeps suddenly rang out in his mind. Beep newbie quest assigned. Quest details. Find one common tier treasure worth 2,000 yuan or more. Reward. 10 energy points unlocks the basic treasure appraisal feature. Time limit. None. Hint. This is a beginner's tutorial quest. Completing it will unlock more system features. Please complete it as soon as possible, host. Who froze for a moment, then let out a wry smile, tinged with a hint of bitterness. An ordinary grade treasure? And it has to be worth more than 2,000 yuan? He looked around. In this rented room of less than 20 square meters, aside from that old cell phone which could barely be considered ordinary quality and was worth next to nothing, everything else was junk. Where on earth was he supposed to find a common tier treasure? Was he supposed to hand over his cell phone to the system? No, wait. The system said find. So it probably didn't mean an item he already owned. It meant he had to actively go out and search for one. Who frowned in thought, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the window. The night was deep. Outside the window lay the intricate alleys of the urban village and the dazzling neon lights of the city in the distance. Since the radar's range was 10 meters, that range shouldn't be limited to just the room. It should be able to scan other areas outside as well. Perhaps the opportunity lay outside? Chapter 4. The Bronze Incense Burner. He concentrated, straining to extend the radar's range in his mind as far outward as possible, attempting to penetrate the mottled wall. Sure enough, through the wall, he could vaguely see the objects in the adjacent room and the hallway. However, what met his eyes was still a lifeless, grayish halo, occasionally interspersed with a few dim specks representing trash. It seemed that this dilapidated apartment building was inhabited entirely by poor people like him. Struggling to make ends meet, there were certainly no treasures to be found here. Who sighed and, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned off the radar function. Since there was no hope to be found in the rooms or the building, he had no choice but to go out and try his luck. Who put on that shirt, washed until it was almost white, adjusted his collar, and pushed open the door to head downstairs. The night breeze was slightly cool as he walked aimlessly southward. Before he knew it, he had once again arrived at the entrance to that familiar antique street. Shops lined both sides of the street, their neon signs flickering, specializing in all kinds of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jade, and porcelain. Usually, when Hu passed through here, he always walked quickly with his head down, not even daring to glance at them out of the corner of his eye. After all, the items inside often cost tens of thousands or even up to 1 million, far beyond what a broke guy like him could afford. Just looking at them felt like a waste of his life. But today was different. The strange warmth still seemed to linger in the palm of his hand, and that cold, mechanical voice was still echoing in his mind. With this game-changing treasure radar at his disposal, he was eager to see if there were any genuine treasures buried among the fakes on this antique street. Who took a deep breath, like a soldier about to head into battle, and with a mix of trepidation and excitement, stepped onto the antique street. The moment he crossed the threshold, the treasure radar in his mind activated automatically, as if a switch had been flipped. Instantly, all objects within a 10-meter radius appeared in his field of vision as colorful halos. However, reality quickly dashed Hu's hopes. To Hu's disappointment, all he saw were vast swaths of gray halos, so glaring they made his heart race. Porcelain bowl. Junk. Modern replica. Poorly aged. Worthless. Jade pendant. Junk. Plastic. Surface coating cracked. Street stall trash. Calligraphy and paintings. Junk. Printed reproductions. Passed off as the handwriting of famous artists' fraudulent merchandise. As Hu walked, he silently scanned the items in his mind, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper as his expectations gradually faded. This antique street is really a deep pool. 9 out of every 10 items on display were fakes, and most were crude counterfeits soaked in chemical solutions and artificially aged using sandblasting techniques. Not even decent imitations. The remaining one item was, at best, a modern craft piece, yet it was marked with an exorbitant price tag, brazenly deceiving the uninitiated. However, every now and then, he spot a few pale white ordinary halos. A purple clay teapot displayed at the entrance of one shop was labeled as ordinary quality, with the system estimating its value at around 3,000 yuan, but the shopkeeper had priced it at 28,000 yuan, nearly 10 times the estimated value. A bronze incense burner in another shop was also ordinary quality, with an actual value of 2,500 yuan, yet it was priced at a staggering 50,000 yuan, a truly exorbitant markup. Who was secretly aghast, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Genuine items priced as fakes. Fakes sold as genuine. This wasn't an antique street at all. It was clearly a slaughterhouse. One slip up and he'd be fleeced of every last penny, not even a bone would be left. He kept walking forward, his radar constantly scanning the surrounding items, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Just then, at a small stall ahead, a slightly different kind of light suddenly flashed. It was a faint blue halo. It was much brighter than the usual white halos amidst the ashen and ghastly pallor. It stood out like a sore thumb, strikingly conspicuous like a pearl in the darkness. Hu's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing instantly quickened. Blue? That meant top quality. He forced down the wild excitement surging through him, trying to make his stride look as natural as possible, and quickened his pace toward the stall. Hu's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and his palms began to sweat slightly. He approached the stall step by step. With every step, the radar halo in his mind grew clearer. By the time he was just 1 or 2 meters away from the stall, he could already clearly pinpoint the item emitting the blue halo in his mind. It was a palm-sized incense burner. The incense burner was a dull gray all over, its surface covered with traces of verdigris and dirt. It looked utterly unremarkable, even somewhat ugly. The stall owner had casually placed the incense burner in the most inconspicuous corner of the stall, surrounded by 7 or 8 other equally unremarkable trinkets, as if it were discarded trash. Item: bronze incense burner, quality, fine, era, late Qing dynasty, Guangxu period bronze replica. Description: due to prolonged burial underground, a natural patina has formed on the surface. The design features coiled qi dragon motifs. The casting craftsmanship is exquisite, and the piece is well preserved. Although there are minor imperfections, they do not affect its overall value. Estimated market value: 50,000, 150,000 yuan, 50,000 to 150,000. Who suppressed the excitement surging within him. His heart pounded violently in his chest, as if it were about to burst through his ribs. He struggled to control his facial expression, refusing to let even the slightest hint of emotion show. Pretending to be casually strolling, he strolled leisurely up to the stall, his gaze sweeping over the items on display, yet deliberately avoiding the bronze incense burner, as if he had no interest in it at all. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a greasy old jacket and sporting disheveled hair. At that moment, he was holding a cigarette in his mouth, the filter end nearly burned down, with one leg crossed over the other, chatting animatedly with the owner of the neighboring stall about the latest neighborhood gossip. When Hu approached, the middle-aged vendor merely gave him a lazy glance, his eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny and disdain, and said casually, "Young man, see anything you like? Feel free to look around and handle whatever you like. Everything here is vintage, guaranteed authentic." Hu scoffed inwardly. Guaranteed authentic? His mental radar scan showed that, aside from that bronze incense burner, everything else on the stall was labeled as junk, grade modern replicas. And yet this middle-aged stall owner was blithely claiming guaranteed authenticity. His face was so thick it could practically stop a bullet. He deliberately picked up a jade bracelet labeled junk, held it in his hand and pretended to examine it, then casually asked the middle-aged man, "Boss, how much is this bracelet? What's the price?" "It's a Ming Dynasty Hotan jade bracelet. You can see the quality for yourself. It's as smooth as water. 3,800 non-negotiable." The middle-aged man flicked the ash from his cigarette, adopting an take-it-or-leave-it attitude, his tone utterly dismissive, as if he were absolutely certain Hu couldn't afford it. Hu almost burst out laughing. A plastic bracelet, and he dares to ask for 3,800? Did he really think Hu was a sucker, or did he think Hu had water in his brain? He nonchalantly set down the bracelet and continued rummaging through the stall, though his fingers, whether intentionally or not, drifted toward the bronze incense burner in the corner, though he didn't dare get too close. Hu picked up a porcelain vase covered in cracks, gave it a shake, and asked, "Sir, what about this one?" The middle-aged man shot him a sidelong glance and said lazily, Qing Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain 2000. What about this one? Who pointed to a string of garishly colored beads. Agate Bracelet 1200. Who picked up one item after another from the stall and asked about each one, doing this a dozen times or so, yet showing no intention whatsoever of paying. The middle-aged man's voice had clearly grown impatient, his brow furrowed deeply, and the look of disdain in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. Who picked up a roughly crafted jade pendant. Before he could even ask about it, the middle-aged man impatiently cut him off. Hey, are you going to buy anything or not? Just looking without buying is a waste of my time. That 1s500 if you want it, just take it. Stop dithering. Who felt a surge of secret delight, knowing his chance had come. So, he put on a look of indecision and financial hardship, stammering, "Sir, these items all look pretty old. I'm just not sure if they're real. I don't know much about this stuff, and I'm afraid of getting ripped off. If you know what you're doing, buy it. If you don't, stop dithering around here. You're holding me up." The middle-aged man exhaled a thick ring of smoke, the fumes wafting into Hu's face. He had clearly written Hu off as one of those pretentious, penniless losers. "Every single item on my stall is an antique heirlooms. If you believe me, buy it. If not, forget it. Just get out of the way." Hu reached for the bronze incense burner in the corner. His movement seemed casual but was, in fact, incredibly precise. He held the burner in his hand and gave it a gentle shake, feeling the heavy weight of its history. He asked nonchalantly, "Boss, how much for this little burner? It looks pretty old, though it's a bit dirty." The middle-aged man glanced at the bronze incense burner in Hu's hand, a distinct flash of disgust and contempt crossing his eyes. He recalled that he picked this thing up just that morning from a scrap yard. It had looked completely beat up even then, and he figured that if he didn't find a sucker to buy it, he'd just sell it as scrap copper for the price of a pack of cigarettes. After all, it hadn't cost him much, only 20 yuan. Seeing Hu ask about the price, the middle-aged man's eyes darted about. He thought to himself, "This kid has been asking for ages. He probably doesn't have much spare cash. Just some greenhorn looking for a bargain. Every little bit helps after all. He hadn't made a single sale today yet, and even a small amount is better than nothing. Well, this one." The middle-aged man tapped the ash from his cigarette and said, feigning generosity, "Take it for 500. Don't say it's too expensive. That's the actual scrap copper price. If you haggle any further, I won't sell it. I'll just keep it as a decoration at home." Who was overjoyed inside. 500? It was practically a giveaway, but on the surface, he put on an extremely troubled expression, furrowing his brow. He clenched his teeth, hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded, looking as if he'd made a huge sacrifice. "Sir, 500 is too much. How about 200? I really can't go any higher than that anymore, and I'll be eating dirt." The middle-aged man, a cigarette hanging from his lips, eyed Hu up and down. Seeing the kid's pained expression, his eyes full of conflict and hesitation, the man's heart immediately leapt with glee. This was just a clueless greenhorn, a classic newbie, putting on a front to act like a savvy bargain hunter, only to get himself trapped in the process. People like this are the easiest to fool. Just dangle a little incentive and they take the bait, put a little pressure on them and they cough up the cash. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He put on an act of extreme reluctance, as if he'd been taken advantage of, and waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, fine, fine. 200 it is. You've really got me beat. Let us just call it making a friend. But don't go regretting this, kid. Even though this stove's in pretty rough shape, all black and dingy, it's still an antique. Once you walk out that door, I'm not taking any returns or exchanges." Who nodded slightly, forcing a grateful smile. "Thanks, boss. You're really generous, a straight-up, no-nonsense guy." As he spoke, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and, with slightly trembling fingers, scanned the QR code to pay the 200 yuan. Beep, payment successful. Hearing the payment confirmation sound, the middle-aged man's mood lifted considerably, and the wrinkles on his face stretched into a broad smile. He picked up this junky stove from a scrap yard for just 20 yuan back then, and by reselling it, he made 10 times his investment. It was a total windfall. He could treat himself to an extra dish tonight. "Young man, why not take a look at some of the other items? I've got some other good stuff here." Seeing that Hu had paid, the middle-aged man began to greet him warmly again, as if his earlier impatience had never existed. Hu shook his head, quickly grabbed an old newspaper from the stall, and fussily yet carefully wrapped the brass incense burner in layer after layer, afraid it might get even the slightest bump. A simple, honest smile spread across his face, masking the wild joy inside him. "No, thank you, sir. This is enough, this is enough." Holding the incense burner tightly wrapped in layers of newspaper, Hu turned and walked away quickly. It wasn't he until he had walked more than 10 meters away and confirmed that the stall owner wasn't he following him that he let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. "Phew, I did it." He cheered silently to himself, his heart still pounding wildly. 200 yuan. Chapter 5. May this old man take a look. For just 200 yuan, he bought a late Qing dynasty bronze incense burner, a masterpiece worth at least 50,000. In that moment, all his exhaustion, confusion, and the humiliation of being laid off seemed to vanish into thin air along with this bargain. Hu clutched the incense burner tightly to his chest, feeling its heavy, tangible weight, and couldn't he help but let a wild grin spread across his face. So this is what it feels like to have a system? So all it really takes to turn things around is a single opportunity. He looked up at the night sky. The city lights, which had once seemed dim, now appeared exceptionally dazzling and brilliant to his eyes. The moment he turned to walk away from the stall, Hu could no longer hold back the smile on his lips. It stretched so wide it nearly reached his ears. 200 yuan. For a mere 200 yuan, he snagged this late Qing-era bronze replica worth at least 50,000. This was a total steal, the absolute best deal ever. With the incense burner, carefully wrapped in layers of old newspapers, tucked under his arm, Hu walked so lightly it was as if he were about to take flight. The heaviness he felt after being laid off, the uncertainty about the future, and the anxiety over rent, all of it had vanished into thin air. In their place was an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and confidence. Behind him, he could still faintly hear the middle-aged stall owner's smug boasting, tinged with self-righteous shrewdness. "See that? These greenhorns are the easiest to fool. Just sweet-talk them a little, and you can sell a pile of junk for 200 yuan. I'll be treating myself to a nice meal tonight." Hu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, his laughter laced with a touch of mockery and the satisfaction of having had the last laugh. Who's fooling whom, anyway? Who's really the one being fooled here? For just 200 yuan, he snagged a steal worth a fortune. This wasn't just a purchase, it was practically stealing money. This treasure radar system was practically a cheat tool tailor-made for a broke kid like him, a game-changing tool born to snag hidden gems. Just as Hu had walked about 2 meters away from the stall, a crisp, pleasant synthetic voice suddenly rang out in his mind, like music from the heavens. "Beep, items in the host's possession exceed the mission threshold. Beginner's mission complete. Reward issued. Quest reward, 10 energy points awarded. Total energy points from treasure hunting, 10. Special reward. Unlocked basic treasure appraisal function." Hu paused for a moment, then quickened his pace slightly, but his heart began racing so violently it felt as if it would burst through his chest. Already done? Is it done already? Before he could fully process it, a translucent pale blue light screen suddenly appeared in his mind, densely packed with row after row of detailed text so clear it was almost jarring. Basic treasure appraisal item name: bronze double-handled, 3-legged incense burner period. Late Qing dynasty Guangxu era condition. Below average. The surface is severely oxidized, forming a thick patina. There are a few minor chips and scratches in some areas, but they do not affect the overall structure. Craftsmanship. Cast using the traditional lost wax method. The body is adorned with a lotus scroll pattern featuring fluid and vigorous lines. The base bears a 6-character regular script inscription reading, made during the Guangxu reign of the Great Qing, with neat characters and vigorous strokes. Provenance. Originally an incense burner used as a decorative piece by a once prosperous official family in Beijing, it later entered the private market following the family's financial decline. During the Republic of China era, it briefly appeared at Baoguzhai, a renowned antique shop in Shanghai, before passing through the hands of several private collectors. In the 1980s, due to family circumstances, it was sold as scrap. After changing hands multiple times, it eventually ended up at a scrap collection station in Binhai City. Value assessment. Although this incense burner was produced in the late Qing dynasty and was not made at an imperial kiln for the court, its craftsmanship is exquisite. Its patterns are clear and symbolize good fortune, and its base mark is well defined. It possesses significant historical, cultural, and artistic value. The traces of incense ash remaining on the inner walls confirm that it is a practical, heirloom quality object rather than a purely decorative piece. adding to its collectible appeal. Estimated market value, 100,000 180,000 yuan bonus reward, 50 energy points total energy points from treasure hunt, 60 points. Hu's pupils suddenly contracted violently, and his breath caught for a second. His gaze was fixed on the information panel in his mind, terrified that he might have misread the numbers. 100,000 to 180,000. He thought that if it were worth 50,000, he'd be raking in a fortune, but he never expected that, after the system's reappraisal, this incense burner would start at 100,000, and could even reach as high as 180,000. And this was just a treasure rated below average in condition. If he ever came across one in perfect condition with a beautiful patina, wouldn't the price skyrocket? Hu took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the excitement that was about to explode inside him. What shocked him even more was this newly unlocked, basic treasure appraisal feature. Not only could it reveal an item's true value at a glance, but it also clearly detailed the item's origin, history of ownership, craftsmanship, and even the slightest imperfections. With this feature, wouldn't snagging bargains in the antiques world be a piece of cake from now on? It was practically a game changer. Hu clutched the incense burner tightly to his chest, as if holding a golden baby, and his steps involuntarily quickened. That middle-aged man still thought he was a gullible greenhorn, smugly convinced he'd made a tenfold profit. Little did he know that he was the one who'd been completely taken for a ride. He'd bought that junk for 20 yuan and sold it for 200, thinking he'd hit the jackpot. If this item had actually gone to a legitimate auction house, the starting bid would have been at least 100,000 yuan, and the final price would have been sky high. This system is just too good to be true. It's insane. After walking a few hundred meters with the incense burner in his arms, Hu could no longer contain his excitement. The crowd wasn't too dense, so he found a relatively quiet corner by a wall. Carefully, he peeled back a corner of the sweat-soaked newspaper, revealing the antique luster of the bronze burner. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the intertwined lotus patterns faintly revealed a bluish-green patina. That texture, honed by the passage of time, made Hu happier the more he looked at it, and he felt a growing sense of familiarity. Just as Hu was immersed in this immense joy, a gentle cough suddenly sounded beside him. "Young friend, pardon the interruption." Hu, startled, quickly closed the newspaper and looked up warily. He saw an elderly man who had appeared out of nowhere, standing a few steps away. He appeared to be in his 60s, with snow-white hair combed immaculately. He wore a gray tang-style jacket faded from repeated washing but still clean and neat, and a pair of old-fashioned cloth shoes. He was fingering a smooth, warm purple clay teapot, his face lit by a gentle smile. His eyes were clear and deep, exuding a strong scholarly air and the demeanor of an intellectual. The old man's gaze seemed to fall casually on the bulge wrapped in newspaper in Hu's arms. A barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes for an instant, but he quickly composed himself, regaining his composed demeanor. "Hello." Hu instinctively took half a step back, wrapping the newspaper more tightly around the object, as alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. These days, even an innocent man is guilty simply for possessing a treasure. What if he ran into a robber? That would be trouble. The old man showed no sign of annoyance. He merely nodded slightly, pointed to a shop not far behind him, and spoke in a calm, refined tone. "I am the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. Just now, I happened to catch a glimpse of the object in your hands, young friend. It appears to be quite old, with a rich patina truly extraordinary. Would you allow me to take a closer look? If it's convenient, why not step inside for a chat and a cup of hot tea? I assure you, I will not pressure you into a sale." Hu followed the direction of the man's finger and saw a shop with simple yet elegant decor standing quietly before him. Hanging above the doorway was a plaque made of golden threaded Nanmu wood, inscribed with the three bold and vigorous characters, Jubao Pavilion. Tall blue and white porcelain vases and rosewood stands were arranged on either side of the entrance, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. At a glance, it was clear this was no ordinary street stall, but a legitimate antique shop. Hu hesitated for a moment, then took a closer look at the old man before him. The old man possessed an extraordinary bearing. His every gesture exuded the refined elegance of a scholar, and he did not look like the kind of street con artist one might expect. Besides, his current understanding of this incense burner was limited to the cold, impersonal information provided by the system. If he could have a true connoisseur take a look at it, he might learn more about its history and, while he was at it, verify the system's accuracy. After all, he was just a layman who could only recite facts by the book. Of course, he was also broke. Besides, the system had already stated that this incense burner was worth over 100,000. He was curious to see if the owner of the treasure pavilion could spot its true value. If he turned out to be a genuine connoisseur, perhaps they could even become friends. Well then, I'll take you up on your offer. Hu nodded, clutched his bundle tightly, and followed the old man toward the treasure pavilion. Once inside the shop, Hu realized it was a whole different world. The interior was spacious and bright, with all kinds of antique ornaments neatly arranged on rosewood display cabinets. Bronzeware, porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and paintings, everything was there, each piece exuding its own unique charm. Soft lighting cast upon the objects revealed a profound, time-honored charm that naturally calmed the mind. A thought crossed Hu's mind, and he quietly activated the detection function of Treasure Radar. In an instant, the entire treasure pavilion took on a different appearance in his eyes. A halo of light began to glow around the various antiques on the display cabinet. Most of the objects were enveloped in a faint white halo, indicating genuine items of ordinary quality. However, in several prominent compartments toward the back, 3 or 4 items emitted a faint blue glow, deeper and more captivating than the white halos, signifying masterpieces. Hu's heart skipped a beat as he focused his gaze on one of them, a blue and white porcelain vase glowing with a blue light. The system's appraisal information immediately flashed through his mind. Qing Dynasty Kangxi period blue and white enameled lotus scroll pattern vase, list price 325,000 yuan. Dated to the Kangxi period of the Qing Dynasty, it was in good condition, with an estimated value between 280,000 and 350,000 yuan. Its characteristics included a fine body, a pale blue-white glaze, rich and vibrant blue and white hues, and meticulously painted interlacing lotus patterns. It was indeed a masterpiece from the Kangxi imperial kills. Wow! Hu suppressed his astonishment and shifted his gaze to another jade pendant that glowed with a blue sheen. Ming Dynasty Hotan White Jade Guanyin Pendant, listed at 176,000 yuan, dating from the mid-Ming Dynasty, in fair condition, with an estimated value between 150,000 and 200,000 yuan. It is crafted from Hotan mutton fat, white jade from Xinjiang, featuring a lustrous texture and meticulous carving. Sure enough, the blue halo indicated a genuine piece of even greater value. Hu quickly scanned the display and noticed that among the antiques on the display cabinet, those with white halos accounted for about 70%, while there were 4 with blue halos. As for higher-level halos such as green or yellow, he didn't spot a single one. What did this mean? It meant that the owner of the treasure pavilion was an honest man. He didn't casually display his priceless, flagship treasures out in the open to deceive laypeople, nor did he pass off fakes as genuine items. Most of the items on display were authentic, and the price tags seemed relatively reasonable. There was no exorbitant price gouging to rip off customers. Seeing these genuine evaluations, Hu's originally taut nerves gradually relaxed. It seemed that old Master Zhou was an honest merchant worthy of respect, not the kind of unscrupulous profiteer. This also put him at greater ease regarding the conversation to come. The old man led him through the main hall to a side room at the back of the loft. Upon pushing open the door, they entered an exquisitely elegant tea room. In the center stood a carved rosewood tea table, surrounded by several rosewood chairs. The walls were adorned with a few landscape paintings and calligraphy works of profound artistic depth, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of tea and sandalwood. "Please take a seat, young friend." The old man gestured for Hu to take a seat, his movements elegant and composed. At the same time, he picked up a purple clay teapot from the nearby tea table and skillfully poured Hu a cup of tea. The tea was clear and translucent, its aroma intoxicating. "Please enjoy this tea, young friend. It's a pu'er I've treasured for many years. Do give it a try." The old man personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Hu, smiling warmly as he looked at him, his eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. "My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Bo. I've been in the antiques business for over 30 years. I suppose you could call me a veteran." Chapter 6. A fixed price of 160,000. "If you don't mind, young friend, just call me Old Zhou." "And what is your name?" "Old Zhou, you're too kind. I'm just Hu." Hu took the teacup, cradling it in both hands as he felt the warmth radiating from the cup's walls. Though he spoke politely, he grew secretly wary inside. After all, one must always be on guard. Even though his intuition suggested the man might be honest, people's hearts are hard to fathom. so it was best to err on the side of caution. This old man looked kind-hearted and gentle, but anyone capable of running such a large shop on the antique street, a place teeming with all sorts of characters and staying in business for decades, must certainly be no pushover. He was definitely not someone to be taken lightly. He still had only a superficial understanding of just how murky the antiques business could be. He was practically a greenhorn. He couldn't let a few well-chosen words fool him into losing this golden opportunity. Who silently reminded himself to stay calm, but his expression remained impassive, maintaining that seemingly nonchalant composure. Zhou Bo took a light sip of tea. His eyes, which appeared cloudy but were in fact shrewd, were fixed intently on the package in Hu's arms, his gaze betraying an unmistakable mix of longing and curiosity. Since you've stepped into my humble shop, young Hu, why not let this old man take a look? It'll give you a better idea of what you're dealing with. Hu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded slowly. He unwrapped the newspaper layer by layer, moving so gently as if handling a newborn baby, until he finally revealed the dusty bronze incense burner inside. Hu took a deep breath, cradling the incense burner in both hands. Instead of handing it directly to old Zhou, he carefully placed it on the bright yellow silk cloth spread across the center of the tea table. He recalled seeing on a TV antiques appraisal show that when appraising antiques, the rule is pass through the hands, not hand to hand. One must not pass the item directly from hand to hand. It must be placed on a table or tray for the other party to pick up themselves. This is both an industry custom and a precaution to avoid any accidental breakage which could lead to unclear liability and strain the relationship. Seeing this, old Master Zhou nodded slightly, a barely perceptible glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. You understand the rules, young friend, you're a true connoisseur. As he spoke, old Master Zhou turned and took a pair of brand new white cotton gloves from a nearby drawer. He put them on slowly and deliberately, adjusting each finger perfectly, his expression as solemn as if he were performing some kind of ritual. He extended both hands and lifted the bronze incense burner steadily. First, he brought it close to his eyes, squinting to examine the inscription on the bottom, his nose almost touching the bronze. Then he turned the incense burner over and carefully examined the patterns on its body, gently running the pads of his fingers through the white gloves over the uneven patina, feeling the texture of time. From time to time, he would bring it close to his nose to sniff, as if trying to detect whether the patina contained the pungent odor of chemical solutions. The entire process lasted a full 5 minutes. Old Master Zhou's expression gradually shifted from initial calm to mild surprise, and finally to deep contemplation, his brow alternately furrowing and relaxing. Hu sat across from him, his heart beating faster and faster, his palms breaking out in a light sweat. He was both eager for the old shopkeeper to recognize the incense burner's true value, thereby validating the system's accuracy, and nervous that, should the man catch on to something, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Several more minutes passed before old Zhou slowly raised his head and called softly toward the teahouse entrance. "Little Lu, bring me my tools." Soon, a young clerk pushed open the door, carrying an exquisite rosewood tray. Neatly arranged on the tray were a soft goat hairbrush, a small bottle of aged tongue oil, several clean cotton cloths, and a few snow-white towels. "Put it over there." Old Zhou pointed to the side of the tea table, his voice gentle yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. The young assistant set down the tray and slipped quietly out, closing the door behind him to leave the two men alone. Old Zhou took a goat hair brush from the tray, dipped it in a little water, shook off the excess, and then began to gently brush the bottom of the bronze brazier with the utmost care. Hu watched with bated breath as old Master Zhou worked with the utmost skill and exquisite control of pressure. Every stroke was perfectly measured, removing surface dust and grime without damaging the natural patina of copper rust that had formed over a century. His care and reverence for the antique made it seem as though he were not polishing a bronze vessel, but a living work of art. After brushing for a while, old Zhou picked up a clean cotton cloth, dipped it in a small amount of tongue oil, and gently wiped the bottom of the stove. The tongue oil seeped into the patina, and the once dull copper color instantly took on a warm luster. As layer after layer of oxidized patina was removed, the bottom of the stove gradually revealed a clearer outline, and a profound sense of history washed over him. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed, and old Zhou picked up the last dry towel to thoroughly wipe the bottom of the brazier clean. When the 6-character seal script inscription, made during the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty, appeared complete and clear before his eyes, a look of satisfaction finally spread across old Zhou's face, the joy of discovering a treasure. He carefully placed the bronze brazier back on the yellow silk cloth, removed his white gloves, smoothed out his collar, and looked up at Hu with an intense gaze. "Young friend, do you know the origin of this brazier?" Hu already knew the answer. The information provided by the system was 100 times more detailed than this. But he feigned hesitation, shook his head, and spoke with a tone that was sincere yet tinged with confusion. "I came across it by chance. I don't know much about antiques, so I would be grateful if old Zhou would be so kind as to enlighten me." Old Master Zhou stroked his graying beard, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "You are indeed cautious, young friend. Very well, this old man will make a fool of himself." Pointing to the inscription on the bottom of the bronze brazier, he spoke eloquently. "This inscription reads, made during the Guangxu reign of the Great Qing. Based on my 30-plus years of experience, the bronze of this brazier is finely refined, the patina runs deep into the metal, and the patterns are fluid. It meets the standards of imperial craftsmanship from the Guangxu period and is in no way comparable to private folk castings." Hu pretended to listen intently, nodding frequently, but inwardly he thought, "Sure enough, this old man has some real skill. His eye is sharp. He has even managed to identify the standard of imperial craftsmanship." Old Zhou continued, his tone growing more impassioned. "The body of this brazier is fine-grained and dense, with a copper hue that shimmers with a reddish gold sheen, a characteristic of high-quality copper, commonly known as red copper. Now look at the patina. It's warm and natural, with a subdued, precious luster, not at all like that artificial, gaudy sheen produced by artificial aging. Most crucially, the design, though it features cloud and dragon motifs, boasts fluid lines, powerful dragon claws, and flowing whiskers, full of spirit and charm. This is a classic feature of late Qing imitations of Ming Dynasty Xuanda incense burners. They capture the essence of the Xuanda style while retaining the distinctive charm of the late Qing era." He paused, fixed Hu with an intense gaze, and said, enunciating each word clearly, "If this old man's eyes haven't deceived me, this should be an antique-style copper incense burner from the late Qing Guangxu era, imitating the Ming Dynasty Xuanda period and crafted by court artisans." Old Master Zhou lifted his teacup, took a leisurely sip to moisten his throat, and then continued, "As for its value, if this were a genuine Ming Xuanda imperial incense burner, the market price would start at no less than 50 to 60 million. It would be a rare national treasure. But this is a late Qing imitation of a Ming-era piece after all. It's a later reproduction and lacks that imperial grandeur. Furthermore, its condition can only be considered lower middle. It's somewhat over-oxidized. In this old man's opinion, the market price would fall between 150,000 and 200,000. The exact figure depends on the buyer's taste and serendipity." Who saw that old Zhou's eye for antiques was indeed exceptional, and his estimate was spot on, even more precise than he had anticipated, so he decided to stop holding back. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and only after setting it down did he speak slowly, his tone eerily calm. "Old Zhou, you have a keen eye. To be honest, this bronze double-handled, three-legged incense burner is indeed from the late Qing dynasty. It was cast using the traditional lost wax method. The body is adorned with a climbing lotus pattern, symbolizing endless vitality. The base bears a 6-character seal script inscription in seal script reading, made during the Guangxu reign of the Great Qing, with neat characters, fluid strokes, and sharp chisel marks visible at the turns. As for its condition, it is indeed as you described, Mr. Zhou. It can only be considered below average. The surface has oxidized severely, forming a thick, black patina, and there are minor chips in some areas, likely caused by careless handling during its earlier circulation." Who spoke in a calm and measured tone, describing every detail with clarity and precision, effortlessly using professional terminology, as if he were a veteran connoisseur who had been immersed in the antiques world for many years. Old Zhou had been holding his teacup, but upon hearing Hu's words, his hand froze abruptly. He didn't even notice a few drops of tea splashing out. His eyes suddenly lit up, then filled with astonishment. He slowly set down his teacup and took another look at the young man before him. Just a moment ago, he thought this was some greenhorn who'd just gotten lucky and stumbled upon a bargain. But now it seemed that this young friend, who possessed a knowledge of antiques that far exceeded his expectations, the lost wax casting method, the intertwined lotus pattern, the characteristics of the maker's mark, the ancient patina of black lacquer. He rattled off these technical terms effortlessly, describing them with pinpoint accuracy. He even offered a plausible explanation for the cause of the chip. This level of expertise isn't something one can attain by simply reading a few books. Without decades of groundwork, it would be impossible to speak with such authority. Old Master Joas' expression immediately softened, even taking on a hint of respect, and his tone grew gentler. I've certainly misjudged you. For someone so young to possess such insight is truly rare. Truly, great talents emerge in youth. He examined the bronze incense burner once more, then looked at Hu and asked tentatively, "May I ask, young friend, under whom did you study?" To be able to explain the origins and history of a late Qing dynasty antique-style incense burner so clearly, you must surely come from a renowned school of masters. Hu chuckled inwardly. All this information came from the system. What mentor could there possibly be? I've never even set foot in an antique shop. But he kept his composure, offering only a faint smile as he replied enigmatically, "I wouldn't call it having a mentor. I just enjoy delving into things in my spare time, observing, learning, and pondering on my own." Old Master Zhou stroked his mustache and nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He clearly didn't fully believe this explanation, but he didn't press the matter. Modesty is a virtue in a young man. However, in this old man's opinion, your discernment and knowledge couldn't have been achieved through self-study alone. You must have had guidance from a master. He paused, then shifted the conversation to the main point. "Since you know this incense burner inside and out, I assume you intend to make an offer today?" Hu's face remained as calm as still water, but inside, he was already laughing bitterly to himself. Earlier that day, he had been just another worker living paycheck to paycheck. With barely enough money in his pocket to cover next quarter's rent, he had to budget every last 200 yuan. Now, although he stumbled upon an antique worth over 100,000 yuan, making him a 10,000 yuan man, he had no cash on hand. To him, this treasure was nothing more than a decoration. It couldn't put food on the table or pay the rent. If he had the chance to sell it, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. Money in the bank is what counts. Besides, judging by Old Master Zhou's appraisal and character, he is clearly an honest man, unlike those unscrupulous antique dealers who specialize in driving down prices to rip people off or taking advantage of others' misfortune. Hu pondered for a moment, picked up his teacup, took a small sip, set it down, and then spoke slowly and decisively. "Old Master Zhou, you have a keen eye. To be honest, I'm actually interested in selling it. You're a veteran in this field. I trust both your expertise and your integrity. Why don't you just name your price? Let us get this over with. If the price is right, we can close the deal today." His words were free of any hesitation or unnecessary haggling, exuding a sense of straightforwardness. Upon hearing this, old Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then clapped his hands and burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Straightforward. This old man loves dealing with straightforward people like you, young friend. No beating around the bush, no pretentiousness." After he finished laughing, old Zhou's expression gradually turned serious. He held up 2 fingers and looked at Hu with a determined gaze. "Here's the deal. For this late Qing dynasty imitation Ming Xuanda incense burner, I'll offer 160,000. That's my final offer. Although the market price could reach 200,000 if the right buyer comes along, we both know that antiques are hard to liquidate, and the opportunity cost of holding onto them is money too." Chapter 7. Moving out. Embarking on a new journey. If you really put it on the market, it might take 3 to 5 months before you find a buyer who recognizes its value. In the meantime, you'd have to bear the risks of storage, transaction costs, and you might even have to accept a lower price if you're in a hurry to sell at this price. I'm already showing the utmost good faith. As old Zhou spoke, he fixed Hu with an intense gaze, his eyes radiating the candor and conviction unique to scholars, without a trace of a merchant's cunning. Old Zhou's words made perfect sense and hit the nail on the head. The biggest problem in the antiques business is slow cash flow and poor liquidity. If you actually took it to the market to sell without a buyer who truly appreciates its value, even an item valued at 200,000 might not fetch more than 100,000. The longer you wait, the more variables come into play. The price of 160,000 was indeed fair. One might even say it was a generous offer. Hu quickly ran the numbers in his head. The system's valuation ranged from 100,000 to 180,000. And old Zhou had offered 160,000 outright. That was already the absolute top end of the range. And most importantly, cash. He could accept that price. He could accept it very well indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu nodded decisively, his voice firm and resolute. "Deal." A hint of approval flashed in Old Master Zhou's eyes. He stood up and gave Hu a brisk pat on the shoulder. The touch was just right, conveying the encouragement of an elder toward a younger person. "Excellent. I certainly didn't misjudge you. What a straightforward deal. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone prepare the contract and the payment right away. With that, he turned and walked into the back room of the shop with steady steps. Before long, he emerged with a printed sales contract, its terms clear and its rights and responsibilities clearly defined. The two signed and affixed their fingerprints on the spot. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single word of unnecessary chatter or the slightest hint of evasion or haggling. This was the tacit understanding between professionals' trust built on discernment and character. Young man, would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Old Joe asked gently. A bank transfer, please. It's more convenient. Who replied? Old Joe had a clerk bring out the POS machine, and who provided his bank card number. Just a few minutes later, whose phone vibrated with a text message notification. The crisp beep sounded like music to his ears at that moment. 160,000 renminbi has been deposited into your bank card ending in 8624. Current balance: 164,327 renminbi and 50 cents. As he read the message, whose hand holding the phone trembled slightly, his knuckles turning white from the tension. Just earlier that day, after adding the meager severance pay from his company's ruthless layoff, he had barely over 4,000 renminbi left in his bank account. What kind of despair was that? He could barely scrape together enough for next quarter's rent, and even when passing by a fast food restaurant, he agonized over whether to spend 10 yuan on a boxed meal or 20 yuan on a bowl of noodles for dinner, terrified that spending even one extra fawn would leave him sleeping on the streets next month. And now, just a few hours later, his account balance had instantly jumped to 6 figures, 160,000. For a migrant worker earning just over 4,000 a month and struggling like an ant in a big city, this was the hard-earned money he could only save by going without food and sleep and working day and night for 3 or 4 years. Who took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and forced down the urge to let out a loud howl to the heavens. He knew he couldn't show weakness in front of old Joe, much less act like a naive nouveau riche that would only make people look down on him. Besides, when he calmed down and thought about it, this was just the beginning. With the treasure radar system, this game-changing cheat code at his disposal, this 160,000 was merely his first, insignificant earnings in the early stages, just the tip of the iceberg. In the future, there would be even more treasures waiting to be unearthed, and even greater wealth would flow in. This small sum was merely a stepping stone on the path to becoming the richest man. With that thought, who gradually regained his composure, and his gaze once again became clear and resolute. He put away his phone, straightened his collar, and bowed respectfully to Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou, you're a man of your word. Thank you for this transaction. You are a senior figure worthy of respect. Old Zhou smiled and waved his hand, his demeanor humble and refined. My young friend, you're too kind. This was a fair transaction, mutually beneficial. Even if a deal falls through, the bond of goodwill remains, especially since we enjoyed such a pleasant collaboration. As he spoke, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Hu with both hands. Here are my contact details. If you ever come across any more fine items in the future, feel free to bring them to me for a look. As long as the items are authentic and the price is fair, I, Zhou, will never let you come out short. We'll have plenty of time to do business in the future. Hu took the business card and glanced at it. The card was very simple, with a pale, elegant ink-wash landscape as the background, bearing only the 2 vigorous characters Zhou Bo in running script, followed by a cell phone number and the shop's address, with no flashy titles whatsoever. He carefully tucked the card into the innermost compartment of his wallet and nodded. Thank you in advance, Old Zhou. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely come by again to bother you and seek your guidance. Old Zhou stroked his mustache and laughed. No problem at all. You're always welcome here. Young man, you have a bright future ahead of you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hu finally stood up to take his leave. By the time he stepped out of the antique shop, night had fully fallen. The streetlights lining both sides of the road cast a warm yellow glow, stretching Hu's shadow out long. Standing at the doorway, Hu turned and took a long, lingering look at the simple, antique sign reading Jubao Pavilion, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. From this moment on, his life had changed completely. The Hu who had once scrambled to make ends meet and was always meek and submissive was now a thing of the past. Hu dragged his weary yet exhilarated body back to his rented room. As he pushed open the peeling wooden door, the familiar musty and damp smell hit him, causing him to frown involuntarily. In the cramped single room, a creaking single bed, a peeling old desk, and a dilapidated wardrobe that wouldn't close properly were all he owned. The mottled water stains on the walls seemed to mock his past struggles. At this time of night, he would usually have already collapsed into bed, exhausted, worrying even in his dreams about tomorrow's job interview. But tonight he simply couldn't fall asleep. Who took off his jacket and lay down on the bed, but his eyes remained wide open as he stared at the cracks in the ceiling. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and tapped on that bank text message once more. The numbers were still glowing on the screen. 160.2702 yuan. This wasn't a dream. He opened the banking app again and refreshed his account balance. The figure was exact to the last cent, so real it made him want to cry. Once, twice, 3 times. With every glance, his heart pounded violently, and waves of ecstasy crashed over his nerves like a tidal surge. The feeling was so surreal, as if he were floating on a cloud. Who sat up, leaning against the headboard, clutching his phone tightly to his chest as he replayed everything that had happened today over and over in his mind. From spotting that blue halo with treasure radar at the antique market, to outwitting the vendor at the stall, to closing the deal at Jubao Pavilion that evening for 160,000, the entire process played back vividly in his mind, like a movie reel. Time ticked by second, the wall clock's ticking sounded especially clear in the stillness of the night. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Hu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, yet he still couldn't bring himself to put down his phone, as if it were his only source of comfort. Holding the phone like that, a silly grin playing on the corners of his mouth, he finally drifted off into a deep sleep without even realizing it. It was an incredibly restful sleep. The next morning, a piercing ringtone jolted Hu awake. He opened his eyes groggily and realized he was still clutching his phone tightly. The screen showed a call from Sister Eastern King. Hu glanced at the time on his phone. 10:32 a.m. On any other day, he would have already been crammed into the subway during the morning rush hour or anxiously waiting in front of the time clock at the office. But now, a relaxed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he calmly answered the call. "Hello, little Hu. You still haven't paid this quarter's rent." On the other end of the line, Sister Wang's voice was shrill and grating, like fingernails scraping a blackboard, tinged with harshness and relentlessness. "It's already the 12th today. We agreed you'd pay by the 15th of every month. It's almost that date. Don't try to play the poor card and tell me you don't have the money when the time comes." "Sister Wang, I'm sorry." Hu's tone was calm. "What good is sorry? If you can't afford the rent, you should said so sooner, so I could rented the place to someone else. Don't just sit on it and do nothing. You're holding me back from making money." Sister Wang didn't give him a chance to speak, firing off complaints in rapid succession. "There are so many people waiting to rent this dump. If you don't want it, plenty of others will." Hu looked around the single room he'd been living in for over a year. The space was less than 10 square meters. The peeling wall plaster exposed the concrete beneath. The windows let in drafts, and in summer it was stiflingly hot like a steamer, while in winter it was bone-chillingly damp and cold. The monthly rent of 1,200 yuan used to be a significant burden for him, weighing on him so heavily he could barely breathe. But now, "Sister Wang, I'm not renting this place anymore." Hu's calm voice cut off Sister Wang's rambling. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, followed by Sister Wang's skeptical voice. "What? What did you say?" "I said I'm not renting it anymore. I'm moving out today. You don't need to return the deposit, just consider it this month's rent and utilities." Hu's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he were discussing something trivial. "Huh? You're moving out?" Sister Wang's tone carried surprise and deep skepticism, even mixed with a hint of disappointment. After all, she lost the security deposit. "Did you find a cheaper place? Or are you going back to your hometown? Let me tell you, rent isn't cheap out there either. Don't come crawling back to me later." "Sort of. I found a better place." Who didn't offer any further explanation. There was no point in saying more to such a snob. "I'll pack up and move out this afternoon. I'll make sure the place is cleaned up for you." With that, before Sister Wang could react, Hu hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Hu looked around. In over a year, he hadn't accumulated much here. A few old, faded clothes, a couple of tattered magazines, some cheap daily necessities, and a few odds and ends. Most of it was worthless junk, just as the system had assessed. Hu stood up and began packing, moving with nimble efficiency. He tossed what needed to be tossed and kept what needed to be kept. In the end, he kept only a few changes of clothes and some important documents, packing them all into his slightly worn backpack. Everything else went into the black trash bag without a second thought. It was 3 p.m., and the sunlight was just right. With his backpack on his back, who took one last look at the rental apartment that had witnessed his countless hardships and frustrations, then turned and closed the door. With a soft click, the lock clicked into place. Without a trace of reluctance, he walked briskly down the stairs. The air outside seemed to have become fresh and sweet. Who immediately contacted a nearby real estate agency on his phone. "Hello. I'd like to rent a place near Antique Street. I'm looking for a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in a nice neighborhood with good natural light, fully furnished and equipped with appliances. Price is no object." On the other end of the line, the agent's originally listless voice instantly became enthusiastic, and his speech quickened. "Sure thing, sir. Please hold a moment. Those words, 'price is no object,' are truly music to my ears. I'll immediately select a few of our top quality listings for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." In less than half an hour, the agent drove Who to view 3 apartments in the area. The last one was located in a newly built complex 2 kilometers from Antique Street. The building was less than 3 years old. The grounds were beautifully landscaped. The environment was clean and tidy. Property management was professional, and security was tight. The apartment was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit measuring 80 square meters, fully renovated with high-end brand-name furniture and appliances. It had excellent natural light and ventilation and was ready to move into immediately. Standing on the balcony, you could even see the city skyline in the distance. The only downside was the rent, $4,800 per month, with a 1-month security deposit and 3 months rent in advance. For the Who of the past, this would have been an astronomical figure, something he wouldn't even have dared to dream of. But for the Who of today, this amount was practically nothing, not even a fraction of what he earned. "I'll take this one." Who stood in the center of the living room, took a quick look around, and made his decision on the spot. The real estate agent was overjoyed. His smile stretched from ear to ear as he bowed repeatedly. "Yes, sir. You're so decisive. We can sign the contract right now. Would you prefer a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent in advance, or 6 months rent, paid in full?" Who said calmly, his tone carrying a confidence he'd never felt before. After all, with his golden finger, he probably wouldn't be staying here for long anyway, so renting for half a year in advance would save him the hassle. The agent was stunned for a moment, then began gesticulating excitedly. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Sir, please have a seat. I'll contact the landlord right away." Chapter 8. Kangxi spends money. Half an hour later, the new landlord hurried over. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a plain jacket. He had a good-natured face, and his eyes radiated a sense of honesty, a stark contrast to the sharp-tongued Ms. Wang from earlier. While signing the contract, the man learned that Who was a young man from out of town who had recently graduated, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. "I also came from out of town to make my way in the world. When I was young, I lived in those basement apartments where you never saw the light of day. I know how tough it is for you young people." As he signed the contract, the man said earnestly, "This place might be a bit pricey, but living here will put your mind at ease, and that's what gives you the energy to work. If you ever need any help in the future, just let me know. I'll do whatever I can to assist you." A warm feeling welled up inside Who, and he thanked the man repeatedly. This sense of being understood and respected filled him with a deep sense of belonging in his new surroundings. Who paid the rent in full, $28,800 for 6 months without a moment's hesitation. Holding the heavy keys, he stepped into his new apartment, a place that was truly his own. Standing in the center of the spacious, bright living room, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Who took a deep breath. The air was filled with the faint, fresh scent of new furniture, and there was not a trace of that musty odor left. This was the true beginning of a new life. Early the next morning, Who got up well before dawn. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his newly rented apartment, watching the sun rise in the distance as golden light bathed the city, an overwhelming sense of excitement welled up inside him. The massive sum of 160,000 he received last night for that Qing Dynasty-style bronze brazier replica had not only resolved his financial crisis but also made him fully realize the true value of treasure radar. A 10-meter range was still too small. He had to upgrade as soon as possible. Who thought to himself that, according to the system's prompt, he now needed just 30 energy points to expand the radar's range to 20 meters. The only way to obtain energy points was to find and acquire antiques or treasures with historical significance. The system would then, through some unknown process, absorb an unknown essence from them to increase the treasure radar system's energy points. After a quick breakfast, Hu headed straight for Antique Street. It was Saturday, and the Antique Street was much livelier than usual. Stalls were packed tightly together, with the sounds of hawkers and haggling rising and falling in waves. While tourists and collectors streamed through the street, in a constant flow, the atmosphere was incredibly bustling. This time, Hu didn't wander aimlessly like he had the day before. Instead, starting from the street corner, he carefully scanned the stalls meter by meter. He walked slowly on the surface. He appeared to be strolling casually and admiring the trinkets along the way. But in reality, the radar display in his mind was constantly refreshing at high speed, not missing even the slightest clue. Most of the items on the stalls were gray dots, items the system had classified as junk, completely worthless. Occasionally, a few pale white dots appeared, indicating older items of some age. But their value was low, only a few hundred yuan, and they held little significance, not enough to catch Hu's attention. An hour had passed, and Hu's legs were starting to ache. Yet he still hadn't found anything. The Antique Street was quite long, with stalls packed closely together. Hu walked and stopped, pretending to be nonchalant, but in reality, he had systematically and thoroughly scanned every corner. Around noon, when the sunlight was a bit glaring, Hu arrived at a stall that looked familiar. The stall owner was a very fat man, lying on a worn-out recliner with his eyes closed, resting. His belly rose and fell with each breath, like a small mountain. The stall was crammed with all sorts of odds and ends: copper coins, jade pendants, porcelain shards, seals, and charms heaped together in a chaotic mess, looking like a pile of junk. Wasn't this the very stall where Hu had bought the stone containing the treasure radar system the day before yesterday? Hu pretended to casually crouch down, his gaze sweeping over the stall. On the radar interface in his mind, gray dots covered a vast area. Occasionally, a few faint white lights flickered, but they failed to pique his interest. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a striking bright spot suddenly lit up on the radar interface. It was a faint shade of blue, standing out strikingly against the sea of gray and white. Hu's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to suppress his inner elation, steadied his emotions, and followed the light with his gaze. It was a floral coin, a type of folk currency, casually tossed into a pile of odds and ends in the corner of the stall. Its surface was covered in a thick layer of copper patina and dirt. It looked utterly unremarkable, even a bit ugly. A system prompt immediately flashed through his mind, the information so detailed it was jaw-dropping. Item: piece under heaven, floral coin from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, era. Around 1670 AD, early Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Condition: 85% intact. Origin: originally a family heirloom of a wealthy merchant family in Jiangnan, used to ward off evil spirits and bring blessings to the home. It was lost during the turmoil at the end of the Qing dynasty, later found by a farmer, and passed down through generations until the 1980s, when, due to poverty, it was sold by descendants as scrap copper and eventually found its way here. Detailed description of flaws: approximately 40% of the surface is covered by copper patina, causing local patterns to be blurred. There is slight wear on the edges. Most critically, there is a distinct deep scratch on the obverse of the coin, accidentally caused 3 days ago by the vendor while clearing debris with an iron hook, which severely affects its aesthetic appeal and value. Market value: 40,000 80,000 yuan. Unrestored restoration potential: if professionally restored to remove surface rust while preserving the patina, the condition could be improved to over 95%, with an estimated market value of 120,000 160,000 yuan. Hu suppressed his inner excitement, reached out to pick up the flower coin, and examined it closely. The obverse of the flower coin is inscribed with the 4 large characters, "Peace reigns under heaven, peace under heaven," in regular script. Surrounded by auspicious patterns, the reverse features exquisite, auspicious cloud motifs. Although mottled with rust, the exquisite craftsmanship of the casting is still evident through the rust layer. The characters are deeply carved and full of character. However, that jarring scratch like a scar stretching across the character sky couldn't help but fill Hu with a sense of regret. Such a fine piece, and yet this fat man had defaced it so. If it weren't for that scratch, its value would be at least 20% higher. "Sir, how much is this?" Hu asked casually, trying his best to keep his voice calm. Hearing someone ask the price, the portly vendor lazily opened his eyes, his small eyes narrowing to slits. His gaze fell on the coin in Hu's hand, lingered for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile. "Oh, Isn't he this the young man from the day before yesterday? The portly vendor's voice was booming, laced with the smoothness of a stock market insider. What's this? You bought a worthless rock the day before yesterday, and now you're back today looking for a gold mine. Whose heart skipped a beat he'd been recognized. He tightened his grip on the flower coin slightly, but kept his expression impassive, offering a faint smile. You have a keen eye, boss, and a great memory. If I didn't have a keen eye, I wouldn't be in business. The portly owner raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze sweeping over Hu's face as if assessing his purchasing power. You seemed pretty decisive the day before yesterday. What kind of bargain are you looking to snag today? He dragged out his words, clearly not wanting to deal with Hu. Glancing at the coin in Hu's hand, he said lazily, That one? 50. No haggling. If you think it's too expensive, don't take it. Hu feigned disgust, pointing at the scratch and frowning. Boss, this thing's in terrible condition. Isn't it? Look at that big scratch, it's even marred the characters. And there's so much rust. Can you knock the price down a bit? How about 20? 20? Are you kidding me? The portly shop owner rolled his eyes, leaned back in his recliner, and waved his hand impatiently. Then don't buy it. I'd pay more than 20 just to keep it as a specimen. 50, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, forget it. Don't keep me from sleeping. With that, he closed his eyes again, adopting a do-whatever-you-want attitude. Hu hesitated for a moment, seemingly wrestling with an internal conflict. Finally, he sighed, pulled out 50 yuan, and placed it on the stall. Fine, since you've got it tough too. I'll take it. I'll just treat it as a lesson learned and play with it when I get home. The chubby shopkeeper casually grabbed the money and shoved it into his pocket without even lifting his eyelids, muttering, Kid, you've got to pay your dues to play this game. Be smarter next time. Hu carefully tucked the coin into his inner pocket, stood up, and walked away. Just a few steps out, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a premium treasure, a coin from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Energy points earned, 40. Current total energy points, 100. Upgrade requirements met. Do you want to upgrade the radar range to 20 meters? Hu suppressed his inner elation and quickly thought to himself, Upgrade! Upgrading radar. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Current treasure radar scan range, 20 meters. Current remaining energy points, 0. The next second, the radar interface in his mind flickered slightly, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. The original 10-meter scan range instantly doubled, expanding into a vast circular area with a radius of 20 meters centered on him. A 20-meter range. Hu stood where he was, taking a moment to get a feel for the new radar range. His field of view was much wider. The area he could scan was nearly 4 times larger than before. This meant his scanning efficiency would increase dramatically. Those treasures, hidden deep within, would have nowhere to hide. Just as Hu was getting excited about the radar upgrade, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. The treasure radar system has been upgraded to level 1. New feature unlocked. Restoration. Feature description. The system can automatically identify defects in items and provide detailed restoration recommendations, including cleaning methods, restoration steps, and the necessary tools and materials. Special skill reward. Restoration master skill. Just then, a massive flood of information surged into Hu's mind. Porcelain restoration, bronze to rusting, calligraphy and painting mounting, jade polishing, wood reinforcement. Knowledge on all aspects of antique restoration flooded in like a tidal wave, from theory to practice, from tool usage to techniques, all seamlessly integrated. Those once obscure and difficult to understand technical terms were now crystal clear in his mind, as if he were a master craftsman who had dedicated decades to the craft. Hu instinctively looked at the Kangxi floral coin in his hand. That glaring scratch and the thick layer of rust were no longer problems in his eyes, but rather challenges waiting to be solved. Hu paused for a moment. This ability had come at just the right time. He looked down at the Kangxi floral coin in his hand, mottled with copper rust and marked by scratches. With a single thought, the system interface immediately popped up with a detailed restoration plan. Frowny face treasure. Qing Dynasty Kangxi era flower coin. Current integrity, 85%. Major flaws. Surface covered with copper oxidation and rust by approximately 40%. Blurred patterns in some areas, slight, where on the edges one deep scratch on the obverse human caused damage. Restoration recommendations. Soak in warm water for 24 hours to soften the surface rust. Keep water temperature between 40–50 degrees. Do not exceed this range to avoid damaging the patina. Gently brush the rusted areas with a soft bristled brush dipped in diluted white vinegar ratio 1:10. Avoid applying excessive force. Rinse repeatedly with clean water to remove any acidic residue. For the scratch, use an extremely fine agate knife to gently scrape the edges of the scratch, blending it naturally with the surrounding patina. This requires exceptional skill. Proceed with caution. Dry with a cotton cloth, then apply a thin layer of Vaseline to protect the surface and seal it off from air to prevent further oxidation. Expected results. After restoration, the item's condition can be improved to 94–95%, with an estimated market value of 130,000–160,000 yuan. Who gasped? This was incredibly detailed. Not only did it pinpoint the problem, but it also clearly laid out the specific restoration steps, solution ratios, and even the method for treating that pesky scratch. Moreover, the value would nearly double after restoration. With his current skills as a restoration master, although he couldn't make that scratch disappear completely, he could, through clever techniques, blend it into the patina and turn a worthless item into a treasure. He suppressed the excitement surging within him. Chapter 9. Meeting a Beauty. The most important thing now was to get this piece repaired as soon as possible. With this new skill, he would not only be able to snag bargains in the future, but also restore the luster of overlooked treasures in poor condition, multiplying their value. This was truly turning stone into gold. After leaving the antique market, who didn't go straight home instead? He made the rounds at a few nearby hardware stores. White vinegar, a soft bristled brush, Vaseline, and even a professional agate knife. These were all common items used for antique restoration and easily available on the market. Half an hour later, who returned to his apartment carrying a plastic bag. He closed the door and drew the curtains to create a quiet working environment. He pulled the Kangxi flower coin out of his pocket and, following the steps prompted by the system, began working with meticulous care. First, he soaked it in warm water. To speed up the softening process, he deliberately raised the water temperature, but kept a close eye on the temperature changes, afraid that excessive heat might damage the coin's internal structure. 24 hours later, who picked up the flower coin again. By now, the copper patina had softened, so he dipped a soft bristled brush in diluted white vinegar and began gently scrubbing it. His movements were as gentle as if he were caressing a baby's skin. Under the effect of the white vinegar, the patina began to loosen and flake off, and the previously blurred patterns gradually became clear, revealing the antique copper color beneath. Now came the most critical step: treating that scratch. Who held his breath, picked up the agate knife, and carefully examined the direction of the scratch under the light. Following the system's instructions, he used the tip of the knife to scrape the edges of the scratch ever so gently, attempting to make the jarring scar blend more naturally with the patina around it. Every stroke was meticulous, with his pressure controlled to perfection. Sweat dripped down his forehead, yet he was oblivious, completely absorbed in the tiny area in his hands. The entire restoration process, with its breaks, lasted 2 days. Who was extremely cautious, afraid that if he didn't control his pressure properly, he might damage the coin's surface, which would truly be a waste of such a precious treasure. Early on the third morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, who wiped the coin dry with a clean cotton cloth, applied a thin layer of Vaseline, and gently polished it. The Kangxi coin before him was now as good as new. The antique copper color radiated a warm luster honed by the passage of time. The scratch that had once been so jarring to the eye had now softened and blended naturally, as if it were simply a mark left by the years, no longer appearing out of place. The 4 characters Kangxi Tongbao were clearly visible on the coin. Their strokes, sharp and defined, the auspicious cloud patterns on the reverse were exquisitely detailed and vividly lifelike. A system notification sounded at just the right moment. Restoration complete. Current condition, 94%. Estimated market value, 130,000–160,000 yuan. Who placed the coin in the palm of his hand, examined it closely for a moment, and a satisfied smile spread across his lips. It was time to make a move. He recalled old Zhou, whom he had met the day before yesterday. The old man not only had a keen eye but was also affable, a buyer worth doing business with. Rather than going through the hassle of an auction house, it would be safer and faster to contact old Zhou directly. At 8 a.m. the next morning, the sunlight was just right. Who walked along the east gate of the residential complex toward Antique Street, passing a flea market and secondhand goods market next to it. Compared to the sleek and glamorous antique street, this place was much more makeshift. Most of the stalls were simply pieces of faded blue cloth casually spread out on the rough concrete ground. The stalls were crammed with all sorts of odds and ends. Yellowed old books, furniture with peeling paint, patched up old clothes, broken toys missing arms and legs, and some vendors even piled scrap metal directly on the ground to hawk their wares. Most people who came here were either looking for a bargain or simply seeking something new. Few believed they could unearth genuine treasures worth their weight in gold in this junk heap. Who had originally come just to take a stroll and browse casually. But the moment he stepped into the edge of the market, his mental radar suddenly sent a flurry of rapid, consecutive signals. He stopped in his tracks and scanned the area carefully. Common treasure detected, 12 meters away. Ordinary treasure detected, 8 meters away. Ordinary treasure detected, 15 meters away. Hu's eyes lit up instantly. Although these were only ordinary treasures, not as priceless as the one he bought earlier, there were so many of them. Plus, in a place like this, the owners usually didn't know their own treasure's worth, so the prices were bound to be ridiculously low. As long as he could snatch them up at a low price, reselling them would mean pure profit, and little by little, it would add up to a substantial income. Following the radar's guidance, he strolled leisurely toward a stall. The vendor was a woman in her 50s, wearing a faded floral blouse. She was intently scrolling through short videos on her phone, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Her stall was crammed with pots, pans, old-fashioned thermoses, and enamel mugs emblazoned with the words, "Serve the people," exuding a strong sense of nostalgia and everyday life. Hu's gaze fell on a rusty, blackened copper spoon in the corner. A system notification immediately popped up. Ordinary antique detected. Republican-era copper spoon. Fair condition. Rich patina, estimated market value 800 to 1,200 yuan. Hu crouched down, casually picked up the copper spoon to examine it, and ran her fingertips over the rough layer of rust. "Auntie, how much is this?" The old lady looked up at the sound of his voice, glanced at the item in Hu's hand, and said casually, "That rickety spoon? 10 yuan. Hu chuckled to himself. If this were in an antique shop, it wouldn't go for less than a few hundred yuan. He offered a casual counteroffer. "That's too expensive. How about 5 yuan? The old lady rolled her eyes, seemingly finding it a bit of a hassle to haggle over 5 yuan. She waved her hand and said, Fine, 5 yuan it is. Take it and go, it's taking up space here." Hu cheerfully pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to her, tucking the copper spoon into his pocket. Energy points earned. 5 current total energy points. 5. The old lady took the money, then looked down and went back to scrolling through her videos, her face beaming with a simple, contented smile. The second target was at another stall not far away. It was run by an elderly man with a head of silver hair, and his stall was piled high with all kinds of old porcelain bowls, plates, and teapots. Most were in mediocre condition, with severely worn glaze, looking as if they'd just been taken off the stove. The old man, wearing reading glasses, was carefully wiping down a teapot with a focused and reverent expression. Hu's gaze fell on an unremarkable blue and white plate. System notification. Ordinary antique detected. Qing Dynasty folk kiln blue and white plate. Condition. Below average maintenance. Fair surface shows minor scratches and chips. Estimated market value. 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. The rim of the plate had some noticeable chips, and the glaze showed a few fine cracks known as chicken claw patterns. To the untrained eye, it looked like nothing more than a worn-out old plate used for feeding cats and dogs. "Sir, how much are you asking for this plate?" Hu asked softly. The old man glanced at it and pushed his reading glasses up his nose. 80. That's too expensive. 30. Hu furrowed his brow, feigning disdain. 60 at the very least. This is an antique. The old man clutched the plate to his chest as if protecting his own child. 40. If not, I'm leaving. There are other vendors up ahead. Hu made a move to stand up. The old man hesitated for a moment. Seeing the determination in Hu's eyes, he finally relented with a sigh. All right, 40 it is. Young people these days sure know how to haggle." Hu scanned the QR code to pay, smiled and said thank you, then carefully placed the plate into a cloth bag. Energy points earned. 10 current total energy points. 15. The old man took the money, gave a good-natured smile, and went back to polishing his teapot, as if what he'd just lost wasn't a priceless antique. but merely an ordinary old bowl. The third treasure was at a stall tucked away in a corner deep within the market. The vendor was a young man in his 20s, dressed in the latest fashion, and his stall was even more haphazardly arranged. Old books, old paintings, parts of old furniture, and even a few dusty, battered porcelain vases. Who's gaze settled on one of the vases, its glaze yellowed and its body covered in dust. System alert. Ordinary antique detected. Civilian porcelain vase from the early years of the People's Republic, Shilu, pink and white. In good condition, estimated market value 20,000 to 40,000 yuan. The vase looked unremarkable, even a bit tacky, but the radar indicated it had the highest value of the three items. How much is this vase? Who pointed at the porcelain vase. The young stall owner looked up at Hu, pausing the game he was playing. This one? 150. Too expensive. 20. Hu slashed the price drastically. No way, at least 100. This is an antique. The vendor grew impatient. 40, that's as high as I'll go. Look at all this grime on it. Hu pleaded earnestly. The young vendor hesitated for a moment, glanced at the surrounding stalls with no customers, and finally nodded. All right, 40 it is. It's my first sale of the day, I'll sell it to you. Hu once again quickly scanned the QR code to pay and tucked the porcelain bottle into his cloth bag. Energy points earned. 15 points, current total energy points. 30 points. Carrying 3 ordinary antique items, with the meticulously restored Qing Dynasty Kangxi-era piece under heaven coin, tucked in the box in his pocket, Hu headed straight for the treasure pavilion. There were no other customers in the shop at the moment. A young woman had just arrived to mind the store. The girl was in her early 20s, dressed in a simple, elegant cheongsam. Her long hair was casually tied at the nape of her neck, her skin as fair as porcelain, and her eyes and brows exuded an air of innocent grace and liveliness. She was bent over, arranging the ornaments on the antique display cabinet. Her profile, bathed in sunlight, appeared exceptionally soft and beautiful, as if she were a court lady stepping out of an ancient painting. Hu found himself so captivated that he unconsciously slowed his pace. Was this what they meant by, when one's heart is filled with poetry and books, one's aura naturally shines? That pure beauty made one reluctant to disturb her. Ahem! An untimely cough suddenly rang out from the corner, shattering the tranquility. Hu snapped back to his senses and saw old Zhou sitting in a grand armchair in the corner, sipping tea and watching him with a half-smile. Hu's face flushed instantly. He quickly averted his gaze, keeping his eyes straight ahead with a serious expression, pretending that the person who had just been staring blankly at the young woman wasn't him. Hearing the cough, the girl looked up at Hu. As their eyes met, she seemed to sense his embarrassment. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. That smile was like a spring breeze caressing his face, crystal clear, without a trace of mockery, only kind understanding. That smile left Hu even more flustered. He had no choice but to steel himself and step forward, greeting her with feigned composure. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you again. Mr. Zhou set down his teacup. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he laughed. How come you have time to stop by today, Hu? This is my granddaughter, Claire. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Miss Zhou. Hu hurriedly nodded in greeting, no longer daring to look around, his gaze fixed firmly straight ahead. I have a few items I'd like to ask you to appraise, old Zhou. As he spoke, Hu took out the copper spoon, the blue and white plate, and the porcelain vase one by one from his tote bag. Finally, he pulled the exquisite brocade box from his inside pocket and placed it on the table in front of old Zhou with both hands. Old Master Zhou first glanced at the 3 ordinary items, nodded slightly, and let a hint of approval flicker in his eyes, clearly acknowledging Hu's discernment. Then, his gaze settled on the brocade box. Old Master Zhou opened the box and took out the Kangxi flower coin. The moment he laid eyes on the coin, his expression instantly turned serious, and his previously relaxed posture straightened involuntarily. He picked up a magnifying glass and brought it close for a careful examination, scrutinizing it from front to back and turning it over and over several times, even holding his breath as he did so. After examining it for a full 5 minutes, old Master Zhou slowly set down the magnifying glass, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes were filled with amazement. Where did you get this? Old Zhou's tone carried a hint of undisguised surprise. I found it at the antique market. It cost 50 yuan. Hu answered truthfully, his tone calm. 50 yuan? Chapter 10. An interesting man. Old Master Zhou paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. Pointing at the decorative coin, he said, "That fat man really didn't know a good thing when he saw it. This is a piece under heaven decorative coin from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, and it bears the 4 characters for fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. Among Kangxi decorative coins, this is a rare masterpiece." Old Joe paused, his finger gently tracing the smooth, natural patina on the coin's surface, before continuing. "What's even more remarkable is that this coin must have been heavily rusted, perhaps even damaged originally, but by the time you brought it in, it had already been restored to perfection. The patina is naturally lustrous, the patterns are as clear as a painting, and there's absolutely no trace of restoration. Such craftsmanship is something even veteran experts in the field might not be able to achieve." At this point, Old Joe looked up at Hu with a penetrating gaze. "Young Hu, what do you plan to do with these items?" "I'd like to sell them, that's why I came to see you, Old Joe." Who didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. Old Master Joe pondered for a moment, held up 2 fingers and said firmly, "The Hu coin 200,000, I'll take it. The other 3 pieces, totaling 40,000, I'll take those as well." Upon hearing this, Hu quickly ran the numbers in his head. The Hu coin system's estimated value was 130,000 to 160,000. Yet Old Master Joe had offered 200,000 outright, far exceeding the upper limit. This price wasn't just fair, it was downright generous. It was clear that Old Master Joe was intentionally going out of his way for him. As for the other pieces, the total price of 40,000 was also slightly above the market average. Clearly, Old Master Joe was throwing them in as a bonus. "Deal." Who held out his hand and nodded decisively. Old Master Joe smiled with approval and gave Hu's hand a firm squeeze. "Straightforward. I love dealing with talented young people like you." Immediately, he called out to the young woman, "Wan bring over the post machine." "Yes, Grandpa," Claire replied, her voice clear and pleasant. She quickly fetched the post machine from the counter, and as she passed by Hu, she couldn't help but sneak another glance at him, her eyes full of curiosity. "Swipe the card, enter the amount, sign." Hu pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. A ding sounded, and the payment confirmation popped up, the amount precise down to the cent, 240,000 yuan. After confirming everything was correct, a weight lifted from Hu's heart, and he nodded in thanks. "Old Joe, I won't keep you any longer. Take your time. If you ever have anything good, come find me anytime." Old Joe smiled and waved, watching Hu leave. Once Hu's figure had disappeared through the door, Claire, who had been standing nearby the whole time, finally couldn't help but speak up, her tone tinged with confusion. "Grandpa, wasn't 200,000 too much? I know you said that flower was a masterpiece, but there's no need to pay that much, is there? The market price is 160,000 at most." Old Mr. Joe shook his head, picked up his teacup, took a sip and said meaningfully, "Wan you're still young, there are many things you don't fully understand yet." "What do you mean?" Claire blinked curiously. "That young man, he's full of hidden depths." Old Master Joe set down his teacup, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. "Look at the flower-patterned coin he brought this time, its condition is remarkably good. The patina is natural. The patterns are clear, it doesn't look at all like something just dug out of the dirt at the antique market. More importantly, this coin should have been covered in rust and even had that fatal scratch, but when he brought it here, it had already been restored to perfection. This shows that he not only understands appraisal but also restoration, and his technique is quite professional. He might even have inherited a family secret." Claire looked pensive, her brow slightly furrowed. "Are you saying he's deliberately hiding his true abilities?" "It's not about hiding it on purpose, it's about keeping a low profile. True wisdom often appears as foolishness." Old Master Joe corrected her. "Someone like this has a steady temperament and a unique eye. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. He is certainly no ordinary person. I gave him a few 10,000 more, partly because I value the piece itself, and partly to cultivate a good relationship. I in the antiques business, it's all about connections and discernment. More friends mean more opportunities, especially with a rising star like this." A flash of intense curiosity crossed Claire's eyes as she gazed toward the door and muttered to herself, "So what exactly does he do? He is so young, yet he knows restoration and keeps finding hidden gems in the antique market? Just now, seeing him so nervous he couldn't even look me in the eye, I thought he was just a greenhorn." "I'm not sure about that." Old Joe shook his head with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. "But I can tell this young man is no ordinary person. If you run into him at the shop in the future, be sure to treat him with courtesy. He might just be a huge help to us down the road." Claire nodded, her curiosity growing even stronger. She kept replaying in her mind Hu's amusing expression from earlier, that dead serious yet feigning ignorance look, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. He really is an interesting person. Hu walked out of the treasure pavilion in an exceptionally good mood. The 240,000 had been deposited into his account. For him right now, this sum was no longer just a string of numbers, it was a fortune large enough to change his destiny. Combined with the 160,000 he had before, in just a few short days, he'd gone from a laid-off young man who couldn't even scrape together next quarter's rent to a small-time millionaire holding 400,000 in cash. More importantly, this experience had thoroughly proven the system's reliability and terrifying potential. As long as he followed the radar, combined with the magical restoration function, and his restoration master skill which he was about to max out, he could navigate the cutthroat antique industry with ease and firmly establish himself. The path ahead was growing wider and brighter with every step he took. By the end of the day, Hu had become completely absorbed in the thrill of hunting for treasures and scoring bargains. The sense of accomplishment that came from discovering treasures in ruins and turning worthless items into gold in overlooked corners was far more captivating than the drudgery of a 9-to-5 job. Treasure Radar was indeed his golden finger, for defying fate the greatest stroke of luck heaven had bestowed upon him. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his apartment, Hu watched the setting sun gradually sink below the horizon, a glint of unprecedented resolve and sharpness flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, his voice soft yet each word ringing with conviction. In that case, starting today, treasure hunting and finding hidden gems will no longer be just a side hustle, this is my life's work. Outside, the sun was setting in the west, and its afterglow streamed through the balcony into the apartment's living room, bathing the brand new space in a warm golden glow, as if crowning his new journey. The quest for treasures had officially begun. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Hu left the residential complex. This time, he didn't head to the flea markets overflowing with street stall goods, nor did he go to the crowded antique streets instead. He headed straight for Xinhua Bookstore, the largest in the city center. On Haijing East Road, the morning rush hour traffic flowed like a long, congested dragon. The taxi moved slowly through the traffic, the roar of engines and the blare of horns weaving together into a cacophony of background noise. Hu sat in the back right seat, turning his head to look out the window at the dense stream of vehicles and the commuters on the sidewalk, all hurrying along with anxious expressions. Man, it's just as congested as ever today. The middle-aged driver grumbled through the rearview mirror, his tone full of resignation. It's the same old nightmare every morning. It's been nearly an hour already, my perfect attendance bonus is going down the drain again. Hu gave a faint reply, but his gaze remained fixed on the hurried figures outside the window. Men in suits frowned as they checked their watches, women in business attire jogged along while munching on bread. Every face bore the exhaustion of an early morning and the anxiety of daily life. They were rushing to clock in at the office, afraid of being late and having their meager wages docked, afraid of being scolded by their bosses, and afraid of being left behind by this fast-paced city. Just a few days ago, he had been one of them. Every day during the morning rush hour, he'd be squeezed like sardines on buses and subways, struggling to make his way through the jostling crowd. Once he finally arrived at the office, he'd have to walk on eggshells around his boss, doing tedious, uncreative work for a salary that barely covered his living expenses, all while nervously hoping for a few hundred yuan in perfect attendance bonus. But now, things are different. Everything has changed. Hu looked down at his smooth right hand, a confident and composed smile curving his lips. Treasure Radar had completely transformed the course of his life. He no longer had to toil away for a few thousand yuan a month. He no longer had to kowtow to anyone, and he certainly didn't have to sell his time and dignity just to make ends meet. From now on, he was in control of his own life, and he would write his own destiny. Driver, is that skyscraper up ahead Xinhua Bookstore? Hu snapped out of his thoughts and asked. Yes, it's right inside that building over there. The middle-aged driver pointed to a towering glass curtain building ahead. That's the busiest business district in the city center. It's surrounded by office towers and high-end shopping malls. The people who can afford to open a store there are no ordinary folks. The taxi drove slowly for another 10 or so minutes before finally pulling up in front of the building. Hu scanned the QR code to pay the fare, then pushed open the door and stepped out. The Xinhua Bookstore before him occupied the first through third floors of the building, covering a vast area and exuding a grand, imposing presence. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, he could faintly make out the spacious, well-lit interior of the bookstore, where rows of natural wood bookshelves stood neatly arranged, resembling a temple of knowledge. As he stepped inside, a faint scent of books mingled with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee, instantly calming his mind. The bookstore's interior was exquisitely tasteful, warm lighting softly bathed every corner, complementing the textured solid wood bookshelves to create a serene and elegant atmosphere. Several reading areas have been specially set up beside the bookshelves, furnished with comfortable leather sofas and elegant coffee tables for visitors to relax and read. This is not merely a place to read and buy books, it is also a high-end social venue, a sanctuary in the heart of the city. It was a weekday morning, and while the bookstore wasn't overly crowded, those present were all people of exceptional poise. There were business people in tailored suits, holding bone china coffee cups as they paused to browse the business and management shelves with focused expressions. There were also elegantly dressed female office workers with impeccable makeup, clicking their high heels as they conversed softly in the literature and art section, their demeanor elegant occasionally. One could spot a few successful middle-aged men wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carefully selecting books in the history and biography section with solemn expressions. Hu's gaze swept calmly over these people, his mind unruffled. His goal was clear. The humanities and social sciences section was on the third floor, where there were dedicated shelves for specialized books on antique appraisal. Hu followed the directions to the third floor. Standing before the massive bookshelves, Hu's gaze quickly swept over row after row of spines. Appraisal of ancient Chinese porcelain, appreciation of Ming and Qing dynasty furniture, an introduction to the appraisal of bronze ware, distinguishing authentic from counterfeit jade, a record of antique market trends. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected 5 of the most fundamental and authoritative appraisal books, along with 2 reference books on antique market trends. Holding several thick volumes, Hu found an empty table by the window on the third floor and sat down. The view from here was expansive through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. He could see the bustling street below, as if observing the hustle and bustle of another world. Beside him was a lush green plant partition that ensured privacy, without making the space feel too enclosed. The area was well lit and quiet. He arranged the books neatly on the table, pulled out a chair, settled in, took a deep breath, and opened the top book, Appraisal of Ancient Chinese Porcelain. No sooner had he opened the book than that familiar, crisp electronic beep suddenly rang in his mind. Hu paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. Treasure Radar had issued a new mission. Chapter 11, Binhai City Museum. A line of dazzling golden text suddenly appeared in Hu's mind, illuminating his consciousness like a divine revelation. Main quest triggered. Diligently study antiques to reach the pinnacle. Quest description. The system will map out the optimal learning path for the host. Please read widely and synthesize your knowledge until you reach master-level proficiency. Early rewards. Photographic memory passive skill. Speed reading passive skill. Special note. These abilities will be permanently locked in. They apply not only to antique appraisal but also to all academic disciplines. Once activated, the host's brain will undergo deep genetic optimization, resulting in a qualitative transformation of thinking speed and memory capacity, saying goodbye to forgetfulness forever. Hu gasped, his heart racing so fast it felt as if it would burst through his chest. Photographic memory? Speed reading? These are the ultimate superpowers that countless students and scholars have long dreamed of. If he could truly acquire these abilities, learning any subject would become as easy as taking candy from a baby. Not just antique appraisal in the future, whether it's martial arts techniques, firearm mechanics, foreign languages, or even medical pathology, structural mechanics, and financial models, all knowledge could be rapidly mastered, dissected, and fully assimilated in a short time. How could this be merely a reward? It was practically giving him a superbrain, a universal key to unlocking the treasure trove of human wisdom. Accept the mission, Hu silently chanted in his mind without hesitation, his voice trembling slightly with intense excitement. In an instant, an extremely cool current surged from the depths of his mind, like sweet spring water melted from the snows of the Tian Shan Mountains, spreading frantically through his nerve endings to every cell in his body. The sensation was so wondrous it defied description. His mind, which had previously been somewhat muddled and prone to wandering, was suddenly and completely purified. All distracting thoughts and restlessness vanished in an instant. His thinking became clearer and sharper than ever before, as if a dusty lens had been wiped spotless. To his eyes, the entire world seemed to slow down. The dust in the air, the texture of the book's pages, The refraction of light, every detail was clearly visible, down to the finest nuances. Hu lowered his head and looked once more at the thick volume of appraisal of ancient Chinese porcelain in his hands. He gently turned to the first page, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed Song typeface. Something miraculous happened. The specialized content that had previously required careful reading word by word, repeated contemplation, and even consulting a dictionary to understand now, as soon as his gaze swept over it, all the text, images, annotations, and even page numbers seemed to be etched deeply into his cerebral cortex with a click, as if by a high-precision engraving machine. Every character, every illustration, and every concept was crystal clear, not a single detail was lost, and even the author's tone and the underlying logical chains were recorded in their entirety. Moreover, his reading speed was astonishingly fast. He could fully absorb, comprehend, and internalize a full page of dense content in just 3 seconds. This wasn't a superficial skim, he truly grasped the essence of every concept and the logic behind every detail, instantly capturing even the deeper meanings the author had hidden between the lines. Hu suppressed the urge to let out a loud cry to the heavens, his fingers flipping through the pages at lightning speed. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the pages, casting a soft glow in the warm light, as if accompanying this gifted young man in his reading. The reading room was quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of turning pages and the faint hum of the coffee machine. The other readers were all absorbed in their own books. No one noticed anything unusual about the young man in the corner. To outsiders, who simply appeared to be flipping through the pages rapidly, perhaps looking up information, or perhaps just skimming through it all, seeming restless and impatient. But only Hu himself knew that a storm of knowledge was raging in his mind, a tsunami powerful enough to reshape his entire worldview. His fingers flipped through the pages rapidly. 1, 2, 3. The pages turned so quickly they even stirred up a gentle breeze, creating a rustling sound. That massive 3,000-page scholarly tome, Appraisal of Ancient Chinese Porcelain, was devoured in his hands at an incredible speed. The origins and developmental trajectory of porcelain, the evolution of patterns on Neolithic painted pottery, the body density and chemical composition of glazes across the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The key identification points of the 5 great kills Ru, Guan, Gu, Jun, and Ding, the patterns of evolution in vessel forms, the calligraphic styles and schools of base marks, and how to distinguish authenticity and the differences in firing temperature curves and atmosphere control among various kills. All these points of knowledge about antiques flowed like rushing streams into the ocean, etched into his mind with crystal clear clarity and in perfect order. This knowledge even automatically organized and synthesized itself in his mind, forming a rigorous, systematic, and comprehensive 3-dimensional knowledge system ready to be accessed at any moment, as if he had installed a super search engine. Hu set down the first book, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Without the slightest pause, he reached out and picked up the second volume, Appreciation of Ming and Qing Furniture. The same speed, the same efficiency, the same sense of awe. Knowledge accumulated at a frenetic pace within his mind, and his demeanor was quietly transforming. His gaze, which had once been slightly immature and carried a hint of student-like innocence, now held an air of erudition and depth, as if it had been refined over 1,000 years. The identification of materials used in Ming and Qing furniture, from the ever-changing ghost-face grain of Wangwali to the fine, silk-like cow-hair grain of rosewood, the distinctive grain patterns of each wood unfolded in his mind like high-definition paintings, the ingenuity of mortise and tenon joints, the mechanical principles that allow them to withstand centuries without a single nail or drop of glue, the traces of time left by patina. Is it a lustrous sheen as warm as jade, or a glaring, superficial shine? The stylistic characteristics of carving techniques, the simplicity and fluidity of the Ming style versus the intricate splendor of the Qing style. In a full 20 minutes, Hu had thoroughly digested the several hundred-page appreciation of Ming and Qing furniture, transforming it into an integral part of his knowledge system. Next came the third book, An Introduction to the Appraisal of Bronze, where the fourth, Distinguishing Authentic from Counterfeit Jade, the fifth, Analysis of Antique Market Trends, the sixth, The Complete Collection of Calligraphy and Painting Appraisal, the seventh, A Comprehensive Study of Coins, the eighth, The Art of Carving Bamboo, Wood, Ivory, and Horn. Who was completely immersed in an ocean of knowledge, oblivious to the passage of time, the hustle and bustle around him, and even his hunger and fatigue. His mind worked like a high-speed quantum processor, greedily devouring every line of text and every image. For the next half-month, Hu practically became a resident employee at Xinhua bookstore. He arrived early every morning and didn't leave reluctantly until the store closed and the lights went out in the evening. The bookstore owners assumed he was there to work part-time to earn money for school, unaware that he was undergoing a rare intellectual immersion in human history. The glaze thickness of Song Dynasty roux kiln celadone ranges from 0.8 to 1.2 millimeters. The bubbles are as sparse as morning stars. The glaze cracks form a fish scale pattern, and when viewed from the side, it has a butter-like luster. He recited a fact off the cuff and was stunned by his own words. He had only read this material yesterday, yet now he could rattle it off effortlessly. Even the dry details, data, and chemical formulas were etched clearly in his mind, as if this information had been imprinted there from birth, a part of his very being. 1 book, 2 books, 100 books, 500 books. The principles behind the sumo-liking color in Ming Dynasty Xuande blue and white porcelain, the firing temperature curves for Qing Dynasty powdered color porcelain, the composite casting techniques of Warring States era bronze swords, the floating thread carving technique used on ancient jade, the radish thread patterns characteristic of Tianhuang stone, the base classifications of chicken bloodstone. Over the course of these half a month, who had painstakingly plowed through over 1,000 specialized books on antiques, from introductory texts to academic monographs, from domestic literature to overseas research, leaving not a single one out. He absorbed the knowledge quickly and thoroughly, not only committing the surface details to memory but also grasping the underlying logic and essence. The edifice of knowledge he built was astonishingly solid. By day, he pored over books in bookstores. By night, he returned to his apartment to search for information online and browse professional forums, combining theory with practical case studies. But who soon realized, talk is cheap without action. Knowledge from books is flat and static, a distillation of past experience. Antiques, however, are three-dimensional and alive, full of variables and surprises. Knowledge gained from books is always superficial to truly understand. One must put it into practice. One day, half a month later, while flipping through magazines at a bookstore, Hu's gaze was suddenly drawn to a poster hanging on the wall. It was a promotional poster for the Binhai City Museum's annual special exhibition. The image depicted an exquisite bronze ding, emitting a faint green glow, with the caption below reading, "A millennium-old treasure, we invite you to admire it." Hu's heart skipped a beat. The Binhai City Museum, with its rich collections and abundance of masterpieces, it was the perfect testing ground to put the results of his half-month of intensive study to the test. It's time for a field trip. Hu closed his book, his eyes ablaze with eagerness. The museum was located in the old eastern district of Binhai City. It was a 5-story European-style building steeped in history, with 2 weathered Roman columns standing at the entrance, as if recounting its past glory. Hu spent over 500 yuan on an annual pass and from then on embarked on a frenzied museum-hopping spree. The ticket taker at the entrance was a kind-hearted middle-aged woman. Seeing Hu come every day, she gradually got to know him and would sometimes strike up a conversation. "Little Hu, you're here again? You really love antiques, don't you? That's rare among young people these days. Most of them are just on their phones." "Yeah, I want to learn more. There are so many treasures here, I can't get enough of them." Hu smiled as he swiped his card to enter, his tone humble but his eyes shining brightly. The museum has 5 floors in total, organized by era and category. Every day, Hu started on the first floor, examining each display case one by one, like a meticulous scientist collecting data. The first floor housed the ceramics gallery, featuring everything from Neolithic painted pottery to a dazzling array of porcelain from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, a 3-dimensional history of Chinese ceramics. When faced with a white porcelain bowl from the Ding kiln, he would crouch down to examine the crackle patterns on the glaze from different angles, comparing them to the earthworm and mud pattern he learned about in books to determine its exact form, and imagining the temperature of the kiln fire from 1,000 years ago. He would silently recite to himself, "The body is pure white and fine-grained, the glaze is ivory white, the tear marks are distinct, all consistent with the characteristics of the Ding kiln from the northern Song dynasty." System determination. Authentic, 99.8% accuracy. Facing a Xuande incense burner, he would lean against the glass display case, observing the patina color on the bronze surface through the reflection to verify the subtle differences between the chestnut shell color and jujube peel red he had memorized, and to appreciate the warmth accumulated over the years. The copper is finely refined, the patina is rich and mellow, and the calligraphy of the mark is vigorous, all consistent with the standards of the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. System verdict. Authentic, 99.5% accuracy. Facing a seal carved from Hotan jade, he would carefully examine the direction of the carving strokes, comparing them to the concise and bold 8 cuts of the Han dynasty, and the intricate and elaborate Qing-style carving, stored in his mind, reflecting on the evolution of aesthetic tastes across different eras. The jade is lustrous, the carving technique is sharp, and the patina is natural. It is indeed a relic from the Han Dynasty. System verification. Authentic, 99.9% accuracy. Chapter 12. The greatest taboo in art appraisal, preconceived notions. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately flat and static, like stagnant water, whereas the physical object before one's eyes is three-dimensional and alive, as if it were living history. When the vast repository of theory in his mind perfectly aligned with the real artifact before him, the sensation of sudden clarity and epiphany captivated him completely, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. So this is the true hue of Rue Kilna Celadon, as pure and ethereal as the sky after rain, truly evoking the fresh scent of earth after a downpour. So the black lacquered antiquity patina of bronze wears truly a jet-black crust, as glossy as a mirror that reflects one's image, yet when touched by fingertips, it possesses a unique roughness that resistance polished by the passage of time. So the bristle-like pores of Ming Dynasty Wangwali furniture are truly this distinct dotted like stars amidst the flowing, cloud-like wood grain. This is a defining characteristic that no other wood can replicate. Each new discovery felt like adding another brick to the edifice of knowledge he was building, making the structure more complete, sturdy, and indestructible. Sometimes, the tour guide's commentary would drift into his ears. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at this large Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar. Yuan blue and white porcelain is characterized by its deep blue glaze and rust-colored spots, commonly known as tin luster. As who listened, his mind instantly searched and brought up the corresponding chapter from the book. Appraisal of Ancient Chinese Porcelain, page 213. The text seemed to come alive. The blue pigment used in Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain was mostly imported sumalicing, which has an extremely high iron content. After firing, it takes on a blue-black hue, with crystalline spots in some areas that penetrate deep into the body of the porcelain, creating a textured, uneven surface. He looked up at the blue and white jar in the display case. The patterns on the porcelain body were rich and deep in several places where the brushstrokes were heavier. He could indeed see distinct dark spots. He could even imagine the uneven texture, proof that iron crystals had broken through the glaze. Exactly as the book described. Not a single detail was off. System determination. Authentic, Yuan Dynasty Zhijing style blue and white porcelain. 99.7% accuracy. Over the course of several days, who worked like a tireless scanner, combing through the permanent exhibitions on floors 1 through 4 of the museum. For every exhibit, he would retrieve the corresponding knowledge points in his mind to conduct a comprehensive comparison and verification, while simultaneously activating Treasure Radar for a final assessment. This high-intensity hands-on training led to a qualitative leap in his eye for antiques, with his skills advancing by leaps and bounds. He discovered that the accuracy rate between his own judgments and the system's final assessments was as high as 99%. At most, there were minor discrepancies in dating. For example, the system might classify an artifact as mid-Ming, while he, based on his textbook knowledge, would judge it to be early Ming. However, such errors typically fell within a range of a few decades, which, in the field of antique appraisal, was considered extremely high precision, enough to make him stand head and shoulders above the rest. However, just as his confidence was sky-high and he felt he could walk all over the antique world, an unexpected incident occurred. In an inconspicuous corner of the miscellaneous hall on the 5th floor stood a piece of porcelain labeled Qing Dynasty Qianlong period. Pink glazed 100 flowers never touched the ground vase. The vase featured exquisitely detailed painting and dazzlingly vibrant colors, and its base mark bore the standard seal script inscription, De Qing Qianlong Nianji, made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing, executed with vigorous brushwork. Who glanced at it and quickly ran through the details in his mind. The form was regular and dignified, the glaze as smooth as jade, the colors vivid and vibrant, and the painting exquisitely detailed. It perfectly matched the characteristics of a Qianlong imperial kiln piece. Furthermore, this was an artifact from a national first-class museum, with a proper provenance record and a certificate of authentication from authoritative experts, displayed under the spotlight and admired by countless visitors. How could there possibly be a fake in a museum? This is a national-level institution, after all. How could the authorities possibly be wrong? And so, he committed the cardinal sin of art appraisal, making a premature judgment. Instead of meticulously examining the shape of the bubbles, the texture of the body, and the microscopic characteristics of the materials as he had done before, He merely glanced at it and hastily concluded in his mind, "It's undoubtedly genuine, definitely from the early to mid-Qianlong period." A system alert suddenly sounded. "Warning! Counterfeit detected." Who froze, his heart lurched. In disbelief, he leaned in close to the glass display case, his entire body practically pressed against it, and scrutinized the piece anew. This time, he forced himself to set aside his preconceived notions that museums never display fakes, and authority equals truth. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and objectively drew upon all his knowledge to examine the artifact as meticulously as a forensic pathologist performing an autopsy. Sure enough, a problem emerged. It was deeply hidden. Although the brushwork was extremely lifelike, under the magnifying glass of his imagination, the particles of the pink and white pigment appeared too uniform and rigid, lacking the natural impurities and layered texture characteristic of Qing dynasty mineral pigments. Though the glaze was bright, it faintly revealed a modern greasy sheen, floating on the surface, glaring and frivolous, lacking the subdued, warm, and deeply ingrained luster of antique porcelain. Most crucially, while the blue and white coloration of the base mark imitates the rich hues of the Qianlong period, the brushstrokes lack the natural pauses and spontaneity found in ancient calligraphy. They appear overly neat and rigid, resembling the decal techniques of folk artisans from the early years of the People's Republic or the hand-painting of high-resolution prints, exuding a mechanical, artisanal quality. This is an extremely high-quality modern replica, perhaps even the cream of the crop among high-quality replicas, so convincing that even some veteran museum experts might have been deceived by it, or perhaps were misled during the initial acquisition process and never corrected the error, allowing it to remain on display with impunity to this day. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Hu's back, soaking through his shirt. If it hadn't been for the system's timely warning, he would have made a blunder today, and to have been fooled right here in the museum, this would serve as a stark wake-up call in his career as an appraiser. This incident taught him a vivid and harsh lesson. When appraising antiques, one must never harbor preconceived notions, blindly trust authority, or uncritically accept provenance and certificates. One must evaluate objectively and stick to the facts. Every detail must stand up to scrutiny, and every point of doubt must be thoroughly investigated. Even in a museum, even with expert endorsement, one must maintain a spirit of skepticism and trust only one's own eyes and the evidence in hand. System S final verdict: high-quality replica, produced around 1952, 100% accuracy. Who took a deep breath and bowed deeply before that magnificent forgery. This was both a thank you for the warning it had given him, allowing him to pull back from the brink on his path to the pinnacle, and a tribute to the field of antique appraisal. A path fraught with pitfalls and shrouded in mist, constantly reminding him to tread carefully. After a month of grueling training, Hu had built a vast and intricate database of antiques in his mind. Theoretical knowledge from thousands of books, practical verification through thousands of physical artifacts, and the backing of the system's 99% accuracy rate had enabled him to truly complete his transformation from novice to master. His gaze had grown deeper and sharper, as if capable of piercing through the mists of time to reach the very essence of the artifacts and see through 1,000 years of vicissitudes. It was only then that he truly understood that his previous efforts had not been in vain. The combination of theory and practice, coupled with a mindset that remains forever objective, reverent, and free from blind conformity, this is the true essence of antique appraisal, and the talisman that protects one as they navigate the world. As he left the museum, the sun was setting, and the golden afterglow bathed Hu in light, casting a long shadow that made him appear resolute and upright. Next, it's time to head to the real battlefield. Hu gazed at the bustling metropolis in the distance, a confident and composed smile curving his lips. Antique Street, here I come. More importantly, Hu finally figured out where the system's energy points came from. When he was intently observing the precious artifacts in the museum, the system would occasionally send a faint prompt. High spirit essence artifact detected, but since you do not possess it, no energy points can be obtained. It turned out that the system needed to absorb spirit essence from ancient objects or treasures possessed by the host in order to gain energy points. Simply viewing and studying them while it could sharpen his eye could not be directly converted into the system's energy points. To grow stronger and unlock more features, he had to add these treasures to his collection. It seems that hunting for bargains isn't just about money, it's also about the system's evolution. Hu thought to himself, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes. That evening, as the sun set in the west, Hu was leaving the museum when his phone suddenly rang. It was old Joe calling. "Young Hu, what have you been up to lately?" Old Joe's voice was as cheerful as ever, tinged with the concern of an elder. I'm at the museum, old Joe. Is something up? Who answered honestly, his tone humble. Good, good, good. It's a good thing for a young person to be eager to learn. In the antiques business, a keen eye is your livelihood, it's your life. Old Joe chuckled. By the way, in a couple of days, our Binhai City Antiques Association is holding an internal appraisal and exchange meeting. It'll be attended by some old friends in the industry. Would you be interested in coming to take a look? It'd also be a chance for everyone to get to know you. A young talent. Hu's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of quiet delight. Of course I'm interested. I'd love to. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase his skills and expand his network. It's settled, then. Saturday at 2 p.m. I'll text you the address. After hanging up, a confident smile played on Hu's lips. Saturday was the day after tomorrow. That meant he still had the whole day tomorrow. Why not take another stroll down Antique Street tomorrow? Hu thought to himself. After all this systematic study and hands-on verification, just how proficient have I become in identifying and appraising various antiques? Since I have the time, I'll head to Antique Street to test my eye in a real-world setting. Maybe I'll even snag another bargain, recharge the system, and stock up on some ammunition for Saturday's gathering. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hu headed straight for the Antique Street, full of energy. The Antique Street was much livelier than usual today. Stalls were lined up side by side. The cries of vendors rose and fell in a constant chorus. And there were more people coming and going than usual. The atmosphere was thick with the vibrancy of everyday life and the spirit of the trade. Hu slowed his pace, regulated his breathing, and put himself in peak condition, his mind as still as water. He began trying not to rely on the system's immediate alerts, but instead to first use the antique knowledge he painstakingly acquired over the past half-month, relying on his own eye to judge authenticity and quality, and then using the treasure radar system to verify his findings. This was a form of self-discipline as well as a way to build confidence. The system displayed most items on the street stalls as gray dots, and Hu could also tell by his own keen eye that these were modern replicas or low-quality goods. He dismissed them without a second glance and walked straight past. He discovered several fine antiques among the various stalls, each glowing with a faint white light. However, the stall owners clearly knew their stuff. They held firm on their prices, refusing to budge an inch, leaving Hu with very little room for profit. After a few tentative attempts to negotiate, Hu realized he couldn't reach an agreement and wouldn't be able to snag a bargain. So he didn't dwell on it. With a smile, he turned and walked away, refusing to linger. Chapter 13. Northern Song May Vase. Hu wasn't in a hurry. He strolled along leisurely, savoring the process of panning for gold. His demeanor as serene as that of an elderly man out for a casual stroll. He slowly scanned each stall one by one. At a small stall on the corner of the Antique Street, Hu stopped in his tracks. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, dressed plainly, even a bit scruffily. There wasn't much on display. Just over a dozen pieces of porcelain, a few bronze artifacts, and a jumble of old odds and ends. It all looked unremarkable, even a bit shabby, as if it had just been picked up from a scrap yard. Hu cast a casual glance, and the auras of the items on the stall came into view one by one, mostly gray, with the occasional white aura mixed in. But right in the far corner of the stall, a porcelain vase half wrapped in old newspapers was actually emitting a dazzling yellow aura. Hu's heart instantly began to race, his breath caught in his throat, and his blood seemed to boil in that moment. Yellow, rare tier, 2 tiers higher than the blue tier masterpiece he'd seen earlier. This was a true hidden gem, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He suppressed his inner elation, keeping his expression impassive, even deliberately adopting a bored, casual look as if he were just browsing. He walked nonchalantly up to the stall, his gaze casually sweeping over the various items before finally, seemingly by chance, settling on the porcelain vase in the corner. "Sir, how much for that vase?" Hu pointed at the porcelain vase wrapped in old newspapers, his tone flat, as if he were merely asking out of curiosity. The stall owner looked up at Hu. Seeing a young man dressed plainly, he assumed he was just another student window shopping or a green college kid new to the trade, so he replied offhandedly, "Oh, that one? 500. His tone was casual, even tinged with a hint of impatience. Clearly, he didn't think much of the item himself, treating it as nothing more than an ordinary old vase taking up space. Hu chuckled to himself. 500 yuan for a rare treasure. It was practically a giveaway. It was like a gold ingot falling from the sky. He reached out and picked up the porcelain vase with a casual motion, gently brushing aside the old newspaper wrapping to reveal its true form. As the vase slowly came into view, it was as if a veil of history, sealed away for 1,000 years, had been lifted, and an aura of ancient elegance washed over him. It was a classic May vase, narrow-mouthed, long-necked, with sloping shoulders and a bulging belly standing about 30 centimeters tall. Its lines were It was specially crafted for Emperor Shenzong's birthday celebration. A total of 10 pieces were produced, 8 of which were presented as tribute, while the 2 defective pieces were destroyed on site. This particular piece was once housed in the Northern Song Imperial Collection after the Jingkong incident. It found its way into private hands and was collected by a wealthy merchant in Jiangnan. Having survived 4 dynasties, the Southern Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, and despite the vicissitudes of war and upheaval, it was always cherished as a priceless treasure by successive generations of collectors and kept hidden from public view. It was not until the late Qing dynasty and early Republican era that it was forced into the open due to the family's decline. After changing hands several times, it was eventually forgotten in a corner of a warehouse and ultimately found its way to this stall. Detailed craftsmanship. The body was crafted using the binary formula typical of the Northern Song dynasty, resulting in a pure white, fine-grained body with excellent translucency. The glaze is a mixture of high-quality local kaolin and porcelain stone. It was applied using the dipping method, creating a thick, lustrous layer that appears lake green where the glaze accumulates. The decoration employs a combination of incised and carved techniques, with sharp, fluid incisions of varying depths that showcase the superb craftsmanship of the Northern Song dynasty, where every cut reveals the clay. The firing temperature was controlled at around 1,280 degrees, and the perfect reducing atmosphere produced this peerless blue-white glaze. Market estimate: 12 million, 18 million RMB. Note: a superb masterpiece among the Northern Song Imperial Kiln blue-white porcelain from Jingdezhen, extremely rare in existence, possessing immense historical, artistic, and collectible value. Who mentally reviewed the system's grading standards? Gray, junk, worthless or worth only a few dozen yuan. White, miscellaneous items in the hundreds to thousands of yuan range, such as used electronics. Blue, ordinary in the 10,000 yuan range, antiques with some collectible value. Green, fine in the 1 million yuan range, regulars at major auction houses. Yellow, rare in the 10 million yuan range, mostly held by museums or top-tier collectors, rarely appearing on the open market, and when they do, they are the showstoppers at auctions. Legendary tier, epic national treasures in the 100 million yuan range, typically acquired by the state. Orange-red, legendary priceless treasures, such as the imperial jade seal. The dazzling yellow glow before him right now represented a colossal fortune of tens of millions. Who took a deep breath, struggling to control his facial muscles so as not to betray a single trace of his inner ecstasy, fearing the vendor might change his mind or jack up the price on the spot. His heart was pounding violently in his chest, as if it were about to burst through his ribs, and his palms were slightly sweaty. A Northern Song Imperial Kiln blue-white glazed Meiping vase with an intertwined lotus pattern and in such perfect condition, with a documented provenance to boot. 500? This isn't just a bargain, it's practically free money. Was this a windfall, or was the vendor blind? Or perhaps he simply had no idea of the item's true value. Whatever the reason, it was mine now. Sir, 500, right? No problem. I'll scan the QR code. Hu's voice was steady, even carrying a hint of deliberately feigned nonchalance, as if he were buying nothing more than an ordinary household item. He scanned the code and paid all in one fluid motion. As the payment successful notification sounded, Hu felt as though the whole world had brightened. The surrounding clamor seemed to vanish, leaving only this heavy, precious treasure in his hands. The plum-shaped vase was his. Hu cradled the vase, which had been carefully rewrapped in old newspapers, handling it as gently as if he were holding a newborn baby, afraid to let this priceless treasure get even the slightest scratch. He continued down the remaining half of the antique street, but his steps were even more cautious than before. He took each step with extreme care, as if treading on landmines, yet as if cradling the entire world in his hands. The smile hadn't quite faded from his face, and his heart was still surging with immense joy when he bumped into old Joe and Claire right around the corner. Who? Old Joe recognized Hu at a glance, his face flashing with surprise before he laughed. What a coincidence! Young Hu, are you also here at the antique street today to hunt for treasures? Claire laughed along beside him, her clear voice as pleasant as wind chimes. Brother Hu, it's been ages. Hu quickly suppressed the smug look on his face, instinctively clutching the plum-shaped vase in his arms a little tighter, and put on a humble smile. "Old Joe, Miss Warner, it really is a coincidence. I happen to have the day off today, so I came out for a stroll to see if I could stumble upon anything worthwhile." Old Joe's sharp gaze instantly landed on the tightly wrapped object in Hu's arms, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Did you just pick up a shipment? Judging by how carefully you're handling it, could it be you've unearthed some treasure?" Hu neither denied nor confirmed it, merely responding vaguely, "Oh, just a little trinket I picked up while browsing, nothing to write home about." "A little trinket?" Clara's curiosity was piqued, and she leaned in, saying, "What kind of trinket? Let me see it." "Brother Hu, you must have snagged another bargain. Warner, stop fooling around." Old Master Zhou gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder to curb her impulsiveness, then turned to Hu with a gentle smile. "My granddaughter and I have just finished our tour for the day, and we're planning to head back to the shop for some tea. If you're free, young Mr. Hu, why not join us? If you trust that little trinket of yours, you could let this old man take a closer look and we can exchange a few thoughts while we're at it." Hu's interest was piqued. Old Master Zhou had been in the antiques business for decades. He had a keen eye, an extensive network, and was a true authority in the field. Although the system had already provided detailed information and an appraisal for this plum blossom vase, having a master like Old Master Zhou verify it once more to confirm its authenticity and, at the same time, gain insight into the latest market trends and sales channels would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future treasure hunting journey. After all, while the system could determine the authenticity of certain items, navigating social nuances and market fluctuations still required human insight. "In that case, I'll gladly accept your offer. I'd actually love to hear some advice from Old Master Zhou." Who nodded in agreement. The three of them returned to the treasure pavilion together. In a quiet private room, Claire skillfully brewed tea to the side, the aroma wafting gently through the air. Who carefully unwrapped the plum-shaped vase layer by layer from the old newspapers and gently placed it on the tea table in front of him, which was covered with a silk cloth. When the plum-shaped vase was fully revealed before Old Master Zhou, who had been smiling as he held out the tea, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and his entire body seemed to freeze in place. His hand trembled slightly as he slowly set down his teacup. With his right hand, he picked up a magnifying glass, brought it close to the surface of the vase, and moved it carefully from left to right and top to bottom, examining it intently. His breathing grew rapid, and his eyes were filled with astonishment and fervor. "Northern Song Dynasty, it's definitely from the Northern Song Dynasty." Old Master Zhou's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Undoubtedly from the Jing Dajun Kills. The glaze is a perfect blend of blue and white. The glaze layer is thick and lustrous, and where the glaze accumulates, it takes on a faint lake green hue. These are the classic characteristics of Northern Song Dynasty blue and white glaze, also known as the legendary Ingqing." Pointing to the patterns on the bottle, he continued, "Now look at this intertwined lotus motif. The lines are fluid and natural with just the right depth. The carving is sharp yet smooth. This every stroke reveals the clay technique could only be mastered by the top artisans of the Northern Song Imperial Kills. This kind of spirit and charm is something later imitations simply cannot replicate, no matter how hard they try." Claire leaned in to take a closer look. Although she didn't fully understand the details, she could sense the dignified and elegant aura emanating from the vase and couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, is this vase very valuable?" "It's more than just valuable." Old Zhou looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Hu, his tone solemn. "This plum vase is in perfect condition, not a single crack or flaw. Its form is symmetrical, and the decoration is exquisite. The last time a similar Northern Song Imperial Kiln blue-white glazed plum vase appeared at Sotheby's, it sold for nearly 20 million renminbi, and that one even had signs of restoration. This one is simply flawless." Hu remained outwardly calm, but inside, a storm of emotions was already raging. The System's rating placed it in the 10 million range, with a price range of 12 million to 18 million, which perfectly matched Old Master Zhou's estimate. In fact, Old Master Zhou had even been conservative. "Old Master Zhou, you flatter me. I just happened to come across it, thought it was a fine piece, and bought it on a whim," Hu said modestly, brushing off the price with a casual remark. "By chance." Chapter 14, Old Man Ma, the Troublemaker. 500 gold coins for Songjun. Its shadow green glaze is beyond the mundane. At today's elegant gathering, its sharpness is concealed. I laugh as the demons dance in chaos. Old Master Zhou shook his head with a wry smile. His weathered eyes, having seen it all, were now filled with unmistakable envy and awe. You really have a keen eye, young man, and boundless good fortune. Would you mind telling me which stall you found it at? And exactly how much did you pay? Hu smiled faintly, his expression as calm as a summer breeze, as if what he just picked up wasn't a priceless treasure worth tens of millions, but an ordinary pebble. Just at an unassuming little stall on the street up ahead. The owner asked for 500. I didn't haggle, I just took it. 500? Old Zhou sucked in a sharp breath. His hand trembled, and the high-powered magnifying glass in his hand nearly slipped to the ground with a crisp clatter. He sprang to his feet, staring at Hu in disbelief. His voice cracked, and his breathing grew ragged. Claire, who had been brewing tea nearby, widened her beautiful eyes even further. Her cherry-red lips formed a perfect O. Her face a picture of utter disbelief, as if she'd seen a ghost. The teapot in her hand hung mid-air. She didn't even notice the scalding tea spilling onto her hand. 500 yuan to buy a Northern Song Imperial Kiln plum vase worth at least 20 million? Claire muttered to herself, then jumped up as if she'd discovered a new continent, circling Hu with her skirt fluttering. Brother Hu, do you know magic? If that vendor knew the true value of this vase, he'd be kicking himself so hard his guts would turn green. He'd probably be banging his head against the wall and crying himself unconscious in the bathroom tonight. Old Zhou remained silent for a moment, taking several deep breaths as he struggled to calm the waves of astonishment surging through his heart. He settled back into his seat, fixed Hu with an intense gaze, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Young Hu, what do you plan to do with this plum-shaped vase? Will you keep it in your own collection to guard your home? Or do you intend to sell it for cash? Hu lifted his teacup, took a light sip of the warm tea, using the moment to hide the flash of brilliance that had crossed his eyes, and asked in return, Old Zhou, what do you think? In my experience with a treasure like this, if you're in urgent need of cash, I can help you connect with several seasoned major collectors, or send it to a major auction house for bidding. The price might be even higher, and it could even break the 40 million mark. Old Zhou analyzed the situation step by step, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. However, auction houses take a high commission. The process takes a long time, at least half a year, and there are many variables. If you trust me, you can enter it into an internal auction at tomorrow's Antiques Exchange. There will be several major buyers who truly understand the market bidding on it. The price will definitely satisfy you. Plus, it's cash on delivery, safe, fast, and you'll have the money in hand. Old Master Zhou paused for a moment before adding, Of course, if you'd rather keep it for your own collection, that's excellent as well. Having something like this at home makes it a family heirloom. It'll bring good fortune to your household and be passed down through generations. It's far more effective than any safe. Hu pondered for a moment, quickly running the numbers in his head. There was indeed enough storage space left in his system inventory, but although this plum-shaped vase was precious, it wasn't a one-of-a-kind piece. I really do need a large cash flow right now to prepare for my upcoming plans and for the System S upgrade. Besides, with the help of Treasure Radar, why would I ever worry about not finding even better treasures in the future? Keeping the cash gives me greater flexibility and puts the initiative firmly in my own hands. Then please make the arrangements for me tomorrow, Old Zhou, who made his decision, his tone firm and free of hesitation. Excellent. That's the spirit. A hint of admiration flashed in Old Zhou's eyes as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. I love this decisive and straightforward nature of yours, young Hu, no beating around the bush, with the bearing of a true leader. Bring the plum vase to the exchange meeting tomorrow, and I'll personally make the arrangements for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, and those old-timers are in for a real treat. The three chatted for a while longer about amusing anecdotes from the antiques world, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Hu carefully rewrapped the plum-shaped vase in brocade and placed it back into its specially crafted wooden box. Facing Old Zhou's enthusiastic invitation to dinner, Hu politely declined and left the treasure pavilion alone, carrying his package. Walking home, Hu was in high spirits. His steps were so light he felt as if he might take flight, and even the withered leaves scattered along the roadside seemed exceptionally charming. This trip to the antique street had yielded far more than he'd expected. Not only had it validated the discernment he'd honed through half a month of rigorous training, but it had also brought him a massive fortune. This was the power of monetizing knowledge, the perfect fusion of technology and tradition. He opened the Treasure Radar interface to check if there were any overlooked targets remaining on the streets. On the radar, the street ahead was densely dotted with lights of various colors. Gray was the most common, followed by white, with a few scattered blue dots here and there. However, he didn't spot any higher-level yellow or green items. Who hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to head home first. Those blue dots represented only small treasures worth around 10,000 yuan, not worth the effort to haggle over right now. You have to take things one step at a time. Treasures must be sought out one by one. You can't bite off more than you can chew. I've already had a bountiful haul today, so there's no need to be too greedy. Besides, those blue dots seem hard to reach, and the vendors don't look like they'll be easy to deal with. Even if I prepare in advance, I might not be able to negotiate a good price. It's better to cut my losses while I'm ahead and leave something to look forward to next time. Back at his apartment, Hu closed the door and eagerly stowed the plum vase in his system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a rare tier treasure. A Northern Song Dynasty Jingdajun Kiln Blue and White Glazed Plum Vase with an intertwined lotus pattern. The system is absorbing the treasure's spiritual essence. Spiritual essence points gained, 100. Current spiritual essence points, 140. Spiritual essence required for the next system upgrade, 14500. Looking at the plum vase floating quietly in the space, emitting a faint yellow glow, a confident smile tugged at the corners of Hu's mouth. His spiritual essence had increased by 100 points, bringing him one step closer to the next system upgrade. The next morning, the sun shone brightly under a cloudless sky. At the intersection, Hu carried a custom-made wooden crate wrapped tightly in protective material. The interior was packed to the brim with thick cushioning to ensure the plum-shaped vase remained absolutely safe. He arrived right on time at the entrance of the treasure pavilion to meet up with old Joe and Claire. The three of them got into a Mercedes-Benz MPV and headed straight for the exchange venue of the East City Antiques Association Yaji Garden. Old Joe and Hu sat side by side in the back seat. Old Joe held a purple clay thermos in his hands. Casually blowing on the steaming tea, his expression was calm, yet exuded an air of natural authority. He spoke slowly. Today's gathering will be a gathering of the elite bigwigs from all walks of life will be in attendance. Of course, there will also be a few of my old rivals, especially that Ma Tianqing. Old Master Zhou paused, a gleam flashing in his eyes, his tone turning slightly cold. They've always coveted the resources of the treasure pavilion and envied the fine pieces I've acquired over the years. Today, they might well seize this opportunity to stir up trouble, nitpick, and find fault, all to make me lose face. Noticing the slight tension in Hu's expression, old Joe smiled and continued to reassure him. Young friend Hu, put your mind at ease. Genuine artifacts possess an aura of their own, a depth forged by the passage of time that cannot be faked. No matter how realistic a fake may seem, it remains a forgery. Its bluster won't intimidate anyone. With such treasures in our hands, what is there to fear? We'll meet any challenge head-on. Hearing this, Hu felt his resolve strengthen. He ran his hand over the wooden box beside him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. That's right, true gold fears no fire. With the system at my disposal, authenticity is crystal clear. Today, I'll let this Northern Song Dynasty plum vase dazzle the entire audience and shatter all doubts. Claire, standing nearby, chimed in. She waved her tiny pink fist, her chin held high in a righteous gesture, her mischievous expression endearing. Don't worry, Hu. My grandpa's eyes are fire-eyed. He's trained them to spot a fake. There aren't many people in Binhai City who can fool him. Besides, you've got your divine eyes too, Hu. She winked mischievously and laughed in a hushed voice. If they dare to nitpick, they're just asking for trouble. Grandpa will shut them up so they can't say a word, and then I'll make a funny face at them from the side to drive them crazy. Hu nodded slightly, a faint smile curving his lips, while a hint of imperceptible confidence flashed in his eyes. With a golden finger at his disposal, a system radar capable of discerning truth from falsehood, what was there to fear from others nitpicking? Even if I were to punch a hole in the sky, I'd dare to patch it back up. The car glided smoothly through the bustling city center and soon arrived at its destination, Yaji Garden. This was the exclusive venue of the Binhai City Antiques Association, a typical Ming and Qing-style garden clubhouse covering a vast area. The upturned eaves spread out like bird wings, and lush green vines climbed over the blue-gray bricks and black tiles, their weathered appearance only enhancing their rustic charm. Winding paths led to secluded spots where flowers and trees stood in sparse yet graceful arrangement, rockeries, and flowing streams complemented each other beautifully, exuding an air of refined elegance and ancient charm at every turn. The air is filled with the faint scent of sandalwood and ink, as if even time itself has slowed its pace here, compelling visitors to quiet their minds. The parking lot is already packed with luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMWs are merely entry-level models here, while Rolls-Royces and Bentleys are a common sight, parked quietly in the corners. There are even several black sedans bearing special license plates, understated and dignified, with tinted windows so dark one dared not look directly at them clearly. Their owners were no ordinary folk, but either wealthy or noble. No sooner had old Joe led the two men out of the car than a slightly plump elderly man came forward, his face plastered with a smile that seemed warm but was actually insincere. "Oh my old Joe, it's been ages. I've missed you so much." The speaker was none other than Ma Tianqing, the owner of Hongyun Hall. His dark red traditional Chinese robe was stretched tight across his frame, and the flesh on his belly jiggled slightly with each step. In his hand, a string of glossy golden speckled Bodhi prayer beads spun rapidly, emitting a crisp, click-clack sound that exuded the air of a shrewd, calculating wheeler-dealer. A veteran in the circle, he was shrewd and smooth-talking, apparently affable on the surface but a master of backstabbing behind the scenes. He was notorious in the antiques world as a troublemaker, thriving on muddy waters by peddling high-quality fakes and driving down prices. His reputation was abysmal. He had always harbored jealousy toward old Joe, feeling that old Joe had stolen his thunder. Old Joe returned the greeting with a smile, clasping his hands in a bow. He remained composed and confident, neither subservient nor arrogant. "It's good to see you're well, Mr. Ma. Business must be booming lately. You look in great shape. That Cheongsam even looks a bit too small on you. I suppose you've acquired quite a few more treasures. Haven to you." His words carried a subtle hint of teasing. Ma Tianqing's small eyes darted around, instantly locking onto the tightly wrapped wooden box who was holding beside him. His eyes lit up, and a flash of greed crossed his face. His smile deepened immediately, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes bunching together to make him look exceptionally enthusiastic, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. "What treasure has old Joe brought today? This young man looks unfamiliar. Could he be your new protege, brought here specifically to bring you honor? I hope it isn't some opening ceremony fake that'll leave us with false hopes." He deliberately raised his voice for the last half of the sentence, lacing it with a touch of provocation and sarcasm. "This is my friend who, you have a keen eye, young man. He has a promising talent. I've brought a precious treasure here today specifically for him." Old Master Zhou replied nonchalantly, his tone as calm as water, leaving the other man no room to pry for gossip. Instead, he stood like a wall, blocking all curiosity while quietly shielding who. "Oh, a precious treasure." Ma Tianqing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity and disdain passed through his eyes. He leaned forward involuntarily, as if trying to see through the case. "Well then, you'd better let us feast our eyes on it later. Don't tell me you're hiding some big-time item that'll make us laugh our heads off." With that, he shot Hu a meaningful glance, his eyes brimming with contempt and hostility, then strode into the clubhouse with several bodyguards in black suits and an appraiser wearing white gloves. Each of the bodyguards wore an impassive expression. They were clearly a professional team. His retreating figure exuded an arrogant confidence that he was bound to win, as if he could already picture old Joe making a fool of himself. Claire made a huge face at Ma Tianqing's back and muttered under her breath, "Humph! That old man Ma is a classic smiling tiger full of dirty tricks. He loves nothing more than watching the spectacle and stirring up trouble. He'll definitely come over in a minute to pick a fight. He has such a pain. I really want to smear tea leaves all over his face." Chapter 15. Association Exchange. Old Master Zhou glanced at his granddaughter and, feigning seriousness, warned her in a low voice, though the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of indulgent amusement, and his wrinkles radiated affection. "Watch your manners, Wani, or that in a setting like this, you must be composed and conduct yourself with the grace befitting your station. Don't give people a reason to laugh at us or say the Zhou family lacks proper upbringing. When dealing with someone like Ma Tianqing, let your actions speak for themselves. The best retaliation is to shut him up. Engaging in a verbal spat is a low blow. It only brings you down." Claire stuck out her pink little tongue and rolled her eyes, looking just like a sly little fox. She immediately adopted the demeanor of a well-behaved young lady, folding her hands in front of her, her skirt swaying gently, her back held perfectly straight, the very picture of a well-educated young lady from a distinguished family. Yet the irrepressible mischievous glint deep in her eyes, like a kitten that had successfully sneaked a treat and was now feigning innocence, was utterly adorable, making it impossible not to chuckle. "Humph! That old man Ma's smug face is just so annoying to look at," Grandpa was right in a moment. I'll have brother who use his treasure to blind their dog eyes. Now that LL be satisfying. The three of them passed through a circular moon gate, and the scene before them suddenly opened up, as if they traveled through time and space, stepping from the noisy, dusty world into a pristine sanctuary. In the spacious courtyard, dozens of rosewood tables were arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern. Each was draped with exquisite Suzhou embroidered silk, its flowing cloud patterns exuding an air of opulence. Some tables were already laden with porcelain, jade, calligraphy, paintings, and bronze were a dazzling array of treasures whose radiance was almost blinding. The serene beauty of blue and white porcelain, the warm luster of Hotan jade, and the weighty presence of ancient bronze artifacts interwove to form a dynamic panorama of wealth. Small exhibition stands were set up around the courtyard, while the open cobblestone area in the center served as a free-for-all arena for sparring. Traces of past duels between masters still seemed to linger on the blue stone slabs. By now, many insiders had already stopped to linger before the display tables. Some pretended to examine the goods, their fingers gently tracing the edges of the artifacts, while in reality they were pricking up their ears to listen to the sounds around them, much like hunters lying in wait. As they conversed in hushed tones, their eyes darted about, sizing each other up. Behind every polite exchange lay a hidden calculation, and every smile could be a veiled dagger. The atmosphere appeared refined and serene, with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. Yet beneath the surface, undercurrents churned. Every word and every glance might conceal a flash of steel. This place is not only a marketplace for antiques, but also an arena for networking, discernment, and financial clout, a battlefield of fame, fortune, and desire. Bigwigs gather here, each accompanied by one or two professional appraisal assistants. Some wear traditional Chinese suits, scrutinizing items through magnifying glasses with furrowed brows. Others wear white gloves, shining powerful flashlights on details with intense focus, while others, pen in hand, exchange whispers about the latest market trends and gossip, their pens flying across the pages. "Mr. Zhou is here." A hearty, resonant greeting rang out, instantly drowning out the surrounding murmurs and shattering the delicate balance. Who looked in the direction of the voice and saw a vigorous-looking elderly man approaching with a smile. The elderly man wore a plain-colored long robe. Though the fabric appeared ordinary, it was actually top-grade Shangyun silk, its matte sheen flowing with each step, understated yet exuding luxury. In his hand, he held a string of agarwood prayer beads, each plump and rich with a deep patina, exuding a faint, subtle fragrance. His gaze was as deep as the sea, commanding respect without a trace of anger, as if capable of seeing through all the illusions of the world. With every step he took, the surrounding crowd seemed to instinctively part to make way for him, as if an invisible magnetic field were pushing people aside. This was his presence, the dignity forged by years in high office and handling countless national treasures, and the composure bestowed by the passage of time. Was this old Master Qin Yuan? His reputation certainly lived up to the hype. Just standing there, he made people hesitate to look him in the eye. This kind of presence isn't feigned, it's the confidence born of real wealth and countless treasures. Old Master Zhou hurried forward with Hu and his granddaughter Claire, his face lit up with a genuine, kind smile, even tinged with a touch of reverence. He gave a slight bow, his movements as smooth as flowing water, fully embodying the refined etiquette of an elder. "Mr. Qin, it's been a long time. You look even more vibrant than ever. Truly, you have the youthful complexion of a child despite your white hair, and your bearing is extraordinary. It's truly an honor to see you today. Mr. Zhou, you're going to treat me to a real feast this time. I've even saved room in my stomach specifically to enjoy the main course." Old Mr. Qin replied with a smile. His voice was resonant yet not harsh, exuding warmth while still commanding respect. This old Mr. Qin, whose full name is Qin Yuan, is a highly respected local antique collector and a director of the Beijing Collectors Association. Though he rarely ventures out in his daily life, his word carries immense weight within the circle, so much so that even the association's chairman gives him due deference. It is said that he is immensely wealthy. His private residence is practically a small museum, housing a collection of treasures that would astonish the industry, and many national treasure-level artifacts have passed through his hands. "I wouldn't dare to show off my skills in front of an expert like you. I've merely brought a few trinkets for everyone to admire. I hope old Master Qin will offer his guidance." Old Zhou exchanged a few polite remarks, adopting a very humble demeanor and speaking earnestly, fully demonstrating his respect for his senior. He then turned to Hu and introduced him in a solemn tone. Hu, this is old Master Qin, a titan in our circle and a true connoisseur. You must learn as much as you can from him in the future. Don't try to show off in front of an expert instead. Seek his guidance with an open mind. Hu immediately bowed respectfully to greet him, standing with his hands at his sides, his posture humble yet dignified. His eyes clear. Hello, Elder Qin. I've long admired your reputation, and it's a privilege beyond my wildest dreams to meet you today. I am Hu, your junior. I humbly ask for your guidance and support. Elder Qin sized Hu up from head to toe, his gaze gentle yet sharp as an eagle's, as if capable of piercing the heart and seeing right through Hu's true nature. He nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Young and promising, with extraordinary poise. Your gaze is clear and resolute, neither arrogant nor impatient. You're a fine prospect. Mr. Zhou truly has an eye for talent. He has taken on a fine apprentice, or rather, made a good friend. He then turned to old Zhou with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. Young people are full of vitality, but what's rare is this level of composure. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. Old Zhou, you've truly struck gold here. I hope old Qin will offer him plenty of guidance and be patient with him later on. Old Master Zhou said earnestly, his tone brimming with respect, leaning forward slightly to show his sincerity. Old Master Qin's gaze fell on the wooden box in Hu's hands. He paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he could see through the box to what lay inside. Without asking further, he remarked casually, his tone flat yet meaningful. Is this? Old Master Zhou picked up the thread with a smile, his tone mysterious as he deliberately kept him in suspense. The exhibits we've brought this time were all provided by our young friend Hu. They're sure to surprise you and might even astonish a connoisseur like you. Old Master Qin turned his head and took another look at Hu, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth as his eyes sparkled with growing interest. Oh, that single word carried 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts anticipation, and 4 parts scrutiny. It left things unsaid, yet sparked a flood of speculation. Hu nodded at him without further explanation, merely clutching the box more tightly, his gaze unwavering. Old Master Qin was indeed extraordinary. He could sense something unusual just from a single box. Experience really does count. Still, true gold fears no fire. When we open the box later, I'm sure it will astonish you and shut up those who look down on me. Old Master Qin didn't press the matter. He withdrew his gaze and chuckled. We'll talk more once we see the actual item. Come on, let us go inside first. The best is yet to come. With that, the group set off toward the depths of the courtyard. Old Master Zhou stepped aside and made a pleased gesture toward Old Master Qin, his manners impeccable and his composure unwavering. Only after Old Master Qin had left did the 3 of them proceed deeper into the courtyard. Along the way, people kept stopping to exchange pleasantries with Old Master Zhou, mostly prominent figures in the industry. Old Master Zhou responded to each one in turn, his demeanor humble yet dignified. Every gesture exuded the poise of a master, neither overly enthusiastic nor aloof, striking the perfect balance and making people feel as though they were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Who observed them along the way and noticed that while these people were polite on the surface, addressing each other as master or senior, their eyes concealed scrutiny, probing, and even a hint of excitement at the prospect of a spectacle like a group of spiders waiting for their prey to fall into the web. Clearly, everyone had heard that Old Master Zhou had brought new merchandise today and was waiting to see how this show would play out. Did they want to see Old Zhou make a fool of himself so they could rub it in? Or did they hope he'd continue his legendary streak so they could get a piece of the action? Human nature is like that, unable to bear seeing others succeed, yet hoping for their downfall so they can snatch up a bargain or take a dig. The antique world is indeed more treacherous than a battlefield. Old Zhou found an empty rosewood console table on the east side of the courtyard and motioned for Hu to set the box down. Don't rush to open it just yet. Wait until everyone is here. Old Zhou lowered his voice, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes like a cunning old fox. In a situation like this, the more mysterious it is, the more it whets people's appetite, and the higher the price will naturally go. It's called scarcity marketing. Understand? Let them guess. Let them get anxious. The stronger their curiosity, the higher the price. Hu nodded in understanding and silently placed the box beneath the table. With his hands guarding either side, he stood like a sentinel protecting a treasure, watching over the box while keeping a wary eye on the glances directed his way, his body slightly tense. This wasn't just about protecting a treasure, it was about safeguarding the secret of the fortune that was about to be revealed. He mustn't give anything away until the very last moment. Just then, a few more people gathered around, chattering excitedly with insincere smiles on their faces. What treasure has old Joe brought today? Let us have a sneak peek. That's right, old Joe. Don't keep it all to yourself, it's better to share the joy with everyone. Good things are meant to be shared. Several middle-aged men laughed as they crowded forward, craning their necks and casting occasional glances at the box by whose side. They looked as if they wanted to reach out and lift the lid right then and there. Their greed was plain to see, and they were practically drooling. Old Joe leisurely picked up his teacup, blew gently on the hot liquid, took a sip, and only then smiled slowly, speaking slowly but clearly. No rush, no rush. Good things come to those who wait. We'll all admire it together later and have some fun. If I open it now, it won't be any fun. Seeing that he refused to reveal anything, the crowd didn't feel it was proper to press him further, so they reluctantly dispersed, muttering under their breath. But those curious glances remained fixed on the box, darting back every now and then, as if it contained some earth-shattering secret capable of stealing one's soul. As the minutes ticked by, more and more people gathered in the courtyard. The scattered murmurs of conversation gradually swelled into a roaring chorus, creating an atmosphere as lively as a pot of boiling water. At exactly 9 a.m., the exchange event officially began. With the hostess' brief yet powerful opening remarks, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly reached a fever pitch. It felt as though the very air was ablaze. The crowd began to surge, moving toward the collection exhibition hall at the rear of the courtyard like a long, winding dragon, who followed behind old Joe, passing through a vermilion-painted corridor and joining the stream of people as they entered the main exhibition hall of the collection exchange event. The exhibition hall was even more spacious and grand than he had imagined. It resembled a small museum, exuding a majestic grandeur. Within the hall, steeped in antique charm, dozens of exquisite multi-compartment display cabinets lined the walls, filled with a dazzling array of antique treasures. The blue and white porcelain was as lustrous as jade. The underglazed red pieces were vivid and vibrant. The imperial kilnwares were symmetrical and majestic, and there were even rare treasures such as Hotan jade, Tianhuang stone, ivory carvings, and ancient books, calligraphy, and paintings, so many that one's eyes were dazzled and overwhelmed. Soft lighting falls upon the exhibits in the display cabinets, making the antique artifacts appear even more lustrous and radiant, as if narrating 1,000 years of historical vicissitudes while exuding an enchanting charm. The entire exhibition hall is imbued with a profound cultural heritage, causing visitors to hold their breath, involuntarily afraid of disturbing these slumbering spirits, or of letting their own vulgarity tarnish this rustic elegance. The very moment he stepped into the exhibition hall, the treasure radar in his mind suddenly received a massive influx of information. The intense signal surge nearly caused him to slip and left him momentarily dizzy. Chapter 16. Exchange of Exhibits. In an instant, a dense swarm of halos surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly filling whose field of vision. The scene resembled a river of stars pouring backward, so dazzling it was mesmerizing, as if he were immersed in an ocean of light woven from spiritual energy, with every breath carrying the scent of historical dust. Blue specks of light were the most numerous. These were ordinary antiques, typically valued between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Though not top-tier treasures, each had its own unique charm, like countless stars in the night sky, twinkling with a faint yet genuine glow. Green halos were interspersed among them, scattered in a dozen or so clusters. These were the fine art-grade antiques marked by the system, with starting prices of at least several million. Each piece was a rare masterpiece. Like the full moon in the night sky, its clear radiance dazzling and compelling visitors to pause and admire. Who narrowed his eyes slightly, forcing himself to ignore these ordinary hues. His gaze, like two tangible bolts of lightning, pierced through the bustling crowd and finally locked onto two dazzling yellow halos deep within the exhibition hall. Those were rare items, and top-tier rarities at that. Each was worth a fortune, enough to shake the entire antique world like two blazing suns. They shone brilliantly against the drab backdrop. Now this is getting interesting. Who couldn't help but cheer inwardly, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his lips. Today's haul is likely to far exceed my expectations. Aside from the May vase I'm preparing to sell, there are actually two yellow-level treasures hidden here. It looks like today isn't just about selling to make a profit, it's also a chance to stock up. Is heaven finding all sorts of ways to send me money? Haha, as long as I get my hands on these two pieces, my system upgrade is just around the corner. At that moment, collectors and association appraisers in the exhibition hall were gathered in small groups. Some were quietly appraising the pieces, their tones tinged with the reserve of connoisseurs. Others were murmuring words of praise, their faces radiating astonishment. Still others had pulled out professional tools, flashlights, high-powered magnifying glasses, and even portable microscopes to scrutinize the items that caught their eye. Their expressions were intense, as if facing a formidable enemy, as though they were performing a silent surgical procedure. An elderly appraiser with graying hair stood intently studying a Shwanda incense burner. The magnifying glass in his hand was pressed almost against the surface of the bronze artifact. He even held his breath, afraid that his exhaled warmth might interfere with his assessment. Fine beads of sweat beaded on his forehead, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. His entire being was immersed in the microscopic world within that tiny space. Another middle-aged expert, meanwhile, held a powerful flashlight, casting a side light onto an ancient painting on silk. He carefully examined the layers of ink wash and the grain of the paper fibers, his expression so focused that it seemed as if the entire world had collapsed, leaving only him and the painting. All the noise of the outside world was irrelevant to him in his eyes. There was only the battle between authenticity and forgery. After all, in the antique trade, success depends on a keen eye and extensive knowledge. One glance can mean heaven, another hell. It all hinges on that split-second judgment, a matter of life and death where fortunes can be lost in an instant. Old Master Zhou had just settled in the hall with Hu and Claire before they had a chance to take a closer look at the treasures around them. A series of slightly hurried and deliberately heavy footsteps approached from nearby. Tap, 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 each step seeming to strike a chord in one's heart, shattering the momentary silence and sounding particularly jarring. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhou? What treasures have you brought to the association today to show off?" A shrill voice, tinged with sarcasm, rang out abruptly, like fingernails scraping against glass. It made one feel thoroughly uneasy, sending shivers down the spine and causing the teeth to ache. Hu turned his head and saw an elderly man with a goatee approaching with two attendants, striding forward with the swagger of a cock that had just won a fight. The old man was in his early 60s, dressed in a dark blue long robe. Though the fabric was fine silk, it exuded an unmistakable air of vulgarity on him. He looked exactly like a nouveau riche trying too hard to pass for a cultured scholar. In his hand, he was rapidly twirling a string of glossy, aged amber beads. The click-clack noise they made grating on the ears and unsettling to the soul. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, yet it exuded an overbearing, mercenary air with more white than black in his eyes. He appeared mean-spirited and ungenerous. His tuft of goatee twitched in time with his speech, as if every hair were shouting a defiant challenge, radiating the arrogance of a petty man who had risen to power. "Mr. Wang." Old Master Zhou nodded faintly in greeting, his tone neither cold nor warm, a standard, polite smile playing on his face. He stood tall and straight, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, exuding the composure of one who remains unflappable even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him, along with the refined courtesy of a seasoned elder, as if the person standing opposite him were not a provocateur, but merely a junior. Claire immediately leaned close to Hu's ear, like a kitten guarding its food, and whispered rapidly in a tone full of disdain. "That's old man Wang from Bogu Zhai. He and my grandpa have been longtime rivals in the association. He can't stand seeing others do well. He's always looking for a fight whenever we meet. He's definitely sniffed out trouble and come here to cause trouble today. Look at that mustache of his, it's quivering like a sieve. It's so annoying. I'd love to tape it down for him." As she spoke, she secretly made a tiny face in Mr. Wang's direction, a look that was both cute and a bit mischievous. Hu caught the hint and silently observed the man, thinking to himself, "This is a classic villain, envious, jealous, and narrow-minded. People like this are often clever in small ways but lack true wisdom. They love to elevate themselves by belittling others, using that to fill the void in their hearts." Mr. Wang's goatee was now trembling even more violently, and a calculating gleam flashed in his narrow eyes. He clearly had no good intentions. Mr. Wang's gaze fell directly on the tightly wrapped wooden crate in Hu's hands. A hint of scrutiny flashed in his eyes, followed by a sneer curling the corners of his mouth, the laugh lines at the corners of his eyes concealing deep malice. That smile was brimming with sarcasm and contempt, as if he had already seen through everything, certain that the crate contained counterfeit goods. "Mr. Zhou, Surely you aren't having the younger generation pick up some run-of-the-mill items to pad the numbers again, are you? Mr. Wang deliberately raised his voice to ensure everyone nearby could hear him clearly. His tone was smooth, but his words were sharp as knives. An occasion like this is teeming with experts' hidden talents abound, and we simply cannot tolerate substandard goods being passed off as the real thing. If word gets out that you've been fooled, it'll ruin your lifelong reputation. Mr. Zhou and that wooden tea look good at all. Don't say I didn't warn you, this is a small circle, and bad news travels fast. Heh. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two henchmen behind him immediately chimed in, their tones dripping with contempt as they played off each other like well-rehearsed actors. Exactly. I heard Boss Zhou recently took on an apprentice. Surely, he isn't letting a rookie use our networking event as a practice run. That's a hefty price to pay for tuition buying a lesson with real money. TSK. What a lavish gesture. Rich people sure are spoiled. Mr. Wang burst out laughing, his goatee quivering with glee as a look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. People like him may not have much insight themselves, but they love nothing more than putting others down to elevate themselves. They can't stand seeing others in the spotlight, especially their arch-rival, Mr. Zhou, basking in glory. Upon hearing this, several collectors nearby cast curious, even slightly scrutinizing glances his way. Whispering began to rise, and a hint of excitement, as if they were watching a spectacle, filled the air. Old Master Zhou, however, remained unfazed. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on the foam, his movements elegant and composed, before speaking in a measured tone. Everyone in Binhai City knows that Mr. Wang has always been highly discerning and possesses a unique eye for art. Since that's the case, why not let us see for ourselves a little later? It would be a great opportunity for us to broaden our horizons. True gold fears no fire, everyone loves to admire fine pieces. These words were subtle yet pointed. They flattered his counterpart while implicitly conveying confidence, fully embodying the demeanor of a true master. Oh! Mr. Wang raised an eyebrow, a gleam of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, his expression a mix of a smile and a smirk. Then I'll have to take a good look. I hope it doesn't end up being a disappointment, heh. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Hu, a look that seemed to say, let us see what tricks you can pull, before slowly walking away with his entourage, his retreating figure exuding a cunning and sinister air as if he were waiting for the show to begin. Once Boss Wang and his entourage had walked far enough away, old Zhou shook his head lightly, his tone as calm as water, as if the earlier incident had been nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past his face. That's just how that old man is, narrow-minded. He'll stay that way his whole life. Don't pay him any mind. Claire pouted defiantly, pulled a huge face, and muttered under her breath. I knew old man Wang had ulterior motives. Every time there's an association gathering, he has to take a few jabs at my grandpa before he is satisfied. He is so annoying. Humph. Later on, I'll have brother who's treasure blind his dog eyes. Who, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed, though his mind was crystal clear, and a faint, cold smile even flickered across his face. Just a clown. I'll have the real show start soon enough to shut you all up. Your chatter is nothing but a prelude to the brilliance of my upcoming entrance. He simply let his gaze sweep once more toward the two dazzling yellow halos deep within the exhibition hall, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward as he thought to himself. Stay calm, let us just watch this act play out first. After about a quarter of an hour, the association's staff began guiding the crowd to take their seats in the central viewing area. In the center of the exhibition hall stood a long display table draped in red velvet. Spotlights converged from above, bathing the entire table in brilliant light, making it resemble the center of a stage, waiting for the protagonist to make his entrance. Li Wenba, the association's vice president, was today's host. He was a refined middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a meticulously combed head of silver hair. His every gesture exuded the air of a scholar, and he spoke slowly and deliberately, yet every word was clear. He cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, "Distinguished collectors and appraisers, it is indeed a rare honor to have you all gathered here today. Without further ado, let us begin our exhibition of rare treasures. You are all welcome to voluntarily come to the stage to display your collections, or you may invite our association's appraisers to evaluate them on the spot, so we can exchange insights and grow together." No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man dressed in a gray traditional Chinese suit eagerly stood up, holding an exquisite brocade box in his hands and beaming with a broad smile. "President Li, Esteemed senior collectors, I'll go first and share my humble offering. The man in the tang suit walked up to the display stand, carefully opened the silk-lined box, and took out a blue and white porcelain bowl. He cradled it in his hands and slowly rotated it so everyone present could get a clear view, his movements as gentle as if he were holding a newborn baby. This is a Ming Dynasty blue and white bowl with an intertwined lotus pattern that I acquired last month from a veteran collector. The body is fine-grained, the blue glaze is pure, and the design is fluid. I invite you all to appraise it. The man in the traditional Chinese robe gently placed the blue and white porcelain bowl on the display stand, took a step back, and looked at the crowd expectantly. Li Wenbo put on white gloves, gently picked up the blue and white porcelain bowl from the display stand, examined it closely for a moment, and then placed it back on the stand, his movements precise and professional. Shortly afterward, several appraisers standing nearby stepped forward one by one to examine the piece. Some used magnifying glasses to inspect for air bubbles, while others viewed the glaze under oblique light, their expressions serious. After the group had appraised the piece and exchanged opinions for a while, the atmosphere was both lively and professional. One of the highly respected senior appraisers stroked his beard, stepped forward, pointed at the blue and white porcelain bowl, and praised it. The body and glaze are tightly bonded, the brushwork of the patterns is masterful, and the characteristic Sumali Qing hue is distinct. This is indeed a piece from a Ming Dynasty imperial kiln. It's in excellent condition, and its estimated value should be around 3 million. Upon hearing this, the man in traditional Chinese attire beamed with joy. He bowed repeatedly in gratitude and returned to his seat with a radiant glow on his face, as if he were floating on air. Next, several more collectors took the stage one after another to showcase their own pieces. One brought out a Qing Dynasty jade ring, rich in translucency and vibrant with green. Another displayed calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists from the Republic of China era, the ink works exuding a fragrant aura and featuring vigorous brushwork. Yet another presented a Song Dynasty bronze incense burner, with a lustrous patina and brimming with ancient charm. Each piece drew waves of admiration, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Who sat in his seat, his gaze sweeping over the exhibits, but the information fed back by treasure radar in his mind left him unenthusiastic. Nothing but green halos, with at most a few yellow specks interspersed, all top-quality pieces. Just then, Mr. Wong stood up again, a smug smile on his face, the excitement of a hunter spotting his prey, or perhaps the joy of finally having a chance to show off. Poem goes, the radiance of treasures and pearls dazzles the eyes. How hard it is to distinguish the genuine from the fake, what sorrow. With a clear mind comes the gift of spiritual insight. I smile as I watch the common folk mistake the fake for the real. Chapter 17. Something's wrong with that tripod. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've brought with me this time is the grand finale, a treasure sure to astound the entire audience. As Mr. Wong spoke, he lifted his chin smugly, his goatee quivering vigorously with the movement. He waved his hand, signaling his attendants to carry a heavy rosewood box onto the display platform. His gestures so exaggerated it was as if he were unveiling the imperial jade seal. The moment the lid was opened, a deliberately crafted air of antiquity washed over the audience, as if they had traveled through 1,000 years of time, carrying the earthy scent of soil and the weight of history. Inside lay a bronze tripod, its body covered in mottled patina and glowing with a dim, historic luster. Its design was simple yet dignified, standing firmly on 3 legs, as if it had just been unearthed from an ancient Warring States-era tomb, exuding a suffocating sense of majesty. Mr. Wong stroked his goatee, his eyes brimming with pride, and his voice rose an octave. This is a bronze tripod from the Warring States period, with its symmetrical form, exquisite patterns, and clear inscriptions. It's a rare masterpiece. If it's authentic, its value is at least over 10 million. As soon as he spoke, gasps of astonishment filled the exhibition hall. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the artifact, and the buzz of conversation grew louder, as if the room had erupted into a frenzy. 10 million? This is a real find. As expected, Mr. Wong has extraordinary taste. He has started off with a true masterpiece. Vice President Li Wenbo stepped forward to examine it, and the other appraisers gathered around as well. Their expressions were serious, and they dared not show the slightest negligence. One by one, they pulled out professional tools such as magnifying glasses and flashlights to prepare for a thorough inspection, afraid of missing any details. Who sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on the bronze tripod, but his brow gradually furrowed, forming a small river character. Judging by its form with a flared rim, upright handles, and 3 sturdy, powerful legs, it certainly matched the characteristics of Warring States era bronze ware, and no major flaws could be found. The decorations on the body of the tripod also featured the standard coiled dragon pattern, with fluid lines and a meticulous layout. At first glance, it was flawless, one might even call it perfect. As for the patina, it was distinctly layered, varying in depth, and naturally modeled, giving it an undeniably ancient feel enough to fool many connoisseurs into willingly parting with their money. Logically speaking, this should be an unquestionably authentic antique, a top-tier piece. Yet who couldn't shake the feeling that something was off? An instinctive sense of unease welled up inside him, like a thorn lodged in his heart, causing a dull ache. No, it's too perfect. Perfection is often the biggest giveaway. He recalled the knowledge of antiques he painstakingly absorbed over the past half-month in museums and from books, rapidly sifting through his mind as countless facts flashed by like a stream of data. The body of a Warring States-era bronze vessel should be fine-grained and solid, and the copper color, after 1,000 years of oxidation, should exhibit a subdued, deep brass luster, not a bright sheen sitting on the surface. That luster is the mellow warmth settled by the passage of time. The calm that comes after the fiery energy has fully subsided. Although this tripod-esque copper color has a brass-like hue, it seems to lack the calmness that comes from millennia of aging. Instead, it exudes a suspicious sheen, that restless quality unique to new copper made to look old, as if it had just come out of the kiln and the fiery energy had not yet dissipated. Then there are the inscriptions. Although the strokes are clear, the variation in depth and thickness is too uniform, making them appear contrived and lacking the natural fluidity and spontaneity found in ancient castings. In genuine Warring States inscriptions, due to the limitations of the mold casting process and the erosion of time, there should be subtle variations in stroke depth. They would never be so perfectly uniform as if machine engraved stiff and rigid. The more who looked at it, the more suspicious he became. His doubts grew heavier and heavier, snowballing in his mind. Something's not right, there's definitely something wrong here. This isn't just a fake, it's a top-tier counterfeit. A scam designed specifically to rip people off. Silently, he activated his treasure radar scan in his mind, and an invisible ripple instantly enveloped the bronze tripod, penetrating its surface like an X-ray. A moment later, the radar's feedback made him raise an eyebrow. His previously expectant expression instantly turned into a cold smile, and a hint of undisguised mockery flashed in his eyes. In his field of vision, the Warring States-era bronze tripod, which appeared incredibly precious and had drawn such fervent admiration from the crowd, was actually shrouded in a glaring grayish-white halo. This meant it was a complete and utter fake. "Ha, Mr. Wong, is this your showstopper? A Warring States-era cauldron worth over 10 million? I'm afraid it's just a modern craft item worth a few thousand. With this slap in the face, I'll see how you clean this up." On the radar screen, data streams flashed by at lightning speed, and detailed information about the forgery unfolded like a scroll, laying this treasure bare. Item: imitation Warring States period bronze tripod with coiled dragon patterns. Year of manufacture: 1952. Margin of error 3 years. Crafting characteristics: lost wax casting, surface aged for an antique look. Detailed explanation of aging techniques. The body was cast using precision lost wax casting. The mold was scanned against an authentic piece and fine-tuned by a master craftsman, resulting in an extremely lifelike form. However, the copper is modern electrolytic copper, with a density slightly lower than that of ancient bronze. When tapped, the sound is too crisp and lacks the characteristic dullness. Chemical aging: the patina is not the result of natural oxidation but was artificially applied using a mixture of copper sulfate, iron rust powder, glue, and an acidic solution. First, hydrochloric acid is used to etch the surface and form a base layer of patina. Next, a glue mixture containing soil and mineral pigments is applied. Finally, the piece is placed in a constant temperature and constant humidity chamber to catalyze the reaction, simulating the effects of 1,000 years of corrosion. Traces of disguise: to mimic the appearance of an excavated artifact, the forger deliberately attached authentic soil from a Warring States-era tomb to the base of the tripod's legs, thereby misleading observers and deceiving both carbon-14 testing and some experts. Inscription treatment: the inscription was meticulously refined at a later stage using an electric engraving tool, and its edges were etched with acid to conceal the tool marks. Consequently, the strokes are overly uniform and lack the charm of antiquity. Forger profile: Zhou Fuding, fake artisan biographical sketch. Born in 1910, a native of Suzhou, he began studying bronze artifact restoration at the age of 12 and established his own workshop in the 24th year of the Republic of China, specializing in the trade of high-quality antique replicas. His craftsmanship was uncanny. He was particularly skilled at replicating bronze artifacts from the Warring States to the Han Dynasty and had once deceived several renowned collectors. He was known in the industry as Zhou the Half-Fake. His works once found their way into overseas museums in the 1950s but were later exposed as forgeries only after advances in scientific testing methods. Who stared at the lines of small print, his gaze sharpening as a cold smile spread through his mind, and a playful curve formed at the corner of his mouth. So that's it. No wonder it always looked a bit off to me. It turns out it was crafted by this legendary forger. Zhou Fuding's craftsmanship is indeed superb if not for the system's assistance. Even those seasoned appraisers would likely have been fooled into paying up. Mr. Wang brought this out as if it were a treasure he was likely kept in the dark, thinking he'd found a bargain. Or perhaps, did he know full well it was a fake and was using this opportunity to set a trap, looking for a scapegoat to take the fall? Whichever it was, today's charade had fallen flat. Who summoned the file with a fleeting thought, his fingers gently rubbing against the inside of his sleeve beneath the table to conceal the system's operation. His expression remained impassive, though the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced, his eyes gleaming with the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. This show is getting more and more entertaining. His ability to give new copperware a patina that looks 1,000 years old relies on a lost, ancestral secret formula. Mixing premium honey with aged yellow clay in specific proportions, applying it evenly to the surface of the object, then burying it in a specially constructed underground cellar for 3 months, where geothermal heat and microbial fermentation help form an initial patina. After removal from the cellar, the piece is soaked in aged sour plum broth for half a year. The acidic substances undergo a subtle reaction with the copper body, producing a lustrous, rich, ripened patina that is virtually indistinguishable from the real thing to the naked eye. As for the copper patina, that's his true masterstroke. Genuine patina results from natural corrosion over time, layered upon layer, penetrating deep into the metal, whereas Zhou Fuding's artificial patina relies entirely on a precise chemical formula. He adjusts the concentration of his copper sulfate solution to 3 decimal places, add a fraction more, and the color becomes too vivid, and artificial subtract a fraction less, and the color is too pale and lifeless. After spraying, the pieces must be baked over charcoal fire in a temperature-controlled, airtight chamber. Even a 1-degree deviation is unacceptable, as the oxidation rate must be strictly controlled. Finally, the object is buried in specially prepared loess mixed with iron filings and crushed brick powder, turned over every 10 days to allow the patina to spread naturally. After 3 years of this repeated process, the bronze artifact unearthed is so convincing that even a retired master craftsman from the Forbidden City, using a magnifying glass, might not be able to spot the flaw. For that 1952 batch, Zhou Fuding made only 3 pieces in total. Who skimmed through the detailed information provided by the system and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This tripod ranks second. It was sold back then to a major antique dealer on Hong Kong Island, then resold 3 times. After all those twists and turns, it eventually found its way back to the mainland. I never imagined it would become Mr. Wang's showpiece. How ironic, showing off a forgery as a national treasure. Don't cry when you get your face slapped. Old Zhou, who lowered his voice, leaned forward slightly, and whispered into Old Zhou's ear, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible urgency. Old Zhou was intently staring at the bronze tripod on the display stand, his eyes filled with gravity and deep thought. Hearing who call him, he turned his head and asked in confusion, his brow slightly furrowed, "What's the matter? Did you discover something? Did you notice anything too? There's something wrong with that cauldron." Who spoke with absolute certainty, his gaze clear as a mirror, without the slightest hesitation, as if he were describing not a 10 million class antique, but an ordinary fake. Old Zhou froze, his pupils dilating instantly. He instinctively retorted, his voice slightly strained, "That can't be possible. It looks perfectly fine to me. Mr. Wang may not be the nicest guy, he's narrow-minded, but he does have an eye for these things. He wouldn't risk bringing out a fake and making a fool of himself. That would ruin his reputation. It's worth tens of millions. Would he dare to mess around with something like that?" His face was etched with disbelief, and the veins at his temples throbbed slightly. "Take another close look at the patina." Who guided him patiently, though his voice was soft. His words were as precise as a scalpel, each one carrying great weight. On a genuine Warring States-era bronze artifact, the patina should exhibit rich layering, some areas dense as iron, others loose as powder. That's the result of natural oxidation over thousands of years. It has roots. But the patina on this tripod is too uniform, so dense it seems contrived, as if it were grown onto the surface rather than developed from it. Sits on top, lacking any foundation. This is a classic sign of artificial aging using chemical solutions, what the trade calls superficial patina. Upon hearing this, old Joe's previously relaxed gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the bronze ding on the display stand once more, his body leaning forward involuntarily, as if he wanted to press his face against the glass case. A moment later, his pupils contracted slightly, and his breath caught as if he had caught sight of some detail that didn't quite add up. The expression on his face shifted from puzzlement to shock. And the inscription, who continued his explanation, his tone calm yet forceful. Look at the turns in the strokes. The lines are too smooth and flowing, with almost uniform depth and thickness, as if they were carved by a computer. It has a distinctly mechanical feel. In authentic Warring States era casting techniques, due to the shrinkage of the clay mold and the flow of molten copper, the strokes of the inscription would exhibit natural variations. Especially at the turns, there would often be subtle traces or adhesions left by the casting process it's alive. But the inscription on this tripod has clearly been carved later using modern power tools, and then etched with acid to conceal the tool marks. It's dead. The more old Joe listened, the more convinced he became. His gaze swept rapidly over the bronze tripod, and his expression grew grave. A fine layer of sweat even began to bead on his forehead, slowly trickling down his wrinkles. His hand unconsciously clenched the armrest, his knuckles turning white. Take another look at the tripod's legs. Who delivered the final blow, his voice low yet thunderous. The degree of wear on these three tripod legs is almost identical, with their smoothness matching to the last detail. But with genuine antiquities, due to varying placements over thousands of years and uneven stress distribution, the degree of wear would inevitably differ. It could never be this perfect. This completely uniform wear can only be the result of artificial sanding to create an aged appearance. It is a product of industrial production, not the marks of time. The poem reads, layers of copper patina conceal ancient marks, 1,000 years of royal aura false made to seem true. Were it not for the divine eye piercing through the illusion, who would recognize the counterfeit craftsmanship within? Chapter 18. Joe Fooding, the Master Forger. Old Master Joe stared at the three tripod legs for a long time. The longer he looked, the more alarmed he became. He couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run up his spine to the crown of his head, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over his head in the dead of winter, freezing even his marrow. It was indeed as who had said, this industrial-grade perfection could absolutely never have arisen through natural use and preservation. Nature never strives for perfection, only humans do. And a perfect antique is often the biggest giveaway. And there's one more crucial point. Who lowered his voice, his tone as steady as a deep pool, yet his gaze as sharp as a torch, delivering the decisive blow. Old Joe, take a look at the inner wall of the tripod. Warring States era tripods were used for cooking food. The inner wall should bear soot marks from long-term use or carbonized spots formed by food residue that the smoke and fire the scent of time. But the inner wall of this tripod is too clean. Although it has artificially aged rust, it lacks the marks of genuine daily use. It's so clean it's almost sterile. This indicates it has never been used in real life. It's merely a craft item created for the sake of forgery. A cold, soulless replica. Upon hearing this, old Master Joe's initial 7 or 8 parts of doubt instantly transformed into complete certainty, as if the final piece of the puzzle had fallen into place, revealing the truth. He had been in the antiques business for decades, with experience that could hardly be called lacking, and prided himself on his keen eye, yet even he had just been deceived by the appearance of this high-quality replica, nearly falling for the trick and becoming a laughingstock. Now, after Hu's meticulous and incisive analysis, those details he had originally overlooked suddenly became crystal clear, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun and the mist had completely dissipated. His face turned from red to white, then from white to pale, finally settling on a complex grayish-white hue. His eyes were filled with relief and horror. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead and trickled slowly down his wrinkles, while a glimmer of deep relief flickered in the depths of his eyes. That was a close call. That was a close call. If it hadn't been for Hu's reminder, I would have almost blurted out a compliment just now or even joined in the jeering. That would have been a colossal joke. My lifelong reputation would have been ruined in an instant. How could I possibly continue to make a living in this circle? This Mr. Wong almost got me into deep trouble. Good lad. Your eye for detail is truly remarkable. The younger generation is truly formidable. You have the eye of a master. Old Master Zhou couldn't help but murmur his admiration, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. He gripped Hu's hand so tightly it bordered on losing composure that his knuckles turned white. His eyes were filled with admiration, gratitude, and the ecstasy of having found a kindred spirit. In your opinion, what is the origin of this piece? To craft something so lifelike that even I almost missed the trick. This is certainly not the work of an ordinary craftsman. There must be a master behind it. If I'm not mistaken, this is likely the work of Zhou Fuding, a master forger from the Republic of China era, who analyzed, his tone as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. There were only a handful of people during that time who could replicate bronze artifacts to such a convincing degree. I suspect this is the handiwork of Zhou Banjia Zhou Fuding. His family has been crafting bronze replicas for 3 generations. Their craftsmanship is both masterful and deceptive. Their secret formula has long been lost, and even some of the most renowned collectors of the time were taken in, going so far as to enshrine their replicas as national treasures. Old Zhou sucked in a sharp breath and cast a complex glance at the display case, silently thanking his lucky stars. Thank goodness who is here, otherwise, the Antiques Association would have lost all face today, and I would have gone down in a ditch. By now, Li Wenba and several appraisers had finished their preliminary assessment and were preparing to deliver their final verdict, their faces lit with satisfied smiles. Just then, Boss Wang glanced sideways in Old Zhou's direction. Seeing Old Zhou whispering to someone with a grave expression, the smirk on his lips grew even wider. His smug, triumphant expression was nauseating, as if he could already picture Old Zhou being humiliated. He deliberately raised his voice and sneered sarcastically, "Oh, Mr. Zhou, surely the item you brought isn't even as good as this one, is it? If it's not up to par, you'd better go home and play with your grandchildren right now. Don't just sit here taking up space and wasting everyone's time." No sooner had Mr. Wang finished speaking than Old Zhou slowly rose from his seat. He smoothed out his lapels with unhurried grace, his gaze sweeping over the bronze tripod before turning to Li Wenba and the others. His tone was calm yet imbued with an unquestionable authority, as if a mountain were bearing down upon them. "Chairman Li, distinguished experts, I'm afraid we need to examine this tripod further. We must not rush to a conclusion. In the world of antiques, a hair's breadth of error can lead to a 1,000-mile mistake." Li Wenba was just about to speak up and declare it a rare treasure when he paused in surprise at these words. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Old Zhou. "Old Zhou, what do you mean by that? Have you spotted something amiss? This is Mr. Wang's crowning treasure, after all. I just feel that something isn't quite right. It warrants further discussion." Old Master Zhou spoke subtly, without directly calling it a fake. He merely cast a meaningful glance at Mr. Wang and said calmly, "Since this is the Association's art appraisal exchange, we must naturally take responsibility for the items on display. We can't cut corners, lest we mislead fellow collectors and damage our goodwill." Mr. Wang's expression shifted slightly. Then he let out a cold laugh. His goatee trembled violently with rage, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Pointing at Old Zhou, he snapped, "Mr. Zhou, what are you getting at? Are you accusing my piece of being flawed? This is a Warring States-era masterpiece I paid a fortune for. Do you even know anything about antiques? Don't try to sling mud here just to cover up the fact that you don't have any good pieces yourself. If you can't handle losing, then don't play the game." Old Zhou did not respond directly to the provocation, but calmly said to Li Wenba, "Chairman Li, why not have the experts take another close look at the layering of the patina, the chisel marks on the inscription, and the wear on the tripod's legs? These 3 points are crucial. Please be sure to examine them thoroughly." He left it at that without elaborating, leaving ample room for interpretation while clearly pointing the way forward, fully demonstrating the tact of a seasoned veteran. Li Wenba was a shrewd man. Upon hearing Old Master Zhou's specific hints, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately waved to the appraisers. "Everyone, pause for a moment. Let us go over this again carefully, especially the areas Old Zhou mentioned. We must be meticulous. There can be no room for even the slightest carelessness." The appraisers exchanged glances. Though they hesitated after all, they all misjudged the piece moments ago, which was a blow to their pride. They nevertheless picked up their magnifying glasses and high-powered flashlights once more and began scrutinizing the bronze tripod from every angle. This time, their attention was entirely focused on the details Old Master Zhou had pointed out. Their expressions were more intense than ever before they even held their breath, afraid of missing anything. As time ticked by, the exhibition hall grew so quiet that the only sounds were the heavy breathing of the crowd and the rustling of their clothes. You could hear a pin drop. The air seemed to have frozen, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. A moment later, an elderly expert with graying hair suddenly let out a soft hum, breaking the silence with a hint of surprise and doubt in his voice. Holding a magnifying glass, he leaned in to examine the tripod legs closely. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, forming a deep river character, and fine beads of sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. A few more minutes passed before the elderly expert straightened up, took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and let out a long sigh. With a grave expression, he looked at Li Wenbo, slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with frustration and helplessness. Li Wenbo's heart sank, and he turned to look at the other appraisers. They, too, put down their tools one by one, their faces all bearing complex expressions. Some looked embarrassed, others frustrated, and still others were overcome with shame. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching some sort of consensus, and the atmosphere grew incredibly heavy. "Gentlemen, what are the results?" Li Wenbo asked in a deep voice, his tone slightly hoarse as his throat tightened. The gray-haired senior expert cleared his throat and spoke in a low, strained voice. "Chairman Li, after a re-examination, we must regretfully announce. This cauldron is, unfortunately, a forgery, and an extremely skillful one at that, convincing enough to pass as the real thing." As soon as these words were spoken, the exhibition hall erupted into an uproar. Shouts of surprise and murmurs of discussion rose and fell in waves, as if the place had exploded into chaos, the commotion reaching a fever pitch. "It's actually fake?" Even Chairman Li and the others were fooled. "Mr. Wang has really taken a huge hit this time. 10 million. It's all gone down the drain now." Mr. Wang's face instantly turned ashen, then turned deathly pale, and finally swelled to a legendary tear shade of brown, as unsightly as pig liver. He sprang to his feet, sending his chair sliding backward with a screeching scuff that cut through the silence of the exhibition hall like a knife. His voice cracked as he screamed hysterically, veins bulging. "What did you say? How could this possibly be a fake? Have you made a mistake? I paid over 8 million for this. Can you even afford to compensate me? I'm going to sue you." "Mr. Wang, please calm down," the elderly expert said patiently, though his tone was unyielding and carried a professional detachment. "We just conducted another thorough examination and found that the wear patterns on the 3 tripod legs are almost identical, something that is absolutely impossible under normal conditions of use and preservation. Furthermore, the patina is indeed too uniform, lacking the natural accumulation typical of genuine antiquities. It appears more like the result of chemical treatment to accelerate the aging process, sitting merely on the surface. As for the inscription, although it appears very realistic at first glance, a closer look at the turns of the strokes reveals that the lines are too smooth, lacking the subtle imperfections and drips typical of the casting process. This was likely carved later using modern tools, rather than created through ancient mold casting techniques. Another appraiser added, a hint of regret in his voice. "That's right. The inner walls show no signs of wear either. They're unnaturally clean. This is a very exquisite piece of modern craftsmanship, but it's not a Warring States era artifact. Its value is probably not even a fraction of what it should be." Mr. Wang's face turned from ashen to deathly pale. His lips trembled, and he was speechless for a long moment, as if his very soul had been sucked out of him. He forced down the rage boiling in his chest, clenching his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood, yet he was oblivious to it. That pent-up fury made his entire body tremble slightly, and the venom in his eyes fixed intently on old Joe, as if he wanted to devour him alive and cut him into 1,000 pieces. He knew that this time, he had not only lost face but might also lose his entire investment, becoming a laughingstock throughout the entire circle, never able to hold his head high again. Old Master Zhou cast a detached glance his way, saying nothing more and certainly not rubbing salt in the wound instead. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He simply sat back down at his seat with composure, picked up his teacup, and took a light sip. His demeanor was exceptionally elegant, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him, as if it were all a passing cloud. Li Wenbo cleared his throat, breaking the excruciatingly awkward silence. "Mr. Wang, it's true that we all misjudged this one, including our association's inspection process, which had some oversights, but there's no need to take it too hard. These high-quality counterfeits are indeed very easy to mistake for the real thing. Even experts can be fooled sometimes. You learn from your mistakes, just consider this a lesson learned. Although Li Wenbo was trying to smooth things over and salvage the situation, the humiliation and rage surging through Mr. Wang's heart were like a raging tide. He simply couldn't bring himself to listen. He glared fiercely at old Zhou, sat down with gritted teeth, his face contorted in a way that was almost frightening, his features all scrunched together. Mr. Wang sat down with a grim expression, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, radiating a chill that warned others to keep their distance. He knew this was the Antiques Association's turf. If he lost his temper in front of everyone, he'd only make himself look like a sore loser and become an even bigger laughingstock. He had no choice but to force himself to swallow his anger. It felt as if he swallowed a red-hot piece of charcoal, the searing heat causing his internal organs to convulse in excruciating pain. Chapter 19. A pale complexion stuns the crowd. Mr. Wang quickly regained his composure. His small eyes, which had been as murky as stagnant water, suddenly flashed with a cold, menacing glint as he fixed his gaze on old Zhou. He was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, waiting for the right moment to strike, flickering its tongue in preparation for a fatal blow. He forced a defiant smile onto his lips, a hollow grin with no warmth behind it, his facial muscles twitching stiffly. His voice was sinister and shrill, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Old Zhou, your discernment is truly remarkable. That eloquent discourse just now was truly impressive. Experience really does count. I can't help but admit defeat. However, he changed the subject, drawing out the last syllable with a sarcastic tone. Every word was like a poison-tipped needle, attempting to pierce through old Zhou's facade of composure. I'm actually quite curious, just how impressive can that mysterious artifact be that old Zhou brought here with such fanfare today? Surely it isn't just another piece of open-door trash meant to broaden our horizons? Don't let it turn out to be another fake. That would be quite the spectacle. Ha ha! The hint of revenge in his words was unmistakable. He clearly intended to seize this opportunity to regain the face he'd just lost, and even schemed to turn the tables, muddy the waters, and let old Zhou taste the bitter pill of being fooled. Many people around them held their breath in anticipation, their eyes darting back and forth between the two men. The air was thick with the excitement and tension of a crowd eager for a spectacle like the calm before the storm, so oppressive it was hard to breathe. They waited to see how this drama would play out. Would old Master Zhou continue to prove his critics wrong and perform a miracle, or would Boss Wang stage a comeback from the brink of defeat and tarnish old Master Zhou's reputation in his twilight years? Upon hearing Mr. Wang's provocation, old Zhou merely smiled impassively. His smile was as still as an ancient well, profound and serene, exuding the grace of a true gentleman, as if he were already fully confident and certain of victory. He turned to who was seated in the back row, and gave him a gentle nod. His gaze conveyed trust, encouragement, and a hint of unmasked anticipation, as if to say, "Go on, show them what a real treasure looks like." Who caught the hint? He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then rose from the crowd, clutching the tightly wrapped wooden crate. His stride was steady as he walked to the front of the stage with neither arrogance nor subservience, each step firm and powerful, as if he were treading not on the floor but on the steps leading to the pinnacle. All eyes turned to the young man, and many murmured to themselves, "Who is this kid? He looked unfamiliar and so young. How could he possibly be qualified to accompany old Master Zhou to an occasion like this? Could he really be old Master Zhou's newest disciple? What kind of treasure was he holding that made him dare to take the stage at a time like this?" If it turned out to be a disappointment, old Master Zhou's lifelong reputation would truly be ruined. Li Wenbo was also somewhat surprised. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of puzzlement flashing behind the lenses, but he quickly composed himself, nodding politely at Hu with a look of curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes. Hu walked to the display stand and gently set the box down. His movement so delicate it was as if he feared disturbing something. Then he slowly lifted the lid. The box was lined with thick, custom-made velvet, layer upon layer enveloping a piece of porcelain, as if guarding a beauty who had slept for 1,000 years, mysterious and noble. Hu carefully peeled back the velvet layer by layer, his movements gentle yet steady. He didn't even dare to press down with his fingertips, clearly cherishing this artifact deeply, afraid of disturbing its millennia-long slumber. "Here you go. Let me show you what a genuine Northern Song Dynasty Jingdajun Imperial Kiln piece truly looks like," Hu murmured to himself, a confident smile curving his lips. When the final layer of velvet was removed, a plum-shaped vase suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. In that instant, it was as if a beam of light had pierced the dimness of the exhibition hall, brightening the entire space. The vase was slender and graceful, its lines as fluid as a young woman's waist, a narrow mouth, a long neck, sloping shoulders, and a rounded belly. Its form was perfectly balanced. Add a fraction more, and it would be too plump. Take a fraction away, and it would be too slender. The entire vessel is covered in a blue-white glaze, its color as lustrous as jade with hints of blue shimmering within the white and white shining through the blue. Under the spotlight at the top, it glows with a faint, intoxicating lake green hue, resembling a pool of still, emerald water or the sky just after a rain shower. The body is adorned with an interlacing lotus scroll pattern. The arrangement of the motifs is both sparse and dense in a harmonious balance. The lines are graceful and fluid, while the engraving is sharp yet rounded. Every stroke exudes the ingenuity of Song Dynasty artisans. It possesses both the dignified grandeur of the Northern Song Dynasty and an air of refined elegance and otherworldly charm, as if one could smell the refreshing fragrance of lotus flowers by the kills of Jiangnan 1,000 years ago, a scent that soothes the soul. Who cradled the base of the plum vase with both hands and placed it steadily in the center of the display stand. Throughout the entire process, his movements remained steady and professional, flowing as smoothly as clouds and water. It was clear at a glance that he was a connoisseur deeply versed in the art, by no means a mere amateur. The moment the plum vase was displayed, the entire bustling exhibition hall fell silent. One could hear a pin drop, and even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Those who had been whispering and exchanging murmurs moments before now held their breath, their eyes wide and unblinking as they stared intently at the plum vase, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Even lay people with little knowledge of antiques could sense, from the jade-like luster of the glaze and the exquisitely crafted patterns, the captivating, extraordinary aura emanating from this piece, a beauty spanning millennia that struck straight to the soul. Li Wenbo stood up almost instinctively and hurried toward the display case, his steps faltering slightly as he nearly stumbled. His eyes were fixed intently on the plum-shaped vase, sparkling with an unprecedented sense of awe. His pupils dilated slightly, and his breathing quickened. This is... His voice trembled slightly, as if he had witnessed some incredible miracle, and he stammered, "Northern Song Dynasty Jing Dejun Imperial Kiln. This glaze, this condition, my God." The appraisers quickly gathered around as well. Some couldn't wait to pull out high-powered magnifying glasses, while others even produced powerful flashlights, practically pressing their eyes against the vase. They wanted to examine the artifact up close, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Their expressions were as focused as those of pilgrims, their faces radiating fervor and awe. Mr. Wang had been holding his teacup, sitting calmly as if waiting to watch the spectacle unfold, a mocking smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. However, the moment his peripheral vision caught sight of the plum-shaped vase, his hand froze abruptly. The teacup tilted, and the scalding tea nearly spilled out, though the back of his hand turned red from the heat. He was completely oblivious, as if he'd lost all sense of pain. He quickly set down the teacup without even bothering to wipe it and rushed to the display case, his heels scraping the floor with a piercing screech. Those small eyes, usually so shrewd and calculating, now stared fixedly at the plum-shaped vase. He even forgot to twitch his trademark goatee, his entire body seeming to freeze in place, as if turned to stone. This glazed color. Mr. Wang's voice betrayed a hint of unconcealable shock, even a touch of fear. It was dry and hoarse. The glaze is pale blue-white, smooth and translucent, with a greenish tint where it accumulates. The fluidity of the intertwined lotus pattern, the perfect proportions of the form. This is undoubtedly an authentic Northern Song Dynasty piece, and a masterpiece among the imperial kills. Impossible, how could this be? He instinctively reached out to touch it, to feel that legendary jade-like texture, but stopped himself abruptly, afraid that his hands stained with the stench of copper might defile this treasure. Instead, he pulled out the high-powered magnifying glass he carried with him and brought it close for a closer look. His intense expression seemed as if he wanted to see right through the entire plum vase, searching for even the slightest flaw to soothe his shattered heart. But the more he looked, the colder his heart grew. Collectors from all around began to gather, their murmurs of discussion gradually growing louder until they coalesced into a sea of awe. What a masterpiece! This condition is truly museum quality. It's even more perfect than the one in the museum. Look at the vitreous quality of the glaze, and the craftsmanship of the foot rim that s the classic northern song knife-cut foot. It's absolutely the cream of the crop from the Jing Dajun Imperial Kills. If this piece were put up for auction, a conservative estimate would start at tens of millions. It might even exceed 100 million. My goodness. Just seeing this once in my lifetime has made it all worth it. My goodness. A treasure like this actually turned up here? My eyes have truly been opened today. What kind of junk have I been looking at all this time? Exclamations of admiration rang out one after another, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the exhibition hall. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that plum-shaped vase, as if it were the only thing in the world, with everything else reduced to mere backdrop. Mr. Wang's face flushed and paled repeatedly, finally turning a hideous liver brown. He stared intently at the plum vase for quite a while, jealousy churning in his eyes like a venomous snake, almost spewing fire. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice dry and hoarse, as if he de-swallowed sand. "Mr. Zhou, this piece, where did you acquire it? How much did you pay for it?" His words carried a hint of resentment, along with undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. The bitterness was so thick it seemed to spill off the screen, making one want to retch. He couldn't accept it. He'd been humiliated and lost all face by presenting a fake, while the other man had brought out a national treasure-level authentic piece that outshone everyone else. The contrast was too brutal. It was as if his face had been rubbed into the ground. Old Master Zhou smiled faintly, casually pointing at Hu with a touch of pride in his voice. "This is Hu. He snagged this plum blossom vase at a bargain just a few days ago." "A bargain?" Mr. Wang's voice suddenly shot up 8 octaves. His goatee bristled. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his face was etched with disbelief. "This, you call this a bargain? This is a national treasure worth a fortune. Are you kidding me?" Hu nodded calmly, a humble smile on his face, though inwardly he was secretly elated. "Of course it's a bargain. 500 for 20 million. If that isn't a bargain, what is? With the system in my hands, the world is mine." Out loud, however, he said, "It really is a steal. I came across it a few days ago at a small stall in the antique market. The seller didn't know its value and was selling it as ordinary old porcelain, so I just picked it up on a whim." His tone was casual and matter-of-fact, as if he bought a head of cabbage rather than a treasure worth tens of millions. This nonchalant attitude left Mr. Wang with a suffocating sense of defeat. It felt as though a giant hand were clenching his heart. Mr. Wang's mouth twitched violently a few times. The overbearing aura he projected just moments ago vanished instantly. He seemed to have had his backbone pulled out, his spirit drained, and his back hunched over. The 2 aides behind him were also stunned. The mocking expressions on their faces had long since vanished, replaced by astonishment and awe, and the looks they cast at Hu were filled with complex emotions. "Good, very good." After struggling to find his words for a long while, Mr. Wang could only manage this feeble, hollow sentence, his voice trembling. Immediately afterward, as if he couldn't bear to stay a moment longer, he flung his sleeve aside, turned on his heel, and hurriedly left with his 2 attendants. His retreating figure looked somewhat disheveled and frantic, as if a raging flood or a ferocious beast were chasing him from behind, as though he feared he would collapse if he stayed even a second longer. Claire stood nearby, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, and whispered to Hu, "Brother Hu, just look at old man Wang's face. It's even more bitter than eating yellow gentian. He was so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he is slinking away. So satisfying. Ha. I really want to set off some firecrackers to celebrate." The poem reads, "Where the rain clears and the sky turns blue, the clouds part. 1,000 years of kiln fire has solidified cold jade. Once it emerges into the world, it astonishes mortal eyes. The entire assembly of dignitaries is utterly captivated." Chapter 20, Notes from the Heavenly Kingdom. Old Zhou smiled warmly at Hu. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were filled with joy, and his gaze held a deep sense of admiration and appreciation. He gave Hu a light pat on the shoulder, just the right amount of pressure, conveying an elder's affirmation of a younger colleague. "Excellent, truly excellent. This plum blossom vase is indeed the finest of the finest. Thanks to you, I've stolen the show at today's exchange event and thoroughly humiliated certain people." What a thrill! What a thrill! Several senior appraisers from the association also gathered around, reluctant to leave for a long time, as if they needed to take a few more glances to feel they'd gotten their money's worth, their eyes brimming with fervor. One of them, an elderly man wearing thick reading glasses, practically pressed his face against the glass case, scrutinizing the plum vase intently as he lavished praise on it. His graying beard stood on end with excitement. He spoke with such fervor that saliva flew from his mouth, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. This piece is flawless in every respect, from its form and glazed color to its decoration and body. It's nothing short of perfect. It's textbook quality Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain. To witness such a masterpiece with my own eyes, I die happy. My life has been worth it. Another appraiser nodded in agreement, whistling in amazement and exclaiming, "It's incredibly rare to come across such a hidden gem on the market these days. It's as rare as hen's teeth, even rarer than a giant panda. Young master your luck is so good it's enough to make anyone jealous. It must be that your ancestors' graves are billowing with green smoke." "No, forget smoke. They're practically spewing fire." Who smiled modestly, clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture, and said, "It's all just a stroke of luck, nothing more. You seniors are too kind. I just got lucky by chance." While he spoke these polite words, he was secretly muttering to himself, unable to suppress a slight smile. If it weren't for the treasure radar system, who could have had such a stroke of luck? This isn't luck at all, it's a triumph of technology and skill. The system is the ultimate cheat code, bar none. What you see as luck is nothing more than a data stream to me. At that moment, most of the people in the exhibition hall were still enthusiastically discussing the May vase who had just brought out, their excited chatter surging like a tide. Who, however, took advantage of the crowd to quietly slip through the throng and walk straight to the most inconspicuous corner of the hall. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze piercing through the slightly fogged glass display case to lock onto a yellowed, thread-bound book. The book looked utterly unremarkable, one might even say it was downright shabby. The cover was in tatters, the original blue cloth had faded to a grayish-white, and the edges were severely frayed, exposing the blackened paper strands beneath, as if it might fall apart at any moment. The paper, aged by time, had taken on a brittle, scorched yellow texture, as if the slightest touch would reduce it to dust, carried away by the wind. A few characters were scrawled crookedly on the cover with a brush. The ink was so faint it was barely legible, and it was stained with unknown marks resembling dried blood or aged mud, exuding an ominous aura. The entire book exuded a musty, dusty scent, standing in stark contrast to the glossy, glittering exhibits around it, as if it were a forgotten orphan cast aside in the cracks of history. Just then, a notification suddenly rang out in Hu's mind, tinged with a rare sense of gravity and urgency. Item: notebook from the Heavenly Kingdom period, era, say 1850-1864. Condition: fair damaged. Market estimate: 50,000 80,000 yuan. Warning: this item contains important hidden information. It is recommended to acquire it immediately and conduct in-depth research. This information may rewrite certain historical perceptions or point to a massive treasure. Hidden information? Rewrite history? A massive treasure. Hu's eyes narrowed, his heart skipped a beat involuntarily, then began pounding violently, thudding against his chest like a drum. The system was always meticulous and never made unfounded claims. Since it specifically labeled it hidden information, and even used an exclamation point that meant there was definitely a mind-blowing secret hidden behind this seemingly tattered notebook. It might even be a long-buried historical truth, whose value far exceeded money itself. This was a fortune beyond measure. "Young man, are you interested in this?" A slightly nervous, cautious voice sounded beside him, who turned to look and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s leaning in, his face a mix of anticipation and anxiety, his hands fidgeting restlessly with the hem of his shirt. The man wore a faded, old jacket with frayed cuffs, and his pant legs were caked with dried mud. He looked like an honest, ordinary person, completely out of place in this opulent venue filled with elegantly dressed guests, like an ugly duckling that had wandered into a flock of swans. "Yes, I find this notebook quite interesting. It has a special charm, as if it's hiding a story." Who nodded and asked casually, his tone calm and without a trace of disdain, "Is this yours?" "Ah, no. It's not mine, it belongs to a friend of mine." The middle-aged man sighed, his brow furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character river. His eyes filled with sorrow and his eyelids slightly reddened. He said, "It's an heirloom passed down through generations. There has been an emergency at home, an elderly relative is sick and needs money for treatment right away, so he asked me to bring it here to see if I could sell it for some quick cash. I've asked several people already, but they all said it's too worn out and worthless, they wouldn't even take it off my hands." He pointed to the corner, his tone filled with helplessness and despair. I figured since the association holds private auctions, I could give my friend a hand. I never expected that after the association's experts appraised it, they'd say it's just an ordinary notebook, not worth much and not eligible for the auction. All I can do is leave it here in the corner of the exhibition hall and try my luck, hoping some kind soul might take it in. The middle-aged man shook his head and gave a wry smile, his voice slightly choked up. It's been sitting here since this morning. So many collectors have come and gone, but not a single one has given it a second glance. Everyone's been swarming around the porcelain and jade pieces. Looks like there's no hope today. How am I supposed to explain this to my friend? Who chuckled to himself. Gold always shines through. After all, it's just a case of worrying over nothing. Those so-called experts and collectors, no matter how keen their eyes, can only see the surface. They can't fathom the secrets hidden within this notebook. Their discernment is nothing but a joke in the face of the system. I'm quite interested in that period of Heavenly Kingdom's history. I happen to be researching related historical materials. Who chose his words carefully and probed tentatively, his gaze sincere. I'm wondering how much your friend is asking for this manuscript? If the price is right, I might consider buying it. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He hurriedly said, the expert previously estimated it at 50,000 to 80,000, but it's been on display all day and no one has even asked about it. My friend is in desperate need of money to save a life. It's a matter of life and death. Why don't you name a price? As long as it's close, we'll take it. Even a little less is fine. Saving a life comes first. How about this, 60,000? Who made his offer decisively, without the slightest hesitation. But let me take a close look at it first to confirm its condition. If everything's in order, we'll close the deal right away. Cash or bank transfer, either is fine. 60,000? Deal. Deal, deal, deal. That's great. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. So excited he nearly jumped for joy. He hurriedly reached into the display case to retrieve the notebook and handed it over with trembling hands, as if presenting a priceless treasure. Take your time looking through it. There's no rush. As long as you're sincere about wanting it, anything goes. Thank you. You're truly a living bodhisattva. Who took the notebook as his fingertips touched the rough, fragile pages. A sense of the vicissitudes of history spread from his fingertips throughout his body. He pretended to be calm as he began to flip through it, moving with the utmost gentleness. The paper in the manuscript was indeed extremely brittle as he turned the pages. He could even hear a faint crack, as if it might tear at any moment. The secrets of the heavenly kingdom. Who felt ecstatic inside, but outwardly remained impassive. An hour later, the viewing session ended, and the event moved on to the private auction. The event moved to the VIP auction hall on the second floor. The decor here was even more luxurious and elegant. The lights were dimmed, with only a spotlight shining on the central display stand, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere, as if a sacred ceremony were about to begin. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, and the surrounding walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, exuding a sense of heritage and prestige at every turn. The host stood on the stage and announced in a resonant voice, "Next up is today's highlight, the private auction. There are a total of 20 items, all carefully selected masterpieces by our members." He deliberately glanced in whose direction, raised his voice, and said with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, "In addition, there is one special lot among them, a priceless treasure. Please look forward to it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of lively chatter swept through the exhibition hall, and countless eyes once again turned toward the stage, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Claire leaned close to Hu, lowered her voice, and like a little tour guide, explained with a touch of playfulness. "Brother Hu, my grandfather said there are quite a few big-time collectors here this time, all top figures in the industry." Pointing to the front row, she whispered with a twinkle in her eye, "Look, that old Master Qin, you've met him before." Next to him, the man with the agarwood prayer beads and a prosperous air is Chun Chiming, a renowned antique dealer from Hong Kong. He is known for spending lavishly at overseas auctions. His family has been in the antique business for 3 generations, and rumor has it there is no piece he can't acquire. And that middle-aged man in a suit who looks like a businessman is Zhang Jianguo, the real estate tycoon from Binhai. He has only recently entered the collecting scene, specializing in acquiring top-quality pieces to adorn his home. He is the most lavish bidder here, a typical new money collector. Who nodded, his gaze settling on the display area next to the auction podium. On display there were the 20 items to be auctioned today, each protected by a transparent, temperature-controlled glass case. The lights shining on them refracted a dazzling glow, like a constellation of twinkling stars, mesmerizing to behold. Who thought for a moment, and with a flick of his mind, treasure radar silently unfolded in his mind. In his field of vision, 20 halos instantly appeared, crystal clear. Most were blue, indicating ordinary items, while 5 or 6 were green, signifying premium pieces that emitted an alluring glow. At position 19, the golden halo shone exceptionally brightly, clearly a rare treasure of immense value. The grand finale was none other than the Northern Song Dynasty Mei Ping vase he had added at the last minute. Northern Song Dynasty Jing Dejun Kiln Blue-White Glaze Mei Ping vase with interlaced lotus pattern. In the radar's field of view, that halo was not only brighter than gold, but its edges also shimmered with a faint hint of legendary tear, as if proclaiming its unparalleled value and status like a moon surrounded by a host of stars. A confident smile tugged at the corners of Hu's mouth, and he thought to himself, "The show is about to begin. Tonight, this place is my ATM." The auction officially began. The first lot was a Ming Dynasty landscape painting, with a starting bid of 500,000. Hu's eyes flickered slightly, and information from his treasure radar instantly flashed through his mind. A folk painter's copy of Tang Yin's Travelers Among Streams and Mountains. The brushwork is decent, but the spirit is stiff and lacks vitality. Market valuation, approximately 600,000. Sure enough, after a few rounds of bidding, the painting finally sold for 620,000, a modest premium. Everyone knew the true value, and no one was willing to be taken for a fool. Poem reads, "Fragmented scrolls and broken bamboo slips lie buried in dust. Who knows the thunder hidden within? With a discerning eye that pierces the clouds to seek hidden histories, the tales of a bygone era await your revelation." Chapter 21. A bombshell. The second lot was a Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain plate, with a starting bid of 300,000. Hu's eyes flickered slightly, and information from treasure radar instantly flashed through his mind. A masterpiece from a folk kiln during the Kangxi era, with a pure and lustrous glaze. However, there is a faint repair mark on the bottom that is difficult for non-experts to detect. It is recommended not to bid higher than 400,000. Bidding beyond that will result in a loss. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than bids began to fly back and forth. 350,000, 400,000, 450,000. The price climbed rapidly, soon surpassing the red line recommended by the radar. When the bid reached 680,000, a middle-aged collector wearing gold-rimmed glasses turned beet red, veins bulging at his temples. His bidding paddle trembled slightly, his eyes filled with the frenzy of a man betting everything on a single roll of the dice. However, just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, he seemed to suddenly remember something. His expression changed drastically, and the fervor in his eyes was instantly replaced by terror. He slammed his bid paddle down as if he'd been burned, let out a long sigh, and found his back drenched in cold sweat. "I almost lost my mind. Paying 680,000 for a plate with a chipped rim? That's something only a sucker would do." He silently thanked his luck for cutting his losses in time and avoiding an even bigger setback. In the end, the porcelain piece sold for 550,000, and the collector who bought it thought he'd scored a bargain, unaware that he'd actually overpaid. The auctions proceeded one after another, the pace tight yet orderly, the air thick with the intertwined scent of money and desire. For Hu, this treasure radar was the most professional and ruthless appraiser in the room, laying bare the provenance, flaws, and true value of every lot right before his eyes, putting him in an unbeatable position as if he were viewing everything from a god's-eye perspective. While others were gambling, he was simply cashing out. Claire saw that Hu remained completely focused, his gaze intense, and couldn't help but lean in close. Her hair brushed gently against Hu's cheek, carrying a faint, refreshing scent of shampoo that sent a tingling sensation through him. She lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with excitement like a curious little kitten. "Brother Hu, which one have you set your sights on? Want to make a bid? That jade ring from earlier looked pretty good, such a beautiful green, and it had such a rich translucency." Hu smiled calmly and shook his head. The auction continued, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. Every time the hammer fell, it tugged at everyone's nerves, causing their hearts to race. When the bidding reached the 10th item, a Qianlong-era pink glazed porcelain vase, Qin Yuan, the distinguished elder who had been sitting as still as a pine tree with extraordinary poise, finally made his move. He raised his bid card gently, his movements elegant and composed. His voice was soft yet carried an unquestionable air of authority. 1,500,000. The bid was settled with a single hammer strike. No one dared to challenge it. In his eyes, that porcelain vase was perhaps just another piece of the puzzle in his collection, a true display of a big shot's poise. The 11th item, a Hotan jade seal, was snapped up by Hong Kong businessman Chan Chiming. 80,000. Chan Chiming didn't even bother raising his paddle. He merely gave a slight nod, a hint of a nonchalant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To him, this sum was mere pocket change. He'd keep it for a few days to admire, then resell it for double the price. The 12th item, an ancient book from the Song dynasty, was snapped up by real estate tycoon Zhang Jianguo for 1.2 million. His face glowed with excitement, and the gold chain around his neck sparkled under the lights, as if what he'd purchased wasn't a book, but a ticket to the cultural elite. He bowed triumphantly to those around him and laughed heartily. This is a real gem. It'll truly grace my study. As several bigwigs placed bids one after another, the atmosphere in the exhibition hall instantly reached a fever pitch. The auctioneer, his expression full of excitement, presented lot number 13, a Warring States-era bronze wine vessel with a simple yet substantial design. Starting bid, 6 million. No sooner had the words left his mouth than bids surged in like a tidal wave. 7 million, 8,500,000, 10 million. After a fierce back and forth, the bids soared higher and higher, and everyone's faces turned crimson. In the end, a shrewd middle-aged collector snapped it up for 15 million. He clutched his bid card tightly, his palms drenched in sweat, grieving over the cost yet terrified of losing it to someone else. Both parties felt they'd come out ahead, their faces beaming with a complex mix of joy. For the next few lots, bids rose and fell in rapid succession. The shouts of bids and the clangs of the gavel intertwined into a symphony of wealth that set the blood racing. Claire occasionally acted as a commentator in Who's ear, introducing the backgrounds of the big players. The warm breath from her words brushed against Who's ear, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet he found this young woman's quirky charm endearing. She added a touch of warmth to the tense auction. Old Joe, sitting nearby, took in the scene. The elderly gentleman smiled as he lifted his teacup and gently blew away the foam. The smile at the corners of his eyes deepened, and his wrinkles were filled with satisfaction. An old friend sitting next to him teased, his gaze lingering suggestively on the pair. Old Joe, are you happy to see the young people having fun? Or are you happy to see your granddaughter and that young man exchanging glances? The way I see it, that girl won his hardest, practically flying right over to him. Old Joe made no attempt to hide his feelings. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, a hint of pride in his voice, "The more I look at Who, the more pleased I am. This young man has good judgment and talent, but most importantly, he is humble and level-headed, neither arrogant nor impatient. Young people like him are as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn these days." His old friend pursed his lips and said sourly, "Look at you showing off. You're already gushing about him before she has even married him." Old Mr. Zhou nodded and smiled, his gaze deep and thoughtful. "That shows he has high standards and lofty aspirations. Wan is such a lively girl, like a wild monkey, so she needs someone as steady as Who to keep her in check. Only then will I feel at ease and trusting my granddaughter to him." On stage, the auctioneer took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then raised his voice sharply to announce the arrival of lot number 19. Next up is one of the highlights and grand finales of this auction, an authentic landscape painting by Tang Bohu, Spring Dawn in Jiangnan. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a wave of uncontrollable gasps swept through the exhibition hall. Everyone's nerves were on edge, and it felt as though even their breathing had come to a standstill. Staff members, wearing pristine white velvet gloves, carefully carried the scroll onto the display stand and slowly unrolled it under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In an instant, a rich mist of Jiangnan seemed to wash over the audience, leaving them feeling refreshed and uplifted. In the painting, distant mountains were as dark as ink, while nearby waters were shrouded in mist. A few fishing boats dotted the glistening river surface. The scene evoked a profound sense of tranquility, with delicate and lively brushstrokes that fully showcased Tang Yin's refined talent and charm. This is a large-scale, colored painting on silk, measuring 120 centimeters in height and 60 centimeters in width. It is in exceptionally good condition and can truly be called a treasured masterpiece. 45 million. Zhang Jianguo raised his bid paddle almost the instant the scroll was fully unfurled. His voice was firm and resolute, without the slightest hesitation. His face radiating the confidence of one determined to win. As soon as that price was called, Chen Qi, who had been itching to bid, visibly hesitated. His brow furrowed deeply into the shape of the Chinese character river, and he ran his fingers over the bid paddle several times, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A flicker of intense inner conflict crossed his eyes as his mind raced. Though this painting is superb, 40 million is already a high price. Bidding any higher would severely squeeze his profit margin. He might even end up at a loss. I'm a businessman, not a madman. But this is an authentic Tang Bohu. How many more chances will I get in this lifetime? After a long silence, Chen Qiming finally sighed, reluctantly setting down his bid card. His eyes were filled with reluctance and disappointment, and the corner of his mouth twitched bitterly. At this price point, it's not just a contest of financial strength, it's the ultimate psychological battle. Whoever blinks first loses. 45 million once, the auctioneer shouted loudly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement as his gaze swept urgently across the room. 45 million twice? Are there any more bids? This is an authentic Tang Bohu. Once it's gone forever. Seize the moment this opportunity won't come again. The auctioneer looked around, his gaze sweeping over every potential bidder, trying to spark one last burst of excitement. The room fell deathly silent, everyone held their breath, and the air seemed to freeze solid. No one wanted to be the sucker at this moment, everyone feared becoming the one left holding the bag. 45 million going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer brought the gavel down with a heavy thud, a bang that struck everyone right in the heart, making their eardrums ache. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang Jianguo on successfully winning Tang Bohu's authentic painting. Spring Dawn in Jiangnan. The entire hall instantly erupted in enthusiastic applause. Many people stood up, casting envious and congratulatory glances at Zhang Jianguo, though some eyes held a hint of jealousy. Zhang Jianguo stood up and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to those around him, his face beaming with the satisfaction of having achieved his goal. The bold and unrestrained personality of a real estate tycoon was on full display as he laughed loudly. Haha. Thank you all for letting me win. This painting is mine. He turned to his assistant standing beside him and whispered a few instructions, clearly intent on finalizing the transfer as quickly as possible, afraid that delays might lead to complications. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rang out again, his tone tinged with a touch of mystery and excitement, even more animated than before. Distinguished guests, what we are about to present to you is a special lot that has been added to this auction at the last minute. The appearance of this lot is, without a doubt, the biggest surprise of this auction. It is absolutely the crown jewel of the evening. The entire hall immediately buzzed with excitement, and whispers rippled through the crowd. Zhang Jianguo, who had been preparing to leave to handle the formalities, also stopped in his tracks. Furrowing his brow slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes as he sat back down in his seat. The auctioneer deliberately paused for a few seconds, building anticipation and savoring the feeling of commanding the entire room, before slowly continuing. This is a Northern Song Dynasty Jingdajun Kiln Blue and white glazed Meiping vase with an intertwined lotus pattern. As soon as the words left his mouth, the exhibition hall erupted in a frenzy, as if a bombshell had been dropped. Amid the crowd's eager anticipation, 2 staff members slowly carried an exquisite display stand onto the stage, their movements so gentle it was as if they were cradling a fragile dream. Upon the display stand stood a Meiping vase, its entire body as lustrous as jade. Bathed in the spotlight, it radiated a warm, soft bluish-white glow, resembling a beauty standing apart from the world. The vase's form was slender and graceful. With a narrow mouth and short neck, its shoulders were full and rounded, while the body tapered downward. Its lines flowed naturally, evoking the silhouette of a young maiden and fully embodying the elegant charm of Song Dynasty porcelain. Most striking is the intertwined lotus motif adorning the entire vase. The carving is exquisitely detailed with distinct layers. The blooming lotus flowers and spreading branches and leaves are so lifelike that one can almost smell the fragrance of the flowers from 1,000 years ago. The glaze is a lustrous white tinged with a faint bluish hue, as smooth as cream, with a subdued and understated luster, a precious radiance refined by the passage of time, far beyond the reach of modern replicas. Zhang Jianguo, who had just sat down, instantly sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently on the plum vase, his breathing growing heavier. Chen Qiming abruptly stood up, picked up his binoculars to examine it closely. His hands were trembling slightly. His breathing as ragged as that of someone who had just finished a marathon, and his eyes blazed with an unprecedented greed. Qin Yuan's expression also changed. His previously calm face was now filled with turmoil, his gaze shifting restlessly. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze firmly on the plum-shaped vase on the display stand, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest at an ever-increasing pace, revealing the extreme turmoil within him. This is the divine masterpiece he has always dreamed of. Chapter 22. You're about to become a billionaire. This plum vase stands 35 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 4.2 centimeters and a base diameter of 9 centimeters. The form is intact and undamaged. The glaze is pure and lustrous, and the carved floral patterns are exquisitely crafted. It is truly the pinnacle of Qinbai glazed plum vases from the Jingdezhen Hills of the Northern Song dynasty. With only a handful in existence, it is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly with intense excitement, his tone carrying a pilgrim-like reverence, as if he were speaking not of a piece of porcelain, but of a treasure of the entire Chinese civilization. Starting bid 40 million. Bids must be in increments of at least 1 million. Before the auctioneer had even finished speaking, the bidding section erupted into a frenzy. 45 million. Chen Qiming raised his bid paddle almost the instant the auctioneer finished speaking, his movement so swift it created a gust of wind. His voice was firm and powerful, even sounding slightly sharp with urgency, like a blade drawn from its sheath. The regret of having missed out on Tang Bohu's authentic work moments earlier had already left him deeply frustrated. Now, with this Northern Song dynasty plum vase appearing before his eyes, a fire of determination burned in his gaze. He would absolutely not allow history to repeat itself. 50 million. The big shot Qin Yuan followed close behind, refusing to show the slightest sign of weakness. Seated upright in his chair, he remained motionless, merely raising his bidding paddle slowly, a movement that was elegant yet exuded immense power. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying an unquestionable resolve, while his gaze, as sharp as a hawk's, was fixed intently on the plum vase on the podium, as if declaring his ownership of it. 55 million. Chen Qiming clenched his back teeth, his jaw muscles bulging as he swiftly raised his bid card once more. His face was flushed with blood, the veins at his temples slightly bulging, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, the raw, primal instinct of a businessman fighting for survival in a desperate situation. 60 million. Zhang Jianguo also raised his bid card with a gruff voice, bellowing loudly. Although he knew little about porcelain, seeing the two industry titans battling it out until their faces turned crimson instantly ignited his competitive spirit. For him, this wasn't just about buying an item, it was about saving face. As long as it was an antique, he had to participate, and he couldn't afford to lose in terms of presence. 60 million? So what? I've got money to burn. He roared inwardly, the gold chain around his neck swaying violently with his movements. The tension in the room instantly reached a fever pitch. The air seemed to solidify into ice, pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. Everyone held their breath, their eyes darting back and forth between the three bidders, hearts pounding in their throats, afraid to miss a single detail. 62 million. Chen Qiming called out again, his voice already slightly strained. 70 million. Qin Yuan remained impassive, raising his paddle with the same unhurried composure as if he were simply ordering a cup of tea. But a closer look revealed that the knuckles of his hand, clenched tightly around the bid card, had turned slightly white, and the veins on the back of his hand were pulsing faintly, a sign that a storm had long been raging within him. 70 million. This price had already exceeded his mental threshold, but the bottle was simply too perfect. If he let it slip away, he might never encounter another like it in his lifetime. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Chen Qiming's forehead, gathering into beads that trickled down his cheeks. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, his fingers clenching the bid paddle so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain and even trembled slightly. Inside, he roared frantically, 70 million. This was way over budget. The company's cash flow was already tight if he bid any higher, but a piece this good, if he let it slip away, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. That kind of heartache would be worse than losing money. He'd go for it. At worst, he'd just mortgage that plot of land. 73 million. His voice carried a hint of gritted teeth, determination hoarse and resolute, as if blood and tears were being squeezed through clenched teeth. 75 million. Zhang Jiangu immediately followed with a bid. Veins bulged on his neck as he shouted at the top of his lungs. His face flushed and veins popping, spit flying from his mouth. He was clearly throwing money at his opponents, trying to overwhelm them with sheer force. 75 million. Let us see who dares to bid higher. At that point, the competition reached a fever pitch. The three men traded bids back and forth. Each raise felt like a life or death struggle, their gazes clashing in the air and sending sparks flying, as if one could hear the screech of metal grinding against metal. None of them was willing to back down even an inch. This was the ultimate showdown of financial might, audacity, and obsession. 87 million. Chun Chiming's voice was already hoarse, on the verge of breaking. His face had turned the color of liver. His eyes bloodshot, a sign of the exhaustion and madness born from the fierce battle between reason and desire. His hand was trembling, and the motion of raising his paddle had become slow and laborious with every bid. It felt as if he were cutting off a piece of his own flesh. 90 million. Qin Yuan raised his paddle again. This time he showed not the slightest hesitation. His gaze was as firm as iron, and though his voice was not loud, it resonated like a great bell, silencing the entire hall. 90 million. He uttered these three words calmly, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 caddies. He fixed his gaze on Chen Qiming, his eyes as deep as the sea, as if silently asking, "Will you keep bidding? Do you want to lose your life?" The moment that price was called, the entire hall fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Chen Qiming, awaiting the final verdict. Chun Chiming's face flushed crimson. His hand, clutching the bid paddle, trembled violently a few times. His lips quivered as he tried to raise it, only to let it drop helplessly. His eyes were filled with anguish and inner turmoil, tears welling up in his eyes. In the end, reason triumphed over madness. He let out a long sigh, as if all his strength had been drained from him. He slumped in his chair, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his head buried deep in his hands. "It's over. 90 million. I lost." Zhang Jianguo also sighed, shook his head in resignation, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered, "This is crazy, absolutely crazy. 90 million for a bottle? You guys go ahead and play. I'm out of here." 90 million once, the auctioneer shouted loudly, his voice becoming shrill, even cracking slightly from sheer excitement. 90 million twice, the auctioneer scanned the room, his eyes burning as if waiting for a miracle to happen. But the only response was a deathly silence. 90 million 3 times. Sold. Bang! The sound of the gavel echoed through the hall once more, crisp and decisive, like the hammer of a judge's gavel, signaling the end of a high-stakes gamble. Congratulations to Mr. Qin Yuan, the esteemed Mr. Qin, on winning this auction's flagship lot. The Northern Song Dynasty blue-white glazed Meiping vase with interlaced lotus pattern. The hall erupted in even more enthusiastic applause. Many people rose to their feet, casting looks of sincere admiration at Qin Yuan mixed with shock and awe at the astronomical price of 90 million. A satisfied smile finally spread across Qin Yuan's face, a pure joy, as if he had acquired all the treasures in the world. He let out a long sigh, his tense shoulders relaxing, and tears glistened in his eyes. Hu Wan'er leaned close to Hu's ear, her voice filled with amazement, her eyes wide as if she'd seen an alien. 90 million! 90 million. Hu, you've really struck it rich this time. That's 90 million. You're about to become a billionaire. Claire clutched Hu's arms tightly. It was clear she was even more excited than he was. Old Zhou, sitting nearby, nodded with satisfaction. The look of admiration in his eyes as he glanced at Hu out of the corner of his eye grew stronger, as if he were looking at a piece of unpolished jade that already revealed its magnificent potential. He couldn't suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hu smiled faintly, his expression as calm as ever, merely nodding slightly, as if what had just been sold wasn't a treasure worth 90 million, but an ordinary trinket. He nodded with a smile while a hint of joy did well up in his heart. What he felt most was a calmness beyond the ordinary. Sure enough, when you encounter a collector who truly loves this art form and cherishes it as if it were their own life, the price will far exceed the system's cold, impersonal estimate. Though the system's estimates were accurate, they couldn't account for the tenacity and passion of the human heart, nor the madness of spending one's entire fortune for the sake of art. 90 million was an astronomical sum to him, enough to change his destiny, catapulting him from an ordinary person to a top-tier tycoon and granting him financial freedom. But with the treasure radar system as his secret weapon, there would be many, many more opportunities like this in the future. This was just the first time. There would be a second, a third. His journey stretches to the stars and the vast ocean. This sum of money is merely pocket change for the road. After the auction ended, who was escorted by staff to the VIP lounge on the second floor to finalize the transaction. As he pushed open the heavy rosewood door, Old Master Cheen had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing who enter, Old Master Cheen immediately rose to greet him, his face lit with a sincere smile. Gone was the sharpness and domineering aura he displayed during the bidding. In its place was the warmth and affection of an elder toward a younger generation, even tinged with a hint of gratitude. Young friend who, meeting you today, confirms that heroes truly emerge in youth. This old man is in awe, truly in awe. Cheen Yuan gripped Hu's hand firmly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If you hadn't brought out such a masterpiece, I'm afraid I would have carried this regret for the rest of my life. Old Master Cheen, you flatter me. It is your keen eye that allows this piece to truly shine in your hands. Hu replied humbly, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, and his manners impeccable. Nu. In the antique trade, discernment is paramount. Cheen Yuan shook his head with a smile, his gaze brimming with deep appreciation. Without discernment, even the best luck won't help you distinguish genuine from fake, let alone dare to make a purchase. Young Hu, to possess such discernment and boldness at such a young age, your future is boundless, and you're sure to carve out a place for yourself in the antique world. The younger generation is truly formidable, truly formidable. While handling the transfer formalities, Old Master Cheen signed the documents and remarked in a seemingly casual tone, though his words held a hint of anticipation. Young Hu, I wonder if you'd be interested in visiting Beijing. Panjiayuan in Beijing is the nation's premier antique hub, a place teeming with hidden talents, offering every kind of treasure imaginable and swarming with experts. If you're willing, young Master Hu, I'd be happy to host you, take you on a proper tour, and introduce you to a few old friends so everyone can get a glimpse of your talent. Hu's eyes lit up, and his heart stirred. He had long heard of Panjiayuan's fame. It was a mecca in the hearts of countless antique enthusiasts, and a place he had always dreamed of visiting. Panjiayuan in Beijing, I've long heard the legendary stories about it. If I get the chance, I'll definitely pay old Mr. Cheen a visit, Hu said with a smile, his tone sincere. Haha, it's a deal then. Old Mr. Cheen was delighted. He pulled an elegant business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Here's my contact information. When you arrive in Beijing, Hu Xiaoyu, be sure to contact me in advance. I'll have someone pick you up, and we'll have a few drinks together. Hu accepted the card with both hands and pulled out his own business card to hand it over. I certainly will. I'll be counting on your kindness and guidance when I arrive, old Mr. Cheen. Not at all, not at all. Old Mr. Cheen tucked away the card, patted Hu on the shoulder, and said earnestly, it's an honor for an old man like me to meet a talented young man like you. Hu, I'll be waiting for you in Beijing. We'll definitely meet up. After completing all the formalities, a ding sounded as a text message arrived from the bank. Since this was an internal exchange auction, the high commission fees were waived. After deducting personal income tax on the transaction, he actually walked away with 87.5 million. Looking at the long string of numbers on his phone screen, from the initial 500 yuan to now possessing over 87.5 million, this vast leap made Hu feel as if a lifetime had passed. It was as though he'd been in a bizarre and surreal dream. The poem reads, the auctioneer's gavel strikes like thunder. 90 million. Song Dynasty porcelain, like jade, shines in the grand hall. Do not say a young man lacks pride. With a discerning eye for treasures, he shakes the 8 corners of the world. Chapter 23. The Real Estate Drama. The three of them headed back to Antique Street together. The sun was sinking in the west, its fading glow as red as blood. The afterglow bathed the long street, stretching their shadows long and warm, as if painting a flowing silhouette on the ground. The crowd on Antique Street was gradually thinning. The daytime clamor receded like a tide, revealing a rare sense of tranquility and serenity. The red lanterns on both sides had already been lit, and layers of warm yellow light spread across the bluestone pavement, draping this ancient street in a nostalgic and cozy glow. For a moment, it felt as though time had reversed, transporting them back to the prosperous dreams of a century past. Hu walked briskly along the bluestone pavement. Suddenly, He remembered something and turned to old Joe, his tone tinged with a hint of hesitation. Old Joe, I picked up a few trinkets at the flea market the other day, a Republican-era copper spoon, a Qing Dynasty folk kiln plate, and a porcelain vase from the early years of the People's Republic. They're not top-tier pieces, but they're quite pleasing to the eye. Upon hearing this, old Joe perked up immediately. His previously weary eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Oh? The Republican-era copper spoon is one thing, but that Qing Dynasty folk kiln plate and that porcelain vase from the early years of the People's Republic, if they're truly fine pieces, those are valuable antiques with real age. Come on, let us head back to the treasure pavilion so I can take a good look. Who knows? It might be another big find. The three quickened their pace and soon arrived at the entrance to Treasurebound Pavilion. The shop's signboard glistened under the streetlights. The three large characters, Treasurebound Pavilion, were bold and vigorous, exuding a profound sense of ancient charm and heritage. Pushing open the door, they found the interior unchanged. The various antiques on the display shelves cast a soft glow under the gentle lighting, and the air was filled with the familiar scent of sandalwood, creating a soothing atmosphere. Old Master Zhou warmly invited Hu to sit down and personally brewed a pot of fine Longjing tea. The aroma filled the room instantly. Here, have a sip of tea to moisten your throat first, then take out the items for me to examine. Hu took 3 items out of the cloth bag. He carried one by one and placed them carefully on the table, moving gently as if handling his own children. Old Master Zhou picked up the Republican-era copper spoon, examined it closely, and gently ran his fingers over the patterns on its surface, feeling the warm, lustrous patina. This spoon has a unique design and flowing lines. With a natural, rich patina, it's definitely an artifact from the Republican era. However, there are quite a few of these copper pieces on the market, so its value isn't particularly high. I'll give you an estimate of 800 yuan. Does that sound fair to you? Sure, old Joe, you're the expert. Your prices have always been fair. Hu nodded, looking completely at ease. Old Joe then picked up the Qing Dynasty folk kiln plate, turned it over to examine the mark on the bottom, and scrutinized the variations in the glaze color under the light, his gaze focused and sharp. Although this plate is from a folk kiln, the body is fine and dense, the glaze is lustrous as jade, the blue and white hues are pure, and the painting is quite good. The brushwork is lively. It's a fine piece from the mid-Qing period. It's in excellent condition, with no chips or scratches, and is worth 3,500. All right, I'll take your word for it, Hu replied with a smile. Finally, old Joe picked up the porcelain vase from the early years of the People's Republic, his expression gradually turning serious, as if he were facing not just an ordinary vase, but a work of art. He examined it meticulously for quite some time, taking out a magnifying glass to observe the distribution of bubbles in the glaze, then gently tapping the body of the vase to listen to the sound. It was crisp and pleasant, with a lingering resonance. A moment later, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This vase is no ordinary piece. Although it dates from the early years of the People's Republic, the craftsmanship is exceptionally exquisite. The glaze is rich and thick, and the painting is meticulous. It must have been a premium piece specially fired by a state-owned porcelain factory back then, perhaps even part of the batch intended for export to earn foreign exchange. Items like this are rarely seen on the market nowadays. They hold significant collectible value and have tremendous potential. I'll offer you a fair price. 12,000 yuan, not a single fin less. Hu's heart leapt with joy. This price had far exceeded his expectations. Old Joe was indeed a man of integrity. The 3 items together totaled 14,300 yuan. Old Joe cheerfully pulled out stacks of brand new bills from behind the counter and neatly arranged them on the table. The red 100 yuan notes looked especially festive under the lights. Young Hu, you truly have a keen eye. To unearth such fine goods in a flea market, a place where the good and the bad are all mixed together, is truly impressive for someone your age. It was just luck I happened to come across them by chance. Hu smiled as he pocketed the money, replying modestly, I also have to thank old Joe for offering a fair price and not shortchanging me. Not at all, not at all. Honesty with everyone, young and old alike, is the hallmark of my Treasurebound Pavilion and my personal code of conduct. Old Joe stroked his mustache, his eyes narrowing to slits in a smile, his face radiating kindness. If you ever have anything good in the future, feel free to bring it by. You're always welcome here. My doors are always open to you. Hu stood up, carefully tucked the money away, smoothed out his collar, and clasped his hands in a bow. Well then, I won't keep you any longer, old Joe. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. Old Joe and Claire rose to see him off, accompanying him all the way to the door. Old Joe patted Hu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Take your time, young friend. Be careful on your way home. Come visit often when you have time. The two of us can have a good chat then." Claire stood to the side, her voice soft and tinged with a barely perceptible hint of reluctance, her cheeks glowing with a faint blush in the light of the lanterns. "Brother Hu, please come visit often. I'll save the best tea for you when you do." "I certainly will." Hu turned back and smiled, his gaze gentle. "You should get some rest early, too." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out into the night, his figure tall and confident. Old Joe watched Hu's figure disappear around the corner, then glanced at his granddaughter's flushed cheeks and dreamy gaze. He stroked his mustache, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes, but he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he sighed meaningfully. "Daughters grow up and leave home." Then, speaking in a calm tone laced with tenderness, he added, "Wan it's time to tidy up and close shop. It's getting late." "Oh, okay, Grandpa," Claire replied, though the blush on her face deepened slightly. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, and her gaze kept drifting toward the doorway, as if hoping that figure would reappear. Stepping out of the treasure pavilion, Hu felt the bank card in his pocket. Inside lay 87.5 million from the auction of the plum-shaped vase, plus the proceeds from selling the small items earlier, over 10,000, and his previous savings of over 200,000. His total assets were now approaching 88 million. He looked up at the sky above him. The city's neon lights were coming on one by one, dazzling and brilliant, like a Milky Way on the ground. The night breeze was slightly cool, dispelling some of the summer heat and reawakening a longing deep within him. The thought of buying a house suddenly sprang to Hu's mind, and it was unstoppable. This city was vast. With countless homes aglow, it was time for him to have a place of his own. That 2-bedroom, 1-living-room rental apartment didn't even have enough space to store a single decent collectible, let alone a climate-controlled storage environment. If his treasures were damaged, he wouldn't even have time to cry. In the future, the antiques he found using Treasure Radar would only keep piling up. He couldn't possibly stuff them all into the system inventory. That would be such a waste, and it would lack that tangible sense of ownership. Besides, now that he had money, he should treat himself to a better standard of living, right? He couldn't let anyone else suffer, but he certainly wouldn't let himself. So he immediately pulled out his phone to search for real estate listings in the city. He scrolled through several pages, compared countless specifications, and finally settled on Cloudtop Manor on the city outskirts. This community specializes in detached villas, with comprehensive amenities and a green space ratio as high as 60%. It's like a natural oxygen oasis. More importantly, the sales office's description specifically mentioned collection storage units, equipped with top-of-the-line temperature and humidity-controlled systems and security facilities designed exclusively for collectors. It was practically tailor-made for him. The online reviews were also positive. Many buyers praised the tranquil environment, tight security, and comfortable living conditions, calling it a true affluent neighborhood. "This is the one." Hu nodded silently to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Early the next morning, under bright sunshine, Hu hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the sales office at Cloudtop Manor." "Sure thing. That's a high-end area. Are you looking to buy a house?" "Young man." The driver was a friendly soul and asked with a smile. "Just taking a look." Hu smiled slightly and said no more. The driver stepped on the gas, and the taxi merged into traffic, heading toward the city outskirts. Hu leaned back in the rear seat, watching the street scenes rush by outside the window, his heart filled with anticipation. From an unemployed loser to a treasure hunter worth tens of millions, though it had only been a few short months, it felt like he'd lived through several years. It seemed like a lifetime ago. Before, he couldn't even afford rent and would haggle over a few yuan for groceries. Now, he was considering buying a villa worth tens of millions. Before, he could only huddle in his rented room, munching on instant noodles with a gloomy expression. Now, he could casually attend high-end auctions and spend lavishly. All of this was the result of Treasure Radar, a compensation from fate for his past hardships. Hu couldn't help but recall the night he first activated Treasure Radar, that dilapidated, drafty rental apartment, that mysterious power surging from the depths of his mind, and the awe he felt in that moment, which remains unforgettable to this day. If it weren't for Treasure Radar, he'd probably still be worrying about making ends meet, submitting resumes on job sites, facing rejection after rejection, and enduring cold stares. Outside the car window, The city's hustle and bustle gradually faded into the distance, replaced by the open scenery of the suburbs. Neat rows of trees lined both sides of the road, and the green belts were meticulously manicured. Occasionally, a few uniquely designed buildings could be seen nestled among the greenery, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. The taxi turned onto a wide boulevard, and ahead appeared an imposing complex of buildings. At the main entrance stood a massive golden sign, Yunding Manor, glistening in the sunlight. "We're here, young man. This place is truly magnificent," the driver exclaimed in admiration. Who paid the fare, opened the door, and stepped out, taking a deep breath of fresh air. It was time to find himself a real home. As soon as Hu stepped into the sales office at Cloudtop Manor, he was stunned by the luxurious decor of the lobby. Under the 10-meter-high vaulted ceiling, a massive crystal chandelier shimmered with radiant colors, casting a rainbow of light. The floor was paved with imported marble, its grain as fine as jade and so polished it reflected like a mirror. On both sides were displays of various high-end scale models, each meticulously crafted with such realistic detail that even the shapes of the shrubs in the green belts were clearly discernible, making visitors feel as if they were standing right in their future homes. Just as he was looking around, a shrill voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility. "Hey, isn't that who? What are you doing here? You didn't just wander into the wrong place, did you?" Who looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Jianjun, the former CEO of his company, walking toward him with a heavily made-up woman and a young man with a fawning expression, a look of undisguised sarcasm on his face. Wang Jianjun was notorious for being stingy and mean-spirited. In his 40s, he was pot-bellied, looking like a barrel filled with oil, and his small eyes betrayed a shrewd and cunning nature as he now sized Hu up and down. It was Wang who had fired Hu back then on the pretext of failing to meet performance targets, though in reality, it was to make room for his future brother-in-law, so he could take over Wang's position, a move of the utmost despicability. That young man was none other than Lu Hao, who now wore a smug expression, his chin held high as if he were the ruler of the world. The heavily made-up woman standing beside Wang Jianjun was Lu Mei, in her early 30s. Her face was caked in thick foundation, making her skin as white as a freshly painted wall. Her eyeshadow was so dark she looked like a panda, and her lips were painted a bright red, as if she'd just eaten a dead child. She was dressed in a limited-edition Chanel suit, a diamond bracelet glinting on her wrist, and her gait was utterly affected. Every step seemed like she was strutting down a runway. She was Lu Hao's older sister and Wang Jianjun's girlfriend. The two were in cahoots, a perfect match in their depravity. "Mr. Wang, it's been a long time." Chapter 24. "Do you have a reservation?" Hu nodded faintly, his expression unruffled, as if the person standing before him were not his former harsh and stingy boss, but a few complete strangers. He had long anticipated that in such an upscale, high-end establishment where every square inch of space is at a premium, he was bound to run into former acquaintances. After all, the city's circle of wealthy elites isn't exactly vast, but it's not small either. It's a small world, and such encounters are inevitable. "Who, it's been ages, hasn't it? Heh, I thought you couldn't find a job, and were stuck holed up in that run-down rental apartment, living hand to mouth." Wang Jianjun's tiny, mung bean-sized eyes scanned Hu from head to toe. His gaze was like two rusty iron brushes, repeatedly scraping back and forth across Hu's plain, casual outfit. A flash of deep sarcasm and disdain flickered in his eyes, and a mocking smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "So what? Are you here to work today? Are you working as a security guard or a janitor now? Looking at your little frame, it's pretty sturdy. You'd make a great little security guard. Stand there at the entrance, and who knows, you might even spruce up the place a bit. Haha." Lu Mei, standing beside him, covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. Her laughter was sharp and grating, like fingernails scraping across glass. It made one's teeth ache. Her manicured nails, studded with fake rhinestones, sparkled under the lights, their glare making one's eyes spin. "Oh my, brother Wang, you're so naughty. Why do you have to be so blunt? You don't even spare anyone any face." But then again, she gave Hu a quick once-over, her gaze flirtatious. "Who really is cut out to be a security guard. He's got a decent enough look to him, and standing at the entrance he looks pretty intimidating. Who knows? If he works hard for a few years, he might even make it to security captain. Haha." Lu Hao, the sycophant, joined in the teasing, craning his neck as far as it would go and glaring at Hu with his slanted eyes. His head tilted so high that his nostrils seemed ready to point straight at the sky. Right. My brother-in-law is absolutely right. My sister has such a keen eye. Who, you really are something else. You can't even find a decent job these days, yet you still dare to show up at Cloudtop Manor. Any random house here costs tens of millions, or even over 100 million. You'd have to work 10 lifetimes to afford one, wouldn't you? Forget a house, you probably can't even afford a toilet. Right? Haha. After he finished speaking, he deliberately took a step forward to get closer to Hu, and the stench of cheap cologne mixed with the smell of sweat hit him in the face. Hu recoiled in disgust. Damn it. That really stinks. Lu Hao smugly extended a finger and poked Hu's shoulder with a hint of defiance, adopting a haughty, condescending air, as if he were the king of this realm and Hu were merely an ant at his feet. You've got the wrong idea. I'm here to look at the apartment. Hu replied calmly, his tone devoid of any anger. His gaze as clear as water, so serene and profound that it was impossible to fathom. In his current state of mind, he was no longer the timid, unemployed young man who used to worry about making ends meet. Now, the mockery from a small-time figure like Lu Hao felt to him like a gentle breeze brushing his face. It didn't stir the slightest ripple in his heart, and he even found it somewhat laughable. How could a sparrow possibly understand the ambitions of a swan? You, looking at an apartment? Ha 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 ha. Is it April Fool's Day today? Wang Jianjun, standing beside him, seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He threw his head back and roared with laughter, his round belly jiggling violently as wave after wave of fat rippled across his round face. Hu, you sure know how to crack a joke. You're killing me. You worked at my company for 5 months back then, making only 5,000 yuan a month. Even if you saved every penny for a year after graduation without eating or drinking, you'd only have 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. The cheapest house at Yunding Manor starts at 1 million, and private villas easily run into the tens of millions. What are you going to use to buy one? Your dreams? Or your daydreams? Ha ha. Lu Mei, the flirty woman standing nearby, was also laughing so hard she was shaking all over. The overpowering scent of her perfume wafted toward me, making me want to sneeze. Oh my brother Wang. Please don't give her a hard time. Maybe I'm just here to take a look, broaden my horizons, and go back to brag to my friends, saying, I went to Cloud Peak Estate today. Just imagine how much face that LL give you. Haha. It's just another form of the AQ spirit of victory, isn't it? Ha. Lu Hao, standing nearby, was clearly getting more worked up. He reached out and patted Hu on the shoulder. The touch was neither too light nor too heavy, but clearly meant to be insulting, and lectured Hu in the tone of a seasoned veteran. Hu, when it comes to life, you've got to keep your feet on the ground. Don't keep dreaming of overnight success. That's just a fool's fantasy. Look at me. Even though I've only been with the company for half a year, I'm willing to work hard and learn from my brother-in-law. Now my monthly salary is almost 10,000, and I'll be able to put down a down payment here any day now. As for you, you'd better find a proper job first and stop making a fool of yourself here, or people will laugh their heads off at you. Take it from your big brother. Ha. Hu gently brushed aside Lu Hao's dirty hand as it reached out to slap his shoulder again. His movement elegant and composed, as if he were brushing a speck of dust off his sleeve. His gaze remained as calm as water, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, as if he were watching a few clowns performing a clumsy juggling act right before his eyes. I am here to look at the apartment. Hu reiterated, his voice not loud but every word clear. Buy a house? Ha. Wang Jianjun laughed so hard he doubled over, one hand clutching his stomach while the other pointed at Hu, his fingertip trembling. I'm telling you, Hu, you're really blowing your own horn way too much. At Yunding Manor, even the cheapest apartment costs over 1 million, and villas start at 10 million. You're just an unemployed poor kid. How are you going to buy one? With your face? Do you think the sales office will let you in just by scanning your face? Lu Mei also giggled, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Oh my! I think he has really lost his mind. Brother Wang, do you think he won 5 million on the lottery and got a big head? If he really did win that much, why is he still dressed like this? Lu Hao slapped his thigh even more dramatically, spittle flying from his mouth. Bro-in-law, sis, I don't think he can even come up with 500 yuan. Let me tell you, back when I was interning at the company, Hu used to eat a 10 yuan rice bowl for lunch every day. I often saw him cramming onto the bus after work. He wouldn't even splurge on a bottle of water. A guy like that wants to buy a house at Cloudtop Manor? He is dreaming. In dreams, you can have anything. The three of them burst into laughter, their voices echoing back and forth through the spacious, brightly lit sales hall. The sound was particularly jarring, drawing the attention of many prospective buyers who were looking at properties nearby, causing them to glance over and point. Several sales agents who were attending to other clients also looked over in the direction of the laughter. Their suspicious glances quickly swept over who he was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, with no luxury watch on his wrist, no keys to a luxury car in his pocket, and not even a decent briefcase. At that moment, one of the salesmen, a man in his 30s with a slicked back, glossy pompadour and a crisp suit, set down the documents in his hand, clicked his polished leather shoes together, and strode toward Hu with measured steps. A professional, forced smile played on his face, but his eyes betrayed an undisguised sense of scrutiny and aloofness, as if he were looking at a potential source of trouble. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The salesman's voice was polite but tinged with coldness. "No, I don't," Hu answered truthfully, his tone remaining calm. The salesman's smile faded slightly, he gave a slight nod, and his tone took on a more aloof and dismissive edge. "I'm afraid that's not possible. According to our rules at Cloud Peak Estate, viewing a property requires an appointment in advance, and you must present proof of assets or bank statements. You'd best go home and prepare the necessary documents. Then come back another day." Before the male sales representative could finish his sentence, a young female sales representative had already sashayed over in her high heels to Wang Jianjun's side, her face instantly lighting up with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Wang, you're here." The female saleswoman's voice was sickly sweet, as if coated in honey. "Zunk. I assisted you last time. Are you here to view the townhouse area today? We recently launched several new Lakeview townhouses. The floor plans are excellent. The natural light is superb, and they're absolutely befitting of your distinguished status." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Hu, her eyes brimming with contempt and impatience, as if to say, "Who's this penniless nobody? Don't block my big client." Wang Jianjun smugly puffed out his beer belly, his nostrils flaring slightly as he savored the feeling of being fawned over. "That's right. I brought my girlfriend and my brother-in-law here today specifically to look around. I'm planning to buy a wedding home for my brother-in-law. As for the budget, let us say around 8 million. I wouldn't settle for anything too cheap after all. It wouldn't be befitting of my status." "Oh my, Mr. Wang, you're so generous. What a bold move." The female saleswoman beamed from ear to ear, bending her waist even lower as if she wanted to touch the floor. "This way, please. I'll take you to the VIP lounge. The atmosphere there is even better, and there are special refreshments and fruit waiting for you." Before leaving, Wang Jianjun didn't forget to glance back at Hu, his eyes brimming with smugness and sarcasm, as if showing off his trophy. "Hu, just keep daydreaming. I'm going to check out what an 8 million yuan mansion looks like. I'll tell you all about it later, so you can open your eyes and see what life is really like for the rich." Lu Mei cooed as she linked her arm through Wang Jianjun's, the diamond ring on her fingernail glinting dazzlingly under the lights. "Brother Wang, you're so naughty, but I like it." Lu Hao followed behind them. Just before they left, he deliberately tapped Hu on the shoulder, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, but just enough to carry a hint of humiliation. "Buddy, watch and learn. This is what a truly successful person looks like. Don't end up not even knowing which way the door opens." After the three of them finished speaking, led by the female saleswoman, they strode arrogantly toward the VIP reception room, their backs radiating sheer arrogance. Seeing this, the other salespeople all turned and returned to their workstations. Not a single one paid Hu any attention, as if he were nothing but a wisp of air. The male salesman even waved his hand dismissively, his tone carrying an unmistakable air of finality. "Sir, if you don't have an appointment or proof of assets, please leave. Don't stand here, you're disrupting our business and blocking the way for other clients." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind only a cold and snobbish silhouette, who stood where he was, looking at the busy yet snobbish salespeople around him, a sense of absurdity welling up inside him. He had nearly 100 million in cash flow in his pocket, yet because he was dressed plainly, didn't drive a luxury car, and wasn't wearing a gold watch, he couldn't even get basic courtesy. This was what they called judging a book by its cover, the cold, callous reality of the world. Who shook his head and was just about to turn away from this place reeking of money when a timid voice came from behind him. "Sir, hello." Who turned around to see a young woman in her early 20s standing a short distance away. She was wearing a business suit that was slightly too big and didn't quite fit right. Her face was bare of makeup, her hair pulled back into a simple ponytail, and she was nervously clutching a brochure so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Her eyes held a mix of anxiety and anticipation, like those of a startled fawn. "Sir, my name is Lin Xiao. I'm an intern sales representative here." The young woman took a deep breath, as if mustering all the courage she had in the world, and walked briskly toward him. Though her voice was soft, it carried a note of determination. "If you're truly interested in learning about the properties, I'd be happy to show you around. Whether you decide to buy or not, I'd be glad to assist you." "All right," Hu said, glancing at the young woman and nodding. The young woman led Hu to the massive scale model in the center of the sales hall. Although she was still nervous, her palms were even sweating, she did her best to remain professional. "Sir, Cloud Peak Estate is divided into 3 main areas: the high-rise residential area, the townhouse area, and the detached villa area." She pointed to each area on the model with her pointer. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but her tone remained clear. "The villa area is further divided into 3 types: mountain view villas, lakeview villas, and the flagship villa. Look here." Her pointer paused at the very center of the model, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. "This is our flagship villa. It's located at the highest point of the entire estate and offers the best views." Hu followed the direction of her finger. It was a model of a standalone 3-story villa, surrounded by green trees. Its footprint was noticeably several times larger than that of the other villas, as if it were the moon surrounded by stars. This flagship villa has a floor area of 1,800 square meters, comes with a 300 square meter private garden, and includes a basement of nearly 2,000 square meters. Poem. "Once I lamented my path's end amid weeds and thistles. Today, clad in golden armor, my spirit soars like a rainbow. Do not resent the cold stares of the old guard. Watch as the sleeping dragon rises from the cloud-capped peaks." Chapter 25. Cloud Peak Number 1. As the tour progressed, Lin Xiao's voice gradually gained confidence, and her speech became more fluid. It was as if she had finally entered her familiar territory. Her eyes sparkled with professionalism. "What makes this villa truly unique is that the basement is equipped with an independent constant temperature and constant humidity system, which precisely maintains the temperature between 18 and 22 degrees year-round, while humidity is strictly controlled between 50% and 60%. This environment is not only ideal for storing top-tier wines and cigars, but it is also the perfect home for your valuable collections." Upon hearing this, Hu's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought to himself, "This basement was practically tailor-made for me." Although he could store treasures in his system inventory, if he ever acquired large antiques or precious calligraphy and paintings in the future, he would certainly need to find a suitable place to display and preserve them, especially for those heavy artifacts that shouldn't be moved frequently, for which a constant temperature and humidity environment is an absolute necessity. Moreover, this villa's location is absolutely prime. You could say it's the feng shui focal point of the entire estate. Lin Xiao continued his introduction, his eyes sparkling with confidence and his tone growing more assured. "As you can see, it's backed by Qinglong Mountain and faces Yunding Lake, surrounded by water on 3 sides and nestled against the mountain on the 4th. It captures the wind and gathers energy, making for excellent feng shui. Standing on the 3rd-floor observation deck, you can take in the entire estate at a glance. The view is wide open with absolutely no obstructions, truly living up to the saying, 'All other mountains seem small in comparison.'" "What's the price?" Hu asked bluntly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the distinctive model on the sand table, as if he were inquiring not about a villa worth tens of millions, but an ordinary commodity. "The current asking price is 78.8 million. Lin Xiao uttered the figure cautiously, her voice involuntarily dropping a few notches. She furtively watched Hu's expression, afraid to see disappointment, anger, or even offense. After all, for most ordinary people, this figure was astronomical. "But sir, if you're truly interested, I can ask the manager for a discount. Even just a 2% discount would save you over $1 million. "No need." Hu cut her off, his tone flat yet tinged with unquestionable resolve, as if discussing even a single penny more would be a waste of time. "Take me to see it in person. If I'm satisfied, I'll take it." Lin Xiao froze for a moment, then snapped to attention, her eyes brimming with delight and disbelief. "Yes, sir. I'll go get the keys right away." She turned and hurried toward the front desk. So excited was she that her steps grew slightly hurried, her high heels clicking sharply on the marble floor. She nearly tripped over her own skirt, drawing strange and mocking glances from a few idle salespeople nearby. "That girl Lin Xiao really has some luck. She just picked up some penniless customer and he's already asking to see the penthouse. She's so naive. What are you staring at? Does he even have the means? I think it's a waste of time and effort. She'll just get yelled at in the end. In a little while, he'll finish the tour and leave, saying, "It's too expensive, I can't afford it." All her hard work have been for nothing? Then she'll get chewed out by the manager until she's blue in the face. She won't even have time to cry. Lin Xiao ignored the snide gossip, grabbed the keys, and led Hu out of the sales office. The flagship villa was a bit of a walk from the sales office. Lin Xiao was about to hail an electric scooter, but Hu waved her off and smiled, saying, "Let us walk. It'll give us a chance to check out the community and get a feel for the atmosphere here." The two walked along the estate's scenic path. Tall osmanthus and camphor trees lined both sides of the path, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil, making for a truly refreshing experience. In the distance, the artificial lake shimmered in the sunlight. A few egrets strolled leisurely across the water's surface, occasionally spreading their wings to skim the water, creating ripples that spread out in concentric circles, a scene reminiscent of a vivid ink wash painting. "Mr. Hu, the green space ratio at Cloud Peak Estate reaches 60%. Lin Xiao explained as they walked, a touch of pride in her voice. Her ponytail swayed gently with each step, radiating youthful vitality. The estate features 3 artificial lakes, 5 landscaped parks, as well as dedicated fitness trails and a children's play area. Property management is handled by a top-tier company with 24-hour security patrols. Most importantly, every villa is equipped with its own independent security system, ensuring a very high level of safety. You can rest assured." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the villa. Hu stood at the entrance, carefully examining the magnificent structure before him. Cloud Peak Number 1. The villa was designed in a new Chinese style, featuring blue-gray bricks and gray tiles, with upturned eaves and curved corners. It possessed both the solemn charm of traditional architecture and the simplicity and grandeur of modern design. The solid wood front door was tightly shut. In front of it lay a spacious courtyard paved with rustic blue stone slabs. A touch of moss growing between the cracks gave the space a serene and profound atmosphere. The courtyard was extremely spacious, large enough to accommodate a dozen or so luxury cars, underscoring the owner's prestigious status. Lin Xiao opened the villa's front door, stepped aside to make a pleased gesture, and said softly, "Mr. Hu, please come in." The first floor features an open-concept layout combining the living room, dining room, and kitchen, and the 6-meter-high ceiling makes the space feel incredibly grand and majestic. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the private garden is lush and vibrant with greenery. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the floor. The entire hall was bright and airy, and the air was filled with a faint, intoxicating scent of natural wood. The first floor also features 3 guest bedrooms with en-suite bathrooms, making it ideal for a housekeeper or elderly relatives. The layout is well planned, ensuring privacy and minimal disruption. Lin Xiao explained, her voice echoing clearly through the spacious living room. The kitchen is also open concept, fully equipped with imported built-in cabinets and top-of-the-line appliances perfect for everything from Chinese stir-frying to Western baking. Ascending the stairs, the second floor features the master suite and 5 guest bedrooms, each with its own en-suite bathroom, luxurious yet warm and inviting. The master bedroom boasts a separate, spacious walk-in closet and a private study, with a total area of nearly 300 square meters, truly embodying elegance and prestige. The floor-to-ceiling windows face the lake, offering a sweeping view of the shimmering water. It feels as though you're embracing nature itself. The third floor has been transformed into a spacious entertainment and leisure area, complete with a home theater and a gym, and connects to a vast scenic terrace. Standing on the terrace and gazing into the distance, the panoramic view of Yunding Manor unfolds before your eyes. In the distance, Qinglong Mountain stands lush and verdant nearby. Yunding Lake shimmers with ripples as a few water birds skim the surface, creating circles of ripples, a scene that instantly evokes the feeling of such bliss here that one forgets the outside world. But what captivated Hu the most was the basement. This space, spanning nearly 2,000 square meters, was thoughtfully divided into a wine cellar, storage rooms, and a separate area of approximately 1,800 square meters that had been converted into a secure vault. The temperature and humidity control system operated silently. Not a sound could be heard, only the flow of fresh air. The thermometer showed a constant indoor temperature of 20 degrees, with humidity perfectly balanced to meet the requirements for preserving cultural artifacts. This place is a treasure trove tailor-made for housing antiques, the cornerstone of Who's future collecting empire. I'll take this one. Who turned to look at the young woman, Lin Xiao. His tone was calm yet resolute, as if he were discussing something trivial. Pay in full. Let us finalize the paperwork as soon as possible. Lin Xiao froze instantly, her mind going blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She gaped, and it took her a long while to squeeze out a sentence, her voice trembling. Sir, are you sure? The total price for this property is 78.8 million, not 38 million. Not even a few million, but nearly 80 million. This is the one. Who turned to look at Lin Xiao, his tone calm yet resolute. Pay in full and process the paperwork as soon as possible. I hope to move in today. Lin Xiao's mouth hung open. It took her a long moment to squeeze out a sentence, her voice trembling. Sir, are you sure? The total price of this apartment is 78.8 million, that's real money. I'm certain. Who nodded slightly, his gaze as clear as water, without a trace of hesitation. Let us go back right now to handle the paperwork. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed instantly. She trembled slightly with excitement, her hands clenching the hem of her shirt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. A 78.8 million villa, and paid in full. Under the company's commission structure, this deal would net her hundreds of thousands or even more in commission. For an intern with a base salary of just 3,000 yuan who was still struggling to pay rent, this was enough to instantly change her fate. It was practically a leap from hell to heaven. Okay, Mr. Hu, I'll take you back to handle the paperwork right away. Lin Xiao's voice cracked, her eyes stung, and tears welled up, tears of joy. As the two returned to the sales office, Lin Xiao's steps were so light they seemed as if she were dancing. She rushed straight to the sales manager's office, flung the door open, and her voice cracked with excitement. Manager Wang, I've closed the deal on the villa at Cloud Peak No. 1. The client is paying in full. The once bustling sales hall fell silent in an instant, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as if time itself had frozen. All the salespeople stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Lin Xiao in unison. Their expressions a complex mix of surprise, jealousy, and, above all, disbelief and suspicion. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, sales manager Wang Wei sprang straight up from his office chair and rushed out of his office. His face a mask of astonishment, his glasses were even askew on the bridge of his nose. What did you say? Cloud Peak No. 1? Full payment? Are you running a fever? Yes, Manager Wang. It's absolutely true. Lin Xiao was so overcome with emotion that tears were welling up in her eyes. Pointing to Hu behind her, she declared in a loud voice, the client wants to complete the paperwork right now. Wang Wei rushed over to Hu, his astonishment instantly giving way to extreme obsequiousness. Beaming, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, as if he were greeting his own father. Hello, sir. I'm Wang Wei, the sales manager here. May I ask if you're interested in purchasing our Cloud Peak No. 1 villa? Yes. Hu nodded, his expression calm, as if all of this had been expected. Can we sign the contract now? Of course. Absolutely. Right away. Immediately. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly, his voice rising by 8 octaves as he shouted excitedly. Lin Xiao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the contract ready. Li, go notify the finance department to get everything ready and open the VIP fast track. Bring out the finest tea from my office. The entire sales office instantly bustled with activity, the atmosphere as lively as during the Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, in a VIP client reception room, Wang Jianjun was with his arm around Lu Mei, listening to the female saleswoman describe an 8 million yuan lakeside townhouse, a smug smile on his face. Mr. Wang, while this townhouse may not compare to a villa, it offers the best value for money. Plus, the floor plan is excellent. It's especially well suited for a successful professional like you. Midway through her pitch, the saleswoman suddenly caught sight of several colleagues at the door whispering to one another, glancing over at them from time to time with strange expressions, some even wearing amused looks. What's going on? Wang Jianjun furrowed his brow, set down his teacup, and asked with a hint of displeasure. A male salesperson leaned over and whispered a few words into the saleswoman's ear. The saleswoman's face instantly turned pale, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment and fear. She looked at Wang Jianjun, hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself and said, Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry. Villa No. 1 at Cloud Peak, it was just reserved by someone else, paid for in full. What? Wang Jianjun froze for a moment, then slammed the teacup down on the table so hard that tea splashed everywhere. Who bought it? Who has that kind of money? Chapter 26. Full payment. It was that young man in plain clothes from earlier. The female saleswoman's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, growing quieter by the second. Her head hung so low it was almost buried in her chest. She didn't dare meet Wang Jianjun's gaze, terrified that his wrath might spill over onto her. Wang Jianjun's expression froze instantly. His previously smug look solidified on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently beyond his control, causing the fatty flesh on his face to tremble slightly, a sight that was both grotesque and comical. Lu Mei's smile also froze completely. Her freshly applied bright red lipstick now stood out starkly against her pale complexion, like a jarring, ironic wound that was shocking to behold. Standing nearby, Lu Hao's eyes widened so much his eyeballs seemed ready to pop out. His mouth hung slightly open, and he remained speechless for a long moment, looking just like a duck with its neck pinched, emitting strange gurgling sounds from his throat.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wang Jianjun sprang to his feet, the chair behind him scraping across the floor with a shrill squeak that seemed to tear through the air. How could that kid possibly afford a 78.8 million villa? Did you make a mistake? Could you have been scammed? Or is some crazy person trying to cause trouble? Call security immediately. There's no mistake, Mr. Wang. It's absolutely true. The female saleswoman whispered her defense in a tearful voice, her finger trembling as she pointed toward the lobby. The finance department is already verifying the transfer records. Manager Wang went over there himself. I heard they're already signing the contract and processing the transfer. Wang Jianjun's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, as if he'd been punched hard in the gut, leaving him gasping for breath. He flung open the door and stormed out in a rage. Lu Mei and Lu Hao hurried to follow, their high heels clacking loudly as they stumbled along, looking utterly disheveled. In the sales lobby, Hu sat upright at the signing table, looking completely at ease. Holding a fountain pen, he solemnly signed his name on the purchase contract. His pen strokes were vigorous, his handwriting steady, exuding the composed demeanor of a true gentleman, as if His Majesty were signing not a real estate purchase contract worth tens of millions, but an ordinary receipt. The finance clerk beside him stared intently at the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he verified the payment details. A fine sheen of sweat had even begun to form on his forehead, a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Hello, Mr. Hu. We received your transfer of 78.8 million. The full amount has been credited to our account. Not a single penny missing. The finance officer looked up. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang immediately adopted an extremely respectful demeanor, even bordering on flattery, and leaned forward slightly. Mr. Hu, you can move in tomorrow. I'll have the property manager clean the place for you tonight. Also, we'll expedite the property transfer procedures over the next few days to ensure we don't waste your time. You are our most valued client. Just then, Wang Jianjun, accompanied by Lu Mei and Lu Hao, stormed in with great force, creating a whirlwind as they entered. They stood by the signing table, staring intently at Hu's signature, watching as the finance staff confirmed the transfer, and taking in the envious and admiring glances from those around them. Even the salespeople who had previously ignored Hu now crowded around, their faces etched with regret and resentment. They were kicking themselves, wishing they could turn back time and slap themselves across the face. Especially the male salesperson who had first greeted Hu. His face was now as pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his palms drenched in cold sweat, his heart bleeding. That commission of several $100,000, it should have been mine. I was the one who pushed him away with my own hands. Hu's gaze swept indifferently over Wang Jianjun and the other two. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were as calm as water, yet incredibly piercing, as if capable of seeing right through people's hearts. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to have disappointed you. I'm buying this house. In full. Wang Jianjun's face instantly flushed red. From the base of his neck all the way to behind his ears, his cheeks stung fiercely, as if he'd been slapped countless times. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He intended to spew a few sarcastic remarks to salvage some dignity, but found his throat tight, as if stuffed with cotton. He couldn't squeeze out a single word. Just moments ago, he'd been boasting about buying a million-yuan mansion, only to be humiliated in the blink of an eye by Hu paid 78.8 million in cash for a villa. The slap rang out loud and clear, echoing through the entire hall, a crisp, resonant sound that everyone heard perfectly. Lu Mei's smile froze completely, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She looked at the dignified Hu, then glanced at the middle-aged man beside her with his beer belly, rugged features, and now looking like nothing more than a clown, and suddenly realized the gap between them was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Just moments ago, she thought Hu was a penniless nobody. Now it seemed she was the one who was short-sighted and snobbish, a true clown. Lu Hao's mouth hung wide open. He couldn't utter a word for a long time, his eyes staring blankly like a chickeness. He simply couldn't fathom how Hu, the very man he once mocked and looked down on, had suddenly transformed into a billionaire. 78.8 million and paid in full. What kind of net worth was that? Could he have been a wealthy heir all along, hiding his true identity? His mockery just now was like provoking a powerful figure asking for trouble. The smugness on Wang Jianjun's face had long since vanished, replaced by deep embarrassment, humiliation, and fear. He let out a few hoarse sounds from his throat, but ultimately said nothing. He grabbed Lu Mei's hand and turned to leave in a disheveled rush, like a stray dog, terrified that staying even a second longer would bring him even greater humiliation. Seeing this, Lu Hao hurriedly slunk after them, not daring to look back, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. The three of them rushed out of the sales office, not even bothering with the Lakeview villa they'd just been admiring. They just wanted to vanish immediately from the suffocating place. Hu watched their retreating figures as they fled in disarray. The pent-up frustration that had weighed on his heart for so long vanished in an instant, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated, as if he were breathing the freest air imaginable. He turned to Lin Xiao, who was standing nearby, still not fully recovered from the shock, and smiled gently. "Thank you, Miss Lin. It's all thanks to your patience. Please take care of the follow-up procedures as soon as possible." Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, and her eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. "Yes, Mr. Hu. I'll definitely take care of it as soon as possible. Please rest assured. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime." By the time they left the sales office, dusk was approaching. The evening glow bathed the streets in a golden hue, as if they were sprinkled with broken gold. Hu took a taxi back to his rented apartment. As soon as he walked through the door, the Heavenly Kingdom notebook he received at yesterday's association meeting popped into his mind. He hurried into the living room. With a single thought, the virtual interface of system inventory unfolded before his eyes, emitting a faint, secluded blue glow. The yellowed notebook lay quietly in the storage compartment, waiting for its owner's inspection. Hu reached out, and the notebook materialized in the palm of his hand. A familiar sensation washed over him. The paper was rough, the edges severely worn, and a musty, aged scent wafted toward him, carrying a sense of historical weight. Treasure Radar once again displayed the item's detailed information in his mind. Item name: Heavenly Kingdom Notebook, Era: Xianfeng period of the Qing dynasty. Completeness: 78%. Market value: 58,000 dong. Note: contains hidden information. Please examine carefully. Hu's gaze lingered for a moment on the words hidden information, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily as a sense of excitement, as if he were about to lift the veil of history, welled up within him. He turned on the desk lamp, placed the notebook under the light, and carefully flipped through the pages one by one. The first few pages were filled with trivial entries. The handwriting was sloppy, and the content unremarkable. They were nothing more than the daily ledger of a low-ranking official in the Heavenly Kingdom, recording the intake and expenditure of grain and provisions, as well as personnel transfers. He turned to the 10th or so page, but it was still the same, nothing out of the ordinary. Hu did not lose heart. He patiently continued turning the pages slowly, his fingertips gently gliding over each sheet, feeling the texture of time. Just as he reached the middle pages, his fingertips accidentally brushed against the edge of the paper, and he sensed a very subtle irregularity. It seemed just a tiny bit thicker there than elsewhere. He narrowed his eyes, leaned in for a closer look, and even held his breath. He noticed a very unnatural, faint crease along the edge of the paper. Deep within the crease, something seemed to be hidden, casting a faint sheen under the light. A thought struck Hu, and he picked up the notebook, holding it up to the bright light of the desk lamp. The light shone through the thin pages, revealing faint traces of ink, traces that had been cleverly sandwiched between the layers of paper. Unless one was looking very closely, they would be nearly impossible to spot. He held his breath and, with the tip of his fingernail, carefully pried open the layers of paper along the crease. The paper was extremely thin and brittle, having weathered a century of storms. The slightest misstep would tear it, destroying this precious clue. Who moved with extreme slowness, fine beads of sweat gradually beaded on his forehead as his gaze remained utterly focused. A few minutes later, the layer was fully opened. A yellowed piece of hemp paper slid out of the crease, floating lightly onto the tabletop like a withered leaf. Hu's heart pounded wildly as he hurriedly grabbed the hemp paper. The paper was rough to the touch, its edges already blackened, clearly an ancient artifact that had been difficult to preserve. Hand-drawn in cinnabar, the paper depicted a simple map. The brushstrokes were bold, the lines straightforward, yet the markings were exceptionally clear, exuding an air of grim foreboding. The map depicted winding rivers, undulating mountains, and several mysterious markers, one of which, a red, stood out strikingly. In the most prominent spot, a line of small characters was solemnly inscribed in cinnabar, 50 li outside Jinling, at the foot of Tuyun Peak. Beside it were 4 large characters, written with a forceful, weighty stroke, secret treasure of the sacred vault. Hu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes burst with an astonishing brilliance. A system notification sounded in his mind at just the right moment, crisp and urgent. Treasure clue detected. Points to hidden supplies from the Heavenly Kingdom era. Confidence level, 92%. Recommendation. Proceed to the site for investigation. Hu took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement churning inside him, his hands trembling slightly. He set down the hemp paper and quickly pulled out his phone to look up information. Jinling is Nanjing. Tuyun Peak is located on the outskirts of Nanjing, part of a branch of the Purple Mountain Range. It is not very high in elevation, but it is densely forested and rarely visited by people, making it a traditional haven for recluses seeking to escape the world. Historically, the Heavenly Kingdom established its capital in Nanjing, calling it Tianjing. It once stockpiled vast quantities of wealth there, establishing the sacred treasury, whose riches rivaled those of a nation. After the fall of Tianjing, the Heavenly Kingdom's vast treasures vanished without a trace, becoming a century-old unsolved mystery that has haunted the dreams of countless people. Countless treasure hunters have come and gone, yet no one has ever found the true treasure. Most returned empty-handed, and some even lost their lives in the mountains and forests. And now, this hemp paper map in Hu's hands is very likely the key to unlocking the mystery of that lost treasure. He looked at the bound volume once more, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. This ordinary bound volume, worth only a little over 50,000 on the market, actually concealed such a staggering secret. Had it not been for the prompt from Treasure Radar, he, like everyone else, would likely have treated it as just another ancient book in his collection, never discovering the map hidden in the secret compartment and allowing this chapter of history to remain buried in obscurity forever. Hu stared intently at the markings on the hemp paper, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes, like a cheetah locking onto its prey. He was determined to find this treasure. This was his destiny. The poem reads, "Do not scorn the youth in tattered clothes. A dragon lies hidden in the depths, awaiting wind and thunder. When he spends a fortune in a single throw, startling the crowd, only then do they realize the true phoenix has emerged from the dust. The tattered scroll has concealed its sharp edge for ages. A single dot of cinnabar clears the path. The imperial aura of Jinling must eventually fade today. The secret treasure awaits its rightful owner." Chapter 27. Preparations. The journey to Nanjing in search of the treasure was by no means a task to be accomplished overnight. Thorough preparations were essential, leaving no room for carelessness or luck. First, he needed a reliable vehicle capable of handling the complex and ever-changing road conditions in the wilderness. Second, he had to gather all the necessary professional gear, including high-precision detection tools, top-of-the-line outdoor survival equipment, and essential protective gear. Hu immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen as he began browsing major car sales websites. Now that his days of financial hardship were a thing of the past, there was no need to settle for less. As the ancients said, a craftsman who wishes to do his work well must first sharpen his tools. To make a discovery deep in the mountains, the hardware had to be top-notch. He already had a clear standard in mind. He needed a rugged SUV with powerful performance, outstanding off-road capabilities, and a low-key, unassuming appearance. It had to offer the comfort needed for long-distance treks while also possessing the toughness to escape from dire situations. After browsing for over half an hour and comparing countless specifications, who finally settled on an imported Toyota Land Cruiser. Renowned for being indestructible, this vehicle features an incredibly robust four-wheel drive system, a high ground clearance, powerful performance, and rugged durability, making it the vehicle of choice for countless explorers and scientific expeditions. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 p.m. outside the window, night was falling, and the city's neon lights cast mottled shadows on the glass. Who silently resolved to head straight to the dealership first thing tomorrow morning to check out the car, hoping to take delivery as soon as possible. As for purchasing the gear, that had to be done simultaneously, there was no time to waste. He opened his notebook, the tip of his pen scratching softly as he jotted down a detailed list. A professional metal detector, a portable high-precision GPS device, a wind and rain-resistant outdoor tent, high-strength climbing rope, a high-intensity tactical flashlight, self-defense tools, a professional first aid kit, high-calorie rations, drinking water. All told, he needed to prepare at least 20 different items. Each one was crucial to the success or failure of this treasure hunt, and even to his own safety. Closing his notebook, Hu's gaze fell on the yellowed hemp paper map on the table, and a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Under the lamplight, the map seemed to radiate a mysterious glow, guiding the way to riches. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Hu hurriedly finished breakfast and headed straight for the upscale auto mall in the eastern part of the city. Just past 9 o'clock, the auto mall was already bustling with people, and the showrooms of major brands were lined with luxury cars, shimmering with dazzling lights. Hu had a clear goal in mind. His steps were brisk as he walked straight into a dealership specializing in rugged off-road vehicles. As soon as he walked in, a young female sales consultant dressed in a business suit came up to greet him. She wore a standard yet slightly distant professional smile, her eyes quickly scanning Hu from head to toe. Hu was wearing a plain white t-shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of slightly worn sneakers, not a single designer label in sight. A fleeting hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Her initial enthusiasm cooled slightly, and her tone became more matter-of-fact. "Hello, sir. What kind of vehicle are you looking for?" "I'd like to see a high-performance off-road vehicle, one that can handle complex off-road terrain, preferably a fully imported model." Hu got straight to the point, his tone crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The sales consultant paused for a moment, then forced a perfunctory smile, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Sir, do you mainly drive in the city?" "Actually, today's urban SUVs are quite good. They offer decent off-road capability, are comfortable and fuel-efficient, and provide better value for the money. We're currently running promotions on several urban SUV models at our dealership with significant discounts. Why don't you take a look at those first?" Hu shook his head, his gaze as firm as steel, completely unmoved. "No, thank you. What I need is a true, rugged off-road vehicle, the kind that can handle rough roads and climb steep slopes. An urban SUV, one to meet my needs." The saleswoman's smile faltered slightly, and her tone grew dismissive, even tinged with a hint of impatience. "I see. Well, all right. There are a few rugged models parked over in that corner. They're all quite expensive. Feel free to take a look on your own. I'll go get you a glass of water while you browse." With that, she turned and walked away, clearly not intending to waste too much time or energy on this customer, who looked penny-pinching. Who didn't mind with a calm expression. He walked straight to the corner of the showroom. There, several tall, rugged off-road vehicles were parked, resembling lurking beasts. One of them, a black imported off-roader, immediately caught his eye. The body was boxy and imposing, the front end rugged and powerful, and the grille exuded an air of untouchable authority. Who walked around the vehicle, his fingertips gently tracing the cool metal paintwork, feeling its substantial texture. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Just then, the sales consultant strolled over leisurely, carrying a glass of water. Her tone remained cold, even carrying a hint of discouragement. "Sir, this car is fully imported and quite expensive. The base price alone is over 2.8 million. If your budget is limited, you might want to consider the domestically produced models over there. They're much more affordable, come with decent features, and are perfectly adequate." Hu took the glass, took a light sip, and asked casually, "What's the total price, including all fees?" The saleswoman was taken aback. She clearly hadn't expected him to ask so directly, showing no sign of being deterred by the price. She hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, and said casually, "The base price is 2.88 million. Add in purchase tax, insurance, and various other fees, and the total cost will be close to 3 million. "Sir, That's no small sum. Then I'll take this one. Who set down his water glass, his tone as calm as if he were ordering a bottle of water. Can I take delivery today? The saleswoman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, nearly dropping the notepad she was holding. Sir, are you serious? This is a car that costs nearly 3 million. Don't you need to think it over? Or discuss it with your family? Of course I'm serious. Who nodded, his expression composed, his eyes radiating an unquestionable certainty. Can I take it for a test drive? Only then did the female sales consultant snap out of it, her attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn in an instant. The coldness on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. Her voice became effusive, even carrying a hint of flattery and excitement. Of course, I'll arrange it for you right away. Oh my, sir, you really have great taste. This car is truly fantastic. It's equipped with a 3.0T twin turbocharged engine, delivering 350 horsepower and 800 Newton-meters of peak torque. Power is instantly available, and the acceleration is incredibly exhilarating. As she spoke, she eagerly led Hu toward the test drive area, quickening her pace. Plus, this vehicle features a full-time four-wheel drive system with differential locks on both the front and rear axles. Whether on muddy, sandy, or gravel roads, its off-road capability is top-notch. With 230 millimeters of ground clearance and excellent approach and departure angles, it's perfectly suited for complex off-road conditions. It's practically built for adventure. The test drive vehicle was parked in the open lot outside the dealership. Also black, it looked imposing and exuded an air of power. Who slid into the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and felt its solid, substantial grip. Though the interior isn't luxurious, its design is simple and practical. The various function buttons are logically laid out, exuding a rugged style built for off-road work without any flashy embellishments. As he started the engine, a deep, powerful roar instantly filled his ears like the growl of a wild beast, instilling a strong sense of security. During the test drive, Hu deliberately chose a stretch of rough, potholed road. As the vehicle drove over it, the suspension system proved remarkably resilient, effectively filtering out the severe jolts and keeping the cabin smooth and stable. The powerful engine output allowed the vehicle to effortlessly roll over various obstacles as if driving on level ground. Hu was thoroughly satisfied with the car's power and off-road capability, thinking to himself, "This is the perfect partner." Half an hour later, he drove the car back to the showroom. After parking it, he made his decision on the spot. "I'll take this one, pay in full, and drive it home today." The female sales consultant was so excited her cheeks flushed red, and she exclaimed repeatedly, "Yes, yes, Mr. Hu, please have a seat. I'll process the paperwork right away. You're such a straightforward person." She practically jogged off to fetch the sales manager, afraid that if she was even a second too late, the customer might change his mind. A middle-aged man approached with a broad smile, shook Hu's hand firmly, and thanked him repeatedly. "Mr. Hu, you're such a straightforward person. Thank you for choosing our dealership. Rest assured, we'll provide you with the highest quality VIP service and a fast-track process throughout." While completing the paperwork, Hu requested some additional upgrades. "I need a roof rack, underbody armor, and a full set of off-road tires installed. I want the best genuine OEM parts." The sales manager immediately nodded, his eyes sparkling as if he'd already spotted a hefty profit. "No problem. We can install all of these here, and they're all genuine OEM parts. The roof rack will let you carry more gear, and the underbody armor will effectively protect the engine and transmission from rock impacts. Off-road tires offer superior traction, have thicker sidewalls, and provide excellent puncture resistance. These modifications are absolutely essential for your off-road work. They'll really take your capabilities to the next level." The upgrades cost over 100,000 yuan, but Hu didn't hesitate for a moment and swiped his card right away. The terrain where he was headed was complex and unpredictable, fraught with danger. This money was well spent. It was an investment in his life, and he couldn't afford to skimp on it. By the time all the paperwork was finished, it was already past 1 p.m. Hu got into the black SUV, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the dealership. The roof rack was sturdy and secure. The underbody armor gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the new off-road tires, with their deep, rugged treads, offered incredible traction. The entire vehicle looked completely transformed, like a battle-ready war machine. Hu didn't head straight home instead. He drove his new car directly to a large specialty outdoor gear store in the southern part of the city. Now that the car was sorted out, it was time to stock up on gear, the final piece of the puzzle for his treasure hunt. This specialty outdoor gear store covered a vast area, divided into multiple specialized sections including mountaineering, camping, and rock climbing, offering everything one could possibly need. The shelves were overflowing with a dazzling array of top-of-the-line outdoor gear, ranging from major international brands to niche specialty brands. Who parked his car at the entrance, pushed open the door, and headed straight for the professional outdoor gear section. Before he could even take a closer look, a young male clerk approached him with a warm smile. "Sir, can I help you? Judging by your gear, are you planning to tackle a challenging trail?" "I'll just look around myself," Who replied casually, his tone calm yet focused, his gaze sweeping the shelves like a beam of light. He paused first in the apparel section, scrutinizing the clothing on the racks. Eventually, he settled on a set of jacket and pants from a well-known brand. The three-layer composite fabric was not only waterproof and breathable, but also highly abrasion-resistant, capable of withstanding even the thorniest wilderness terrain. Next came the hiking boots. He tried on several pairs in quick succession before finally settling on a high-top model. The soles had deep treads for excellent traction, and a metal puncture-resistant plate embedded in the bottom effectively protected his feet from sharp rocks. Seeing how expertly Who selected his gear, addressing every key need, the sales clerk realized he was dealing with a seasoned veteran. So, he tactfully stepped aside to stand by, refraining from any unnecessary sales pitches, but remaining ready to assist at any moment. Who then picked up a multifunctional entrenching shovel, a tool that combines a shovel, pickaxe, saw, and knife all in one, an indispensable item for outdoor work. Moving on to the lighting section, he selected two high-intensity flashlights with a brightness of up to 1,000 lumens, long battery life, and strobe and distress signal functions. This was more than enough to handle any unexpected situation, including self-defense in the event of an encounter with wild animals. Tents and sleeping bags were also top priorities. Chapter 28. Setting up camp. He chose a two-layer tent with an outer fly that offers excellent rain protection and an inner tent with superb breathability. Weighing less than 2 kilograms, it is extremely portable and ideal for long treks. For the sleeping bag, he specifically selected a professional model rated for temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between day and night in the mountains is extreme. Staying warm at night is a matter of life and death, leaving no room for carelessness or luck. Considering the numerous signal dead zones deep in the mountains, where communication outages are the norm, Who decisively purchased a satellite phone and a high-precision GPS device. Although a single satellite phone costs over $20,000, it serves as a life-saving trump card in critical moments. This is an expense that absolutely cannot be skimped on. It must be spent. The GPS device also features an altimeter. Even deep within dense forests where the canopy blocks out the sun, it can precisely pinpoint coordinates, ensuring he won't lose his way. In the equipment section, Who carefully selected a folding pickaxe. The folding pickaxe is easy to carry and can be incredibly effective in emergencies. It can clear paths and obstacles, as well as serve as a self-defense weapon. Finally, he equipped himself with a professional outdoor first aid kit containing a full set of supplies including a tourniquet, antiseptic solution, gauze, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medication to be prepared for any unexpected injuries that might occur. For food, he picked up a case of high-calorie compressed biscuits and 2 cases of bottled mineral water. Although they don't taste great and are hard to swallow, their high-calorie content, long shelf life, and compact size make them an excellent choice for wilderness survival. The store clerk looked at the mountain of gear piled in Who's shopping cart, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. This customer's shopping list was incredibly professional, from clothing and gear to food and shelter, and from tools to communication equipment. Every item addressed a specific need. It was clearly tailored for extreme wilderness operations, far beyond what the average hiker would require. The clerk couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Sir, are you planning an extreme off-road expedition? This kind of setup is way overkill for ordinary outdoor activities. It's so hardcore. It's almost as if you're heading into uninhabited territory." Who merely smiled slightly, offering no direct answer. His gaze was as deep as a pond, exuding an air of mystery. Better safe than sorry. That's never a bad idea. Safety first. Seeing that he didn't wish to say more, the clerk didn't press the issue, but instead worked even harder to help him sort through the gear, moving with efficiency and respect. At checkout, the cashier announced the total. "Sir, that comes to 52,700 yuan. Who swiped his card to pay, remaining completely composed throughout, not even a furrow of his brow, as if he were paying 53 yuan instead of over 50,000. For this gear, such an expense was nothing. Compared to the treasures of the Heavenly Kingdom's holy vault he was about to acquire, this was merely a drop in the bucket, the admission ticket to the Hall of Riches. After paying, the clerk helped load all the gear into the car. The SUV's trunk was already spacious, but now it was packed to the brim, leaving not a single gap. Once they returned, they would store everything in the system inventory. The hiking jacket and pants, sleeping bag, and tent were crammed into one corner, while the entrenching shovel, flashlight, and locator were neatly stacked in a dedicated toolbox. Compressed biscuits and bottled water were stacked so tightly they fit like a glove, making full use of every inch of space. That life-saving satellite phone was placed separately by Hu in the front passenger's storage compartment, within easy reach and ready for action at any moment. The entire vehicle was now packed with supplies, resembling a mobile fortress, a steel behemoth ready to charge into any treacherous environment at a moment's notice. Hu closed the trunk, slid into the driver's seat, and glanced at the time. It was already past 3 p.m. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the black car in golden light, casting a sacred halo over this war machine. Just as Hu was about to start the car and head back to his apartment complex, his cell phone suddenly rang, shattering the afternoon's tranquility. He picked it up and saw the name Lin Xiao displayed on the screen. When he answered, the young woman's clear, pleasant voice came through the line, brimming with unbridled excitement. "Hello, Mr. Hu. Everything at Hentang Manor has been fully cleaned up according to your instructions, and all the furniture and appliances have been set up. You can come over any time to check in." Lin Xiao's tone carried a hint of glee. She was clearly thrilled to have secured this major deal, and was also filled with curiosity about this young, mysterious tycoon. A glimmer of delight flashed in Hu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "That fast? That's really efficient. All right, I'll be right over." After hanging up, he didn't head toward his rental apartment, but skillfully turned the car around. With the engine roaring, he sped off toward Cloudtop Manor. Half an hour later, the black SUV came to a smooth stop in front of Villa Number 1 at Cloudtop Manor, exuding an air of extraordinary grandeur. Lin Xiao had been waiting at the door for some time. As soon as she saw Hu get out of the car, she immediately stepped forward. Her face lit up with a professional yet sincere, sweet smile. "Mr. Hu, you're here. Please come in. I'll show you around the villa and familiarize you with all the amenities." She was dressed in a neat business suit, holding a stack of documents and a set of brand new keys, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hu nodded and followed her into the villa. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a spacious, spotless living room. The marble floor was so polished it was mirror-like, reflecting the magnificent chandelier. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a meticulously manicured garden, bursting with lush greenery. The furniture was simple yet elegant, exuding a sense of luxury. The appliances were all top-tier brands, brimming with cutting-edge technology. The kitchen was fully equipped, and even the refrigerator was thoughtfully stocked with bottled water and fresh fruit, giving off a refreshing aroma. Lin Xiao led Hu on a tour of every floor, from the first-floor living room to the second-floor bedrooms, from the basement storage room to the rooftop terrace, explaining the function of each area in meticulous detail. "This is the smart home control panel. You can adjust the lighting, temperature, and curtains throughout the entire house, and it supports voice control. Over here is the security system, connected to the community's 24-hour monitoring center. It will immediately trigger an alarm if any abnormalities are detected." As she spoke, her gaze was focused and her pace measured, as if afraid to overlook any detail, a testament to her exceptional professionalism. After the tour, Lin Xiao led Hu to the access control system. "Mr. Hu, we now need to register your fingerprints and set a passcode. This will make it much more convenient for you to come and go in the future, and it will also provide greater security." Hu placed his thumbs on the sensors one after the other. The system emitted a crisp beep, indicating successful registration. He then set a 6-digit passcode known only to him, his fingers moving nimbly across the keypad. Lin Xiao then led him to the garage door, where they repeated the process of registering his fingerprint and setting a password. Next came the villa's main gate, the backyard gate, and the basement door. Lin Xiao patiently assisted him in setting up access permissions for every area that required authorization. The entire process took nearly 20 minutes. Throughout, she remained patient and meticulous, showing not the slightest sign of impatience. On the contrary, she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Finally, Lin Xiao solemnly handed the brand new set of keys to Hu, her hands trembling slightly. Mr. Hu, these are the spare keys to your Villa 3 in total. Please keep them safe. From this moment on, Villa number 1 at Yunding officially belongs to you. Her tone carried a hint of congratulations, and a glimmer of envy shone in her eyes. Hu took the keys, their substantial weight stirred an indescribable feeling within him, a sense of security and belonging. This was the first home in his life that truly belonged to him. Not a rented cramped apartment, not a temporary stopover, but a private domain entirely his own, a symbol of his roots in this city. Standing in the center of the spacious, bright living room, he looked around, a smile unconsciously curving his lips, his eyes filled with emotion. Seeing his relaxed expression, Lin Xiao smiled as well. Mr. Hu, if there are no other questions, I won't keep you any longer. Please feel free to contact me anytime you need anything. I've also sent the property management's phone number to your phone. They'll give you priority service. Hu nodded in thanks, walked her to the door, and watched her car drive away. Upon returning to the villa, however, he didn't rush to settle in. Instead, he drove once more to the old rental apartment where he'd been living for several months. As evening fell, Hu pushed open the door to the rental apartment. The interior was sparsely furnished, with peeling walls, a stark contrast to the luxury of Cloudtop number 1, as if they were two different worlds. He didn't dwell on the contrast. Instead, he efficiently packed up his belongings, a few changes of clothes, 2 books he read often, a document folder containing his IDs, and a few daily necessities. There wasn't much. In just over 10 minutes, he had packed everything into a single suitcase, zipping it shut with a crisp click. He took one last look around the small room that had accompanied him for so long and witnessed both his downfalls and his struggles. Feeling little attachment, he turned, locked the door, and walked away with a firm stride. As night fell, Hu returned once more to Villa number 1 at Cloud Peak. This time he was the true owner, and he felt completely at ease. After placing the suitcase in the master bedroom, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the landscape lights glowing in the courtyard, a dazzling display of colors. In the distance lay the city's myriad lights. Twinkling like stars close at hand was his own private realm, quiet and serene. Hu took a deep breath, his gaze as steely as iron. This was only the beginning. A new chapter in his life had just begun. And this villa would become his safest haven and most solid support after countless treasure-hunting expeditions. He hadn't yet given up the rental apartment near Antique Street. Although the little room was modest, its location was excellent, just a 5-minute walk to the heart of Antique Street. As a treasure hunter, he knew full well that Antique Street was a hub of information, a melting pot of all kinds of people. Who knows? One day he might hear valuable clues from the stall owners or collectors' intelligence that money simply couldn't buy. Moreover, the monthly rent there wasn't too high, so keeping it as a base was perfectly fine. It gave him the flexibility to come and go as he pleased. For now, though, he had to head back there first to pack up some everyday clothes and bring them over to the villa to complete the move once and for all. By the time he drove back to the rental near Antique Street, it was already completely dark, and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. Hu turned on the bedroom light and deftly selected a few sets of casual clothes from the closet, along with some undergarments and toiletries, moving with practiced ease. Once everything was packed, he locked the doors and windows and drove back to Villa number 1 at Cloud Peak, his wheels rolling through the night as he hurried home. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, Hu finally put everything in its place. Looking at his tidy new home, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. He took a hot shower to wash away his fatigue, changed into comfortable loungewear, and walked out to the second-floor balcony of the villa with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in hand. The night breeze was slightly cool, carrying the distinctive, moist scent of the lake, washing over him and leaving him feeling refreshed and at peace. He sat down in a lounge chair, tilted his head back slightly, and let his gaze drift over the balcony railing to rest on the shimmering lake in the distance. Moonlight spilled across the water's surface, shattering into countless tiny specks of light that danced gently in the breeze, like flickering fairies. Across the lake, the faint outlines of the mountains were visible, their contours soft further in the distance. The city's lights twinkled faintly, its bustle as dreamlike as ever. In that moment, Hu felt a long-lost sense of relaxation, his body and mind completely at ease. He took a gentle sip of tea, the aroma filled the air, and his thoughts drifted away. Just a month ago, he had been an ordinary man struggling to make ends meet, crammed into a cramped rental apartment. worrying daily about the basics of life and having to kowtow to others. And now, he sat on the balcony of a villa worth tens of millions, holding the golden ticket that could change his destiny, about to embark on a journey to find the legendary treasure of the heavenly kingdom. Life is like a dream, ever-changing and unpredictable. Such is the unpredictability of life, full of drama. Who could have imagined that a single unexpected opportunity could completely rewrite a person's path, propelling him from the depths to the heights? As the poem says, settled in a grand hall, I wash away the dust of my travels. Bidding a light farewell to my old home, I leave behind the bitterness of poverty. The moon illuminates the lake and mountains as my heart remains as firm as iron. At dawn, I spur my horse forward in search of the heavenly treasure. Chapter 29. At the foot of Tsuyun Peak. Hu's gaze gradually deepened, radiating a wisdom and composure beyond his years, as if capable of piercing through the dust of history. The heavenly kingdom's sacred treasury, this unsolved mystery that had persisted for over a century, had drawn countless treasure hunters, one after another. Some had squandered their entire fortunes, others had lost their lives in the wilderness. Yet no one had ever truly lifted the veil of mystery surrounding it, leaving behind a heavy sigh in the long river of history. According to historical records, during the heavenly kingdom's heyday, the treasuries within Tianjin City were overflowing, with mountains of gold, silver, and treasures truly a wealth rivaling that of a nation which made the Qing court salivate with envy. However, when Tianjin City fell, despite the Qing army and foreign invaders conducting a frenzied, thorough search, they failed to find the legendary, staggering fortune, leaving behind only endless speculation and legends. Some say the treasure was secretly moved deep into the Debi Mountains, others claim it was buried on site in a hidden underground chamber, still others maintain that the so-called sacred treasury never existed at all, that it was merely a lie fabricated by Gideon to boost morale. But who knew full well that since the treasure radar had detected a signal, it meant the treasure truly existed and was by no means a baseless legend. Moreover, it's highly likely that its scale and value are far more staggering and immense than what historical records suggest, enough to shake the modern collecting world and even the financial sector to their core. Nanjing's Tsuyun Peak, surrounded by mountains with complex and rugged terrain, has been a strategic stronghold since ancient times, easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is indeed an ideal place to hide treasure, a natural shield. Tomorrow, he would set out on this journey filled with unknowns and challenges. This time, who knows what dangers he might encounter, whether mechanical traps or ferocious beasts and venomous creatures. Nor did he know if he would successfully claim the treasure and return with a bountiful haul. But in any case, he had made thorough preparations, was brimming with confidence, and his eyes burned with the fire of determination. As night deepened, a thin mist rose over the lake, creating a dreamlike, ethereal scene that shrouded the villa in a veil of mystery. Who opened his eyes and gazed at the hazy mountain silhouettes in the distance, a faint smile curving his lips, confident and composed. The treasure of the heavenly kingdom awaits me, he murmured to himself, though his voice was soft. It sounded exceptionally resolute in the night breeze before fading into the air. Who opened the navigation app on his phone. Referencing the mountain ranges and place names on the map, he began meticulously planning tomorrow's itinerary, paying meticulous attention to detail and striving for perfection. The drive from Binhai to Nanjing would take about 3 hours. The entire route was on well-maintained highways, so there was no need to worry about delays along the way, and the journey was expected to be smooth sailing. Upon arriving in Nanjing, he would need to detour to the village at the foot of Tsuyun Peak, the crucial gateway into the mountains and the final supply station. He studied the satellite map carefully. Tsuyun Peak was located in the eastern suburbs of Nanjing, about 50 kilometers from the city center, in a remote and rarely visited area. A few small villages are scattered in the surrounding area, which would serve as ideal staging points for rest and resupply, as well as for gathering intelligence. Hu's finger traced the screen lightly as a detailed operational plan gradually took shape in his mind. Route planning, timelines, contingency plans, emergency evacuation routes, everything was covered, leaving no stone unturned. Everything was ready. The clock had struck 10 p.m. It was late at night, and all was quiet. Hu gazed out the window at the lake and the night sky, his heart brimming with anticipation for tomorrow's journey. His blood was boiling, as if he could already hear the treasure's call. This was his first true treasure hunt since acquiring the treasure radar, a moment of extraordinary significance and a pivotal turning point in his life. This was no longer a game of hunting for bargains at antique markets, nor was it a passive wait for luck to bring him a chance encounter with rare treasures. Instead, it was a purposeful, well-prepared, and proactive mission to seek out the treasures of the heavenly kingdom lost for over a century and take firm control of his own destiny. The feeling sent a rush of excitement through him. His blood was boiling, and every cell in his body yearned for challenge and adventure. With the expedition set to begin first thing tomorrow morning, he had to rest up tonight to face the unknown challenges in top form. He took a soothing hot bath to wash away his fatigue, then lay down in bed early to close his eyes and rest. As he closed his eyes, that mysterious mark on the map kept flashing through his mind. The red X seemed to dance before his eyes. What kind of earth-shattering treasure was buried there? Was it crates full of gold, silver, and jewels, or long-lost antiques and calligraphy? Or perhaps some closely guarded imperial manuscripts? Whatever it was, since the treasure radar had led him there, it was bound to be a priceless rarity worth a fortune enough to shock the entire world. Filled with anticipation and hope, who gradually drifted off to sleep. That night he slept exceptionally soundly. In his dreams, he even unearthed chest after chest of gleaming gold ingots, waking several times with a smile in the moonlight, a satisfied grin still playing at the corners of his mouth. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking and the eastern sky began to turn pale, Hu opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with determination. Refreshed by a good night's sleep and full of energy, he rolled out of bed. After a quick wash, he set about conducting a final check with a serious expression. He went through the gear in his backpack once more. A windbreaker and pants, hiking boots, a military shovel, a high-powered flashlight, a tent, a sleeping bag, GPS, satellite phone, metal detector, folding pickaxe, first aid kit, rations, drinking water. Everything was accounted for, nothing missing, and each item was neatly arranged. After stowing the backpack and the rest of his gear in the back seat of the SUV, Hu slid into the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and turned the key. The engine roared to life instantly, emitting a deep, resonant rumble like the growl of a wild beast that sounded particularly awe-inspiring in the stillness of the early morning. Hu gripped the steering wheel tightly and smoothly drove out of the residential complex, merging onto the main road leading to the highway with fluid, seamless movements. At this hour, traffic on the streets was sparse. The streetlights had not yet gone out, and the city was still fast asleep. Hu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, quickly merging onto the Shanghai-Nanjing Expressway like an arrow leaving the bow. The first light of dawn was breaking. A crimson sun rose slowly from the horizon, painting the sky a magnificent orange red, its rays stretching for miles. Golden sunlight bathed the speeding black car, casting a crisp, dazzling metallic sheen as if it were clad in a suit of golden armor. The scenery outside the window rushed by at breakneck speed. Vast farmlands, scattered villages, winding rivers, and lush forests. One scene after another receded rapidly, as if time were flowing backward. Hu drove with full concentration, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, yet his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts and deep reflections. Just a few short months ago, he was an unemployed young man struggling to pay rent, unable to find even a decent job. His future looked bleak, his life was in dire straits, and he was constantly looked down upon. Now, however, he is worth tens of millions, about to move into a priceless detached villa, and is held in high esteem. More importantly, he now possessed treasure radar, that game-changing cheat code, and his path ahead was filled with endless possibilities. His life had opened up completely. This dramatic twist of fate often left him in a daze, wondering if he was still in a dream, unable to believe it was real. But the real sensation of the steering wheel in his palms, the subtle vibrations from the road, and the clear treasure radar interface running in his mind all silently told him, all of this is real. His life had truly changed forever from now on. The sky was the limit. At this thought, a confident smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Hu's mouth. He pressed the accelerator a little harder, and the car's speed increased, delivering a powerful surge of acceleration. Treasure radar ran smoothly in his mind, constantly scanning the surrounding area as blue light waves rippled endlessly. Occasionally, faint specks of light flashed by on either side of the highway, nothing more than ordinary old objects like copper coins or porcelain shards, of limited value and not worth stopping to investigate. Hu paid them no mind, keeping his gaze fixed straight ahead. His goal for this journey was clear. He was heading straight for the mysterious marker at Suiyun Peak, his mind focused solely on that objective. These ordinary objects along the way were insignificant, merely a drop in the ocean. The vehicle sped southward. It was now noon, and the sun was blazing. A road sign up ahead clearly read, 30 kilometers to downtown Nanjing, Hu expertly exited the highway and turned onto the national highway. After driving for about another half hour, he finally arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Nanjing. It was lunchtime, and the town was bustling with people coming and going. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell, creating a lively, vibrant atmosphere. Hu parked his car in front of a small restaurant that looked quite clean, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The wind chimes rang out crisply. The restaurant was filled with the rich aroma of stir-fried dishes. A few diners were scattered around the tables, tucking in with gusto, and the atmosphere was relaxed. A slightly plump proprietress in her 50s approached him with a warm, down-to-earth smile and asked, "Young man, dining alone?" "Yes, ma'am. I'll have a bowl of braised pork noodles and 2 side dishes." Hu found a seat by the window and sat down, speaking calmly and appearing completely at ease. "Sure thing, coming right up," the owner replied cheerfully, turned, and headed into the kitchen with nimble movements. Before long, a steaming bowl of braised pork noodles with a bright red glaze was set on the table, followed by 2 plates of refreshing and delicious side dishes, just what Hu was in the mood for. As he ate, he asked casually, "Ma'am, do you know there is a mountain called Suiyun Peak nearby?" The landlady paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. "Of course. Suiyun Peak is just west of town. It takes about 40 minutes by car to reach the base of the mountain." "Are you planning to hike, young man?" "Yeah, I heard the scenery there is nice. I'd like to check it out and clear my head a bit." Hu concealed his true intentions without giving himself away, his eyes clear and steady. "The scenery is nice, but that mountain isn't easy to climb. It's pretty wild." The landlady set down the dishcloth she was holding, sat down across from him and advised him warmly. "Suiyun Peak is densely forested. In some places, there aren't even proper trails, just paths worn down by people's footsteps. Plus, there are plenty of wild animals in the mountains, including lots of venomous snakes. You'll need to be careful going alone. Don't try to be a hero." "So, not many people go there?" Hu's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up slightly. This was exactly the response he'd been hoping for. "That's right. Even the locals rarely go there. Occasionally, some backpackers head out to explore, but they always go in groups. It's really rare to see someone like you going alone. You're quite brave." The landlady looked Hu up and down and said with concern, "Young man, I can see your gear is complete and very professional, but I still advise you to find a companion. That way, if anything happens, you'll have someone to look out for you. Safety comes first." "Thank you for your concern, ma'am. I have experience and will be careful." Hu thanked her with a smile, his composed demeanor exuding a reassuring sense of steadiness. Seeing that he was determined, the landlady didn't try to dissuade him further, but she did repeat her advice. "Young man, please be very careful. Cell phone reception isn't great in the mountains, so it's best to bring a satellite phone to stay in touch." "Don't worry, I'm all set." Hu nodded firmly and patted his pocket. After finishing his meal, Hu asked the landlady for more details about Suiyun Peak, including the trailhead at the foot of the mountain, water sources, and dangerous areas. The landlady told him everything she knew and even went out of her way to find paper and a pen. Drawing from memory, she sketched a simple route map for him, marking several key landmarks. After saying goodbye to the warm-hearted landlady, Hu returned to his car. Comparing the hand-drawn map with his phone's navigation, he double-checked the route into the mountains and felt more confident. He started the engine, drove out of town, and headed west along an asphalt road that gradually narrowed. The buildings around him grew fewer and fewer, while the greenery became more and more abundant. After about 40 minutes, the smooth asphalt road gave way to a bumpy gravel road, and the car began to sway slightly. Further on, even the gravel road disappeared, leaving only a muddy dirt track barely wide enough for a single car to pass through, with deep ruts and overgrown weeds. Chapter 30. The Entrance. On both sides of the dirt road, the trees grew ever denser. The branches and leaves of towering ancient trees intertwined high above, blocking out the sun and forming a deep, dark green tunnel that completely shut out the sunlight. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight stubbornly filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. They danced across the decaying leaves like shards of gold, only to vanish in an instant. Hu slowed down, his expression intensely focused, both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, as he carefully navigated around the potholes and sharp rocks hidden beneath the weeds. The SUV struggled along the rugged mountain road, its body tilting sharply from time to time as the suspension system emitted a teeth-grinding creak, as if protesting the abysmal road conditions. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet apart from the crisp, melodious chirping of birds and insects and the muffled roar of the engine. There was no other sound. It was as if the world had come to a standstill at that moment, and time itself had slowed to a crawl. The clamor of civilization had been left far behind, replaced by a primeval, mysterious forest full of unknowns. Even the air had grown heavy, carrying a sense of oppression. Hu's heart sank as an inexplicable sense of tension welled up inside him. He gripped the steering wheel even tighter, his gaze growing increasingly resolute and sharp as he scanned every inch of the terrain ahead like a hawk. The true treasure hunt officially began at that moment, and a life-and-death struggle against nature and history had just begun. Hu quietly parked the SUV in a relatively secluded and level clearing in the woods. This was the end of the dirt road beyond lay vast, untamed primeval forests with no paths to follow, a place where vehicle tires could not pass. He turned off the engine and got out, stretching his stiff limbs. Looking up at Suayun Peak towering into the clouds and densely covered in vegetation, he took a deep breath of the refreshing mountain air. Instantly, he felt refreshed and invigorated. As if his very soul had been cleansed, all his fatigue seemed to have been washed away by this breath of fresh air. In the distance, the rolling mountains were shrouded in mist. The peaks appeared and disappeared through the thin fog, resembling both a fairyland and a vast labyrinth, waiting for an intruder. Hu deftly retrieved his gear from the trunk and carefully checked each item one by one. The climbing rope was sturdy and undamaged, the flashlight was fully charged, the multi-purpose entrenching tool was still sharp, and the first aid kit, water bottle, and everything else were all in place. Nothing was missing. He carefully folded the yellowed hemp paper map and solemnly tucked it into a waterproof pouch close to his body, pressing it against his chest as if it were his talisman. He then hoisted his heavy backpack onto his back, adjusted the shoulder straps, and strode deep into the forest, his back a picture of determination and resolve. As soon as he stepped into the dense forest, a strong scent of vegetation hit him, mingled with the fragrance of earth and the smell of fermenting leaves. It was somewhat acrid. Thick vines coiled tightly around towering ancient trees, like giant pythons wrapped around them. Looking fierce and terrifying, low-lying shrubs grew densely, weaving a green web that almost completely obscured the already indistinct mountain trail, making it difficult to find one's way. Hu had no choice but to draw the machete he carried and swing his arms vigorously to hack a difficult path through the brambles and foliage. The swishing sound of the blade echoed through the dense forest wherever the blade passed. Branches and leaves flew, sap splattered, and the air filled with the fresh scent of cut grass. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of humus, exuding a damp, musty odor. It felt soft and spongy underfoot, as if he were stepping on cotton, yet it concealed hidden dangers. With every step Hu took, his feet sank a little deeper. The crisp, rustling sound of crushed dead leaves rang out sharply in the mountains, startling a few birds that fluttered their wings and flew away. After walking for a while, Hu stopped, pulled out a yellowed hemp paper map, and tried to confirm his location by comparing it with the surrounding terrain. However, the map was ancient. The mountains and rivers depicted on it had undergone a century of changes and were now completely unrecognizable. Bearing little resemblance to the scene before him, they simply didn't match up. Compounded by the dense forest, whose trees blocked out the sky and obstructed his view, visibility was extremely low. Unable to find any landmarks that corresponded to the map, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anxiety. Hu furrowed his brow, his gaze darting back and forth between the map and the surrounding jungle, as sweat trickled down his cheeks and soaked his collar. He thought to himself, relying solely on this ancient map, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to pinpoint the entrance to the treasure vault. I'll have to rely on the treasure radar. Looks like I'll have to rely on you after all. Hu murmured to himself, silently activating the treasure radar. A scanning circle appeared in his mind, radiating outward from him to scan a 50-meter radius around him, with data streams refreshing at lightning speed. The map displayed countless specks of light signals from ordinary vegetation and rocks arranged in a chaotic jumble. Hu walked slowly forward, the radar running continuously, constantly refreshing the data stream of his surroundings, not missing even the slightest anomaly. 2 hours later, he had ventured deep into the heart of Suayun Peak. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet, with only the occasional birdsong and the rustling of leaves in the wind breaking the silence. Suddenly, the radar image in his mind flickered violently, emitting rapid beep alerts as lights flashed. About 30 meters to the northeast, A legendary tier light was flashing brightly. Its intensity far exceeded all surrounding signals, making it exceptionally dazzling. Hu perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as his heart began to race. He immediately adjusted his course and strode forward briskly, his steps agile, following the radar's guidance. After passing through a thicket of ferns and parting the hanging vines, the scene suddenly opened up before him, revealing a massive cliff face. The cliff face stood over 10 meters high, its surface covered in moss and vines, blending seamlessly with the surrounding mountains. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary cliff, with nothing out of the ordinary. If not for the radar's precise lock-on, anyone passing by would likely not give it a second glance, mistaking it for nothing more than ordinary rock. Hu stopped in front of the cliff, tilted his head back, and scrutinized it closely, his gaze as sharp as a torch. There were no signs of human carving on the cliff face, no cracks, no markings. It was a completely natural rock face, a masterpiece of nature. If it weren't for Treasure Radar, Hu felt a surge of quiet joy, grateful for this cheat code. Otherwise, even if I had the hemp paper map and turned the entire Tsuyun Peak upside down, I probably wouldn't have found this entrance and would have had to return empty-handed. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the slippery moss. A cool sensation spread through his fingertips. Following the radar system's instructions, Hu took a small brush and a spray bottle from his backpack and began carefully cleaning the surface of the cliff face, moving gently for fear of causing any damage. As patches of moss were cleared away, extremely faint patterns gradually emerged on the cliff face. These patterns were so faint that they were virtually imperceptible. Without close inspection, they seemed to blend seamlessly with the rock. Hu pulled the hemp paper map from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it up for comparison. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes. The symbols and patterns drawn along the edges of the map matched the markings on the cliff face perfectly down to the last detail. "I've found it!" Just then, the treasure radar system in his mind suddenly vibrated, and a line of golden text appeared in Hu's consciousness. Ding! Entrance to the Heavenly Kingdom Treasury detected and locked. Quest triggered. Open the treasury gates. Quest requirements. Deactivate the traps and enter the interior of the treasury. Quest reward. System inventory expanded to 100 cubic meters, additional detection depth, plus 20 meters. Friendly reminder. The vault is equipped with anti-theft mechanisms. Please proceed with caution. Host, who raised an eyebrow slightly and thought to himself, the system is being proactive this time. It seems this vault is indeed quite valuable. He pushed aside his distracting thoughts and refocused his attention on the cliff face before him. Suppressing his inner elation, Hu took a deep breath and continued clearing the area, his movements growing slightly faster. As large patches of moss peeled away one by one, the patterns on the cliff face became increasingly clear, revealing an exquisitely detailed bagua design. The 8 trigrams were arranged in a circular relief, their lines flowing smoothly, clearly the work of a master well-versed in the I Ching, demonstrating exceptional craftsmanship. At the center of the pattern was a yin-yang fish. Though weathered by centuries of wind and rain, its contours remained distinct and lifelike. Hu circled the cliff face, examining it carefully, but found no hidden mechanisms, buttons, or moving parts. It was as smooth as ever. He pressed each of the 8 trigram positions with his palm, but the cliff face showed no reaction whatsoever. It remained completely still. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a system window suddenly popped up in his mind, flashing with blue light. Blue text appeared clearly. Chiman Bagua formation mechanism detected. The system rewards you with the skill Secret Arts of Feng Shui, which can solve directional puzzles. Do you wish to learn it immediately? Hu was overjoyed and immediately thought to himself, confirm! In the next instant, a wave of warmth surged through his heart, and a vast amount of knowledge about the contours of mountains and rivers, yin-yang and the 5 elements, and the directions of the 8 trigrams flooded into his mind. It instantly became second nature, as if he had always been a master of this art. A sudden clarity filled his mind. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, re-examining the terrain before the cliff face with a newfound depth in his eyes. His perception, honed by the secret arts of Feng Shui, allowed him to clearly discern the undulating contours of the mountain ranges and the flow of qi. The mountain ridge behind him wound its way from the southwest. The qi gathered before this cliff face, forming a configuration that harbors the wind and gathers qi. It was nearly noon. The sun hung high in the southern sky, while the moon's essence lay hidden beneath the northern horizon. The south corresponds to Li, and the north to Can. Hu's gaze quickly locked onto the corresponding positions on the Bagua diagram, and a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The can position is the gate, the li position holds the key. He murmured softly, his mind already certain, his plan firmly in place. No time for hesitation. He pulled the ice axe from his backpack and removed the handle. The handle's diameter matched the circular hole in the recess perfectly, as if it had been custom-made. He inserted the handle into the groove at the kin position directly north of the cliff face, pushed it in, and felt a slight resistance as if he had triggered some ancient mechanism hidden deep within the rock, emitting a faint click. He took a deep breath, turned to face the correspondingly position, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and, following the guidance of the secret art of feng shui, tapped 3 times lightly at the center of the Li hexagram. The first tap was steady and powerful, its echo lingering. The second tap was rhythmic, crisp, and melodious. The third tap, before its resonance had faded, seemed to resonate with the rock. There was a moment of silence, the air seemed to freeze. Boom! A muffled rumble came from deep within the cliff face, like a distant thunderclap rolling by. The entire cliff face trembled, and the layer of humus beneath his feet quivered as well, sending a shower of dust cascading down and blinding his eyes. Immediately afterward, the center of the Bagua pattern slowly caved inward. A bone-chilling screech of grinding rock against rock echoed, and debris and dust rained down in a torrent. The relief carving of the yin-yang fish, along with a large section of the surrounding cliff face, retracted and shifted inward as a single unit, revealing the entrance to a tunnel just wide enough for one person to pass through, dark and bottomless. The edges of the entrance were rough and covered with black moss. Faint traces of chisel marks were visible, exuding the wear and tear of time. A current of air, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay, surged from the depths of the darkness, washing over him with a chill that made him shiver involuntarily. The passage was bottomless, only the sound of the wind swirled and wailed within it, like the howls of ghosts and wolves. Who gripped his ice axe tightly, staring at the entrance before him. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a mix of tension and excitement. Unknown dangers lurked in the darkness, yet the allure of treasure was equally thrilling and irresistible. He pulled his headlamp from the side pocket of his backpack, secured it to his forehead, and flipped the switch. A beam of white light pierced straight into the depths of the tunnel, yet it illuminated only a few meters beyond that lay endless darkness, like the gaping maw of a giant beast ready to devour everything. Who took a deep breath, stepped up to the entrance, crouched down, and resolutely stepped into the gloom. The poem reads, "A century's mystery shrouds Jinling, the secret treasure lies buried deep beneath verdant foliage. Do not say that those who came before found no path today. Wielding a sword, we pierce the darkness. Deep within the emerald clouds lies a heavily guarded pass. The mysteries of the Bagua are hidden among the stones. A masterful hand unravels a century-old riddle. A single beam of glimmer pierces the stubborn darkness." Chapter 31. Death to those who trespass in the sacred vault. As soon as he stepped into the tunnel, Who casually reached into the side pocket of his bag and pulled out the high-intensity flashlight. With a crisp click, the backup light source instantly turned on. A blinding white beam sliced through the thick darkness ahead like a sharp sword, illuminating every detail of the tunnel's interior and dispelling much of the eerie, sinister atmosphere. With both his headlamp and flashlight working in tandem, the two beams of light intertwined, finally dispelling most of the gloom and making his field of vision much clearer, no longer a desolate, silent blackness. He came to a halt, not rushing forward, but instead raised the flashlight, slowly sweeping the beam across the inner walls on both sides. His expression was alert, every muscle in his body slightly tensed, ready to respond to any sudden situation at a moment's notice. He hadn't realized it until he looked, but the moment he did, Hu's heart sank slightly. He couldn't help but gasp, his pupils suddenly contracting. The walls of the passage were not bare, hewn stone surfaces, but were densely covered with inscriptions, layered upon one another, as if countless eyes were watching him in the darkness, a dizzying sight. The characters varied in depth, and the strokes were rough and uneven, clearly the hasty work of different craftsmen at different times. Their styles were strikingly different. Some were wild and sweeping cursive script, exuding despair. Others were upright regular script, radiating a grim, austere atmosphere. The ink had long since faded and blurred. Some characters were filled with black mold spots, giving off a musty, stale odor. Had Hu not held his flashlight close to examine them closely, They would have been nearly impossible to make out, as obscure and incomprehensible as a heavenly script. Just as he squinted, struggling to decipher the unfamiliar and obscure characters, the system activated silently. A blue window flashed across the edge of his vision, and a crisp alert sounded. Ding! Wall inscriptions detected. Automatic translation initiated and complete. A flood of textual information surged into his mind, instantly transforming into clear, coherent vernacular, logically organized. Those inscriptions turned out to be classified texts from the Heavenly Kingdom era, chronicling this long-buried history. The murals and inscriptions were intricate and awe-inspiring. The left wall depicted the grand scene of the treasure escort from back then, thousands of soldiers clad in uniformed robes marching through the night, their expressions solemn, accompanied by text detailing the strict escort route and the cruel punishment of slow slicing for those who leak secrets. The right-hand wall, meanwhile, detailed the regulations governing the sacred treasury, from the classification of gold and silver to the inventory of treasures, leaving no detail unaccounted for, and included the blood oaths sworn by the guards, every word written in blood. But what stood out most and sent a chill down who's spine were the 6 largest, deepest carved characters at the entrance. Anyone who trespasses into the sacred treasury shall die. It was neither a warning nor a threat, but a calm statement of fact, as if describing an inevitable outcome which, paradoxically, sent a chill down his spine that shot straight to the crown of his head. Who stared at the inscription for 2 seconds, then a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a flash of defiance flickered in his eyes. Death? Well, let us see who dies first. The ancients are gone now, it's our turn to rule. Before his words had even faded, he gripped his flashlight tightly and strode forward with determined steps, his footsteps echoing with startling clarity through the narrow tunnel. The tunnel was so narrow it could barely accommodate a single person, and the ceiling was low enough that he had to walk slightly hunched over. It was quite awkward to navigate, and he had to constantly watch his head for the overhanging rocks. The inscriptions on the inner walls stretched on endlessly. As he moved forward, he relied on the system's real-time translation to commit key information to memory, gradually forming a preliminary understanding of the Holy Vault. This was not merely a treasure trove, but a vast underground mausoleum, burying the Heavenly Kingdom's last hope and secrets. After stumbling along like this for about 20 meters, the tunnel suddenly widened, and the sense of space changed abruptly. Who paused in his tracks and instinctively raised his flashlight to sweep the area ahead. The beam traced an arc through the darkness. The passage widened abruptly at this point. The cliff walls on either side extended outward by a full 3 or 4 meters, and the ceiling rose significantly higher, forming a small chamber. However, the strange changes in the floor caused him to furrow his brow, his expression growing grave. The stone slabs beneath his feet were no longer smooth, fine cracks spread across the ground, forming an intricate web-like pattern. The cracks varied in width, and some were connected, outlining eerie geometric shapes, clearly a man-made structure that exuded a sense of menace. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the system's alarm suddenly blared in his mind. Ding! Toxic mist trap detected. The current location triggers the Shio Gate killing formation of the Chimendunjia. Stepping forward will activate the mechanism. Please stop immediately. The system's alarm was shrill and urgent. Who reacted with lightning speed, snapping his heel back to halt the foot he'd already lifted, forcing it to hover mid-air before landing steadily back in place, his movements as smooth as flowing water. By now, a fine layer of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. That was a close call. Had it not been for the system's warning, the consequences of taking that step would have been unimaginable. He would likely have met his end right there on the spot. He steadied his breathing, slowly crouched down, and shone his flashlight close to the ground, scanning deep into the crevice with an intense gaze. As the light penetrated the crevice, he could vaguely make out some yellow powder and dark brown, fiber-like plant matter lurking silently in the depths of the darkness. Though these substances were withered, they were well preserved and exuded an eerie aura, like a slumbering venomous snake. His nostrils flared slightly. Although he hadn't triggered the trap yet, that faint, acrid odor spoke volumes. Deadly poison. The system provided a detailed analysis. The trap is filled with a toxic powder made from a mixture of sulfur and aconite. When pressure is applied, it will release a large amount of toxic mist, concentrated enough to instantly render a person incapacitated. The Gate of Ruin is a deadly trap. A direct frontal assault is futile. You must find the Gate of Life to break the stalemate. Immediately afterward, a directional guide overlaid who's field of vision, transforming the red warning lines into a green safe path. A light dot appeared on the left side of the stone slab area, near the wall a spot where the cracks in the rock were sparse, forming a blind spot at the edge of the trap S structure. This was precisely the gate of life marked by the system. Without hesitation, Hu pulled a folding entrenching shovel from his backpack and locked the blade into place with a click, the metallic clang ringing particularly crisp in the silence. He crouched and moved toward the gate of life, probing downward with the tip of the shovel. The soil was soft, and no trap was triggered, confirming the System S assessment was correct. He set to work, using the entrenching shovel to chip away at the soil and gravel along the edge of the stone slab, chiseling out an arched groove that completely severed the edge of the mechanism S trigger range, his movements precise and decisive. Once this was done, he reached into the side pocket of his backpack and pulled out a small metal box containing the lime powder he'd prepared before setting out. Originally intended to prevent moisture and provide traction, he never expected it would prove so useful at this moment, becoming a life-saving tool. He slowly poured the lime powder along the carved groove, filling it thickly, then used the back of the entrenching tool to pack it down firmly, ensuring a tight seal without leaving a single gap. When exposed to moisture, the lime powder hardens rapidly, effectively sealing the gaps and preventing the pressure-sensing mechanism inside the trap from transmitting air pressure to the nozzle, thereby severing the trigger chain and rendering the century-old killing trap useless. Hu held his breath as he worked. The entire process took no more than 2 or 3 minutes, but his back was already soaked with sweat, his shirt clinging tightly to his body. Only after completing all this did he slowly straighten his back. He stared silently for a moment at the groove covered in lime powder, his expression complex. Then, he cautiously stepped into the area of stone slabs from the direction of the gate of life. As his foot touched the ground, silence reigned. Nothing happened. No poisonous mist spewed forth. Death had passed him by. Hu exhaled a long, ragged breath. His palms were drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was still pounding violently. Standing in the middle of the safe passageway, he glanced back at the trap covered in lime powder. He felt no sense of luck. Instead, a wave of fear washed over him. Had it not been for the System S warning, he wouldn't have given the floor a second glance. That foot would have come down with full force. Had the trap been triggered, then the toxic mist would have gushed out. In this sealed passageway, he wouldn't even have been able to run to safety, let alone find an antidote. 20 seconds of paralysis, and what would follow was obvious without even thinking about it. Certain death. Brute force was useless here. No matter how strong he was or how skilled he was in hand-to-hand combat, it would be of no help against the traps meticulously designed by the ancients. Only a combination of wisdom and technology could break the deadlock. Hu looked down at the entrenching tool in his hand, then raised his eyes to the tunnel stretching ahead. His gaze slowly grew as calm as water, tinged with a sense of awe. Every step he took along this path was a challenge to the deadly trap set by those who came before him. The slightest misstep would mean irreparable ruin. Fortunately, he had the system. He gripped his flashlight tightly, resumed his stride, and continued walking deeper into the darkness, his steps now more steady. After passing through the toxic mist zone, the view ahead widened once more, opening up into a vast expanse. At the end of the passageway lay a massive cavern hall, with a vaulted ceiling soaring 5 or 6 meters high, adorned with hanging stalactites, a truly majestic sight. 8 passages carved into the rock walls fanned out like the gaping mouths of 8 giant dragons. Each entrance was framed by a bluestone doorjamb, and the lintels were each engraved with a line of ancient seal script. Illuminated by the flashlight's beam, the inscriptions were clearly visible, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Hu paused, sweeping his flashlight sequentially across the 8 passages to make out the inscriptions on the lintels, silently reciting them to himself. The first, water and fire in harmony, all things return to their source. The second, thunder and wind collide, the mountain of Jen holds firm. The third, heaven and earth in adversity and prosperity, the Qian and Kuan find their places. Fourth passage, mountain and marsh exchange, energy loss and gain follow one another. Fifth passage, earth and thunder return, one yang returns. Sixth passage, wind and marsh mutual trust spreads throughout the world. Seventh passage, heaven and mountain hiding the noble one withdraws from the world. Eighth, earth and heaven tie arrives, all things flourish. Hu stood where he was, scanning the 8 passages. His brow furrowed, his expression grave, as his mind raced. This was a challenge based on the 8 trigrams directions. Each passage corresponded to a specific trigram. Taking the wrong path would likely lead to misfortune rather than good fortune or even a one-way trip, leaving him trapped here forever. He did not rush into action but closed his eyes, mentally mapping out the Bagua directions. Qian to the south, Kuan to the north, Zhan to the east, Sun to the southeast, Li to the south, Kan to the north, Zhen to the northeast, and Dui to the west. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. He slowly turned around, using the direction from which he had entered the cave as a reference point to reorient himself. He matched the 8 passages to their corresponding hexagrams, and a plan had already formed in his mind. The first passage lay directly opposite the entrance, facing due north and corresponding to the Ken hexagram. The inscription on the lintel read, "Water and fire have reached their fulfillment, all things return to their source." Water and fire, completion, is the 63rd hexagram of the I Ching. Can water is above. Li fire is below, symbolizing the union of water and fire, and the return of all things to oneness, seemingly alluding to the concept of returning to the source. Hu's gaze sharpened slightly as he mused to himself. On the surface, this phrase seems to be a guide, but the words return to the source are far too explicit. It actually feels like a trap, deliberately designed to lead visitors astray. This path is a dead end. He scanned the remaining passages one by one, examining and analyzing each in turn. The second passage was located in the northeast, corresponding to the Zhen hexagram, with the inscription, "Thunder and wind collide double mountains. Zhen holds." Zhen signifies coming to a halt and not moving forward. This was clearly a dead end or a place of confinement. The third passage was located due south, corresponding to the Qian hexagram, with the inscription, "Heaven and earth alternate between adversity and prosperity. Qian and Kuan find their proper places." With adversity and prosperity alternating, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. Rushing ahead at this moment would be far from wise. The risk is simply too great. The fourth passage was located due west, corresponding to the Dui hexagram, with the inscription, "Mountain and marsh exchange energy loss and gain follow one another." This implies loss and does not indicate a path to survival. There may be traps designed to deplete stamina or supplies. The fifth passage is located due east, corresponding to the Zhen hexagram, with the inscription, "Earth and thunder. Return and tremor one yang returns." Although it suggests rebirth, the single yang line has only just begun to stir and its power remains weak. It may not lead to the core but only to the outer regions. The sixth passage is located in the southeast, corresponding to the Sun hexagram, with the inscription, "Wind over marsh. Zhongfu trust travels throughout the world." Sun represents wind, which is fickle and unpredictable by nature. It should not be trusted lightly, as there may be an illusory formation. The seventh passage is located in the northwest, with the inscription, "Heaven over mountain. Dun the noble one withdraws from the world." With the character Dun retreat at the beginning, this is clearly an escape route or a place of seclusion, certainly not an entrance. The eighth passage is located in the southwest, corresponding to the Sun hexagram, with the inscription, "Earth over heaven Tai arrives all things flourish." Hu's gaze suddenly fixed on the lintel of the eighth passage, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The poem reads, "Sealed for 100 years, now opened at last. A sea of gold and silver glistens through the moss. The schemes of those who came before have turned to illusion. A prodigious talent will surely come to claim the treasure." Chapter 32. Overcoming 3 Perils. Among the 8 trigrams, the Kuan trigram symbolizes the earth, embodying inclusive and support. Positioned in the southwest, the place where all things find their final resting place, it signifies that virtue bears all things. Earth and heaven, Tai arrives. The Tai trigram is the 11th in the I Ching. With Kuan earth above and Qian heaven below, it symbolizes the harmonious union of heaven and earth, the sprouting of all things, and is a highly auspicious trigram representing openness and prosperity. More importantly, the heavenly kingdom emphasizes the concept of the heavenly father and heavenly brother descending to save the world. Its core philosophy advocates conforming to heaven and responding to humanity, holding heaven in the highest regard and earth as the foundation. The Kuan hexagram precisely represents conforming to the way of heaven and bearing all things, which aligns perfectly with the ideological foundation of heavenly kingdom. It signifies that the sacred vault is a gift from heaven, hidden within the earth to protect all sentient beings. Hu fell silent for a moment, a determined smile curving his lips as a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He turned and strode purposefully toward the 8th passageway, his steps firm and resolute. Standing at the entrance to the Kuan position passage, his gaze as piercing as a torch, He carefully inspected the area around the doorframe. Only after confirming there were no signs of any traps did he step inside, showing no trace of fear. The inner walls of the passage were smooth and even, clearly meticulously chiseled and even polished. They felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the roughness of the previous passages, exuding an air of solemnity. After walking about 10 meters, a light appeared ahead, once more no longer the beam of a flashlight, but a faint ambient glow, as if emanating from another world. Who quickened his pace through the passageway. Suddenly, the scene before him opened up, a breathtaking sight that took his breath away. At the end of the passageway lay a vast, symmetrical stone chamber. Its walls were as smooth as mirrors, clearly the result of immense labor and resources, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. In the center of the chamber stood a stone stele about 2 meters tall. The stele was bluish-black in color, and its front was engraved with the 4 large characters, "Obey Heaven, Respond to the People," carved with vigorous strokes that penetrated 3 fawn into the stone. Who stopped in his tracks and shone his flashlight on the stele. In the beam of light, the 4 characters radiated an aura of inviolable resolve, as if scrutinizing every intruder. Obey Heaven, Respond to the People. This was precisely the core philosophy of the Heavenly Kingdom, as well as the banner Gideon raised when he launched his uprising, a call that echoed across half the realm. The presence of this stele confirmed Hu's assessment. This was indeed the Heavenly Kingdom's treasure vault, and it was by no means a delusion. And he had chosen the right passageway, avoiding a dead end. Who took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, walked around the stele, and continued deeper into the stone chamber, his pulse quickening involuntarily. The passage ahead suddenly narrowed to the point where only one person could squeeze through sideways, and the sense of oppression intensified sharply. Who held his breath, pressed his body tightly against the cold stone wall, and moved forward slowly, taking each step with the utmost caution. The beam of his flashlight cast eerie shadows in the narrow space, stretching his silhouette as if a ghostly figure were following him. After walking about 3 or 4 meters, the passage returned to its normal width, but the floor was now covered with a dense cluster of tiny holes, a truly spine-chilling sight. Each hole was no thicker than a thumb in diameter, arranged in neat rows that stretched more than 10 meters away, resembling countless peering eyes. Who stopped in his tracks, bent down to take a closer look, and could faintly make out a metallic sheen flickering within the holes, a chilling, icy glow. A hidden arrow trap. A chill ran down his spine, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. He picked up a pebble and hurled it forcefully at the ground with a decisive motion. The moment the stone hit the ground, a series of whoosh-whoosh sounds erupted as dozens of steel needles shot out violently from the holes, weaving a deadly web in midair at lightning speed. Then came a clanging clatter as the steel needles plunged deep into the stone wall opposite, leaving countless tiny indentations and sending sparks flying. Hu's brow furrowed deeply. Once triggered, this hidden arrow trap left almost no place to hide in such a narrow space. It was a certain death. He picked up a few more pebbles and threw them one by one at different spots, calmly testing the trap's trigger range and frequency, his gaze focused and sharp. After 7 or 8 consecutive throws, he finally discovered a pattern. After each trigger, the trap had a reset interval of about 3 seconds, and the holes on the left and right were not completely synchronized with the central trigger mechanism. There was a slight time lag. Who took a deep breath, swiftly removed his jacket, rolled it into a tube, and flung it with all his might toward the center of the passage, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Steel needles shot out once more, instantly piercing the jacket and leaving it riddled with holes. Taking advantage of the 3-second reset interval, he exerted all his strength, pressed his body tightly against the left stone wall, crouched low, and sprinted forward, gliding almost skimming the ground at breakneck speed. A whistling sound came from behind him as several steel needles whizzed past his head and struck the stone wall ahead, sending sparks flying in a hair-raising moment. Who sprinted out of the trap zone in one go, rolled at the end of the passage and came to a steady stop. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and his clothes clung tightly to his body. He glanced back at the passageway and silently thanked his luck. Had his reaction not been quick enough, he would likely have met his end by now, turned into a hedgehog. Not far ahead, the color of the passageway floor had darkened slightly, starkly different from the blue stone slabs that had come before, exuding an air of danger. Who slowed his pace and tapped the ground lightly with his entrenching tool. A dull, hollow sound rang out, setting off alarm bells in his mind. His guard immediately went up. He picked up a rock and hurled it forward with all his might, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. The instant the rock hit the ground, the floor suddenly caved in, revealing a patch of quicksand that flowed slowly, emitting a squeaking sound, as if a giant beast were chewing, who silently breathed a sigh of relief had he stepped into it recklessly. The consequences would have been unimaginable. He would surely have been swallowed whole. He surveyed his surroundings. The stone walls on either side of the passage were as smooth as mirrors, offering no footholds, and the quicksand area was a full 5 or 6 meters wide. Jumping across it was virtually impossible. After a moment's thought, Hu quickly took off his backpack and pulled out his tent. This was equipment he prepared specifically for fieldwork. The waterproof fabric was tough and durable. He deftly unfolded the tent completely, forming a flat surface about 3 meters square, his gaze resolute. Then, taking a deep breath, he gripped 2 corners of the tent tightly with both hands and hurled it forcefully toward the quicksand area. The tent unfurled in midair and landed smoothly on the surface of the quicksand, like a small boat. Without the slightest hesitation, Hu seized the moment before the tent sank further. He pushed off the edge of the passage with the tips of his toes, leaped into the air, and landed steadily in the center of the tent. The fabric caved in instantly, and quicksand surged in from all sides, but the increased surface area significantly slowed the rate of sinking, giving him a glimmer of hope. Hu dared not pause. He leaped forward again with all his might, simultaneously drawing his entrenching tool with his right hand, ready to respond to any sudden emergency. The tent beneath his feet had already begun to sink rapidly. Quicksand covered the tops of his shoes, and a cold sensation crept up his pant legs. A tremendous suction gripped his legs, as if trying to drag him into hell. He quickly scanned both sides of the passageway and finally spotted a narrow crack in the rock to his left front. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. That spot was precisely in the Gen direction in the Bagua. Gen represents mountains and stillness. It was the direction that countered the quicksand and marked the location of the Gate of Life. Hu clenched his teeth, let out a loud shout, and drove the entrenching tool viciously into the crevice with a ruthless, decisive motion. Metal scraped against rock, producing a piercing screech as sparks flew. The blade sank deep into the rock. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins standing out as he used the leverage to yank upward with all his might, propelling his body into the air. The quicksand surged wildly beneath his feet, emitting a bone-chilling, devouring sound, nearly dragging him into the abyss. A truly terrifying sight. But Hu had already cleared the most dangerous zone. He took 2 quick steps on the rough rock face, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, then clung tightly to the cliff face in the Gen direction, steady as a mountain. He then engaged his core muscles, swung forward with the momentum, and landed steadily on solid ground at the far end of the quicksand area, letting out a long sigh of relief. Behind him, the military tent had been completely swallowed by the quicksand, and the ground instantly returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Hu was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then turned to cast a lingering glance at the deadly trap. A flicker of gravity and lingering fear passed through his eyes. He was still shaken by the ordeal. The danger of the traps in this treasure site and the ingenuity of their design far exceeded his imagination. Every step was a heart-stopping ordeal. At the end of the passage, a massive blue stone door loomed ahead, completely blocking the path like an insurmountable chasm. Hu raised his flashlight, and as the beam swept across the stone door's surface, he saw intricate patterns carved into it. In the center was an ancient inscription. The sky has no handle, the earth has no bounds, in the middle dwells a living immortal. The characters were bold and vigorous, exuding the fervent religious fervor characteristic of the Heavenly Kingdom era, a sight that sent a chill down his spine. Just then, the system's icy prompt echoed in his mind. Trap puzzle detected. You must solve the riddle in the inscription to open the stone door. Hu concentrated deeply, his fingers gently tracing the uneven characters, feeling the weight of the ages. He murmured softly, "Heaven has no handle." He looked up at the top of the stone door, deep in thought. The Heavenly Kingdom revered the Heavenly Father as the supreme deity. The character heaven did not refer solely to the sky, but alluded to the natural laws governing the rotation of the sun and moon, which, by their very nature, required no supporting pillar. Earth knows no bounds. He then looked down at the base of the stone gate, his thoughts racing. The Heavenly Kingdom once swept across half the realm, establishing a vast empire that perfectly embodied the meaning of Earth has no bounds. Living immortal. A flash of realization suddenly crossed Hu's eyes. This was the key to the riddle. The heavenly kingdom adhered to the worship of God's society, revering the heavenly Father as the one true God, while Gideon claimed to be the heavenly Father's second son and the younger brother of the heavenly brother, Jesus. These three words, living immortal, alluded precisely to the heavenly kingdom's revered belief in the unity of heaven and humanity, the faith in the heavenly Father, or to that man who claimed to be a god himself, Gideon. He took a deep breath to calm his mind and began to channel the Chiman Bagua techniques he had mastered from the secret arts of feng shui, mentally weighing various possibilities. The positions of heaven, earth, and man correspond to Chen, Kuan, and Kan, who raised his hand and, following the stroke order of the inscription, first tapped the top of the stone gate, the Chen position 3 times lightly, representing heaven. The stone gate showed no reaction, all was deathly silent. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to tap the Kuan position at the bottom of the stone gate, representing earth. Still, there was no response. The stone gate remained utterly motionless. Something's wrong, Hu muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the inscription once more, his eyes growing increasingly sharp as his mind raced. Heaven has no handle, earth has no boundaries, but the key lies in this living immortal in the center. The first 2 times, I got the directions right but missed the meaning. I failed to grasp its essence. It suddenly dawned on him. Although the force and direction of his previous taps corresponded to the 3 powers, he had overlooked the heavenly kingdom's unique religious system. In their eyes, humans are gods, gods dwell among humans, and humans and gods are one. Hu took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and his expression became solemn and resolute, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. This time, he first tapped 3 times lightly, neither too soft nor too hard, to show reverence at the Chen position slightly above the center of the stone gate, corresponding to the heavenly position within the 3 talents. Next, at the Kuan position at the bottom of the stone gate, corresponding to the earthly position, he tapped steadily with a deep, powerful force. Finally, he pressed his palm firmly against the very center of the stone gate, the Kan position, where the living immortal resided, and struck it with all his might, pouring his heart and soul into the gesture. Kan represents water, peril, and the middle sun in the Chiman Bagua system. It corresponds precisely to the human element, and also subtly echoes the metaphor of humanity seeking a path to survival amidst danger. A dull, creaking sound of mechanisms turning came from inside the stone gate. Immediately afterward, a faint vibration spread from beneath his feet throughout his entire body, as if the earth were awakening. The massive stone gate slowly parted to the sides, revealing a pitch-black passageway behind it, deep and unfathomable. The poem reads, "Quicksand and hidden arrows guard the double gates with wisdom. Unraveling the mysteries is but a trivial matter. Knock upon the heavenly gate to unlock the secret treasury. Once the way is attained, the true face is revealed." Chapter 33, The Deadly Trap. A musty, damp odor hit him in the face, mingled with the scent of dust accumulated over the ages, the scent of history, and the scent of treasure. Hu's lips curled slightly into a confident smile, yet his eyes betrayed the utmost vigilance. He stowed his flashlight and gripped the entrenching tool tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning slightly white from the strain, his gaze piercing as he looked into the stone door. Behind the stone door lay a narrow passage about 30 meters long. The walls on both sides were densely covered with holes of varying sizes, resembling countless peering eyes. The smallest were no bigger than a fist, while the largest were as thick as a bowl's rim. Their pitch-black muzzles radiated a chilling, murderous intent. The passageway floor was paved with blue stone slabs, and faint signs of wear were visible between the joints, a clear indication that, over the course of many years, these traps had been triggered countless times, claiming the lives of numerous intruders. No sooner had Hu taken half a step than a shrill alarm suddenly rang out in his mind, piercing his eardrums with pain. Warning! Crossbow trap detected. Jingmin killing mechanism activated. Recommend immediate retreat. The system's cold, urgent voice rang out. Before the words had even finished, faint yet deadly mechanical clicks emanated from the openings on both sides of the wall, the sound of death pulling the trigger. Hu's heart sank. His reaction was as swift as lightning. He sidestepped backward, his entire body skimming the edge of the stone door as he rolled swiftly to the side in a fluid, seamless motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Dozens of iron crossbow bolts shot out of the openings, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle as they slammed into the opposite wall, producing a shrill clang and sending sparks flying. The tails of the bolts were still trembling slightly, their tips glowing with a ghostly green light clearly coated in a potent poison that would kill on contact. Cold sweat poured down Hu's forehead, his heart pounded wildly, and his back was drenched in a cold sweat from the shock. Had it not been for the system's timely warning, he would likely have been struck by an arrow by now and become yet another set of bleached bones in this passageway. The Jing Gate belongs to the fire element and governs slaughter and warfare. This trap's layout exploits the power of the Jing Gate to create a deadly trap. Anyone who charges head-on will surely die. Hu muttered to himself in a low voice, rapidly running through possible solutions in his mind as his gaze grew increasingly calm. The system prompted him again. It is recommended to proceed along the Dun Gate route. Among the 8 gates, the Dun Gate is best suited for concealment and evasion, allowing you to avoid most trap triggers. Hu took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. His gaze swept rapidly through the passageway, and he soon discovered the secret within. Stone pillars stood at regular intervals along both sides of the passageway. Though they appeared to be mere structural supports, they were actually deliberately left as cover, the key to survival. The arrangement of the blue stone slabs on the ground corresponded to the shifting directions of the Dun Gate in the Chiminduinja system, requiring him to proceed with caution at every step. He crouched down, keeping his body extremely low, almost skimming the ground, and began to move swiftly along the hidden gate's route, gliding through the passage like a ghost. The first step landed on the Kan position, representing true north. The stone slab beneath his feet was solid. The second step turned toward the Gen position, northeast, his movements fluid and agile. The third step was the Zhen position, true east. His footsteps were light and silent. Each step landed precisely on a specific spot on the blue stone slab's points that served as safe nodes for the teleportation gate as it shifted through time and space. Even the slightest deviation would mean certain doom. Whoosh! Another volley of crossbow bolts shot out. Who happened to be hiding behind a stone pillar, narrowly escaping disaster. The arrow whizzed past the edge of the stone pillar, leaving a piercing whistling sound in the air. It sent a cold sweat breaking out on his skin, and the strong wind even ruffled his hair. Without the slightest hesitation, he took advantage of the brief pause while the mechanism reloaded to continue sprinting forward, not daring to delay for even a moment. Sun sector, southeasterly sector, due south Kuan sector, southwest. The traps within the passageway constantly shifted their firing angles as he moved, unleashing a torrent of crossbow bolts that wove a web of death. But Hu was able to accurately predict the next safe spot every time, skillfully evading the attacks by using the recesses of stone pillars and walls. His movements were incredibly perilous yet perfectly timed. The Dui position is due west, the Chen position is northwest. For the final step, he touched the concluding node of the Ken position with the tip of his toe, lunged forward, and rolled seamlessly into the safe zone at the end of the passage, all in one fluid motion. Another barrage of crossbow bolts flew from behind him, but all landed exactly where he had just been standing, their tips sinking deeply into the blue stone slab's 3 feet deep, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. Hu leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His chest rose and fell violently. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat, and his clothes clung to him, damp and cold, chilling him to the bone. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked back at the 30-meter-long corridor of death. The walls and floor were densely studded with crossbow bolts, at least 100 of them, a harrowing sight that resembled a forest of steel. If I hadn't mastered the Chiminduinja technique from the secret arts of feng shui, this passage would have been my grave. Hu sighed inwardly, overcome by a wave of fear. Hu steadied his racing heart, gripped his entrenching tool tightly once more, his knuckles turning white from the strain and his gaze hardened with resolve. He took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the path ahead. At the end of the passage lay a magnificent stone chamber, from which a faint golden glow flickered that was the true heart of the treasure trove, an irresistible temptation. Standing at the exit of the passage, Hu felt as if a world had suddenly opened up before him, and his field of vision instantly broadened. The stone chamber spanned over 100 square meters, with a vaulted ceiling soaring 5 or 6 meters high, majestic and grand, like an underground palace. The surrounding walls were covered with massive murals that, in the dim light, exuded an eerie solemnity, as if narrating the splendor of days gone by. As the beam of his flashlight swept across them, the scenes gradually revealed their true form. Though the colors had faded, they remained breathtaking. Taiping army officers and soldiers in full battle dress marched in formation, banners fluttering and warhorses neighing, creating a scene of immense grandeur. Several soldiers in the ranks carried heavy treasure chests on their backs, their expression solemn, clearly depicting the scene of the treasurer's relocation back then, a moment both solemn and sacred. The murals were executed with exquisite craftsmanship and meticulous attention to detail. The figures, each with a distinct expression, were lifelike, recreating the splendor of a century past in a truly breathtaking display. Who couldn't he help but step closer for a closer look, only to discover with horror that the eyes of the soldiers in the painting were all fixed intently on him no matter where he went. Those gazes followed him like shadows. That sense of being stared at across a century's span sent a chill down his spine. It was as if countless pairs of eyes were watching him simultaneously, trying to see right through him. He forced down the unease in his heart and was just about to walk around the mural to continue his exploration when the scene before him suddenly changed, and the world turned upside down. The stone chamber vanished in an instant, replaced by an ancient battlefield shrouded in gunpowder smoke, with flames shooting skyward and corpses strewn across the ground. The battle cries shook the heavens and earth, and the overpowering stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, making him want to vomit. It was as if he had been transported to hell. Dozens of soldiers dressed in Taiping army uniforms closed in on him. At their head stood an elderly general, his face smeared with blood, his gaze intense and brimming with fervor. He clasped his fists and called out loudly, "Brave warrior, I see you possess extraordinary skills. Why not join my heavenly kingdom? Together, we'll overthrow the corrupt Qing court and establish a golden age of peace. With our hearts united, we're sure to achieve great deeds and go down in history." The soldiers around him echoed his words in unison, their voices surging like a tidal wave, their eyes brimming with fervor and anticipation, as if joining them would grant them the entire world. All he had to do was nod, and he could share in the supreme glory and rise above everyone else. Who felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. Those voices possessed a magical power that pierced straight to his core, stirring his deepest longing for power and setting his blood racing. It evoked a powerful sense of belonging, making him involuntarily want to nod in agreement and lose himself in it. Just as his lips parted slightly, on the very brink of giving his consent, the alarm of the treasure radar system suddenly rang out in his mind, as loud as a great bell. Warning! Du Men illusion array detected. This is the Du Men formation from the Chiman Bagua. Du Men signifies obstruction and concealment. The triggerer will be plunged into an illusion of inner demons. If unable to break free, they will be trapped there forever until their mind collapses and they descend into madness. It is recommended to immediately activate the calm mind technique to dispel the delusion with a steady heart and maintain mental clarity. Who jolted awake with a start. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and the dazed look in his eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by a flicker of alarm and clarity. That was close. I almost fell for it. He clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging distractions in his mind, closed his eyes, and began to channel the calm mind technique from the secret arts of feng shui. This was the most fundamental and crucial mental practice within the secret arts, requiring one to cast aside all external distractions, return the mind to its source, and remain as still as a mountain. The shouts of battle and voices of enticement grew louder and louder, roaring right in his ears, attempting to shatter his will and drag him into the abyss. Who bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain snapped him back to clarity instantly, and the metallic taste of blood spread through his mouth. In his mind, he rapidly recited the directional calculations of the Chiman Bagua, using them to build a mental defense against the encroaching illusions. The Xiu Gate is in the northeast. The Shang Gate is due east. The Shang Gate is in the southeast. The Du Gate is the gate of obstruction. It is located in the southeast, belongs to the wood element, and governs distress and stagnation. To break through the Du Gate, one must employ the momentum of the opening gate, which is located in the northwest and belongs to the metal element. Metal overcomes would use the energy of metal to shatter the wood barrier and break open this illusory prison. As he carried out this mental calculation, the illusion before his eyes began to fluctuate violently, like a reflection in water being disturbed. The figures of the soldiers gradually blurred and distorted, and their voices grew distant and ethereal, losing their power to beguile. Hu's mind grew increasingly calm. His consciousness sank into a void, impervious to external disturbances. Only the directional logic of the Chiman Bagua flowed clearly through his mind, everlasting and indestructible. Can 1 Kuan 2 Jin 3, Sun 4, Center 5, Chen 6, Dui 7, Gen 8, Li 9. The 8 gates formed an indestructible barrier within his mind, completely sealing out the illusions. He did not know how much time had passed, perhaps several minutes, or perhaps just a few seconds. Time had lost all meaning in that moment. Who suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating intensity, with not a trace of confusion remaining. The battlefield before him had vanished without a trace, and the stone chamber had returned to its original state, as silent as before. The murals on the surrounding walls were now undergoing a strange transformation, as if being erased by an invisible force. The images gradually faded and flaked away, leaving only faint traces of lines before revealing the original stone walls. As the murals faded, a crack slowly opened in the wall directly ahead, the stone grinding against itself with a dull thud. A new passageway opened in the wall, deep and silent, as if leading to another world. Who wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced back at the faded murals with lingering trepidation. He exhaled deeply, and his taut nerves finally relaxed a little. This trial tests not one's physical prowess, but one's state of mind. He muttered to himself, his voice slightly hoarse. If one were tempted by the illusions of power and glory, or overwhelmed by the fear of the battlefield, one might truly lose one's way, become trapped in this stone chamber, and end up as yet another set of bleached bones. Fortunately, having studied the secret arts of feng shui, he deeply understood the principle that, when the mind is calm, the surroundings are at peace. It was by maintaining a clear and composed mind at the critical moment that he narrowly escaped disaster. Who took a deep breath, composed himself, gripped the entrenching tool tightly once more, and walked toward the newly opened passage with determined strides. The closer he got to the core, the more treacherous the traps became. The slightest misstep could mean certain doom. But he had already navigated the scene gate killing array and the do gate illusion array. No matter what lay ahead, he had to grit his teeth and push through. He would not back down. The light within the passage grew increasingly dim, and the air was thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Who turned on his flashlight, the bright beam illuminated the ground ahead, dispelling a patch of darkness. The floor of the entire passage was made up of stone slabs of varying sizes, laid in a jagged, uneven pattern. The poem reads, "Crossbows stand like a forest, illusions are real. Banish inner demons to reveal one's spirit. Seek the path to survival through the 5 elements cycle of generation and restraint with every heart-stopping step. Head toward the treasure." Chapter 34. Gen represents the mountain. It signifies stillness. Some of these stone slabs had a vivid luster, glowing with a bluish-brown sheen. In the dim light, they appeared full of vitality, as if imbued with some ancient life force that beckoned one to venture deeper. Others, however, were dark and somber, with years of grime seeping into them, exuding an ominous aura. They seemed to conceal endless lethal intent, striking fear into the heart and deterring anyone from approaching. The stone slabs appeared to be arranged in a seemingly haphazard, random pattern with no discernible order, but who instinctively sensed something was amiss. The hairs on his body stood on end, and alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. It was a danger instinct honed by years of traveling the martial arts world, like a sixth sense sharply warning him that this place was rife with peril. With traps at every turn, the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. He stopped in his tracks, slowly crouched down, held his breath, and observed carefully. He discovered that the surfaces of those dark, dull stone slabs were covered with fine, dense cracks, making them incredibly fragile, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. The edges did not lie completely flush with the ground, leaving barely perceptible gaps. Clearly, these were trapdoors designed to trigger a mechanism once pressure was applied. They would spring into action instantly, bringing about utter destruction. Hu's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed with deep caution. He took a trekking pole from his backpack and selected the nearest dark stone slab, gently prodding it with the tip of the pole, moving with the utmost caution, afraid that applying too much force might set off a chain reaction. A crisp click rang out, and the slab instantly sank about 3 inches, triggering the mechanism. Immediately afterward, a clack, clack, clack of gears turning echoed from deep within the walls on both sides of the passage, a muffled, terrifying sound, like the low growl of a colossal beast awakening, sending shivers down one's spine. Some complex mechanical device had been awakened. It was operating frantically, primed and ready to strike. The air was thick with a suffocating, menacing aura. Hu reacted with lightning speed. His pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly withdrew his trekking pole, took 2 steps back, and pressed his back against the stone wall. He held his breath, every muscle taut, as if facing a formidable enemy. A few seconds later, Several streaks of cold light suddenly shot out from the wall, fast as lightning, piercing the silence with a piercing whistle. They were crossbow bolts fired from hidden slits. Whizzing past the spot where he had been standing by a hair's breadth, the gust of wind even severed a few strands of his hair, which drifted to the ground. The crossbow bolts whipped up a gust of wind as they slammed into the opposite wall, embedding themselves 3 feet deep into the stone. The arrow shafts trembled violently, emitting a buzzing hum. The arrowheads were deeply embedded in the stone crevices, while the shafts still quivered slightly, emitting a lingering, buzzing sound that sent shivers down his spine as if the countdown of death itself were echoing in his ears. Who sucked in a sharp breath, his face turned slightly pale. His heart raced, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging tightly to his body. If ID rashly stepped on that stone slab just now, ID likely have been shot to pieces like a hedgehog by now, with absolutely no chance of survival. He was secretly startled, overcome by a wave of fear, his palms drenched in cold sweat. This passageway was indeed fraught with hidden dangers, and its traps were ingeniously designed, each link seamlessly connected to the next, every step a heart-stopping ordeal. The designer's mind was exceptionally meticulous. This was clearly no ordinary person. He stowed his trekking pole and re-examined the layout of the stone slabs on the ground. His gaze grew solemn and focused as his mind raced, searching for that sliver of hope. Since this is the core area of the Heavenly Kingdom's treasure, it must follow some strict pattern. It certainly wasn't arranged at random. He muttered to himself, his gaze piercing like a torch as he tried to see through the mist. Who began to recall the knowledge of the Chimenduinjia and the 5 element cycles of generation and control from the secret arts of feng shui. The Du-Men illusion array had already proven that this treasure site strictly adhered to the principles of the 8 gates. The stepping stone mechanism would certainly be no exception. What he was facing now was most likely a stepping stone mechanism designed based on the principles of the 5 element cycles of generation and control. One wrong step and everything would go wrong. The entire plan would be lost. As the Book of Burial states, when chi rides the wind, it disperses. When it meets water, it stops. Among the 5 elements, the gate of birth belongs to wood, located due east. Wood represents growth, sunlit direction, and the color green. Who murmured the 5 elements mantra under his breath, his gaze carefully sweeping across the stone slabs in search of that sliver of hope, his eyes flashing with wisdom. The bright, vivid stone slabs are bluish-brown, corresponding exactly to the color of the wood element and symbolizing vitality. The dull, blackened slabs, however, exude the austere, lethal quality of the metal element, symbolizing death. In the cycle of the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood. A single misstep would trigger a deadly trap and lead to certain death. Only by aligning with the nature of wood can one survive. He analyzed the situation with conviction, his logic clear and precise. He carefully observed the arrangement of the stone slabs and gradually discerned the hidden pattern within. A flash of realization crossed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a confident smile. The bright stone slabs were not distributed randomly but faintly traced a winding path, extending from the entrance of the passageway all the way to its depths, like a green dragon lying in wait, quietly awaiting the one destined to find it. Although this path was winding and difficult to traverse, when deduced according to the eastern direction associated with the wood element, it corresponded precisely to the trajectory of the Zhen position in the Bagua. The Shuogui Zhuan of the I Ching states, Zhen represents thunder, the dragon, and the interplay of black and yellow. All things emerge from Zhen. Zhen is the east. Zhen represents thunder. When thunder moves, life is born. This is precisely the symbol of the gate of life, signifying the source of vitality. Who felt a deep sense of certainty citing classical texts. A confident smile curved his lips, and the fear in his eyes vanished completely. He took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, slung his trekking pole behind his back, clenched his fists slightly, and began to step cautiously onto the first gleaming stone slab. The stone slab remained completely still. No sound of a trap being triggered could be heard. Only the solid sensation beneath his feet brought him a measure of peace, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. He steadied himself and continued forward. Guided by the directional calculations of secret feng shui techniques, he precisely selected his next foothold, taking each step with deep deliberation and daring not to be the slightest bit careless. This process placed extreme demands on his balance and mental fortitude. The spacing between the gleaming stone slabs was irregular. Some were no more than 1 chi apart, while others were 2 or 3 chi apart, requiring exceptional skill. It required him to balance on one leg and rely on his powerful core strength to span greater distances. Even more perilous was that some of the slabs were so small they could barely accommodate the sole of a foot, making them precariously unstable. The slightest misstep would send him off course, causing him to touch the deadly, dark-colored stone slabs surrounding them, at which point there would be no return, and his body would be reduced to nothing but bones. Hu held his breath and concentrated intently, calculating his landing spot in advance with every step and fine-tuning and micro-adjustment his center of gravity to ensure he could stand firmly when landing on one foot. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. The veins on his temples bulged slightly as sweat beaded on his forehead. On his fifth step, a dark, sunken area 3 chi wide appeared ahead, resembling an abyss. The only place to step was a bluish-brown stone slab no larger than the palm of his hand, suspended all alone in the middle of this dead end, making it seem exceptionally perilous. Hu took a deep breath, anchored his breath in his lower abdomen, and suddenly thrust off with his right leg, propelling his body into the air like a lithe cheetah, tracing an arc through the air. He adjusted his posture mid-air and landed his left foot precisely in the center of the small stone slab. The slab sank slightly, emitting a faint scraping sound that made his heart skip a beat and his breath nearly catch. Hu's heart skipped a beat, and every muscle in his body tensed instantly, ready to react to any sudden danger. But in the next second, the stone slab steadied his weight without triggering any traps. It seems these brightly colored stone slabs really are the safe path. My deduction was correct, he thought to himself. His taut nerves relaxed slightly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. This pattern repeated itself after a dozen or so precise test steps. Each footfall was taken with the utmost caution, like dancing on the edge of a knife, a truly heart-pounding experience. Sweat had long since soaked through the collar of his shirt, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the stone slabs, but he dared not reach up to wipe it away, afraid that any distraction might undo all his previous efforts. When he finally stepped onto the last stone slab, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. Gone were the stone slabs riddled with traps. In their place was a smooth, solid stone floor that felt incredibly secure underfoot. Hu exhaled deeply, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and glanced back at the deadly stone slab area behind him. He silently thanked his luck, feeling a chill run down his spine. If I hadn't mastered the secrets of Chimendegu and Feng Shui, it would have been nearly impossible to decipher this trap. I'm afraid I would have long since become a set of bleached bones in this underground labyrinth. He was filled with emotion, feeling both awe at the wisdom of the ancients and gratitude for his own good fortune. Just then, the faint sound of tick-tock, tick-tock, a sound that rang out with exceptional clarity in the silent passageway, as if the footsteps of time were striking the strings of his heart. The sound grew closer, as if an underground spring were flowing nearby. Hu's expression grew serious. He gripped his entrenching tool tightly and, raising his flashlight, moved slowly toward the source of the dripping sound. His steps light and silent, moving as stealthily as a cat. The passage extended another 20 meters or so, and at the end, a stone door came into view. The lintel was carved with intricate cloud patterns, and in the very center were 3 large characters: treasure chamber, exuding an extraordinary grandeur and a sense of solemnity. And that crisp sound of dripping water was seeping out from the cracks in the stone door, carrying a damp scent that washed over him. As the sound of dripping water grew clearer, Hu quickened his pace. The beam of his flashlight cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, elongating his slightly weary silhouette, a figure that appeared somewhat lonely, yet resolute. After no more than 30 meters, the passage suddenly opened up, revealing an underground river stretching out before him, its waters churning violently and roaring loudly. The river was about 3 meters wide, with a swift current that glowed with a chilling, eerie light under the flashlight's beam. The opposite bank was completely obscured. The depth was unfathomable, as if leading straight to hell. The water crashed against the rock walls with a deep rumble, sending spray flying into the air. It landed on Hu's face, icy and piercing, causing him to shiver involuntarily, a sensation that brought him back to his senses and dispelled his fatigue. He crouched down to carefully observe the river's surface. This underground river was clearly a natural formation. Its bed consisted of hard rock, which years of constant water erosion had polished to a mirror-like smoothness, making it difficult to gain a foothold. The current was extremely fast, at a visual estimate of at least 2 meters per second. If he attempted to wade across recklessly, he would undoubtedly be swept away instantly by the turbulent waters, leaving no trace of his body behind. Survival was out of the question. who closed his eyes and began to channel the secret arts of feng shui. A mental map of the underground river's entire layout emerged in his mind as he analyzed its mysteries, searching for a way to break the deadlock. The Book of Changes states, Can represents water and danger. The Kin hexagram symbolizes traps and peril, but within danger lies opportunity. Finding a way out of a hopeless situation is a constant principle of the Book of Changes. He muttered to himself, his voice low yet firm, offering himself encouragement. He carefully observed the flow of the water and the topography of the riverbed. He discovered a spot in the center of the underground river where the current was noticeably calmer, and the water level was about half a foot lower than the surrounding area, forming a subtle depression, a rather peculiar feature that seemed to hold a hidden secret. Ken conceals Zhen. The Shuogua Zhuan states, Zhen represents a mountain, it signifies stillness. Hu's eyes lit up, a gleam of insight flashing through them. As if he had grasped a lifeline, his mind suddenly cleared. According to the principles of Chiman and the 8 trigrams, Zhen hidden within can signifies that amidst the turbulent current, there must be something stable, the location of the gate of life. This is the profound technique of seeking mountains within water, in the art of feng shui. The formation of that area of calm water was by no means a coincidence. It was most likely caused by a stone pillar beneath the surface blocking the current, creating a natural foothold, a lifeline left by those who came before, intended solely for those in the know to pass through. He secured his high-powered flashlight with a waterproof cord and slowly lowered it into the water. A bone-chilling cold seeped through his fingertips. The river water was freezing to the bone, its temperature likely no higher than 5 degrees, numbing his fingers until they were nearly numb. The poem reads, Blue stones wind their way, evading life and death. Through the bone-chilling current I tread the waves. The mysterious gates of escape open a path to survival. The sacred vault's golden light shines bright before my eyes. Chapter 35. We hit the jackpot. We really hit the jackpot. The flashlight beam pierced the murky river water like a sharp sword, illuminating the depths below. The water was about 1.5 meters deep, and sure enough, a row of concealed stone pillars lay on the riverbed, faintly visible, glowing dimly in the gloomy depths, perfectly validating his feng shui hypothesis of Zhen hidden within Kansas. The surfaces of these stone pillars were covered with a thick layer of moss, blending almost seamlessly with the color of the riverbed rocks. Without careful observation, they would be nearly impossible to spot. Their camouflage was excellent, making them both a natural trap and the only path to survival. The stone piers were spaced about 70 to 80 centimeters apart, just enough for a person to step across the river. However, due to years of being eroded by the swift current, their surfaces were as smooth as mirrors. The slightest misstep would cause one to slip and fall into the river, instantly swallowed by this underground stream with unimaginable consequences. Who put away his flashlight, unstrapped his hiking pole, and took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He cautiously dipped his right foot into the water to test the temperature and current. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread from the soles of his feet throughout his entire body, as if countless ice needles were piercing his marrow. He clenched his teeth to endure the discomfort, his features slightly contorted by the cold, and placed his right foot precisely on the first stone step with a steady, sure movement, not daring to slip even the slightest bit. The surface of the stone step was extremely slippery with moss the moment his foot made contact. He nearly lost his footing, and his body swayed violently. He hurriedly braced his trekking pole firmly against the riverbed. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, and only by regaining his balance did he prevent himself from falling into the river. The scare brought on a cold sweat, instantly soaking his back. Once he was sure he was steady, he reached his left foot into the water and stepped toward the second stone step. The swift current kept pounding against his legs. The immense force made him sway precariously, as if he might be swept away at any moment. Who gripped his trekking pole tightly, wedging the tip into a crevice between the stone piers to steady himself, the veins in his arms bulging. Every step was excruciatingly difficult, as if he were carrying 1,000 Jin on his back, locked in a life-and-death struggle with nature. Step by step, he pressed forward, expending immense energy with every stride to resist the current's force. His breathing grew heavy, and sweat mingled with the icy river water, blurring his vision. As he reached the fourth stone pillar, an unexpected incident occurred. Due to its age, the edge of the pillar beneath his feet had become slightly loose. Its foundation was unstable, and it teetered on the brink of collapse. When Hu's weight pressed down on it, the stone pillar wobbled slightly, emitting a bone-chilling screech, as if it might collapse at any moment and send him plummeting into the abyss. Startled, his pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, the raging current surged forward, instantly knocking him off balance. His entire body tilted to the right, and he was about to be swept into the torrent, his life hanging by a thread. At that critical moment, a flash of determination crossed Hu's eyes. Reacting with lightning speed, he thrust his trekking pole deep into a crevice in the riverbed's rock, gripped the shaft tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and pressed down with all his might. "Hold firm," he barked the command, using the support of the trekking pole to steady himself. Against all odds, he managed to hold his ground in the raging current, locked in a standoff with the forces of nature, displaying astonishing explosive power. River water splashed all over his head and face, causing him to cough several times in a fit of choking. Though he looked a sorry sight, it was precisely this that saved his life. His composure in the face of danger was nothing short of astonishing. That was close. Hu's heart was pounding like a drum, and his face was pale. If it hadn't been for that trekking pole, he would likely have been swept into the river, devoured by fish, and become a restless spirit in this underground stream. Panting heavily as he waited for his heartbeat to steady, he pulled out the trekking pole. His gaze grew even more determined as he continued forward, daring not to let his guard down for a single moment. He took each step with extreme caution, as if walking a tightrope. The remaining 3 stone piers were relatively stable. Stepping onto them, he laboriously made his way, step by step, to the opposite bank. The moment his feet touched the ground, it felt as if he had been reborn. His heart swelled with the joy of having survived a narrow escape, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Who had no time to rest, he was freezing, his teeth chattering. He shone his flashlight ahead. The beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the hope that lay before him. Ahead stood a stone gate, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, built of massive bluish-black boulders. It was imposing and solemn, exuding a sense of historical grandeur, as if waiting for its master's return. The stone gate was well preserved, with 4 large characters carved in the center: Heavenly Kingdom, Sacred Treasury. The brushstrokes were vigorous and exuded such majesty that one dared not look directly at them. Hu's heart began to race. He no longer felt the cold, and a surge of excitement welled up within him, an emotion too profound for words. The legendary treasure trove lay right before his eyes. All his hardships had been worth it. Hu took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, pressed both hands against the heavy stone door, and pushed it open with all his might. The door hinges emitted a grating screech, sounding particularly loud in the silence, as if the gates of history had been opened. A musty, dusty odor hit him in the face, making him wrinkle his brow, but he paid it no mind. His eyes were fixed only on the treasure about to be revealed, radiant with brilliance. As the flashlight beam swept into the vault, countless reflections of golden light illuminated the interior as brightly as daylight, blinding him so he could barely keep his eyes open. He was utterly awestruck, his breath catching in his throat. Before him lay a vast stone chamber, 20 meters long and 15 meters wide, a spacious interior large enough to hold countless treasures, a truly breathtaking sight. The walls were built of dressed stone, incredibly sturdy, and the floor was paved with blue stone slabs, neat and spotless, as if someone had maintained it regularly, or perhaps it had been well protected by some mechanism, allowing it to survive to this day. Dozens of wooden chests were neatly arranged in rows. Some were locked, their copper locks rusted and mottled, others have rotted away, their wooden planks decayed, exposing the treasures within, which radiate a dazzling glow that is mesmerizing. Hu's treasure radar automatically activated, and a colorful, 3-dimensional scan appeared in his mind's eye. The auras of the treasures throughout the stone chamber shone like a starry sky, densely covering the entire space and dazzling the eyes. White auras were the most numerous, scattered sporadically among the wooden chests in every corner. These represented ordinary antique artifacts. Blue auras came next, appearing in clusters around the outer wooden chests, indicating a significant number of valuable items. Green auras were dotted here and there, scattered across the central area of the stone chamber. These were rare treasures. Yellow auras were relatively concentrated, mainly distributed around several wooden chests deep within the stone chamber, representing extremely precious artifacts. Legendary tier auras were found in only a handful of places. Like the brightest stars in the night sky, these were national treasures of legendary status. But what made Hu's heart race the most were the faint red auras vaguely visible in the deepest recesses of the stone chamber, along with 2 or 3 wispy, flickering golden glimmers. Red signifies legendary tier rare treasures, while gold represents mythical tier priceless treasures, a once-in-a-lifetime find. We struck gold. We really struck gold. Hu's voice trembled, his eyes flashing with fervor. The sacred treasury of the Heavenly Kingdom's Heavenly King truly lived up to its reputation. The legends were no exaggeration. The wealth hidden here was enough to drive anyone mad. He forced himself to suppress his excitement, stepped into the stone chamber, and swept the beam of his flashlight over every corner. Who had intended to rush straight to the very back to see the treasures represented by those streaks of red and gold, but he soon realized that was simply impossible. The entire stone chamber was packed to the brim with wooden crates, leaving almost no room to stand. Only a narrow passage remained along the outer perimeter. The wooden crates were stacked layer upon layer, arranged tightly together to reach the innermost part. He would first have to clear away the outer crates. Well, I guess I'll just have to take it slow. Who shook his head in resignation, took a deep breath, and began working his way through the outermost crates. The first wooden crate had rotted, the planks were loose and gave way with the slightest tug. Inside were bundles of silver ingots, each weighing about 50 taels. The snow-white silver glowed with a soft luster under the flashlight. Before Who had a chance to take a closer look, a line of small golden characters suddenly popped into his mind. Item name: Qing Dynasty Government Silver, 98.7% purity, 237 ingots total. Total weight 11,850 liang. Estimated value 4,740,000. Spiritual energy points plus 2,370 points. Total energy points 2,510 points. Holy crap! Who froze for 3 seconds, his heart racing. Nearly 5 million. Just as Who was still marveling at this, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Reminder to host. The system can be upgraded to LV.2. This requires 500 energy points. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. He took a deep breath, forced down his excitement, and gave the command with a thought. Ding, upgrade successful. Host's current level LV2. Energy points consumed 500. The next upgrade to LV3 will require 10,000 energy points. System inventory capacity expanded. 10 cubic meters, 15 cubic meters, 10,000 points? Who was taken aback when he saw the energy points required for the next level. The amount had jumped 20-fold just to reach level 3. That meant the numbers would be astronomical from there on out. A thought crossed Hu's mind, and he silently asked in his consciousness, System, can you tell me how many energy points are needed for the next few levels? I don't want to be hit with 1 million or 10 million later. I'd be searching for them until the cows come home. The system's cold, electronic voice quickly echoed in his mind. LV1, LV2, 500 points LV2, LV3, 10,000 points LV3, LV4, 200,000 points. LV4, LV5, 5,000,000 points. LV5, LV6, 30,000,000 points. LV6, LV7, 1,500,000,000 points. LV7, LV8, 10,000,000,000 points. LV8, LV9, 1 trillion points. LV9, LV10, 100 quadrillion points. Note: the system's maximum level is LV10. After each level up, the system inventory expands, the scanning range increases, and new features are unlocked. Specific features must be unlocked after leveling up. Holy crap! Who nearly fainted when he saw all those zeros stretching on and on. 100 billion spirit energy points? How many treasures would he have to find to get that much? But he quickly realized that the system's design was actually quite reasonable. Leveling up gets harder as you progress. Otherwise, if you could reach the max level in just a few days, it would be no fun at all. Moreover, based on this calculation, if he cleared out the entire Heavenly Kingdom's sacred treasury before him, he conservatively estimate that he could earn at least several million or even tens of millions of energy points, enough to get him to LV4 or even LV5. With that in mind, Who regained his spirits, stowed the chest of silver ingots in his system inventory, and turned his attention to the next wooden chest. This wooden chest was in better condition. The lid was intact, though the lock was rusted. Who gave it a gentle pry with his crowbar, and the lid sprang open. He shone his flashlight inside. Wow! More bundles of silver ingots, neatly stacked. Item name: Qing Dynasty Official Silver, 97.3% purity, 189 ingots total. Total weight 9,450 taels. Estimated value 3,780,000. Lingyun energy points plus 1,890 points. Total energy points 3,900 points. Over 3 million again. Hu's hand trembled slightly as he continued opening the chests. The third, fourth, fifth. With every chest he opened, tiny golden characters popped up, filling the screen. Silver ingots, and more silver ingots. Lingyun energy points plus 2,140. Total energy points 6,040. Just as Hu opened the fifth chest. Gained Lingyun energy points plus 1,950. Total energy points 10,990. Reminder to host. The system can be upgraded to LV3. This requires 10,000 Lingyun energy points. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade, he said, taking a deep breath and focusing his mind. Chapter 36. Let us pack everything up first. Ding. Upgrade successful. Host S current level LV3. Lingyun energy points consumed 10,000. Remaining Lingyun energy points 990. Next upgrade to LV3 will require 2 million Lingyun energy points. System inventory capacity expanded. 15 cubic meters, 30 cubic meters bonus rewards. Martial Arts Master LV.max. Language Proficiency LV.max. The moment the system notification exploded in his mind, Hu's entire body shook violently. A searing torrent erupted from the base of his spine, surging like magma along his neural pathways toward every limb and bone. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking as muscle memory surged through him. The internal power techniques of ancient martial arts, the ground grappling of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the elbow and knee combinations of Muay Thai, the explosive short-range strikes of Jeet Kune Do, and even the lethal counterattacks of Israeli Krav Maga. Countless combat techniques seemed etched into his DNA. Every point of power generation and every vital target was crystal clear. He instinctively assumed a fighting stance, stepping back half a step with his left foot and lowering his center of gravity. The movement was fluid and seamless, frighteningly precise, as if a grandmaster had possessed him. Holy shit! He muttered a curse under his breath and raised his palm to examine it closely. His slender fingers now seemed to have transformed into precision instruments, capable of calculating the optimal angle of attack with pinpoint accuracy. Before he could even recover, the second wave of impact struck. Countless unfamiliar syllables suddenly exploded in his mind: the elegance of French, the ruggedness of German, the complex phonetic variations of Arabic, the rhythmic cadence of Swahili. More than 7,000 human languages poured into the depths of his consciousness like a flood released from a dam. Hu opened his mouth and instinctively muttered in Russian, "Это невероятно! This is unbelievable." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he switched to fluent Japanese. Mashaka originally supposed to ni. Can't be true. Next came Cantonese, Minnan, Hakka. He even had the pronunciation rules of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs firmly ingrained in his mind. He suddenly clutched his forehead. His temples were throbbing. There was simply too much information for his brain to process. It needed time to sort it all out. After a dozen or so seconds, that tearing, throbbing pain finally subsided. Hu took a deep breath. No. A short, sharp breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Now, he could walk into any corner of the world and communicate without a hitch. Even more terrifying was that his combat skills gave him the illusion that even if faced with 10 armed thugs, he could take them all down within 30 seconds. Truly, kill one in 10 steps, travel 1,000 li without a trace. This is kind of interesting. Hu grinned, though his gaze remained chillingly cold. These two skills had come at just the right time. They were truly the icing on the cake. This might have been the only moment Hu felt genuinely happy while opening these mystery boxes. He shook his head and continued opening them. By the 13th box, Hu's nerves had already gone a bit numb. He mechanically pried open the wooden panel, glanced inside, and stowed it away in his storage space. The system notification sounds kept ringing incessantly in his head. He couldn't be bothered to look closely, treating them as nothing more than background noise. The 14th. Item name: Qing Dynasty Official Silver, 99.1% purity, 256 ingots total. Total weight 12,800 liang. Estimated value 5,120,000. Energy points, plus 2,560 points. Total energy points, 24,150 points. The 15th. Item name, Qing Dynasty Official Silver, 98.5% purity, 203 ingots total. Total weight, 10,150 taels. Estimated value, 4,060,000. Energy points, plus 2,030. Total energy points, 26,180. Who numbly finished collecting them and straightened up. The flashlight S-beam swept around the empty cellar. 15 boxes all empty. He looked down at the System S estimated figures in his mind, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Total value, over 70 million. Energy points skyrocketed from 0 to over 26,000. Who opened his mouth but couldn't get a single word out. This wasn't some damn treasure hunt, it was a cash grab. Even the phrase, making a fortune overnight, didn't begin to describe it. Who numbly turned his gaze to the next chest. It was locked, but the brass lock was already rusted through. A gentle pry with his dagger was all it took to open it. Who let out a long sigh of relief finally. Not silver ingots. Inside the chest were all kinds of gold artifacts, gold bowls, plates, cups, hairpins, and more. Exquisitely crafted with intricate carvings. Each piece was of the highest quality, and the dazzling gold glint made his eyes spin. The system notifications kept ringing nonstop in his mind, but who paid them no mind. He simply added everything to his system inventory as usual. The third chest contained porcelain masterpieces from famous kills such as blue and white, pink enamel, and underglaze red. Although not particularly ancient, they were in pristine condition, each a treasure that seemed to narrate the splendor of the Kangxi and Qianlong eras. Hu's movements grew increasingly deft as he cleared out one chest after another. Bronze ware, jade artifacts, calligraphy and paintings, ancient texts, jewelry. The collection was dazzling and had everything one could imagine. And so, like a diligent porter, who transferred the treasures into his spatial pocket one box at a time. It was truly a case of, with a smile and a laugh, the enemy's ships were reduced to ashes. No, rather. With a wave of the hand, countless treasures were bagged. With each wooden box cleared, he advanced a small step deeper into the stone chamber. As time ticked by, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. His eyes were fixed only on the red and golden halos drawing ever closer. Finally, after clearing nearly 30 wooden boxes, he was a few meters closer to the central area of the stone chamber. The legendary tier treasures were now within arm's reach. Who wiped the sweat from his forehead. His energy points had skyrocketed to a staggering 1.38 million. The System's estimated total value had reached a figure that made Hu's scalp tingle over 580 million. Damn, this makes more money than robbing a bank. Hu muttered to himself, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. No wonder those treasure hunters kept flocking here in a single trip. He earned more than an ordinary person could make in several lifetimes. Wealth rivaling a nation was truly no longer just a legend. He shook his head, forcing himself to stay calm. Now was not the time to get excited. He found the items, but how to safely convert these treasures into cash was the real challenge. Such a massive haul of antiques suddenly appearing on the market was bound to attract attention from all sides. Cultural heritage authorities, antique dealers, and even those shadowy forces would all have their eyes on him. One step at a time. First, I need to secure all the items. Hu took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the remaining dozen or so boxes. Most of them emitted a yellow glow, while a few were marked as legendary tier. The three innermost boxes, in particular, radiated mesmerizing orange and red auras. Those were legendary tier. Orange, especially that red. According to the System S classification, legendary tier already represented top-tier cultural relics, let alone the orange and red ones, which signified the very pinnacle. The white, blue, and green treasures from earlier were already worth hundreds of millions. Just how much would these legendary tier items be worth? What about the orange ones? Or even the red ones? Who didn't he even dare to imagine? He continued forward, the beam of his flashlight illuminating a black lacquered wooden chest that was noticeably larger. This chest was a full 1.5 meters long and 70 to 80 centimeters wide, its entire surface intricately carved with exquisite cloud and dragon patterns. The dragon's scales were distinct and sharp, as if it might soar into the sky at any moment. The surface of the chest was encased in copper-reinforced iron plates, clearly indicating that its former owner had placed great importance on its contents. Hu's heart raced as he reached out to pry open the lid. It didn't budge an inch. The chest was secured with 3 copper locks, and the lock mechanisms were complex. These were no ordinary combination locks. Looks like what's inside is no ordinary item. No sooner had the words left his mouth than that familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Host detected facing a lock-picking challenge. Special reward. Lock-picking mastery including Lu Ban's artistic heritage. A warm surge instantly flooded his brain. Countless pieces of knowledge about mechanisms, locks, and mortise and tenon joints rushed in like a tidal wave, and his fingers began to tremble involuntarily, as if muscle memory accumulated over decades were awakening. He paused for a moment, then raised his hand to look at his fingertips. This feeling, was it as if he'd been born with the skill? Interesting. He picked up a rusty scrap of iron from the ground and weighed it in his hand. It was too thick and too wide. With a twist of his fingertips, he effortlessly snapped the scrap in two, then carefully shaped it into the form he needed. One end bent into a fine hook, the other ground to a bevel. His movements were fluid and seamless, surprising even himself. Crouching down, he inserted the wire into the first copper lock. A subtle sensation traveled through his fingertips. The position of every notch and every spring inside the lock cylinder appeared clearly in his mind, as if he possessed X-ray vision. With a gentle flick, click, the first lock sprang open. Was that too easy? He curved his lips into a smile and turned his attention to the second lock. This lock was more intricate. It actually had a double-layered structure and even included an anti-pry mechanism. In the past, he hadn't even seen a lock like this. But now, the wire twisted nimbly between his fingers, as if it had come to life. He closed his eyes, operating entirely by touch, as a mental image of the gears meshing inside the lock core flashed through his mind. First break the outer layer, then unlock the inner ring, and finally push open the safety latch. 3 seconds. Click! The second lock opened as well. Wow! This Lu Ban level craftsmanship is truly top-notch. It's just like Butcher Ding cutting up an ox with the knife gliding effortlessly through the meat. He couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze falling on the final lock. This lock was clearly different. The surface of the copper lock was engraved with intricate cloud patterns. The keyhole was shaped like a plum blossom, and one could faintly make out crisscrossing metal wires inside. This was a mechanism lock, and specifically, the long-lost 9-turn interlocking lock. Ordinary lock-picking techniques were completely useless here. He had to trigger 9 latches in a specific sequence. Missing even one would cause the lock cylinder to jam completely. He took a deep breath and got straight to work. The wire probed into the keyhole, his fingertips trembling slightly as he sensed every subtle change in resistance from within. The first latch was at the top left. A light flick. The second latch was 1/3 of the way down on the right. A light press. The third, fourth, fifth. Beads of sweat trickled down the corner of his forehead. It wasn't nervousness, it was excitement. This battle of wits between man and mechanism. This precise sensation transmitted through his fingertips. It was downright addictive. The final latch, he held his breath as the wire slid forward gently. Click-clack. The tongues of the 9-turn interlocking lock slowly sprang open, emitting a crisp clang of metal. I did it! He jumped to his feet, staring at the 3 fully open bronze locks, his heart racing for no apparent reason. What on earth was inside this chest that warranted locks of this caliber? He placed his hand on the lid. He gave it a gentle push. Item name: 1 Qing Dynasty Gold Inlaid Iron Whip, weighing approximately 8 Jin. Once used by a renowned general of the Heavenly Kingdom. Estimated value: 800,000 yuan. Energy points: plus 800 points. Total energy points: 1,381,920 points. Item name: 3 Qing Dynasty Silver Inlaid Swords, in excellent condition, with blades gleaming with a cold, piercing light. Estimated value: 1,320,000 yuan. Energy points: plus 1,320 points. Total energy points: 1,383,240 points. Who opened the second chest using the same technique, his movements as deft as those of a seasoned craftsman. He placed his hand on the lid and gave it a gentle push. Chapter 37. Massive clearance sale of authentic masterpieces. Item name: 2 Qing Dynasty Daoguang Period Blue and White with underglaze red plum vases. From the Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln, exclusively for the Imperial family. Estimated value, 16 million yuan. Energy points, plus 1,600 points. Total energy points, 1,384,840 points. Item name, 8 Qing Dynasty Xianfeng era pink and blue flower and bird pattern plates. Exclusively for the Imperial Court, exquisitely painted. Estimated value, 92 million yuan. Energy points, plus 9,200 points. Total energy points, 1,394,040 points. The third chest, the sixth chest, who, like a tireless glutton, opened 8 large copper-horned, iron-plated chests in a row, collecting over 100 treasures and a massive amount of gold, silver, and jewels. His energy points had already skyrocketed to a staggering 1.78 million. The System's estimated total value had reached over 1.63 billion. Upon seeing this figure, Hu curled his lip and thought to himself, "This number looks just like a phone number. I've long since lost all sense of scale. All I can feel is that the golden glow filling the room is a bit blinding. It's truly blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes." A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Hu's forehead, not from exhaustion, but from extreme excitement. This feeling of sudden wealth made his whole body tremble and his blood boil, as if every drop of blood in his body were on fire. He knew the main event lay in the deepest chamber. Everything before had been nothing more than an appetizer. The true full Manchu Han banquet was just about to be served. Hu entered the inner chamber, where 7 slightly smaller rosewood chests were placed. Crafted from precious wood, they emitted a faint, soothing fragrance that was refreshing to the soul, as if it could purify one's spirit. The chests were carved with lifelike cloud and dragon motifs, and their locks crafted of gold exuded the utmost luxury, highlighting the owner's noble status and radiating an air of authority that seemed to declare, "Only royalty may touch this." Hu gazed at the golden locks, a playful smile curving his lips. "A mere golden lock dares to block my path? In the presence of a descendant of Lu Ban, it's nothing more than showing off one's skills in front of a master." He once again displayed Lu Ban's supreme skill. His fingertips danced, and the golden lock opened as easily as a toy in his hands, emitting a series of pleasant, crisp clicks, as if lining the path to welcome its master's arrival. Truly, with a smile and a laugh, the golden lock vanished into thin air. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then reached toward the first chest with slightly trembling hands and slowly lifted the lid. Click! The moment the latch sprang open, a faint green glow shot out from the crack. Hu instinctively squinted, yet couldn't bring himself to look away. The light swirled and danced in the dim warehouse, gliding through the air like a living creature, scattering tiny specks of light, a breathtaking sight. Damn! Is this the legendary treasure glow? It's practically blinding my big, beautiful eyes. The lid swung open completely. In his mind, the radar exploded with a thunderous roar. Item name: a string of Qing Dynasty Dongzhu prayer beads. A total of 108 beads, each round and plump with a warm luster exclusively used by the imperial family. Epic artifact jewelry. Estimated value, 82 million yuan. Energy points, plus 8,200 points. Total energy points, 1,796,840 points. Item name: 1 Pigeon's blood ruby, weighing approximately 50 carats, with a color as deep as blood, pure and flawless, a rarity in this world. Epic artifact jewelry. Estimated value, 120 million yuan. Energy points, plus 12,200 points. Total energy points, 1,809,040 points. Item name: 3 emerald rough stones. Total weight approximately 3,000 carats, with transparent crystals and a vivid, lush green color. Epic artifact jewelry. Estimated value, 2,600,000,000 yuan. Energy points, plus 26,000. Total energy points, 1,835,040. Hu's heart raced. A wave of heat surged through his chest, and his blood rushed through his veins. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, as if he were in the midst of a grand celebration. Hu carefully picked up one of the emerald rough stones, about the size of a fist. It felt heavy in his hand, with a smooth, delicate texture, as if he were holding a clump of solidified spring water. He raised his flashlight and aimed the beam at the rough stone. In an instant, a mesmerizing emerald green glow burst forth from within the rough stone. The light seemed to come alive, swirling, leaping, and flowing through the dimly lit warehouse. The green was like the tenderest new leaves of spring, or the deepest mountain pools after the rain. Refracted through the crystal, it transformed into millions of delicate rays of light, weaving a dazzling web of radiance in the palm of his hand. Who was so captivated that his breath nearly stopped. This pure, rich green was almost capable of drawing one's very soul in, making one willing to lose oneself in it. Just then, the system notification sounded again in his mind. This time, it was no longer a simple item identification but carried the weight of history. Item origin trace. These 3 emerald rough stones originate from the treasury of the Heavenly King's mansion in the Heavenly Kingdom. Details. In 1853 AD, the Heavenly Kingdom captured Nanjing and established its capital in Tianjing. Heavenly King Gideon took up residence in Shuyuan, converting it into the Heavenly King's mansion. To demonstrate the majesty of the celestial dynasty, Gideon ordered the plundering of treasures from the city's princes, nobles, and wealthy merchants to fill the Heavenly King's mansion treasury. In 1856, Eastern King Elias was executed during the Tianjing incident, and all the treasures from his residence were transferred to the Heavenly King's palace. Among them were these 3 emerald rough stones, which the Eastern King had originally seized from the treasury of the viceroy of the 2 Jiang provinces. They bear witness to those turbulent and bloody times. In 1862, Wing King Sherdakai's western campaign ended in failure. Before departing, he secretly sent a batch of treasures back to Tianjing to be entrusted to the Heavenly King's care. These 3 emerald rough stones were among them, bearing the Wing King's final tragic resolve. In 1864, with the Xiong army on the verge of capturing Tianjing, Gideon, knowing that the Heavenly Kingdom's days were numbered, ordered his confidants to transfer the most precious treasures from the Heavenly King's treasury in batches. These 3 emerald rough stones, along with other jewels, were placed in a rosewood chest and hidden in the sacred treasury, thereby preserving the Heavenly Kingdom's last hope. As who listened to the system's narration, the emerald rough in his hand suddenly felt scorching hot, burning the palm of his hand. Through the jade green crystal, he seemed to witness the tumultuous peasant uprising of over a century ago. He saw the rise and fall of the Heavenly Kingdom. He saw countless treasures scattered amidst the flames of war, and he heard the thunderous roar of history's wheels rolling forward. This rough gemstone had once shone in a secret chamber of the Eastern King's mansion. It had been held in the hands of the Winged King's confidants, and it had originally been regarded by Heavenly King Gideon as a lifeline, which he intended to use to secure the support of overseas powers and turn the tide of fate. Alas, history left the Heavenly Kingdom no chance in the end. It was inevitable that the flowers fall. The treasure, hidden here, had passed through many hands over a century, weathering the vicissitudes of time, only to ultimately fall into the hands of who? It could be said to be like the swallows that once nested in the mansions of the Wang and Xie clans now flying into the homes of ordinary people, no, into the home of who? So that's how it is. Who murmured to himself, a complex gleam flashing in his eyes, a mix of reverence for history and the bold ambition to control his own destiny. He gently stroked the smooth surface of the emerald rough. His fingertips felt its coolness, yet it carried the warmth of history, as if he were engaging in a conversation across time and space with the ancients of a century past. Over a century ago, Gideon might have caressed this gem in just the same way, filled with despair for the future and a last glimmer of hope, sighing with resignation. The Heavenly King is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. Alas, history is merciless, and human affairs are fleeting. The splendor of the past has ultimately faded into the mists of time. The once legendary Heavenly King's treasure now belonged entirely to him. This was not merely an inheritance of wealth, but a passing of the historical torch. Who carefully placed the rough gem back into the box, took a deep breath, and turned his gaze to the remaining 6 rosewood chests, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and greed. He knew that even more unknown secrets lay hidden within, waiting for him to uncover them one by one. Click! The moment the latch sprang open, the second chest revealed several scrolls of calligraphy and paintings. The scent of ink filled the air, and the profound artistic vision seemed to capture the misty reign of the entire Jiangnan region within this small space. Item name: Authentic Qing Dynasty Bamboo and Rocks, by Zhang Banxiao. Hanging scroll on paper. With vigorous brushwork, the spirit of holding fast to the green mountains without letting go leaps off the page. Epic artifact. Estimated value: 1,200,000 yuan. Energy points: plus 12,000 points. Total energy points: 1,847,040 points. Item name: Shi Tao's landscape album, from the Qing Dynasty 12 folds, with a striking composition and bold, fluid brushwork. This is a masterpiece from Shi Tao's late period, in excellent condition. Epic artifact. Estimated value 1 billion yuan. Energy points, plus 10,000 points. Total energy points, 1,857,040 points. Hu's gaze swept over the remaining paintings and calligraphy in the rosewood box. Each exuding a rich sense of history and artistic charm, they were truly synonymous with priceless. He gently pulled out another scroll. Upon unfolding it, the vigorous brushstrokes and deep, rich ink tones seemed to carry a power that transcended time and space, striking directly at the soul. This was Pine and Crane by Wang Shirgu of the Qing dynasty. A crane danced among the pines with a serene demeanor, symbolizing longevity and nobility, a sight that instilled a sense of tranquility in the viewer. The pine branches in the painting are vigorous and powerful, the details exquisitely rendered, and the ink tones perfectly balanced. It is brimming with vitality, as if one could hear the rustling of the pines and the crane's cries echoing from the heavens. Item name: Authentic Pine and Crane, by Wang Shirgu of the Qing dynasty. Hanging scroll on paper featuring a rigorous composition and vivid spirit, a rare treasure of the early Qing painting scene. Estimated value: 8,500,000 yuan. Energy points, plus 8,500 points. Total energy points, 1,865,540 points. Hu then took another delicate scroll from the box. It was a landscape painting by Xin Zhou of the Ming dynasty, featuring distant mountains shrouded in dark hues, shrouded in mist and clouds, a classic example of the Jiangnan ink wash style. The rugged yet moist rocks blend perfectly with the flowing water patterns, imbued with the artist's leisurely spirit and deep emotion, transporting the viewer to a utopian paradise. Item name: Ming Dynasty Shen Zhou's Landscape of Purity and Distant Beauty scroll, executed with bold and fluid brushwork, a classic example of literati landscape painting, in excellent condition. Estimated value: 9,200,000 yuan. Energy points, plus 9,200 points. Total energy points, 1,874,740 points. Finally, Hu pulled out a relatively well-preserved Ming Dynasty flower and bird painting by Chen Hongshou. In the painting, 100 flowers are in full bloom, rendered with delicate shades of gold, silver, and other colors. The birds are depicted in lifelike poses, exuding an elegant, natural atmosphere. It feels as though one can smell the fragrance of the flowers and hear the birds singing. Item name: Authentic Ming Dynasty Chen Hongshou 100 flowers. Painting, vivid colors, meticulous Gombi style with heavy pigments, extremely valuable for collectors. Estimated value: 7,300,000 yuan. Energy points, plus 7,300 points. Total energy points, 1,882,040 points. Immediately afterward, more bombshells followed one after another. Item name: Authentic Ming Dynasty Painting Ladies by Tang Yin. Colored ink on silk. The ladies are gracefully poised with delicate, beautiful features. A masterpiece by Tang Bohu, an epic artifact. Estimated value: 15 million yuan. Energy points, plus 15,000 points. Total energy points, 1,897,040 points. Item name: Qing Dynasty Lotus Flowers and Waterfowl by Bada Shanren. Ink on paper with concise brushwork and an ethereal atmosphere, a representative work from Bada Shanren's later years. Epic artifact. Estimated value: 13 million yuan. Energy points, plus 13,000 points. Total energy points, 1,910,040 points. Item name: Ming Dynasty Wen Zhengming's Orchids and Bamboo Hand Scroll. Ink on paper, 3 meters long, featuring lush orchids and bamboo. Rich in literati spirit, well-preserved, epic artifact. Estimated value: 11 million yuan. Energy points, plus 11,000 points. Total energy points, 1,921,040 points. Looking at these authentic masterpieces by renowned artists from the Ming and Qing dynasties, Hu felt a surge of awe welling up in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but want to howl to the heavens. Heaven, are you trying to hand me the entire history of art? Chapter 38. A generous gesture. Each scroll embodies the insights and sentiments of ancient literati and scholars toward the natural world. These masterpieces, having withstood the test of time, have become even more precious. They are the very epitome of priceless treasures, enough to drive any collector wild. He gently rolled up the scrolls one by one, filled with emotion, and thought to himself, if these treasures were put on display, it would likely send shockwaves through the entire antique world. By then, even experts from the Forbidden City would have to line up to admire them. Who knew this was merely a fraction of the Heavenly King's mansion's treasure trove? In the remaining boxes, how many secrets awaited his discovery? How many legendary, long-forgotten stories were waiting for him to continue? Just thinking about it sent a thrilling shiver down his spine, as if his blood were boiling throughout his entire body. Who carefully put away each scroll, afraid that the slightest carelessness might damage these heirloom treasures. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling a newborn baby. He even deliberately slowed his breathing, afraid of disturbing the ink patterns on the paper. That these paintings and calligraphy had survived the vicissitudes of a century yet remained so well preserved was a testament to the immense effort the Heavenly Kingdom had expended when relocating its treasures, a truly ingenious feat that left one in awe. The rosewood chest was exceptionally airtight, and combined with the cellar's year-round constant temperature and dry conditions, it had protected these fragile papers and silks from insect damage and mold. It was a perfect time capsule, freezing history at its most glorious moment. And this was only the second chest. 5 more were waiting for him to open. Who felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. The anticipation was like a million ants scratching at his heart. He carefully rolled up the paintings and calligraphy and placed them back in the box, his gaze already eagerly fixed on the third rosewood chest, his eyes gleaming with the same intensity as a starving wolf spotting a plump sheep, greedy and excited. The third box was heavy, and when opened, it emitted a dull metallic clang, as if it contained not mere objects, but an entire mountain of gold. Inside was a set of gleaming golden scrolls, their radiance instantly illuminating the dim cellar. Item name: 12 golden registers of the Heavenly Kingdom, crafted from pure gold. Each register weighs 5 jade. Engraved upon them are the titles and oaths of kings such as Elias and Shurdakai, with clear, gleaming gold lettering. This is irrefutable evidence of the Heavenly Kingdom's feudal system, an epic artifact. Estimated value: 24 million yuan. Energy points plus 24,000 points. Total energy points: 1,945,040 points. Who ran his fingers over the cool golden volumes. Their heavy weight made him grin uncontrollably. Wow! This idea book at all, it's clearly a history book built with gold bricks. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. There are houses of gold within books. This is practically a book of gold hidden within a house of gold. It was as if he could feel the passion and ambition of those legendary warlords from years past coursing through his fingertips. Who shifted his gaze to a separate vermilion-lacquered wooden box beside the golden tome. He slowly lifted the lid and froze in place, his breath catching in his throat. Inside the wooden box, 12 golden seals were neatly arranged. Each exuded a profound sense of history, shimmering with a dazzling golden light that was mesmerizing, as if 12 golden dragons were slumbering within the box. These golden seals varied in size, yet every single one was exquisitely crafted. Their surfaces were adorned with intricate patterns, dragon motifs coiled with majestic grandeur. Each was individually wrapped in bright yellow silk and preserved in impeccable condition, exuding an air of sovereign authority. A system notification sounded immediately, its tone carrying a touch of fervor. Item name: 12 golden seals of the kings of the Heavenly Kingdom, cast in pure gold, each weighing 8 jade. The inscriptions correspond to the 6 original kings of the Heavenly Kingdom: Heavenly King Gideon, Eastern King Elias, Western King Xiao Chaogui, Southern King Feng Yunsan, Northern King Brock, and Wing King Shurdakai, as well as the 6 kings and Fef later. The seal knobs are all shaped like coiled dragons, intricately chiseled and magnificent in scale. This is the symbol of the Heavenly Kingdom's supreme authority, and a one-of-a-kind artifact for studying the Heavenly Kingdom's political system, an epic artifact. Estimated value: 960 million yuan. Energy points plus 96,000 points. Total energy points: 2,041,040 points. Analysis of the artifact's origin. After the Heavenly Kingdom established its capital in Tianjin, Gideon, emulating the ritual systems of the Ming and Qing dynasties, cast golden seals for the princes to demonstrate the legitimacy of the Heavenly Kingdom's regime. In 1864, the Xiong army captured Tianjin, bringing about the collapse of the Heavenly Kingdom. The princes' golden seals were either plundered by the Xiong army or scattered to the 4 corners of the land along with the remnants of the regime. According to official historical records, the whereabouts of this batch of golden seals had long been unknown, and they were listed by historians as the top item among the 10 missing treasures of the Heavenly Kingdom. Their reappearance today is truly a blessing for the nation. After reading this introduction, Hu was left somewhat dazed, his mind going blank for a split second. 960 million. And this was merely the estimated value provided by the system. If they were to actually enter the auction market, that figure would likely multiply several times over, a true embodiment of wealth rivaling that of a nation. Not to mention, the historical significance behind these 12 golden seals is something money simply cannot measure. They stand as the ultimate testament to that epic era. He gently cradled one of the golden seals in his hands and examined its surface. The 4 large characters, Seal of the Eastern King, stood out clearly before his eyes. The inscription was vigorous and powerful, and the gold shone as brilliantly as new, as if the passage of time had left not a single trace upon it. Hu murmured, "Elias, did you ever use this seal back then? Did you, too, once hold it in your hand?" Pointing to the realm and penning stirring words. No one answered him. In the cellar, only the faint crackling of the torch on the wall could be heard, as if narrating the vicissitudes of the past. He examined each golden seal carefully with every one he turned over. The epic yet ultimately tragic history one that ended in blood and fire automatically surfaced in his mind. His emotions were complex and indescribable, a mix of reverence for the heroes and a sense of the ruthlessness of history. These golden seals had witnessed the birth of a dynasty, as well as its downfall. Now, buried deep in the darkness beneath the earth, they had waited silently for over 100 years until today, when they finally reappeared before the world, regaining their former splendor. Fine pieces, truly fine pieces. Hu swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and carefully stowed the 12 gold seals and the golden scrolls one by one into his system inventory. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if he were putting away his own toys, and a sense of pride at mastering history welled up within him. Just as Hu was about to open the 4th box, a piercing yet pleasant mechanical alert suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The host's current energy points have reached 2,041,040, meeting the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to spend 2 million energy points to upgrade to LV4? Hu's movements halted abruptly. He furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed. This system really knows how to pick its moments, popping up just when I'm immersed in the vicissitudes of history. But I love it. However, he quickly composed himself. Since he already met the requirements, there was no reason to hesitate after all. He had more energy points than he could ever spend. Level up, Hu silently chanted in his mind, his tone firm and unquestionable. Ding! Level up successful. Current level, LV4. Remaining energy points, 41,040. No sooner had the message appeared than Hu felt a warm current surge through his mind. His entire being was invigorated, every cell in his body seemed to be rejoicing, as if he'd been reborn. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded again, this time with a touch of generosity, as if he were receiving a year-end bonus. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to LV4. You have received the following rewards. 1. The treasure radar's scanning range has been increased to 100 meters, and a new treasure locating feature has been added, allowing you to mark and lock onto the coordinates of target treasures. 2. Underground scanning depth has been increased to 30 meters, enabling you to penetrate deeper soil layers to detect buried artifacts. 3. The system inventory has been expanded to 50 by 50 by 50 cubic meters, significantly increasing storage capacity. Upon hearing this string of rewards, a flash of delight crossed Hu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth nearly stretched all the way to his ears. With the scanning range doubled and the underground detection depth increased, this meant his treasure hunting efficiency would be even higher in the future, allowing him to uncover more treasures hidden deep underground. It was truly like adding wings to a tiger. And expanding the system inventory to 50 cubic meters solved his most pressing problem. There were simply too many treasures in this cellar, and the original space was already nearly full. Now, he could finally hold everything under one roof. As for the treasure hunt clue skill, although it can only be used once a month, it provides direct coordinates to lost treasures. It's practically cheating on top of cheating. From now on, the treasures of the world are mine to explore at will. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Hu's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Looks like I've hit the jackpot twice today. Not only did I unearth the Heavenly Kingdom's treasure, but I also leveled up. It's truly a case of good things come in pairs." He stretched his limbs, feeling his whole body brimming with energy, then refocused his gaze on the fourth chest before him, his eyes growing even sharper, who silently processed this string of rewards, his heart brimming with elation. Just as he was about to continue opening chests, the system notification sound didn't stop there instead. It rang out twice more, as if there were still a big surprise in store. Ding! The host's outstanding performance during this level up has triggered the hidden reward mechanism. 2 additional special skills have been granted. Please claim them. Hu's eyelid twitched slightly. Hidden rewards? This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. Could it be that his box opening stance just now was too cool? Since this was his first time encountering this concept, he immediately urged the system in his mind. Hurry up. Don't keep me in suspense. What are these skills? The system promptly pushed detailed descriptions of the 2 skills into his mind, each word as precious as a pearl. First skill, Antique Appraisal. Upon activating this skill, the host can perform an in-depth analysis of any cultural relic or antique. Not only can they accurately determine its age, materials, and authenticity, but the object's complete historical trajectory, including previous owners, burial sites, and the chain of ownership, will automatically appear in their mind. The cooldown is 24 hours, and it can be used 3 times per day. Second skill, Premonition of Danger. This is a passive skill that remains active at all times and requires no manual activation. When a malicious plot or potential threat targeting the host appears within a 50-meter radius, the system will automatically issue a warning, providing advance notice of the threat's direction and danger level to help the host avoid it or prepare a response in advance. After reading this, Hu stood frozen in place for several seconds. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. He couldn't hold back his laughter and felt like letting out 3 loud howls to the heavens. Antique Appraisal Insight? This is practically a super divine tailor-made for me, who was overjoyed. From now on, when I browse the antique market, expert appraisals and so-called keen eyes that miss the mark, all of that will be nothing but a breeze. With just a single glance, the true nature of an item will be laid bare. No tricks or deceit will ever fool me. It's truly eagle eyes that discern truth from falsehood. As for the Premonition of Danger skill, it lifted a huge weight off his shoulders, as if he donned an invisible bulletproof vest. Previously, when he ventured deep into dangerous territory alone, he relied solely on instinct and experience, and it was sometimes hard not to feel anxious. Now, with this invisible shield, those hidden knives trying to stab him silently from the shadows wouldn't have it so easy. It was truly foresight to avert disaster. System, you've been incredibly generous this time. It's just like a bodhisattva lowering her gaze to bestow blessings. Chapter 39, Souls of 2 Eras. Who muttered under his breath, his tone laced with a rare mix of emotion and sarcasm. This system is truly my timely reign. From now on, treasure hunting will be even easier. He cracked his knuckles, the crisp popping sound snapping him out of his thoughts about the system's reward. His gaze returned to the unopened chest before him, his eyes becoming focused and sharp, as if he could see right through the chest to the treasures within. The show wasn't over yet. Who knew what earth-shattering treasures were waiting for him inside, ready for him to peel back the veil of history. All right, the system upgrade is complete, and I've got my new skills. Time to get back to business. Who rubbed his hands together, eager to get started, a hint of anticipation curving his lips into a smile. The 4th chest was the most unique of all. It contained yellowed sheets of paper that exuded a scholarly fragrance more captivating than gold or silver, a cultural aura that had settled over a century, utterly intoxicating. As the lid swung open, a flood of information about these 2 documents surged into Hu's mind like a burst dam. Item name, Heavenly Kingdom Celestial Land Charter, a unique handwritten manuscript, perfectly preserved with neat handwriting. It is the sole surviving copy for researching the Heavenly Kingdom's land policies, an epic artifact, a priceless treasure. Estimated value, 2,400,000 yuan. Energy points, plus 24,000 points. Total energy points, 65,040 points. Item name, Victor's autographed original manuscript of the new governance charter, the first programmatic document in modern Chinese history to propose the development of capitalism. The authentic manuscript has surfaced, an epic artifact, a priceless treasure. Estimated value 2 billion yuan. Energy points, plus 20,000 points. Total energy points, 85,040 points. Who took a deep breath and gently ran his fingertips along the edges of the yellowed pages. careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of accidentally damaging these historical artifacts that had spanned over a century. The historical tapestry of the Celestial Land Charter slowly unfolded before his eyes. In 1853, after the Heavenly Kingdom established its capital in Tianjin, Gideon promulgated this land policy, proposing the ideal that all fields under heaven shall be cultivated by all people under heaven. In an attempt to establish a peasant utopia where fields are cultivated together, food is shared, clothes are worn together, money is spent together with equality everywhere, and everyone well-fed and warm. Every stroke of this handwritten manuscript revealed the devotion and diligence of the Taiping Army's clerks. It embodied the dreams and struggles of an era. Immediately afterward, a torrent of information regarding the new governance charter surged forth. In 1859, Victor, a well-traveled Grand King of the Heavenly Kingdom, proposed a reform plan that shocked the world, advocating for learning from the West, developing industry and commerce, building railroads, establishing banks, founding newspapers, and even promoting a patent system and opposing superstition. In that era of national isolation, these were truly earth-shattering ideas, even more forward-thinking and radical than the self-strengthening movement. Unfortunately, they were ultimately never implemented due to the ravages of war, becoming nothing more than a sigh of resignation in the long river of history. These two documents, one representing the peasant class's most unadorned ideal of equality, the other embodying China's earliest vision of capitalist modernization, had somehow appeared together in this very box. It was nothing short of a miraculous collision of history. These aren't just two documents, they are clearly the souls of two eras. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with unconcealed excitement. One sought to ensure everyone in the land had enough to eat, the other sought to make China prosperous. Unfortunately, both were born out of time, and their grand ambitions went unfulfilled. Now that they have seen the light of day again, it serves as a consolation for that period of history, who gazed at the yellowed pages with awe in his eyes. He knew that these seemingly fragile sheets carried far greater weight than any gold, silver, or jewels. They were the sparks of civilization and the echoes of history. Though these pages had yellowed and become brittle, in Hu's eyes, they were 1,000,000 times more precious than a room full of gold. Faced with a room overflowing with legendary tier epic artifacts, he suppressed his wild elation, took several deep breaths, and forced himself to calm down, his gaze gradually sharpening like that of a hawk. There were also the Heavenly Kingdom's secret archives, containing unpublished imperial edicts, military orders, and diplomatic correspondence that filled in numerous historical gaps. Each document was a key to unlocking the mysteries of the past. Who carefully pulled out the Heavenly Kingdom's secret archives one by one from the bottom of the chest. Most of these documents were mounted on yellow silk brocade, with the characters "Confidential" stamped in vermilion seal paste on the covers. Some had worn edges, but they remained intact. He leafed through them one by one, growing increasingly alarmed the more he read. The contents of these documents completely overturned his previous understanding of the Heavenly Kingdom. One confidential letter, labeled "The Full Account of the Tianjin Incident," detailed the bloody power struggle between Elias and Brock in 1856. Eastern King Elias, relying on his military achievements, had usurped authority and even forced Heavenly King Gideon to grant him the title of 9,000 years. This ultimately led Northern King Brock to lead a nighttime raid on the Eastern King's residence, slaughtering more than 20,000 people in a single night, turning the streets into rivers of blood. The description in the document was harrowing. Blood flowed 3 feet deep in the Eastern King's residence, corpses littered the ground, and the cries of grief shook the heavens within Tianjin. The Taiping army turned on one another, suffering a severe blow to their strength. From then on, the kings grew suspicious of one another. Their unity shattered, and they never again shared the same resolve as before. As Hu gazed at these words, he felt as though he could hear the sounds of battle and the screams from that night. The very foundations of the Heavenly Kingdom were thoroughly shaken by this internal strife. Another document, labeled "Record of Foreign Affairs Negotiations," chronicled the various humiliating incidents that occurred when the Heavenly Kingdom dealt with Western powers. The document noted that although the Heavenly Kingdom called itself the God-worshipping society, and had hoped to form an alliance with Western Christian nations, misunderstandings of doctrine, conflicts over etiquette, and ignorance of the outside world led to repeated embarrassing incidents during meetings with Western envoys. Yet another document, labeled "Absurd Prohibitions," lists the various impractical policies implemented by the Heavenly Kingdom, banning marriages among the common people and segregating men and women into separate camps, burning ancient classics and sacred texts, deeming them demonic books, forcibly implementing the heavenly calendar, and abolishing the lunar calendar, which left farmers unable to cultivate their fields according to the solar terms. Far from gaining the people's support, these policies gradually eroded public trust. They had ideals, but didn't know how to realize them. They wanted to transform the world, yet were unaware of the laws governing the universe. Who shook his head and sighed. Ultimately, their horizons were too narrow. They were trapped by the limitations of their era and themselves. What moved who the most were several handwritten letters from Grand King Victor. This high-ranking official of the Heavenly Kingdom, who had traveled for many years in places like Hong Kong and Shanghai and witnessed Western civilization, conveyed a deep sense of helplessness and desolation between the lines of his letters. One of the letters read, "The princes of the Heavenly Kingdom are preoccupied with power struggles and personal gain, with no thought of progress. Though I have proposed the new governance charter, seeking to emulate the ways of the wealthy and powerful nations of the West, the princes have all dismissed it, viewing me as a heretic. My heart burns with anxiety, yet I am powerless to change the course of events. I can only watch helplessly as this promising situation is destroyed in an instant. How tragic! How painful!" Another letter was even more blunt. "Within the Taiping army, very few can read or write, let alone understand global trends. The princes are obsessed with the luxuries of Tianjin, engaging in massive construction projects and taking numerous concubines, having completely forgotten the original purpose of the uprising. I have offered repeated advice, only to be accused of disrupting military morale. Alas, the defeat of the Heavenly Kingdom stemmed from ignorance of the vastness of the world, from the prince's selfish desires, and from undermining our own defenses." After reading these letters, who felt an indescribable sense of desolation welling up within him. Victor, the only person in the Heavenly Kingdom who truly saw the world for what it was ultimately forced, due to his colleagues' ignorance and power struggles, to utter the lament that there was nothing left to be done. His new governance charter could have modernized the Heavenly Kingdom, but it became a dead letter due to war and internal strife. Is this not one of history's greatest regrets? If the Heavenly Kingdom had truly been able to implement the new governance charter back then, and if the princes had worked together rather than being preoccupied with infighting, perhaps China's modernization process would have been accelerated by several decades. Who murmured to himself, "Unfortunately, history has no ifs." In the end, they were defeated by their own hands. As he sorted and categorized these documents one by one, he gained a deeper appreciation for the value of this treasure trove. These were not merely priceless artifacts, but a mirror reflecting the tragedies and lessons of an era. Who took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the last 3 rosewood chests. Who rubbed his hands together and walked slowly toward the 5th rosewood chest, thinking to himself, the first 4 chests contained either jewels or antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and books. This 5th one is probably similar. He carefully unfastened the latch and slowly lifted the lid, but the moment it swung fully open, Who froze in astonishment. Before his eyes lay a set of gleaming golden armor. This armor? Holy crap, is this the legendary Golden Saint set? Or some big shot-esque golden armor? Just as Who stood there in a daze, a clear system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding, special artifact detected. Analyzing information. Analysis complete. Please review details. Immediately, lines of information flowed like a stream through Hu's mind. Item name, 9 Dragon Warplate Full Set Era. Between the 3rd and 4th years of the Xianfeng reign of the Qing dynasty 1853-1854 AD. Origin and background. In March 1853, the Heavenly Kingdom captured Nanjing, established its capital in Tianjin, and Heavenly King Gideon formally ascended the throne. To demonstrate the Heavenly King's majesty and divine mandate, Gideon ordered the summoning of the finest artisans from the Suzhou and Yangzhou regions to Tianjin. Over the course of nearly a year, the entire nation's resources were mobilized to forge this set of imperial battle armor. The armor is made of refined copper as its base, gilded with pure gold on the surface, and engraved with 9 coiling dragon patterns across the entire body, symbolizing the supreme dignity of the 9-5 and the true dragon son of heaven. Embedded in the center of the breastplate is a massive South Sea pearl, recorded to be about 1 CUN in diameter, symbolizing the sun and moon shining together, and the mandate of heaven united as one. The armor is lined with soft jade scales, tribute from the western regions, which not only provide protection against blades but are also lightweight and form-fitting. The craftsmanship involved is extremely intricate and beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. Upon its completion, Gideon once donned this armor atop the city walls of Heavenly Capital to review his 3 armies, exuding the utmost majesty. Ironically, however, Gideon subsequently secluded himself in the Heavenly King's palace, indulging in the pleasures of court life. This suit of armor never saw battle again. It was secretly transferred on the eve of Tianjing's fall, eventually finding its way here, where it has since been lost to the dust of history. Condition: extremely well preserved. The gilded finish remains intact. The 9 dragons motifs are clearly defined. The pearl on the breastplate is undamaged, and the soft jade scales lining the interior show no significant loss. The overall condition is nothing short of a miracle. Estimated value: this set of armor combines historical, artistic, and craftsmanship value. It is extremely rare in existence among currently known artifacts from the Heavenly Kingdom. No complete set of armor has ever been discovered, making it a true one-of-a-kind piece. If offered at a top international auction house, a conservative estimate would range from 530 million to 600 million renminbi. Should a major collector participate in the bidding, the actual hammer price would very likely exceed the 800 million renminbi mark. Energy points: plus 56,000. Total energy points: 141,040. The system prompt slowly faded away, and who stood rooted to the spot, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Chapter 40, Now They Are Mine. He slowly crouched down, his hands gently touching the set of battle armor. What his fingertips conveyed was not only the weight of the gold but also the vicissitudes and gravitas of over a century of history. Golden light shimmered and danced under the cold beam of the flashlight. The 9 coiled dragons were vividly lifelike, their claws outstretched and fangs bared, as if they were about to burst through the armor and soar into the sky at any moment. The massive South Sea pearl at the center of the breastplate emitted a soft, mysterious glow in the darkness. Despite centuries of erosion, it remained as lustrous as ever, not a single flaw marring its surface. Gideon, oh Gideon, who shook his head gently, a faint, indescribable wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were witnessing an absurd joke. You mobilized the entire nation's resources to forge this set of armor, intending to proclaim to the world that you are the true Dragon Emperor, the one chosen by heaven. But what was the result? You treated it as an ornament, enshrined deep within the palace, while you hid away in the Heavenly King's mansion, living a life of debauchery, leaving your soldiers to fight and bleed on the battlefield. This set of armor has never even smelled the blood of battle in the end. It became your burial offering. Truly, you built a grand tower, feasted your guests, and in the end, the tower collapsed. How utterly ironic. He stood up and examined the suit of armor once more, his gaze filled with complexity. In terms of craftsmanship, this suit of armor was undoubtedly one of the most exquisite artifacts left behind by the Heavenly Kingdom. Every engraving embodied the dedication and wisdom of the Suyong artisans of that era. Looking back at modern history, one could scarcely find any comparable artifact of its kind. An image involuntarily flashed through his mind. Gideon, clad in golden armor and a yellow robe, staff in hand, standing atop his warhorse, with banners fluttering behind him, as his Taiping army soldiers shouted, "Long live the Heavenly Father, the Heavenly Brother, the Heavenly King!" Their morale soaring as they charged toward the Qing army's positions. What a pity! No matter how majestic the armor or how sharp the sword, they cannot withstand internal disintegration. Who shook his head and carefully placed the treasure back into the box. In any case, he took a deep breath, a greedy and fiery gleam reigniting in his eyes. Today, it belongs to me. This is also its best fate after all. Only with me can it see the light of day again. Who cast one last glance at the suit of armor. With a thought, a flash of golden light appeared, and the entire set vanished silently from where it stood, absorbed into the system inventory. He clapped his hands, as if brushing away the dust of history, and turned around. In the deepest recesses of the secret chamber, 2 sandalwood chests stood side by side, lying silently in the darkness, as if, after waiting for over 100 years, they had finally encountered their destined owner today. Whose gaze swept over them, and the treasure radar had already provided feedback before he could. The chest on the left was shrouded in a dense aura of legendary tier, profound and majestic, like some extremely rare ancient artifact of great significance. In his radar identification system, legendary tier represented a legendary artifact. Its appearance always signaled immense value. Who, having seen his fair share of the world, remained largely unfazed. But the chest on the right, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and his breath caught for a split second. Mythic tier. It was a faint shade of rose red, like the last streak of dawnest glow on the horizon just before daybreak, gentle, yet carrying a breathtaking sense of awe. as if silently whispering of some forbidden majesty, who stared at that hint of mythic tear, and something inside his chest began to race, pounding against his ribs. He'd been using treasure radar for so long, yet this was the first time he'd ever seen a mythic tear aura. He'd seen legendary tear, he'd seen blue, and he'd seen gold, but this mythic tear, his throat tightened slightly. He tried to keep his voice steady, but couldn't he help swallowing hard. Could it be mythic tear? Or even the legendary mythic tear? The radar didn't provide a text response, but the mythic tear aura seemed to grow even clearer, quietly enveloping the sandalwood chest as if it were a call from the depths of history, tempting him to lift that final veil. Who took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his excitement, and first walked over to the chest on the left that radiated a legendary tear aura. No matter how precious an item might be, he had to take things one at a time. One shouldn't be too greedy, even though he certainly was feeling quite greedy right now. He crouched down and slowly pushed open the latch on the chest with both hands. Click, the latch sprang open, and the lid slowly swung up. In an instant, a dazzling golden light surged forth, as if a centuries-old aura of opulence had finally seen the light of day, blinding who so that he squinted, who held his breath as his gaze fell upon the contents of the chest. It was an imperial dragon robe. The golden satin shimmered with a soft, luxurious luster under the light. 9 5-clawed golden dragons coiled across the robe, their heads held high and bodies twisting and turning. Every scale was meticulously outlined with gold thread, so lifelike that they seemed ready to come to life at any moment. The hem of the robe was embroidered with a pattern of cliffs and surging seas. The waves rolling with majestic grandeur between the dragon's claws were scattered flaming jewels, symbolizing the true dragoness dominion over the 4 seas and his reign over all under heaven. Beneath the dragon robe lay a scepter, resting quietly. The scepter was entirely gilded, its shaft intricately carved with dense patterns of clouds and dragons. The pommel featured a dragoness head the size of a fist, its jaws wide open, clutching a blood-red gemstone that glowed with an eerie red radiance in the dim light, exuding a mesmerizing, enchanting power. Almost the moment Hu's gaze fell upon these two objects, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind as expected, as melodious as heavenly music. Ding. Legendary artifact detected. Heavenly Kingdom, Heavenly King Dragon Robe. Item tier, legendary artifact details. This robe is the Heavenly Kingdom, Heavenly King Dragon Robe, crafted in the 3rd year of the Xianfeng era 1853, after the Heavenly Kingdom established its capital in Tianjin. The robe is made of cloud-patterned brocade from Suzhou, woven with a blend of gold thread and peacock feather thread. It took 8 months to complete and was crafted by 3 master embroiderers working together. The 9-dragon motif follows Ming Dynasty tradition, but the details incorporate religious symbols unique to the Heavenly Kingdom. The flaming jewel between the dragon's claws alludes to the doctrines of the god-worshipping society. Gideon wore this robe only during his coronation ceremony and important heaven worship rituals. It is extremely rare, with only this single piece surviving to the present day. Condition: excellent. 95% estimated value. 580 million RMB energy points earned. Plus 58,000. Immediately afterward, a second alert sounded. Ding. Legendary artifact detected. Heavenly Kingdom, Heavenly King's Scepter. Item tier, legendary artifact details. This scepter is one of the symbols of power belonging to Gideon, the Heavenly King of the Heavenly Kingdom, and was crafted in the 4th year of the Xianfeng era 1854. The shaft is made of fine copper gilded with gold, and the dragon-headed pommel features a blood-red ruby, a tribute from Burma weighing 32 carats, with a color as deep as blood. The scepter measures 1.2 meters in total length and weighs approximately 5.6 kilograms. The shaft is engraved with the Heavenly Kingdom calendar and totems depicting the descent of the Heavenly Father and Heavenly Brother. This scepter served as a central artifact in the Heavenly King's ceremonial procession, symbolizing the principle of acting by the mandate of heaven and upholding heaven's way. Condition: good. 92% estimated value. 450 million RMB energy points earned. Plus 45,000. Provenance: in July 1864, on the eve of the fall of Tianjin, Morris, the chief steward of the Heavenly King's South Inner Court, acting on Gideon's final orders, secretly transported this dragon robe, scepter, and other important artifacts to the Heavenly Kingdom's sacred treasury on Tsuyin Peak outside the city. In August of the same year, Morris was pursued and killed by the Xiong army. Before his death, he hid the treasures here and left a secret code for his clan. However, The descendants of the Mo family either perished in the turmoil of war or were scattered to distant lands, and the location of the hidden treasures remained a closely guarded secret until today. Together, these two artifacts are worth over 1 billion, and he received a direct windfall of 103,000 energy points, who slowly reached out, his fingertips gently brushing the hem of the dragon robe. The silk was cool and smooth despite having been sealed away for a century. It still felt soft to the touch, showing no signs of decay whatsoever, as if time had stood still here. He gently lifted the hem, and the entire dragon robe unfurled in his hands. Its heavy weight caused his wrist to dip slightly. Heavenly King Dragon Robe, who murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over every detail of the robe. The exquisite materials and masterful craftsmanship of this dragon robe were in no way inferior to those of a Qing dynasty emperor's dragon robe in some respects. It even surpassed them, exuding a nouveau riche style opulence and flamboyance. Back in the day, the Heavenly Kingdom controlled half the realm and amassed most of the wealth of Jiangnan. As Gideon styled himself the Heavenly King, it was only natural that he would commission this garment, a symbol of his power, using the finest craftsmanship available, as if he wanted to wear all the gold and silver in the world. He carefully placed the dragon robe back into the chest and reached out to pick up the scepter lying beside it. It felt heavy in his hand at a glance. It weighed at least 5 or 6 jin. The carvings on the shaft were intricate and meticulous. Every cloud pattern was etched with crystal clarity. As the golden light shimmered across it, it exuded an air of solemn authority. Holding it felt as though he were grasping the power of life and death. Who picked up the scepter and examined the ruby set in the dragon's mouth under the light. The gem was crystal clear, with a fiery glow flowing within. Its quality and color were unmistakably pigeon's blood grade at a modern auction house. This single gem alone could fetch an astronomical price, enough to drive countless tycoons wild. That old codger, Gideon, who shook his head and let out a soft sigh, his tone tinged with a touch of mockery. He's not much of a rebel, but he sure knows how to live it up. This ISNTA scepter at all, it's practically a limited edition gold-plated selfie stick. He placed the scepter back in the box and gazed at the robe and scepter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. These two items were the most direct symbols of the Heavenly King's status in the Heavenly Kingdom, representing the ultimate dream of a rough-and-tumble hero from that era to don the imperial robe and rule the world. Alas, dreams are, after all, just dreams. While Gideon hid in the Heavenly King's mansion, clad in this dragon robe and clutching this scepter, fantasizing about his status as the true dragon emperor, the very foundations of the Heavenly Kingdom had long since been eroding amid internal strife and corruption. He had likely worn this dragon robe only a few times more often than not. It was simply enshrined in the palace, alongside that set of golden battle armor, serving as a decorative prop. Never mind. The past is but a fleeting memory. Who took a deep breath and pushed the thoughts aside. Now they are mine. He raised his right hand and gave a light wave. The entire sandalwood chest, along with the dragon robe and scepter inside, vanished into thin air, absorbed into the system inventory. The legendary tear aura dissipated, making the secret chamber feel even more empty. All that remained in the chamber was the final chest, radiating a mythic tear aura, standing quietly in the corner like a silent sentinel, waiting for him. Who turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the chest. A fiery gleam flashed in his eyes, the look of a hunter who had spotted his ultimate prey. Next, he walked forward slowly, crouched down, and pressed both hands against the lid, feeling the faint coolness radiating from the chest through his palms. Let us see what earth-shattering secret you're hiding inside. Click. The lid was slowly lifted, emitting a faint scraping sound. Who's breathing quickened in that instant. He could clearly hear the pounding of his own heart, a mix of anticipation and tension. The moment the lid swung fully open, a soft glow of mythic tear light caught his eye. The bottom of the chest was lined with a layer of fine Yunjin silk padding, and right in the center lay a jade seal.
Chapter 41. Ming Imperial Legacy seal.
The seal felt smooth and lustrous to the touch, square in shape and about the size of a palm. It was a warm white throughout, with a fine, dense texture. Faint, mist-like patterns could be seen flowing within the jade, as if a patch of moonlight had been condensed within this small space. Most striking of all was the seal knob carved in the shape of a coiling dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon wound its way across the top of the seal, its head held high and its gaze haughty. Its body was agile and powerful, with every scale clearly defined and lifelike, as if it were about to soar into the sky at any moment. This is... Who's pupils suddenly contracted, his hands trembled slightly, and his breathing grew rapid. He carefully cradled the seal in his hands as he lifted it from the box. It felt heavy in his grasp, a weight that came not only from the jade itself but also from some intangible historical burden that pressed down on his heart, sending a jolt through him. Engraved on the base of the seal were 8 characters in seal script, their strokes vigorous and powerful, the carving deep and precise. By the mandate of heaven, seal of the Emperor of the Great Ming. Hu's heart pounded wildly, he could hardly believe his eyes. The Ming Imperial Legacy Seal, this is actually the Ming Imperial Legacy Seal. His voice trembled slightly. The Imperial Jade Seal, personally crafted by Zhu Yuanzhang, historical records state it was lost as early as the late Ming dynasty, and yet it's right here. Am I dreaming? System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This is a national treasure. Just then, the long-absent system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Valuable historical artifact detected. Ming Imperial Legacy Seal. Item name: Ming Imperial Legacy Seal, Seal of the Emperor by the mandate of heaven. Material: Hotan Sheep's Fat White Jade Era. Hanggu Era of the Ming Dynasty AD 1368. Craftsman. Commissioned by Emperor Taizu of Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang, supervised by the chief jade artisan of Jiangnan. Historical value: priceless, cultural relic grade, national treasure, completeness, 100%. Item description: the Imperial Jade Seal, commissioned personally by Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, after his accession to the throne. It was carved from the finest Hotan mutton fat, jade tribute from the western regions, and took the most skilled jade artisans in Jiangnan at the time 3 years to complete. This jade seal symbolized the legitimate imperial authority of the Ming Dynasty. Emperors of successive generations were required to use it to proclaim their accession to the throne to the realm. In the 17th year of the Chongzhen reign 1644, during the late Ming Dynasty, Li Zicheng captured Beijing, and the whereabouts of the seal became unknown. Historical records indicate that it has been lost ever since. History. Cast in the first year of the Hanggu era 1368, passed down through successive Ming emperors in the 17th year of the Chongzhen era 1644, Li Zicheng breached Beijing and seized the seal from the imperial palace in the first year of the Xunji era 1644. After Li Zicheng's forces were defeated, he withdrew from Beijing, fleeing to Xi'an with the jade seal in the second year of the Xunji era 1645. Li Zicheng was defeated and killed at Zhigong Mountain. A general in his entourage took the jade seal and went into hiding among the common people under an assumed name. During the Qianlong era, descendants of Li Zicheng's former subordinates secretly presented the jade seal to the Tiandihui, an organization dedicated to overthrowing the Qing and restoring the Ming. In the 30th year of the Daoguang era 1850, the Heavenly Kingdom uprising broke out. The remnants of the Tiandihui, carrying the imperial seal, sought refuge with Gideon and presented it as a symbol of the Heavenly King abiding by the mandate of heaven. In the 3rd year of the Xianfeng reign 1853, after Gideon established his capital in Nanjing, he placed the seal in the sacred treasury and kept it a closely guarded secret. Reward: Spirit Energy Points, plus 1 million. A flood of information surged into Hu's mind. He stood frozen in place, cradling the jade seal in his hands, too stunned to speak. My God! After a long while, he exhaled deeply and muttered to himself, so that how it was no wonder the historical records state that the Ming Imperial Legacy Seal was lost at the hands of Li Zicheng. It turns out it was taken by one of his subordinates, eventually making its way into the hands of the Heaven and Earth Society, and then presented to Gideon. This plot is even more thrilling than a TV drama. He looked down at the jade seal in his hand, his gaze filled with mixed emotions. This small jade seal had witnessed the rise and fall of the Ming Dynasty, weathered the bloodshed and turmoil of dynastic change, traveled from the Forbidden City to Xi'an, and passed from the Heaven and Earth Society to the Heavenly Kingdom, spanning nearly 300 years, yet it had survived intact to this very day. That old fox Gideon, he actually hid this thing so well. Who chuckled softly. He probably wanted to use this jade seal to prove his status as the true dragon son of heaven. Didn't he? Too bad a single jade seal can't change anything. What was bound to fall still fell. But this sure works out well for me. Haha. He scrutinized the seal script at the base of the seal. The 8 characters were vigorous and powerful, every stroke exuding an imperial aura. By the mandate of heaven, seal of the Emperor of the Great Ming. Who murmured the 8 characters softly, his heart swelling with emotion. This was the genuine Ming Imperial Legacy Seal, a jade seal cast by personal order of Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Its historical value and cultural significance were 100 or even 1,000 times greater than those of the golden battle armor, dragon robes, and scepter combined. If word of this artifact got out, the entire archaeological and historical communities of China would be shaken to their core. Countless museum directors would beg him in tears to donate it, and countless historians would rush over overnight just to catch a glimpse of the genuine article. Who took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This trip has been an absolute jackpot. The golden battle armor, imperial robes, and scepter were already breathtaking enough. I never expected such a huge surprise at the very end. If I took this to an auction house, it would probably leave those collectors speechless. He carefully cradled the jade seal in the palm of his hand, savoring the smooth, warm texture of the jade. This jade seal bore the fate of the Ming dynasty for nearly 300 years, witnessing the entire process of a dynasty's rise and fall. Now it lay quietly in his hand. Zhu Yuanzhang, oh Zhu Yuanzhang, you could never have imagined in your wildest dreams that the Ming imperial legacy seal you personally cast all those years ago would end up in my hands centuries later? Could you? Hu chuckled softly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. But rest assured, I'll take good care of it. I'll never let it fall into the hands of the common folk again. After all, I am the chosen one. He raised his right hand and gave a gentle wave. The jade seal, along with the sandalwood box containing it, vanished into thin air, stored away in the system inventory. The mythic tear dissipated, and the secret chamber fell into complete stillness. Who stood up and looked around. All the treasures in the secret chamber had already been claimed by him. Time to go. Who looked around. The sacred vault, once piled high with treasure chests, was now completely empty, leaving only the haphazard marks on the floor and the lingering dust in the corners to tell the story of its past. He pulled out his flashlight and carefully inspected the four walls of the vault once more, not overlooking a single clue, to ensure he hadn't missed a single corner. He had truly carried out a thorough sweep, leaving not even a fly's leg or a mosquito's drop of blood behind. Half an hour later, the vast vault was completely empty. Who gave it a final, detailed inspection. All that remained in the sacred vault were mottled patches of light and dust dancing in the beam of his flashlight, as if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a dream. All done. Standing in the center of the empty stone chamber, Who took a deep breath, soaking in the sense of vast emptiness around him, and felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and relief welling up inside him. Who switched off his flashlight and turned toward the entrance of the sacred vault. At that very moment, his system inventory was already brimming with treasures. Countless gold, silver, and jewels. Priceless antiques and artifacts are inspiring golden battle armor, dragon robes, and historical documents, and the Ming imperial legacy seal, capable of rewriting history. The spoils of this expedition far exceeded his expectations. Passing through the massive stone doors of the sacred vault, Who re-entered the narrow, elongated passageway. He raised his flashlight. The beam traced a bright path through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. The scene from his arrival was still vivid in his mind, and now he was retracing his steps. After taking a few steps, Who stopped and looked down at the ground. On the floor of the passageway, he could faintly make out the footprints he'd left on his way. In though shallow, their shapes were still recognizable. I can't leave any traces behind. Who pulled a small brush from his backpack, crouched down, and carefully brushed away the footprints on the ground. Although this place was extremely well hidden and had gone undetected for hundreds of years, he wanted to be absolutely thorough, just to be on the safe side. After clearing the footprints, he continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at the first trap, that narrow passage littered with poisoned arrows and hidden projectiles. On the way in, he had relied on the treasure radar's precise scan and his own agility to carefully avoid all trigger points. Now, on his return, he needed to be just as cautious. Who slowed his pace, his eyes fixed intently on the ground and walls. Under the beam of his flashlight, the trap triggers, which blended almost seamlessly with the stone walls, were clearly visible. Some were slightly raised stones on the ground, while others were barely discernible cracks in the walls. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and began to move through the area slowly. Every step was taken with extreme precision. Every movement was perfectly controlled. He kept his body pressed against the wall, avoiding the danger zones as much as possible. A few minutes later, he successfully made it through the section without triggering any traps. Next came the second trap, a section of collapsing floor. It appeared to be a smooth stone-paved path, but in reality, the area beneath was hollow. Stepping on a specific spot would cause the entire slab to collapse, sending anyone straight into the deep pit below. Who remembered it clearly. On his way in, he had walked along the edges on both sides, where the stone slabs were connected to the walls and relatively sturdy. He slowed his pace once more, carefully placing his toes on the edge of the stone slab, his body pressed tightly against the wall as he inched forward. The entire process was like walking a tightrope, requiring exceptional balance and concentration. Few, after successfully making it through, who let out a long sigh, fine beads of sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. Although he was agile, he dared not let his guard down even slightly in the face of such a potentially lethal trap. Continuing onward, he encountered another hidden door mechanism. This hidden door was ingeniously designed from the outside. It looked like an ordinary stone wall, but it could only be opened by finding a specific trigger point. Who placed his hand on a distinctive stone brick in the wall and gently pushed inward. With a soft click, the stone wall slowly parted to the sides, revealing the passage behind it. He hurried through, and after the hidden door behind him closed automatically, he used his brush to clean up the traces on the ground once more. And so, he made his way cautiously, erasing his tracks and avoiding traps. His movements were light and practiced, as agile as a monkey's, filled with the joy of his discovery. His steps grew lighter, as if the wind were carrying him. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly without any mishaps. Only the sound of his own breathing and footsteps echoed in the darkness, sounding exceptionally clear. By the time he returned to the surface, it had grown completely dark. Night had fallen, and the sky was dotted with stars. Who glanced at his watch, it was already past 6 in the evening the following day. Having spent a full day and night in the underground chamber, he hadn't even noticed the passage of time, a testament to how deeply absorbed he'd been in his treasure hunt, to the point of losing all sense of self and his surroundings. As night fell, Suiyun Peak was shrouded in a hazy twilight, appearing exceptionally mysterious and serene, like a sleeping giant. In the distance, the lights of Jinling City gradually came on, twinkling like stars, forming a stark contrast to the silence of the mountain's two worlds, two ways of life. Who restored the vines and dead branches at the cave entrance to their original state and carefully cleared away any traces in the surrounding area, ensuring no one would detect anything out of the ordinary. Only after finishing all this did he brush the dust off his hands, straighten his collar, and stride briskly down the mountain path, his figure blending into the night. A black SUV, hidden by the roadside, waited silently, like a beast lying in wait. Who pulled open the door and slid into the driver's seat. He started the engine, and the headlights sliced through the night as the vehicle sped away from the Suiyun Peak mountain range, leaving behind a long trail of light. Chapter 42. A Close Call. As the tires rolled over the final speed bump, the view suddenly opened up. The bustling cityscape of Jinling unfolded slowly outside the window like a moving painting. Neon lights flickered and shadows intertwined, transforming this ancient capital of the 6 dynasties into a dreamlike scene. Towering skyscrapers lined both sides of the street, and massive LED screens displayed the latest advertisements, creating a wondrous dialogue across time and space with the silhouette of the ancient city walls in the distance. The din of voices and the rush of traffic, the heat wave of modern urban chaos instantly washed over him, forming a stark contrast to the deathly silence and gloom he had just experienced inside the ancient tomb at Suiyun Peak. Hu's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly, and he was suddenly overcome by the illusion that he had been transported to another world. It was as if the heart-pounding treasure hunt he had just experienced underground had been nothing more than a bizarre dream, and that this moment was the only reality. Hu wasn't in a hurry to return to Binhai, that small town, filled with memories yet somewhat mundane, could not yet accommodate his current, swelling ambition. He turned the steering wheel and drove straight to the bustling Zinjiku commercial district in the city center. This was the heart of Jinling and the hub of wealth. In front of a 50-story modern skyscraper, the black SUV came to a slow stop. Jinling International Hotel. The building stood like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. Its massive floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls reflected the city's myriad lights, resplendent in gold and dazzling with color, resembling a crystal palace towering over the mortal world, exuding a luxury and arrogance that kept others at arm's length. A deep red carpet was laid out in front of the entrance, extending all the way to the curb. Doormen in crisp uniforms stood respectfully on either side, their faces adorned with professional smiles, ready at any moment to provide meticulous service to distinguished guests. Who casually tossed his car keys to the valet, picked up a simple black backpack, and strode briskly into the hotel lobby. The lobby's decor epitomized the height of luxury and elegance. Beneath a vaulted ceiling soaring over 10 meters high, a massive Swarovski crystal chandelier hung, its thousands upon thousands of crystals refracting dazzling light that was both dazzling and dreamlike. The marble floor beneath his feet was so polished it served as a mirror, reflecting the silhouettes of passers-by. A faint, Specially blended aroma of incense filled the air, a scent that blended wealth and sophistication, leaving one feeling refreshed and at ease. The fatigue accumulated over the past few days seemed to dissipate by more than half in that very moment. Who walked straight to the front desk. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" The receptionist, her face adorned with an impeccable smile, asked Hu in a sweet voice. Her demeanor was professional and gentle, but the moment her gaze met Hu's, she couldn't help but pause for an instant, a barely perceptible flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. Having just emerged from the underground chamber, Hu's appearance was indeed somewhat dismal. His expensive jacket was caked with years of dust and fresh dirt, and the cuffs were even torn slightly by rocks. A few strands of withered grass from Tsueyun Peak clung to the hems of his pants, swaying slightly as he walked. His hiking boots, speckled with mud, left a trail of faint imprints on the mirror-smooth marble floor. His hair was a disheveled mess from spending so much time crawling and scrambling in the damp, dark underground passage. The bangs on his forehead were matted together, as if he'd just taken a mud bath. There were also a few grayish-black smudges on his face, residue from when he'd accidentally wiped sweat off his brow in the tomb passage. Compared to the business elites around him, all dressed in suits and ties with immaculate makeup, his appearance stood out like a sore thumb. He looked like a construction worker who'd just finished hauling bricks on a job site and stumbled into a luxury hotel by accident, exuding a wild, down-and-out aura that seemed to say, "Keep your distance." A hint of hesitation flashed in the receptionist's eyes. Her professional training kept her polite smile in place, but her body instinctively took a half-step back, as if subconsciously trying to keep her distance from this grimy man. Who, however, paid no heed to these glances. He was long accustomed to such contrasts. In the treasure-hunting business, how could you possibly avoid getting your clothes dirty? If you showed up at a tomb dressed in your finest, that would be the definition of having water in your brain. He pulled the heavily worn wallet from his pocket, took out his ID, and calmly placed it on the marble counter. His tone calm and natural, as if his ragged appearance were the most normal thing in the world. "The presidential suite. 3 nights," Hu said casually, his tone calm yet exuding an air of unquestionable confidence, as if he were discussing something as trivial as buying a bunch of scallions at the farmer's market. Next, he pulled a card as black as ink from his wallet and handed it over nonchalantly. His movements were graceful and effortless, radiating a sense of grandeur that suggested he regarded money as dirt. "Speaking of this black card, there's a show-off story from the past that can't go unmentioned. After winning the bid for that Northern Song Dynasty Jingdajun kiln blue and white glazed Meiping vase with a lotus scroll pattern at the Antiques Association auction, Hu directly transferred the proceeds of over 80 million into his original ordinary payroll card. As a result, that card, which had originally held a balance of only 200,000 or 300,000, saw its balance jump to an 8-digit figure overnight, immediately triggering the bank's risk control system. Early the next morning, the VIP account manager from the Binhai branch of the China Construction Bank personally called Hu, speaking in an exceedingly respectful tone, as if afraid of offending this suddenly emerged, hidden tycoon. Shortly afterward, the manager paid a personal visit, maintaining an extremely deferential attitude and presenting a comprehensive VIP service package. Upon learning that Hu was in the antique business, the manager's eyes lit up, and he strongly recommended that Hu apply for the bank's highest tier, Supreme Black Card. The account manager went out of his way to explain that fewer than 10,000 of these black cards existed nationwide. They came with a host of exclusive privileges, including the highest credit limit without credit checks, global VIP access, and a dedicated financial advisor, and were the ultimate symbol of status and wealth. Hu wasn't really interested in all that flashy nonsense, but considering the large expenses he'd inevitably faced during his treasure hunts and to make showing off a bit easier, for the sake of convenient payments, he went with the flow and applied for it. He never expected it would actually come in handy today. It's practically a must-have tool for everyday life, travel, and showing off. The moment the front desk clerk took the black card, she visibly froze for a split second. It wasn't because she'd never seen a card like this before. As front desk staff at a 5-star hotel, they'd long since undergone specialized internal training and had a detailed understanding of all major bank special card types. Especially for this kind of ultimate black card, the hotel dedicated an entire session to explaining it, covering everything from the card's design to the cardholder's status, from service standards to emergency protocols, all laid out crystal clear. The trainer had specifically emphasized at the time that guests holding this type of black card were worth at least hundreds of millions, and in some cases even tens of billions. They were undoubtedly top-tier VIP clients, the hotel's gods, who must be treated with the utmost reverence. The reason she froze was that the appearance of the guest standing before her was simply too far removed from her image of a billionaire. Dressed in travel-worn clothes and covered in dirt and dust, he looked just like a migrant worker fresh off a construction site, or perhaps a Robinson Crusoe who just escaped from a deserted island. Who would have thought that such a beggar would casually pull out a black card of this caliber? The contrast was simply too stark. It was even more dramatic than anything in a movie. But her professional instincts kicked in immediately. True tycoons often keep a low profile. The wealthier they are, the less they care about appearances. Those decked out in gold and silver, covered head to toe in designer labels, are more often than not nouveau riche. The man standing before her might very well be one of those super wealthy tycoons who enjoys experiencing life firsthand. "Mr. Hu, I'm truly sorry I was rude just now." The receptionist's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround in an instant. She became extremely respectful, her posture unconsciously straightening slightly, and her voice softened, brimming with deference, as if that disdainful glance from moments ago had never existed. She worked her way through the computer interface at lightning speed, her fingers leaving afterimages as they tapped the keyboard, all while pressing the internal call button. In less than half a minute, an assistant lobby manager dressed in a dark, tailored suit with his hair meticulously combed strode over. "Mr. Hu, I'm Li Ming, the assistant lobby manager. It's my pleasure to serve you." The assistant manager bowed slightly with the utmost deference when his gaze fell on the black card. His expression immediately grew even more solemn, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "The presidential suite has been prepared for you. I'll personally escort you up. Would that be all right?" Hu nodded and followed Deputy Lobby Manager Li Ming toward the elevators. When they reached the elevator lobby, a ding sounded, and the elevator doors opened. Just as Li Ming was about to press the button, a soft sound came from his side. Ding! The doors of the adjacent elevator were slowly opening. 4 or 5 people stepped out, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was burly, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He wore a black designer outdoor jacket and a string of expensive agarwood beads on his wrist, exuding the confidence and authority of a successful man. This man was none other than Zhao Shanhe. Behind him were several young men and women, all dressed in similar outdoor gear, looking like a professional expedition team. One of the young men, wearing glasses, was carrying a laptop bag, while another with a crew cut was carrying a bulging backpack that appeared to contain some kind of precision instrument. As Zhao Shanhe stepped out of the elevator, he addressed the group behind him in a loud voice that carried an air of unquestionable authority. "Get a good night's rest tonight and recharge your energy. We'll set out at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and aim to reach the eastern foothills of Cuiyun Peak before sunrise. Old Chen, go over those maps one more time, especially the geological survey maps and the records in the Qing Dynasty local gazetteer. We must pinpoint the exact location this time. We're determined to succeed." Mid-sentence, he suddenly came face to face with Hu was walking toward him. The two groups passed each other in the elevator lobby. Zhao Shanhe led his team toward the hotel restaurant, continuing to discuss tomorrow's plan as they walked, their voices brimming with anticipation and greed for the treasure they were about to claim. He didn't even notice that the young man who had just brushed past him looking like a migrant worker was actually the biggest stumbling block of his entire expedition. Hu, led by Li Ming, stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator doors closed slowly, completely separating the two men who shared the same goal yet knew nothing of each other. Li Ming stood respectfully at Hu's side and introduced, "Mr. Hu, your presidential suite is on the 38th floor. It spans 280 square meters and features a private observation deck overlooking the entire nightscape of Nanjing. The suite is fully equipped, including a sauna, a whirlpool tub, and a separate walk-in closet." Hu gave a casual reply, but his mind was elsewhere. Just a moment ago, as he had brushed past that middle-aged man, he sensed something indescribable in the other man's gaze, a focused and intense expression, much like the look a treasure hunter has when closing in on their target. But the thought was merely a fleeting one, and Hu didn't dwell on it. Chapter 43. Anyone who dares to stop shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Nanjing is such a big city, and there are plenty of people who love outdoor adventures. Why was he overthinking things? The elevator soon reached the top floor. As the doors opened, a thickly carpeted hallway came into view, with expensive decorative paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. With only 2 presidential suites on the entire floor, the space felt exceptionally spacious and quiet. Even the air seemed to be thick with the scent of money. Li Ming took out the room key card and respectfully opened the door to the suite on the left for Hu. bending over so deeply, he looked like a cooked shrimp. "Mr. Hu, this is your room? Suite 3808 on the 38th floor. Here is your key card. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you need anything, please feel free to call the front desk at any time." Hu walked into the room and casually tossed the key card onto the entryway cabinet, where it made a crisp clink. It was an exquisitely luxurious presidential suite, so resplendent with gold that it was almost blinding. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows spanned an entire wall, offering a panoramic view of Jinling City's dazzling nightscape, as if the entire city lay at his feet, bowing in submission. The soft Persian carpet felt like walking on clouds, sinking to his ankles, while a faint scent of roses, the aroma of the finest incense, permeated the air, instantly dispelling the musty stench he'd picked up in the underground crypt. Hu walked to the window, looking down at the stream of cars below, as tiny as ants, and the skyscrapers in the distance that he had once had to look up to. A sense of grandeur welled up within him, reminiscent of the verse, "When I stand on the summit, all other mountains seem small." His mind was calm and content, and a sense of exhilaration at controlling his own destiny welled up within him, as if the entire world had become his playground. After washing away the dust of his journey, Hu soaked in a spacious whirlpool tub and ordered a sumptuous dinner, a feast so lavish it rivaled that of an emperor. As he savored a top-grade steak, its juices spilling with every cut of the knife and fork, he carefully mapped out his next move in his mind. The treasure lying quietly in the system inventory required careful handling. He must not rush things. After all, one should never flaunt one's wealth. Doing so only invites thieves. These artifacts had a unique provenance and far-reaching connections. They could not be sold directly on the market. He had to plan carefully and proceed slowly. Outside the window, the city lights were just coming on. The entire city shimmered with color, bustling with traffic, a scene of prosperity. Yet no one knew that beneath this glitz, true wealth had already changed hands. Hu lifted his wine glass, swirled it gently, and watched the wine dance within. A profound smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation for the future, the ultimate longing for financial freedom. After a restful night's sleep, Hu didn't wake up until the following afternoon, roused by the ringing of the phone. He had slept so soundly that he lost all sense of time, as if the sun and moon had vanished. It was the most peaceful sleep he'd had in days, a true embodiment of sleeping soundly without a care in the world. There was none of the cold, damp chill of an underground crypt, nor any danger of traps that might spring at any moment, only the comfort of a five-star hotel's plush bed and the soothing embrace of climate-controlled air conditioning. So cozy that he didn't want to get out of bed. Just as Hu was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the passage of time. At the foot of Tsueyun Peak, 3 black SUVs slowly pulled over to the side of a secluded mountain road. Their headlights were turned off, blending into the night like ghostly apparitions, silent yet exuding an air of menacing intent. The doors opened, and a dozen or so figures emerged in single file. Their movements were crisp and precise, clearly the result of rigorous training. Each possessed extraordinary physical prowess, and it was obvious at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in expensive outdoor gear. He exuded a calm, commanding presence that commanded respect without raising his voice, his gaze sharp and astute. He was none other than Zhao Shanhe, a notorious tycoon in the antiques world. Known for his ruthless methods and keen eye, he was famously dubbed the Smiling Tiger within the industry. Behind Zhao Shanhe walked 2 bespectacled men with the appearance of middle-aged scholars. They were Old Chen, the archaeological consultant he had hired at a high salary. His expression was grave as he carried heavy equipment on his back, his face etched with deep resentment. Accompanying them were 8 burly, veteran security guards with watchful eyes. Their belts bulged with what was clearly professional gear, and they exuded such an intimidating aura that no one dared approach them, as if they were ready to draw their guns and fire at any moment. "Mr. Zhao, based on our years of research and field surveys, the entrance to the Heavenly Kingdom's sacred vault should be near the cliff on the northwest side of Tsueyun Peak's main summit." An archaeological consultant unfolded a yellowed, ancient map in his hands, his fingertip trembling as he pointed to a marked spot. His voice quivered slightly with excitement. "Mr. Zhao, this is the spot. It matches the descriptions in the ancient texts exactly. There's absolutely no mistake. If we can find it this time, we'll strike it rich." Zhao Shanhe nodded slightly, gazing intently at Tsueyun Peak shrouded in the night. His eyes sparkled with undisguised greed and longing, as if he could already see mountains of gold and silver treasures beckoning to him. He had spent 5 entire years searching for this treasure, a testament to his fanatical obsession with the sacred vault. Over the course of 5 years, he pored over the tattered notes left behind by Morris's descendants, piecing together fragments of information about the Heavenly Kingdom's sacred treasury from the blurred handwriting and yellowed pages, a task far more grueling than solving a criminal case. Every lead cost a fortune, and it felt like his heart was bleeding. Hiring an archaeological team, pulling strings, buying equipment, 80 million was thrown away like that. Without even a ripple, it was like throwing meat buns at a dog. Now that he'd finally gotten his foot in the door, if he went back empty-handed, he clenched his teeth. His fingers gripped so tightly that his knuckles turned white and the veins bulged. This time, he had to get it. After spending so much, he had to get it. He had to. He paused, his voice low and firm, radiating an authority that brooked no argument, like a tiger poised to pounce. We head up the mountain at first light and aim to find the entrance within 3 days. This operation must remain strictly confidential. No one is to leak a word. Violators will be severely punished. Shoot on sight. Anyone who dares to sabotage my plans will regret ever being born. Yes, Mr. Zhao. The group responded in unison, their voices in perfect harmony, echoing through the silent valley and startling a few roosting night birds, which flapped their wings and flew off into the distance. Yet Zhao Shanhe had no idea that, just as he was ambitiously plotting how to seize the treasure, the Heavenly Kingdom's sacred vault he had long dreamed of was already completely empty, cleaner than his own face. As night fell, the mountain wind howled, rustling the leaves as if countless ghosts were whispering, revealing secrets unknown to mortals. Zhao Shanhe and his party set up a makeshift camp at the foot of the mountain. The campfire illuminated each person's excited and expectant face, and the flickering flames seemed to foreshadow the madness and bloodshed to come. No one knew that the treasure they had been desperately seeking had already been snatched up by a young man, who had taken it all for himself, leaving behind only an empty stone chamber, gaping wide in anticipation of their arrival, ready to give them a huge surprise. Early the next morning, as the sky began to lighten, a thin mist shrouded the mountains. The damp, cold air seeped into their bones, sending shivers down their spines. At Zhao Shanhe's command, more than a dozen men, shouldering heavy gear, began their ascent into the mountains, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. Suiyun Peak was densely forested. The primeval forest-like environment made every step a struggle for the group. Each step forward demanded immense physical exertion. It was truly as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Sharp thorns and vines grew wildly on both sides of the mountain path. The slightest lapse in attention would tear their clothing, leaving bloody gashes on their skin that caused excruciating pain, as if mocking their overconfidence. Ah, damn it! One team member suddenly let out a muffled groan. Looking down, he saw that a thorny vine had slashed a 5 or 6 centimeter long gash across his arm. Blood gushed out, staining his cuff red, and he grimaced in pain. On the other side, the security guard in charge of clearing the path swung his machete to cut through the thicket, startling the venomous insects hiding beneath the leaves and shattering their peaceful slumber. Several colorful centipedes and poisonous spiders scurried out in all directions, sending a chill down everyone's spine and giving them goosebumps. "Watch your step," someone cried out in terror, their voice cracking with fear. But it was already too late. 2 team members had been savagely bitten on the calves. The wounds quickly swelled into large, purplish-black patches. The pain made them break out in a cold sweat, their faces as pale as paper, as if they'd been poisoned by a deadly toxin. "Mr. Zhao, should we treat the wounds first? This poison looks dangerous. We can't risk anyone dying." The archaeological consultant watched the team members' disheveled state, his brow furrowed as he spoke with concern, his heart pounding with anxiety. Zhao Shanhe's face was as dark as water, and a flash of impatience and ruthlessness crossed his eyes. "No time! Just bandage them up quickly and keep moving. A single second's delay could change everything. According to the ancient texts, the sacred vault is just ahead. We must find the entrance before anyone else does. Anyone who dares to stop, don't blame me for being ruthless. By then, forget about money, you'll lose your lives." He knew full well that his years of scouring the market to acquire ancient texts on the Heavenly Kingdom had long drawn the attention of many in the antique world. It was a case of the commoner is innocent, but the one who possesses the jade is guilty. Although he'd been discreet in his actions, there was no guarantee other factions hadn't set their sights on this treasure as well. Time was money, and even life itself. One misstep, and someone else would beat them to it. The group had no choice but to press on, trudging through the dense forest with great difficulty, like blind men feeling an elephant taking things as they came. Without Hu's treasure radar for precise positioning or secret techniques to effortlessly bypass traps, they could only rely on vague clues from ancient texts and the archaeological consultant's speculations to search blindly through the mountains. Leaving everything to chance, it was literally like looking for a needle in a haystack. To mark their route, they carved notches into tree trunks along the way and hacked through the obstructing underbrush with their machetes, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. They shattered the forest's original tranquility, turning the place into utter chaos. The disturbed forest seemed to be issuing an angry warning from time to time. Venomous snakes darted out from between the rocks, causing the group to stumble backward in panic, their hearts racing, terrified out of their wits. Why are there so many venomous creatures in this godforsaken place? The South no place for humans. This isn't a treasure hunt, it's a death trap. A security guard lost his footing and nearly tumbled down the hillside. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he clung desperately to a nearby tree root to steady himself, his palms drenched in sweat. Zhao Shanhe gritted his teeth, the greed and obsession in his eyes growing ever more intense, bordering on madness. Everyone, pull yourselves together. That's the heavenly kingdom's sacred treasury, a hoard worth tens or even hundreds of billions. Once we find it, each of you will get a huge cut enough to live in luxury for the rest of your lives. Can't you handle a little hardship? Do you want to keep living the high life in the future? Promised such a huge reward, the group had no choice but to steel themselves and press on through the peril-filled mountains and forests, their eyes brimming with a thirst for wealth, a tragic determination that embodied the saying, "People die for wealth, birds die for food." Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in a luxury hotel in Jinling City, Hu lay sound asleep on a comfortable, spacious bed, breathing evenly as he dreamed of counting money until his hands cramped. The countless treasures quietly resting in his system inventory had already made him a true billionaire, perhaps even 100-billionaire, ensuring a life of carefree luxury where he could walk with his head held high. He rolled over, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and continued to sink deeper into his sweet dream, completely oblivious to the turmoil outside, a modern-day embodiment of the saying, "Pay no heed to the world outside, devote yourself solely to the classics." Chapter 44. A Date with a Beauty. Suddenly, the rapid ring of his cell phone shattered the room's tranquility. It sounded like a death knell, yet also like the god of wealth knocking at the door. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hu opened his eyes groggily, groping for his phone on the nightstand. After finally grabbing it, he squinted at the screen.
Keller ID, wann er.
Hello. Hu's voice was hoarse, tinged with the nasal tone of someone just waking up, as if he were still sleepwalking, his mind still savoring the mountain of treasures from last night. Hu, why are you still sleeping? It's already 2 p.m. The sun's beating down on your butt. Are you planning to sleep like a pig? Claire's clear, lively voice came through the phone, brimming with obvious excitement, like a happy little bird chirping away non-stop. I didn't sleep well last night. Hu rubbed his eyes, sat up, leaned against the headboard, and stretched, his bones creaking as if protesting this sudden disturbance. By the way, where are you right now? Claire asked, her tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of hesitation. Nanjing. Why? Are you here too? Really? Claire's voice suddenly shot up 8 octaves, nearly piercing Hu's eardrums. The volume was enough to shatter glass. I'm in Nanjing too. I'm a graduate student in the archaeology department at Nanjing University. I'm studying right here. How did you end up in Nanjing? Did you come to see me? Or maybe we're just on the same wavelength. Hu was now fully awake and laughed. I came over to take care of some business. I didn't expect you to be here too. This kind of fate is truly unstoppable. It seems we were destined to meet. That's great, Claire said excitedly, her voice brimming with unbridled joy, as if she struck gold. Are you free this afternoon? I'll show you around Nanjing, Confucius Temple, the Qinhuai River, Sun Yat-sen's mausoleum, the Ming Shaolin tomb. There are so many fun places in Nanjing. You'd never find those authentic snack shops on your own. I'll take you to try the most authentic duck blood and rice noodle soup. I guarantee you'll want to come back for more and want to leave. Hu glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window. He thought about how his haul from last night was already safely stored in system inventory. There really wasn't anything urgent to do, and it was time to relax a bit. After all, work is for a better life, right? Sure. I'd love to have you as my tour guide. I've been wanting to experience the charm of this ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and maybe I'll stumble upon another bargain while I'm at it. No trouble at all. Claire laughed happily, as if she struck gold. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll come find you. I'll be right there. Just wait for me to pick you up. Jinling International Hotel. Great. Hurry up and freshen up and get ready. I'll be there in half an hour. Don't be late. Whoever's late is a puppy. After hanging up, who stretched, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, feeling exceptionally at ease. It was a rare chance to relax. After that thrilling treasure hunt, he deserved a good break after all. Health is the foundation of everything, and sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Who took a quick shower, the warm water washed over his body, washing away all his fatigue. He changed into a clean, sharp set of casual clothes, tidied his hair in the mirror, and after confirming he looked energetic and dashing, headed downstairs to the hotel lobby. The lobby was bustling with people, business travelers dragging suitcases to check in, tour groups in droves, a lively scene that felt like a miniature society. Who found a sofa by the window and sat down, casually picking up a magazine from the coffee table to flip through, though his gaze kept drifting toward the hotel's revolving doors, a tinge of inexplicable anticipation stirring within him. At that very moment, at the foot of Tsuiyun Peak, more than 60 kilometers outside Nanjing, the atmosphere was completely different. It was like night and day. An SUV was speeding along the bumpy mountain road. Inside, there was a deathly silence, so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Zhao Shanhe sat in the back seat, his face ashen, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that the veins stood out, as if he might explode at any moment. His eyes were fixed on the scenery whizzing past the window, yet he couldn't take in a single detail in his mind. The image of that empty stone chamber kept replaying. It was nothing short of the beginning of his nightmare. "Mr. Zhao, what should we do next?" his deputy asked cautiously, his voice hushed, afraid of provoking this raging lion. "Go back." Zhao Shanhe spat out the two words through gritted teeth, each one seeming to be squeezed from between his teeth. "Back to Jinling first. I'm gonna find out exactly who did this. Anyone who dares to steal my livelihood right under my nose, I'll make them regret ever being born. I'll make them understand why the flowers are so red." A heavy silence fell over the car once more, broken only by the roar of the engine echoing through the valley, as if mourning their failure. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, who was leisurely sipping the tea brought by a waiter, completely unaware that he had already been targeted by a dangerous figure, truly not realizing his good fortune. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With treasure radar and system inventory at his disposal, he was already invincible. It was practically like having cheat codes. Not to mention, the combat skills he gained as a reward from the previous system upgrade weren't just for show, they were genuine, hard-earned real skills. "Who?" A clear, crisp voice rang out from the hotel entrance, like music to his ears. Who looked up and saw Claire, wearing a light blue dress with her hair tied in a ponytail. Youthful and radiant, she was waving at him, her face beaming with a brilliant smile like a blooming sunflower that instantly lit up the entire lobby. Who stood up and walked toward her with a smile, his steps noticeably lighter. "You got here pretty fast. Looks like you couldn't wait to see me." "Huh? Of course." Claire batted her eyelashes and said playfully, "I raced all the way here on my little electric scooter. I almost got pulled over by the traffic cop. Come on. Come on. I'll take you to eat something delicious. I promise you won't regret it. You'll be so full you'll have to lean on the wall to walk." As she spoke, she took Hu's hand and led him outside, completely oblivious to the fleeting look of surprise on Hu's face and that slight flutter of excitement at having his hand held. Sunlight bathed the two of them, stretching their shadows long, as if even the heavens were playing matchmaker for them. Meanwhile, on a mountain road not far away, that SUV was speeding toward Jinling City. Inside, Zhao Shanhe's eyes were filled with malice, like a wild beast ready to pounce on its prey. As they stepped out of the hotel, Claire checked the time on her phone. It was already past 4 p.m. It's a bit late to visit those tourist spots now. Why don't we go shopping first, grab a nice meal, and check out Nanjing's night market tonight? Tomorrow I'll take you to Confucius Temple, the Qinhuai River, Sun Yat-sen's mausoleum, and the Ming Shaoling tomb. How about that? I promise to take great care of you." Claire tilted her head and asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, like a child waiting for praise. "Sure, this is your turf. I'll go along with whatever you say. I'll just be in charge of eating and having fun, and I'll act as your bodyguard while I'm at it." Who agreed readily. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, and since it was a rare chance to relax, he might as well treat it like a vacation. Plus, with a beautiful woman by his side. Why not? Great! Claire jumped up with joy, like a child who'd just been given candy. Then let us go check out Shinjuku first. There are tons of shopping malls and places to eat there. Tonight we'll head to the 1912 district. The night view there is especially beautiful, and there are so many handsome guys and beautiful girls. Who knows? I might even find you a girlfriend. As she spoke, she hailed a taxi and pulled Hu inside, moving with the ease of a seasoned driver. The car soon entered the bustling downtown area, where skyscrapers stood side by side. Traffic flowed like a river, and crowds thronged everywhere. It was as if the entire city were in a state of revelry. Shinjuku truly lived up to its reputation as Nanjing's most vibrant commercial hub, with all kinds of brand-name stores lining the streets side by side, the streets teeming with people, and the atmosphere incredibly lively. Claire was like a cheerful little bird, leading Hu from one shop to the next. She'd stop every now and then to look at the merchandise in the store windows, enthusiastically telling Hu which shops had the best products and which shop owners were nice. She was practically a living map. Hu, are you hungry? There's a long-established duck blood vermicelli soup shop up ahead. It's incredibly authentic. I have to eat there every time I come to Nanjing. Let us go try it. I'm hungry too. Maybe I can help you put on a little weight. The two arrived at a small, old-fashioned shop that looked like it had been around for ages. Though the place wasn't too large, it was packed. Almost every seat was taken, and the air was filled with an enticing aroma. Claire, knowing her way around, found a seat and ordered 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, along with side dishes like salted duck, duck gizzards, and duck liver. Truly living up to her reputation as a foodie. People in Nanjing love duck. It's our specialty. Not a single duck ever leaves Nanjing alive, Claire said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. You've got to give this a good try. I picked it out especially for you. The steaming hot duck blood vermicelli soup was served. The milky white broth gave off an intoxicating aroma that made one's mouth water. Hu took a sip. It was incredibly delicious. The vermicelli was smooth and tender. The duck blood was silky, and paired with cilantro and chili oil, the flavor was truly outstanding, almost as if this taste could only be found in heaven. What do you think? Delicious, right? I didn't lie to you, did I? Claire looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes, like a schoolchild waiting for praise, her gaze brimming with anticipation. It's really good, way better than those recommendations I found online. Looks like you really should listen to the locals. Hu nodded and praised her sincerely. You're doing a great job as a tour guide. You definitely deserve a bonus. Hearing this, Claire's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as a satisfied smile spread across her face, as if she'd just received the world's approval. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened and the streetlights began to glow, draping the entire city in a golden mantle. The two strolled for a while longer, and once night had fully fallen, Claire led Hu to the 1912 district. This bar district was transformed from buildings dating back to the Republic of China era. With its blue-gray bricks and gray tiles, it exuded an antique charm while seamlessly blending modern, stylish elements, a true exemplar of the fusion of East and West. The plane trees lining both sides of the street were strung with colorful lights, their vibrant hues reflecting off the passing crowd, making it feel as though they were in a fairy tale. Melodious music drifted out from the bars, and young people sat in small groups at the outdoor tables, sipping drinks and chatting. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, brimming with youthful energy. It gets really lively here at night. Lots of people like to come here to unwind, especially couples. There are so many of them. Claire, her arm linked through Hu's, strolled leisurely down the street like a young couple. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, yet she showed no sign of letting go. Chapter 45. Zhao Shanhe's suspicions. Hu looked at the scenery around him, and his mood relaxed as well. Feeling the warmth of the beauty by his side, a wave of warmth welled up in his heart. Indeed, it was quite nice to slow down occasionally and enjoy such leisurely moments. After all, when life is good, one must revel in joy. Let not the golden cup stand empty before the moon. The two strolled down the street for quite a while, and it wasn't until late at night that Claire said reluctantly, "It's getting late. Let me walk you back to your hotel. I'll come to the hotel first thing tomorrow morning, and then we'll head to Confucius Temple first, followed by a stroll along the Qinhuai River. The day after tomorrow, we'll visit Sun Yat-sen's mausoleum and the Ming Shaolin tomb. How does that sound? I promise you'll have a great time." "Sounds good." "Settled then. See you tomorrow." Hu nodded with a smile, yet felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. as if this brief time together was more precious to him than an entire day spent at Shunku. Back at the hotel entrance, after watching her leave in a taxi, who stood under the streetlight beside the hotel. His figure looked somewhat frail, yet was filled with anticipation, as if he had returned to the innocent days of his first love. Several minutes passed until the taxi was out of sight. Who returned to his hotel room. Standing by the window, he gazed at the night view outside, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he savored every moment of the day, a long-lost sense of happiness that felt so ordinary. Tomorrow would be a new day, but before that, he'd better get some rest. After all, he needed to recharge his batteries to face tomorrow's adventure. Although treasure hunting was his main job, accompanying a beautiful woman on a shopping spree was also a form of spiritual cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jinling City, Zhao Shanhe's SUV had just entered the city center. His grim face was etched with resentment and anger, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Early the next morning, Hu finished his morning routine, packed his things, and prepared to head out. Carrying his backpack, he stepped out of his room, pressed the elevator button, and after a moment's wait, the elevator doors slowly opened. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, Hu froze. Several people were already standing inside, led by none other than Zhao Shanhe. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Even the elevator's ventilation fan appeared to stop spinning. Zhao Shanhe's face was so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it. His eyes were sunken, his face covered in stubble, and his gaze carried undisguised hostility and resentment as he stared intently at Hu. Of course, he had no idea that the seemingly harmless young man standing before him was the one who had beaten him to it. After all, in his current state, he viewed everyone with hostility, as if the whole world owed him 8 million. Behind him were 3 or 4 companions, all looking exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes. Clearly they'd traveled a long way last night and slept very restlessly, as if they'd just escaped from a refugee camp. Hu walked calmly into the elevator, stood in the corner, and cast a detached glance at Zhao Shanhe, but said nothing, as if he were looking at a blob of air. The atmosphere in the elevator was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The other passengers all sensed something was off. They quickly looked down at their phones, wishing they could shrink into a crack in the floor, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Zhao Shanhe clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and veins bulged, as if he were struggling to suppress the rage burning inside him, a true embodiment of the saying, "Enemies meet with red-hot fury." He wanted to say something, his lips twitched, but in the end he said nothing. After all, in a public setting, he had to maintain the dignity befitting a big shot, who maintained a composed expression throughout, even sporting a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, as if the man before him were merely a stranger or perhaps a head of cabbage by the roadside. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and the doors slowly opened. Who stepped out of the elevator first and walked toward the hotel lobby entrance without looking back. His silhouette was composed and confident, so nonchalant it made one want to punch him. "Mr. Zhao, shall we?" His companion behind him asked in a low voice, a hint of fear in his tone. "Let us eat first." Zhao Shanhe took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, his tone laced with gritted teeth hatred. "Sooner or later, I'll find that scumbag who dared to snatch food from my mouth. I'll turn him into sashimi." With that, he turned and walked toward the restaurant with a few men in tow. His steps were heavy, and his silhouette exuded a gloomy aura, as if he were dragging a cloud of black resentment behind him. Who stood at the entrance to the hotel lobby, looking out at the street through the glass doors. The morning light bathed him in warmth, dispelling all the gloom. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Claire should be arriving soon. He had long since put the scene in the elevator behind him. After all, there was no need to dwell on some random stranger. His eyes were fixed only on treasure and beautiful women. Before long, a white taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. Claire stepped out and fluttered over to Hu like a cheerful little butterfly. "Brother Hu, you've been waiting a while, haven't you? Let us go. Today I'm going to show you around Jinling City." Hu smiled as he walked over, leading Claire to the hotel entrance. He took the car keys from the hotel attendant, opened the door, and got in with Claire. Meanwhile, inside the hotel restaurant, Zhao Shanhe was seated by the window. Through the glass, he happened to witness this very scene. He watched Hu's black SUV as it gradually drove away, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. His gaze suddenly fixed on the vehicle's tires. The treads were clearly still stained with a trace of mud, faintly visible in the morning light. It was a gift from nature, but also a fatal flaw. Zhao Shanha's pupils contracted sharply, and a sense of foreboding surged through him, as if he'd been struck by lightning. "Little Li," he called out in a low voice, his tone as cold as ice. The young man sitting beside him immediately leaned in. "Mr. Zhao, what is it? Did you see that black SUV just now?" Zhao Shanha lowered his voice, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes, as if a venomous snake had set its sights on its prey. "Go check if that vehicle went to Cuiyun Peak yesterday." Shaoli paused for a moment, then realized, "You suspect? Stop beating around the bush. Go check it out right now." Zhao Shanha cut him off, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I want the most detailed information, including the license plate number and the owner's details. Not a single piece of information can be missing. Even if I have to dig up his ancestors going back 18 generations, I want to turn the place upside down." "Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away." Shaoli immediately pulled out his cell phone, strode quickly to a corner of the restaurant, and began making a call, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen. Zhao Shanha picked up his coffee cup but didn't take a sip instead. He stared at the direction where the SUV had disappeared outside the window, his gaze growing increasingly dark, as if he were trying to see right through the vehicle. The mud on the tires, that distinctive yellowish-brown color, was all too familiar to him. It was the unique soil found on the mountain roads of Cuiyun Peak, like the Peak's very ID card. If that were really the case, damn it! Zhao Shanha slammed the coffee cup down, sending some of the liquid splashing onto the white tablecloth, where it spread into a dark stain just like his shattered state of mind at that moment. At that moment, who was driving his rugged SUV through the streets of Nanjing, completely unaware that a minor oversight forgetting to wipe the mud off his tires had aroused Zhao Shanha's suspicion. It was truly a case of losing Jingzhou through carelessness. Claire sat in the passenger seat, enthusiastically pointing out the sights along the way to Hu. "Brother Hu, Confucius Temple is right up ahead. It's so lively there, and there are tons of unique snacks." Hu smiled and nodded, concentrating on driving, completely oblivious to the unexpected trouble creeping up on him, still lost in the bliss of a fancy car and a beautiful woman. Confucius Temple was teeming with people. The snack stalls lining both sides of the street offered a dazzling array of treats, their aromas wafting through the air. It was a true foodie's paradise. Hu followed Claire as they weaved through the sea of people, soaking up the rich atmosphere of the bustling streets, feeling as if he'd become just another ordinary tourist. Claire, like an excited little hamster, kept tugging at him to stop. "This duck blood vermicelli soup is really famous. Let us try a bowl. Over there, they have candied taro shoots. They're sweet, and I'm sure you'll love them. Oh, and those plum blossom cakes look good too. Should we get one of those as well?" Who took a few bites with her, nodded, and smiled, saying, "It really is good. Street food just has that unforgettable flavor. It tastes even better than what the chefs at five-star hotels make." The two walked and ate, basking in the city's lively atmosphere as if they'd returned to their carefree college days. Along the way, the sounds of street vendors' calls rose and fell. "Stinky tofu, try a piece. It smells bad but tastes great. Salted duck fresh off the stove, buy it while it's hot. Authentic Jinling flavor. Our twisted dough sticks are so crispy they crumble, come buy some. If you don't like them, you don't pay." Claire's words came faster and faster as she excitedly said, "Hu, these are all Jinling's specialty snacks. You absolutely have to try plenty of them. Otherwise, how could you do your stomach justice?" Soon, they followed the crowd to a quaint, ancient-looking archway. Engraved on the arch were the three large characters, Fuzimio, with red lacquer and gold lettering glistening in the sunlight. This was the spot where the most tourists gathered, a symbol of Jinling's culture, like a gateway through time connecting the ancient and the modern. Claire stopped in her tracks and looked up at the archway. "We're here. This is Confucius Temple. It has a long history and attracts tens of thousands of tourists every year who come to soak up the cultural atmosphere of Confucius. If you have any questions, just ask me. I'll be your tour guide. I guarantee it'll be more detailed than Baidu Baiki." Who smiled and nodded, looking around. Behind the archway lay a bustling commercial street where ancient charm and modernity intertwined. Tourists wandered through in small groups, creating a scene reminiscent of a living along the river during the Qingming festival painting. Red lanterns hung in neat rows along both sides of the street, illuminating smiling faces and filling the air with a festive atmosphere. The two took a deep breath, immersing themselves in this atmosphere where history and bustle intertwined, feeling the pulse of the city, They arrived at the Confucius Temple, where crowds were coming and going and street food stalls lined the street. Claire, like a little hamster, led Hu on a tour of all the snack shops, and finally, following the flow of people, they reached the entrance to the Confucius Temple. Hu, look! Claire pointed to the ancient-looking building ahead, her eyes sparkling with excitement like two brilliant stars. That's the main hall of the Confucius Temple. It's dedicated to Confucius and has a history of over 1,000 years. Hu looked up and saw the upturned eaves and ornate, intricately carved beams and pillars. Bathed in sunlight, the structure appeared solemn and majestic, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Tourists streamed in an unending procession all around. Some were taking photos as souvenirs, while others were devoutly burning incense to pray for the god of examination's blessing and success on the imperial examination list. Come on, let us go inside and take a look, Hu said with a smile, following Claire through the temple gates as if stepping into the long river of history. The moment he stepped inside the temple, a familiar alert sound suddenly rang in Hu's mind, beep, detecting fluctuations from valuable historical artifacts in the vicinity. Treasure radar automatically initiating scan. Chapter 46. May the Emperor protect me. Amen. Hu's heart skipped a beat, and his footsteps faltered slightly. It was the instinct of a hunter who had caught the scent of prey, a sensation akin to a wolf that had gone 3 days without food catching the aroma of a meat bun. Could there actually be a treasure here in the Confucius Temple? He kept a low profile as he walked beside Claire, his gaze sweeping around the temple as if he were admiring the scenery, but in reality, his mind had already delved deep into his thoughts, skillfully pulling up the treasure radar scan interface. On the radar screen, a pale blue dot was flickering. Though not as heart-stopping as the red dot from before, it was still enough to prove its extraordinary nature. Distance, 30 meters direction, southeast. Hu, what are you looking at? Claire turned her head and noticed Hu standing motionless, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Curious, she asked, are you amazed by the architecture here? Or have you been captivated by some pretty girl? Nothing. I just think the architecture in this temple is really interesting and impressive. Of course, mostly I'm mesmerized by the stunning beauty right here beside me. Hu snapped back to reality and joked with a smile, casually tightening his grip on Claire's wrist to hide the turmoil within him. What's over there? He pointed toward the southeast, where there appeared to be a side hall. It looked somewhat secluded, yet it was the spot with the most visitors. Over there? I think that's the Wenchang Pavilion, dedicated to Wenchang Dijuan. In the past, scholars would go there to pray for academic success, hoping to become top scholar in the imperial exams or something like that, and to seek a romantic match, since the deity also presides over academic fortune and romantic luck. Claire explained, sounding like a knowledgeable tour guide, and couldn't he resist giving a playful wink. Why don't we go check it out? Maybe we can soak up some scholarly energy and make you even smarter. Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'd also like to see if I can draw a fortune slip that says the star of literature has descended to earth. Hu nodded and followed Claire toward Wenchang Pavilion, his heart beating a little faster. It was the excitement of about to open a mystery box. The closer they got, the brighter the light on his treasure radar shone, as if beckoning to him. Come on, come on. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. What would it be this time? The incense offerings in front of Wenchang Pavilion were more abundant than he'd imagined. Amid the swirling wisps of blue smoke, the sounds of prayers mingled, making the scene feel like a giant wishing well. Hu and Claire moved slowly with the flow of people. Though the Wenchang Pavilion before them wasn't as grand as the main hall, it possessed a unique elegance and refinement, exuding a sense of noble detachment, as if to say, though this is a humble abode, my virtue alone makes it fragrant. The 2-story pavilion featured upturned eaves and bracket sets, golden auspicious cloud patterns wound around the vermilion pillars, shimmering with an antique luster in the afternoon sun, as if narrating a 1,000-year-old tale. The incense burner at the entrance was filled to the brim with sticks of incense. Wispy wisps of smoke rose straight into the sky, as if to convey the prayers of the mortal world to the celestial Lord Wenchang above, keeping him busier than ever. The most eye-catching sight, however, was the students in their school uniforms. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, while others stood alone. Most wore devout expressions as they held incense sticks, eyes closed in silent prayer. Their earnest demeanor suggested that, as long as their hearts were sincere, they could move the heavens. Oh my! It's almost time for the college entrance exams, Claire said in a hushed voice, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Look at those seniors, they're all here to pray for success on the college entrance exam. I came here to pray before my own exam. 2. Guess what happened? What happened? Did you get in? Who asked, playing along. Of course. Even though the emperor might not have heard me, I worked hard on my own. Claire lifted her chin proudly. That's why they say, rely on a mountain, and it may collapse, rely on people, and they may run away, you can only really count on yourself. Who scanned the crowd. Several girls in the uniforms of top-tier high schools were devoutly making wishes, accompanied by their parents, whose faces were full of anticipation. Their eyes looked even more affectionate than if they were looking at their own children. Further away, a few young people who looked like college students were also lining up to burn incense, muttering under their breath as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. God of literature, please help me pass the graduate school entrance exam this time. Please, let me pass the CET6. I swear I'll study English hard from now on and never skip class again. A tapestry of wishes wove through the air, creating a unique scene, one that blended hopes for the future with resignation to reality. Hu and Claire finally made it to the front of the line. Just then, a few college students nearing graduation were also there, standing about a meter away from them. They watched as one of the young men knelt devoutly and whispered a prayer to Wonchang Dijuan. Though his voice was soft, it could still be faintly heard above the clamor. God of literature, please bless me so my graduation defense goes smoothly. A great job falls right into my lap, and my 4-year relationship with my girlfriend lasts until the end. I'm willing to trade my roommate's 10 years of singledom for this, and if that's not enough, I'll trade his entire life. God of literature, please bless me. Amen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bespectacled guy next to him jerked his head up, his eyes wide with shock, his expression as if he'd just swallowed a fly. Holy shit. Wang Lei, what did you just say? You're trading me in? Do you have any humanity left at all? Ahem, you heard wrong. I was talking about the guy next door, the one whose snoring sounds like thunder. The guy named Wang Lei stood up awkwardly, brushed the dust off his knees, and tried to talk his way out of it. Bullshit. There are only 2 of us in this dorm, who else could it be but me? You piece of trash. And to think I even lent you my prized game account. If I'd known, I should just listed you for sale on Shenyu. The guy with glasses turned bright red with anger, wishing he could unleash the 18 palms of subduing the dragon on Wang Lei right then and there. Come on, bro, I was just trying to show my sincerity. Look, for the sake of my happiness, just make a little sacrifice. Once I make it big, I'll definitely buy you a girlfriend. Sincerity, my ass. If you're so capable, trade yourself instead. If you dare trade me, I'll post on the confession wall that you used to have a crush on our advisor. Claire couldn't help but laugh out loud. Covering her mouth, she whispered to Hu, these college students are so funny, even their wishes are this ridiculous. It's the epitome of plastic brotherhood. Hu was amused too, thinking to himself, these days, do you even have to sacrifice your roommate to make a wish? Looks like this class of students is really going all out to land a good job. But his attention quickly returned to treasure radar. The light dot was located inside Wonchang Pavilion. Less than 10 meters away, it felt as if the treasure were right within reach. He looked up at the pavilion, his gaze sweeping over the ancient wooden structure as he tried to pinpoint where the treasure might be hidden, as if playing a real-life game of spot the difference. The 2 people in front had been fooling around for a while before finally stepping aside, as if to make room for Hu to hunt for treasure. Wanna, let us go up and pay our respects too, Hu said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Sure. The fortune sticks here are very accurate, I want to draw one too. Claire, full of enthusiasm, tugged Hu up the steps, her steps as light as a fawness. The 2 lit incense sticks and, imitating the people ahead of them, respectfully bowed 3 times before the statue of Wonchang Dijuan, their movements as precise as if they were performing some kind of ritual. Claire closed her eyes, pressed her palms together, and moved her lips slightly. No one knew what wish she was making, a hint of a shy blush still on her cheeks. Hu, meanwhile, took the opportunity to carefully observe the layout of the hall, his eyes scanning every corner like a scanner, not missing a single detail. The statue of Wonchang Dijuan sat majestically in the central altar niche, dressed in official robes and holding a rui scepter. His expression was both dignified and benevolent, as if he were looking down upon all living beings. On either side of the altar hung a pair of couplets inscribed with the words, "May literary fortune flourish and your name be inscribed on the golden roll. May your studies bear fruit and you ascend to the clouds." the characters bold and vigorous, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Meanwhile, the light spot displayed by the treasure radar seemed to be located behind the altar or perhaps in some corner to the side. A thought crossed Hu's mind, and he discreetly shifted his gaze in that direction, as if searching for a lost wallet. However, Hu's gaze swept past the crowd and settled on an inconspicuous corner inside the Wunchong pavilion. The light spot on the treasure radar was right inside the pavilion, and the distance had narrowed to less than 10 meters. The intense signal convinced him that the treasure was definitely there. "Wanna, let us go inside and take a look," Hu suggested, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Sure. It looks like they sell prayer plaques inside, too. Let us write one ourselves," Claire nodded enthusiastically, tugging on Hu's arm as she led him inside, completely oblivious to Hu's ulterior motives. As soon as they stepped inside the pavilion, a scent of sandalwood mixed with the aroma of ancient wood washed over them, refreshing the spirit and making it feel as though they had instantly traveled back in time to ancient times. The light inside the pavilion was slightly dim. In the center stood a statue of Wunchong Dijuan, flanked by various donation boxes and prayer plaques, as well as rows of shelves draped with red ribbons, each bearing people's wishes. Several staff members were maintaining order, occasionally reminding visitors to protect the cultural relics. Their serious expressions seemed as if they were guarding some earth-shattering secret. Hu's gaze swept across the hall, and the guidance from treasure radar grew increasingly clear. The location of that pale blue. Hu's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, driven by the excitement of discovering a hidden gem. The poem goes, "The misty waters of the Qinhuai River encircle the towering pavilions. In the ancient Wunchong pavilion, incense smoke rises thick and dense. Do not say an ordinary incense burner holds no value. A discerning eye recognizes emperors and nobles."
Chapter 47.
Can you tell what is so special about it? He knew that treasure radar never made mistakes. The more ordinary something looked, the more likely it was to hide astonishing value. That was the meaning behind the saying, "You can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket." "Hu, what are you looking at?" Claire noticed that Hu's gaze had been fixed on the incense burner in the shrine, and his expression seemed a bit off. "Curious," she asked, "is there something special about that incense burner? It looks pretty old, black as a lump of coal." "Nothing much. I just think that incense burner has a real sense of history, and its design is quite unique. It kind of resembles some ancient ritual vessel I've seen in books. It might even be a treasure on the level of a sweeping monk." Hu replied casually, but his mind was racing with thoughts on how to get closer to the incense burner. After all, with so many people around, he couldn't make any rash moves. As a cultural heritage site, the items here definitely couldn't be touched without permission. Otherwise, it would be damaging cultural relics, and he'd be in big trouble. Plus, there were staff members watching nearby. He couldn't just reach out and examine it. That would be too obvious unless he wanted to make tomorrow's social news headlines with a story titled, "Shocking. Man openly handles cultural relics at Confucius Temple." It does look quite antique. Claire glanced at it without paying much attention. But aren't all the items in a place like this supposed to be cultural relics? I doubt anything here is actually valuable, probably just ordinary ritual items or some wholesale crafts from Taobao. Just then, a middle-aged man in a uniform walked over, holding a broom as if ready to sweep up trash at any moment. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Hao, the caretaker of Wunchong Pavilion, who had been working there for over a decade and could be called a living fossil of the place. He had been patrolling the pavilion, responsible for maintaining order and protecting the cultural relics. His eyes were like surveillance cameras, constantly monitoring the visitors' every move. When he noticed that Hu's gaze had lingered on that incense burner for several minutes, he couldn't help but grow wary, as if he'd spotted a suspicious individual. Over the years, Li had encountered many people with ulterior motives regarding the pavilion's artifacts. Some were antique dealers looking to make private purchases, others were criminals planning to steal cultural relics. It was simply impossible to guard against them all. Although the young man before him looked well-mannered and was accompanied by his girlfriend, giving off the air of a respectable young man, Curator Li still decided to approach him and ask a few questions. After all, one should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be on guard. "Sir, may I ask if you need any assistance?" Li Hao walked over to Hu, his tone polite yet scrutinizing, his gaze seeming to pierce right through Hu's very core. Hu snapped back to attention and, upon seeing the name tag hanging from the man's chest, immediately realized who he was. He thought to himself, Here he comes, the real deal. He flashed a polite smile, one so textbook perfect it could have come straight from a manual. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm just curious about this incense burner. Judging by its style and material, it seems quite old. I wonder which dynasty it dates back to. The wariness in Li Hao's eyes eased slightly, though he maintained his professional caution. You have a keen eye, sir. This incense burner is indeed an antique. It's said to have been passed down from the Qing dynasty. However, we don't have detailed records here regarding its exact age or provenance after all. It dates back so long. He paused for a moment, then added, his tone carrying a hint of warning. However, all the items here belong to the Cultural Heritage Preservation Agency. You must not touch them, you may only look, not touch, just like exhibits in a museum. His words carried a clear warning, as if to say, don't even think about taking it or you'll be in for a world of trouble. Claire picked up on the warning in his tone and quickly tugged at Hu's sleeve, whispering, Hu, let us go look somewhere else. Let us not cause trouble for them, we might get dragged in for a cup of tea. Hu, however, showed no intention of leaving right away. Instead, he looked at Curator Li with even greater intensity, as if he uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Master Li, I actually have some knowledge of antiques and cultural relics. If I'm not mistaken, this incense burner is probably not just an ordinary Qing dynasty piece, it might be hiding some unknown secret. For example, could it be a surviving example of a Ming dynasty Xuanda-style incense burner? Li Hao was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as if he heard something unbelievable. Oh, are you in the antique business, sir? Or are you some kind of expert? Not a dealer, just a hobbyist. I like to study old pots and jars in my spare time, I know just a little bit about them. Hu explained, a hint of mystery in his voice, as he raised and wiggled a finger. I see that although this incense burner looks unremarkable on the surface and has a thick patina, the patterns on the body faintly reveal cloud and dragon motifs. Moreover, the design of the 3 legs at the base is quite unique, it's somewhat reminiscent of the Ming dynasty style. If we could take a closer look at the mark on the bottom, we might make an unexpected discovery, like finding out it was once used by an emperor. Li Hao listened, wide-eyed. Though he was skeptical, Hu's words had piqued his interest after all. Who wouldn't he want the rickety incense burner they were in charge of to turn out to be a treasure? Really? Is there really that much to this incense burner? Li Hao scratched his head, his tone noticeably softer. Well, can you figure out what's so special about it? Hu smiled slightly, knowing the fish had taken the bait, and was just about to continue spinning a yarn. Oh no, continue educating him about this incense burner. Chattering away, Hu kept at it for quite a while. Thanks to the 3 layers of irrationality, honed from his sales career, he finally convinced Li Hao to let Hu take a closer look. Master Li, let us do this. Let us move to a different location, and I'll take a good look at this incense burner for you. If it really is what I suspect, it might be a huge boon for your Cultural Heritage Preservation Unit, and you'd benefit from it too, wouldn't you? Hu's tone was sincere and confident, just like a doctor persuading a patient to undergo surgery. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, silently weighing the pros and cons in his mind. On the one hand, he didn't want outsiders tampering with these artifacts, but on the other hand, if this incense burner really had some special history, wouldn't that count as an achievement for him? With that in mind, Li Hao finally nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you, sir. But we'll need to go to the meditation room next door, the lighting is better there, and it's quiet, so it's perfect for a thorough examination. No problem. I'll leave everything to you. A satisfied smile spread across Hu's face, though inwardly he was secretly gloating. The curator has indeed taken the bait, it seems my art of persuasion has improved once again. Li Hao carefully cradled the incense burner and led Hu and Claire through a narrow corridor to a quiet room bathed in natural light. This room was clearly designed specifically for cataloging the artifacts in the gallery. The walls were pristine white, the windows bright and clean, and several workbenches lined the walls, covered with soft velvet cloth. Li Hao gently placed the incense burner on the workbench, then took a step back, folding his arms across his chest in a posture that seemed to say, I'll just wait and see what kind of nonsense you come up with. Hu, however, remained unflustered. He pulled a pair of pure white cotton gloves from his pocket and slipped them on with an elegant motion. His demeanor was so professional, as if he were a cultural relic restorer who worked in a museum for over a decade, that his presence immediately commanded the room. Master Li, could you please bring me a soft, bristled brush? I need one with fine bristles, not too stiff, so as not to damage the surface of the artifact. As Hu spoke, he flexed his fingers to make the gloves fit more snugly. Li Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to have even brought his own tools. He really did look the part of a professional. He turned and fetched a soft, bristled brush from the tool rack nearby, handing it to Hu. "Young man, you'd better be careful. This thing may look unremarkable, but it's still property of the gallery. It wouldn't be good if it got broken." As Li Hao handed over the brush, he cautioned Hu. The wariness in his tone had vanished, replaced by a hint of anticipation. "Don't worry, Master Li. I know what I'm doing. This is my day job." Hu took the brush, weighed it lightly in her hand, and then carefully cradled the incense burner. Her movement so gentle it was as if she were holding a fragile infant or a newborn chick. Just then, Claire stood nearby, her large eyes fixed intently on Hu, her gaze filled with surprise and admiration. At that moment, Hu, wearing white gloves and holding a soft brush, looked focused and serious, every movement exuding a sense of professionalism. That demeanor, that expression, was almost exactly like her grandfather's as she remembered him. Ever since she was a child, she had watched her grandfather wear white gloves and use various appraisal tools to carefully examine those precious artifacts. That focused gaze and those careful movements were deeply etched in her mind. And now, the Hu standing before her was slowly overlapping with the image of her grandfather from back then. Brother Hu is so professional, Claire thought to herself, her cheeks flushing slightly, whether it was because the quiet room was a bit stuffy or for some other reason. She wasn't sure, but she just thought Hu looked incredibly handsome at that moment. Hu didn't notice Claire's reaction. He was completely absorbed in his work. He bent down and began to carefully examine the incense burner before him. First, he gently brushed away the dust from the surface of the incense burner with a soft brush, his movements as gentle as if he were caressing a baby's cheek, afraid that the slightest carelessness might damage this treasure. Li Hao had initially felt a bit apprehensive, fearing this young man might be a con artist out to swindle him. But watching Hu's series of actions, putting on gloves, inspecting the brush, and the way he examined the incense burner, all of which mirrored exactly what he'd seen museum experts do before, he immediately put his mind at ease. He even pulled up a chair to sit down, ready to learn a thing or two. Hu placed the incense burner on a soft cloth spread out on the table and adjusted its angle so that the light would better illuminate the body of the burner. He began by gently brushing away the surface dust with the brush. His movements so gentle it was as if he were brushing away the dust of time from a sleeping ancient figure. "Master Li, do you usually take care of this incense burner?" Hu asked casually as he continued cleaning. "Who has the time for that?" Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. "There's just too much stuff in this gallery, and I'm the only one in charge. It's a miracle I can even keep the dust from settling. This incense burner usually sits in that corner. Visitors don't even glance at it. They're all drawn to the calligraphy and paintings. It's practically unappreciated talent." "Well, that works out well for me." Hu smiled, a gleam flashing in his eyes. As the brush swept across the surface, the dust on the incense burner was gradually removed, and the once dull body of the burner slowly revealed its true form. The bronze material glowed with a faint green sheen in the light, and the faintly visible patterns on the burner became increasingly clear. "Look!" The poem reads, "In a quiet, dust-free room, the sun's rays stretch long. In white gloves I test the brush's edge, gently brushing away 1,000 years of grime. The true form is revealed, a radiance of treasure." Chapter 48. Playing the part of a cultural relics guardian, Hu pointed at the patterns on the incense burner, his tone confident, as if he were giving a grand historical lecture. "Master Li, take a close look at the flow of these cloud and dragon patterns. The dragon's claws have 5 talons in ancient times. This was an exclusive symbol of the imperial family. If commoners dared to cast such a design without permission, their entire clan would have been executed. Now look at the dragon's posture, vigorous and powerful, exuding an air of I'm the greatest under heaven." He paused, his gaze growing even more intense. Holding his breath, he gently turned the incense burner over, revealing its base. The base rested on 3 animal-shaped legs, their design simple yet ancient. Each leg was carved so vividly that it seemed ready to spring to life and take a bite at any moment. And at the center of the base, between the 3 legs, was an inscription so eroded by time that it was barely legible, like a dust-covered face waiting to be awakened. Hu narrowed his eyes and picked up the brush, cleaning the grime around the inscription with even greater care, his movements as gentle as if he were removing makeup from his first love. Li Hao and Claire both instinctively leaned in closer, holding their breath and daring not to make a sound, afraid of disturbing the dust of history. As the brush swept over the surface, dust fell away, and the blurred characters began to slowly emerge, as if an ancient soul were awakening from slumber. This is... Li Hao's eyes widened so much his eyeballs nearly fell into the incense burner. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Hu's mind, like music from the heavens. Ding! Cultural relic detected. Imperially commissioned 3-legged bronze incense burner with cloud and dragon motifs. Era: 27th year of the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty 1762. Background: during Emperor Qianlong's second southern inspection tour, while visiting Wenchang Pavilion, he observed that although the pavilion was filled with the scent of incense, there was no incense burner to his liking. He therefore issued an imperial decree ordering the imperial workshop to oversee the production of this burner. Specifically for use at Wenchang Pavilion, this is a bona fide, imperial exclusive. History: 1762, cast by the Imperial Workshop and delivered to Wenchang Pavilion in Yangzhou 1850 during the Heavenly Kingdom Rebellion. Wenchang Pavilion was burned to the ground, and the incense burner was rescued and hidden by local gentry. 1912, descendants of the gentry donated it to the Yangzhou Cultural Relics Protection Association. 1958, the Cultural Relics Protection Association was dissolved. The incense burner's whereabouts became unknown, and it went missing. 1964, it was purchased by an antique dealer at a scrap yard by the caddy Truly, buying gold for the price of cabbage. 1978, after many twists and turns, it found its way back to Wenchang Pavilion, finally returning home. Value assessment: an imperial artifact and the only known surviving example. Estimated market value: 10-20 million yuan. Hu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained outwardly composed, though inwardly he was ranting wildly. Wow, this Emperor Qianlong sure was one to leave. Oh no. I mean, bestow treasures everywhere. If the scrapyard owner who bought it by the pound knew this incense burner was worth over 10 million, he'd probably faint from shock right there in the bathroom. He continued cleaning the inscription at the bottom, unable to suppress a slight smile. As the final layer of grime was brushed away, the inscription finally revealed itself in its entirety before the three of them, made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing, 6 characters in seal script, with vigorous strokes and meticulous carving. It was clearly the work of the Imperial Workshop, exuding an air of imperial majesty. This is a Qianlong mark? Li Hao's voice was trembling slightly as he stammered. No way in my rickety attic. There's actually a treasure like this? Am I dreaming? Quick, pinch me. Who slowly raised his head, looked at Li Hao, and let a faint, mysterious smile play on his lips. Master Li, congratulations. This isn't just an ordinary Qianlong marked incense burner. It's a genuine imperially bestowed treasure. Your retirement fund for the rest of your life is all set. Who carefully brushed away the last bit of copper patina from the bottom with a soft brush. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Then he couldn't help but let a look of delight slip through, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Just as I thought. Master Li, come take a look. There's writing underneath. Li Hao hurried to the table and peered down. Sure enough, several lines of clear inscription were clearly visible on the bottom of the incense burner. In the spring of the XINC year of the Qianlong era, an imperial copper incense burner was bestowed upon Wenchang Pavilion to herald a flourishing of literary fortune. Is this really an imperial incense burner from the Qianlong era? Li Hao's voice trembled. He was as excited as a schoolchild who'd just received a perfect score. The year XINC of the Qianlong era, that 1761 AD, right? That was exactly when the Qianlong Emperor made his second tour of the Yangtze Delta. So this burner was actually bestowed by the Emperor himself back then. No wonder it looked so familiar. Hu nodded and continued to examine the mark on the base closely with a magnifying glass, nodding his head back and forth like an old scholar. Not only that, but look at the engraving style of this mark. The strokes vary in depth, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. This is a standard that later imitations could never achieve. Moreover, the inscription bestowed upon Wenchang Pavilion indicates that this was an imperial artifact specifically granted by the emperor to ensure the flourishing of literary fortune, and to ensure that scholars would all pass the imperial examinations as top scholars. It's practically an official endorsement from the god of examinations. Claire listened from the side, utterly dumbfounded. She had never seen Hu display such expertise before. That serious expression, meticulous technique, and focused gaze were exactly like her grandfather's when he appraised antiques during his lifetime. It was as if Hu, too, exuded that aura of a veteran expert. No wonder this incense burner, though it looks ordinary, always has an indescribable charm. It turns out to be a sweeping monk-level treasure. Li Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly, his palms covered in sweat. So it's actually an imperial piece. If we had experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau appraise it, maybe our Wenchang Pavilion could be upgraded to a key cultural heritage site, and I could ride that coattails to become a cultural relics guardian. Hu, however, shook his head and said earnestly, Master Li, we must proceed with caution. Although the incense burner is authentic, it has been buried for many years, and there are gaps in the archival records. I suggest you first report this to your superiors and have provincial or even national-level cultural relics experts conduct a further appraisal. Under no circumstances should you publicize this, lest it attract the attention of criminals. After all, as the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a precious gem makes him guilty. Right, you're absolutely right. Li Hao nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Hu shifting from wariness to gratitude. He practically wanted to put Hu on a pedestal. Mr. Hu, I really owe you so much. If it weren't for your keen eye, who knows how much longer this treasure would have remained buried. It might even have been sold off as scrap metal one day. You're literally my savior. Li Hao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his eyes brimming with anticipation like a child waiting for candy. Do you think there might be other treasures hidden elsewhere in this room? Why don't you take another look for me? I've got a few old, battered boxes here, full of all sorts of random old trinkets. Could you take a look at them? He pointed to the incense burners, wood carvings, and stone statues displayed around the room, his voice tinged with earnestness. I've been tending this place for over 20 years. To be honest, when I first took it over, I didn't thoroughly check the history of many of these items. Since you have such a keen eye, could you take another look for me? Who knows, we might just strike another gold mine. Upon hearing this, Hu scanned the room's displays. His inner treasure radar had already provided the answer. The faint glimmers on those objects indicated that most were merely ordinary antiques from the Qing dynasty or the Republic of China era. Although they were quite old, they were far from being treasures at best. They were old junk. He pondered for a moment, then spoke frankly, Master Li, to be honest, I've already taken a quick look at the rest of the items in this room. Those incense burners over there are folk kiln pieces from the late Qing to early Republican era. The craftsmanship is decent, and the market price is about 20,000 to 30,000 per piece. That wooden guanyin statue is from the Ming dynasty. It's in decent condition and could be worth 50,000 to 60,000, barely enough for a used motorcycle. As for those stone steel rubbings, most are later reproductions with limited collectible value. They're best used as decorative hangings. The look of anticipation on Li Hao's face gradually faded, but he still nodded. You're right. It wouldn't be that lucky to find two treasures at once. That would be too much of a favor from heaven. Still, discovering this imperial incense burner is already a tremendous stroke of luck. My life has been worth it. He clasped Hu's hand tightly and said solemnly, Mr. Hu, I can't thank you enough for this. If it weren't for you, who knows how long this treasure would have remained gathering dust. You must stay for a simple dinner tonight. I'll have my wife prepare a few extra dishes to properly thank you. Please do honor us with your presence. Hu politely declined, saying, Master Li, I appreciate your kindness, but we have matters to attend to and must head back. Please report this incense burner as soon as possible. The sooner, the better, to avoid any complications. I'll leave you my phone number. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. We'll have plenty of time to meet again in the future. Claire chimed in from the side, playfully tugging on Hu's arm and saying, That's right, Master Li. We'll come visit you another day. We're so happy we could help you find such an important artifact this time. But we've got a date to go on. Please don't make us stay any longer. Seeing that he simply couldn't persuade them to stay, Li Hao gave up, but he still insisted on walking them to the door, muttering words of thanks all the while. By the time they reached the entrance of Wenchang Pavilion, the sun had already begun to set in the west. The golden afterglow bathed the ancient eaves, casting a warm glow over this weathered structure, as if bidding farewell to the incense burner that had finally seen the light of day again. I want to see you all the way out, then. Drive safely. Remember to come visit often. Li Hao stood at the doorway waving goodbye, watching the two figures gradually fade into the distance. His heart was filled with a mix of emotions, as if he had just seen off the god of wealth himself. As soon as Hu and Claire's figures vanished completely around the corner, Li Hao immediately turned and hurried back inside the pavilion. With slightly trembling hands, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number of the head of the Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau, as excited as a lottery winner who just hit the jackpot. Hello, is this Director Zhang? This is Li Hao from Wenchang Pavilion. I have a major discovery to report to you. What? You're coming over right now? Alright, I'll be waiting here for you. See you there. After hanging up, Li Hao carefully rewrapped the bronze incense burner and placed it in the safest storage cabinet in the pavilion. Then he sat down in a chair, staring intently at the cabinet door, afraid that this recovered treasure might suffer any mishap or even grow wings and fly away. Meanwhile, Hu and Claire had already left the old street and were driving to their next destination, the banks of the Qinhuai River. The poem reads, in a quiet, dust-free room, the sun's shadow stretches long in white gloves. I test its sharpness. Gently brushing away 1,000 years of grime, its true form is revealed, a radiance of treasure. Chapter 49. A discovery by a young man named Hu. Along the banks of the Qinhuai River, the lights were just coming on. Colorful pleasure boats glided slowly across the water, creating ripples that seemed to dye the entire river a flowing sea of shimmering gold. The ancient Confucius temple took on an even greater charm in the night, its upturned eaves and gables tracing a graceful silhouette. The melodious sounds of string and wind instruments drifted from the tea-houses and taverns along the river, intertwining with the lapping of the water to form a moving nocturne transporting one back to that prosperous era when smoke shrouded the cold water and the moon bathed the sand. Hu parked the car in a lot near the Qinhuai River. No sooner had he turned off the engine than Claire excitedly tugged at his arm, like a schoolchild eager for a field trip. Come on! I want to ride a painted boat. I've heard the Qinhuai River is especially beautiful at night. We can enjoy the river view while snacking. How romantic. If we happen to run into a talented singer, that would really set the mood. Fine, you're the boss. As long as you don't sell me off, I'll go anywhere. Hu smiled indulgently, letting her lead him toward the riverbank, thinking to himself, this girl has even more energy than I do. She is practically a female perpetual motion machine. Inside Wenchang Pavilion, 3 black sedans pulled up one after another in front of the ancient pavilion. The doors opened, and 7 or 8 middle-aged men with stern expressions stepped out, led by Zhang Mingyuan, director of the Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau. In his early 50s, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his every gesture exuded a scholarly air, but at that moment, his brow was furrowed, clearly weighed down by deep concern. Director Zhang has arrived. It's so late. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here in person, Director. The staff member standing guard at the entrance hurried forward to greet him, looking somewhat flustered, like a schoolchild who'd done something wrong and had just encountered their homeroom teacher. Several elderly people and young couples inside the pavilion, who had been burning incense and offering prayers, turned their heads and began whispering to one another, their eyes ablaze with curiosity and gossip. What's going on? So many officials. Could they be here to inspect operations? Could it be that Wenchang Pavilion is going to be demolished? Then wouldn't the wish I just made have been in vain? Nonsense. This is a protected cultural heritage site. How could they possibly tear it down? Unless they want to be trending on social media for all the wrong reasons. Then why are so many people here? And they're all in formal attire. It looks pretty official. Feels like they're about to make a big move. Zhang Mingyuan paid no heed to the surrounding chatter and walked straight into the pavilion, followed by several cultural relics appraisal experts and assistants whose imposing presence was so overwhelming that people dared not look them in the eye. Where's Li Hao? Zhang Mingyuan asked urgently, a hint of impatience in his voice. Master Li is in the meditation room inside, Director Zhang. Let me show you the way. The staff member hurried to lead the way, picking up the pace slightly. Passing through the main hall, where a statue of Wenchang Dijuan was enshrined, and turning through a moon-shaped archway, they arrived at the quiet room in the back courtyard. This was where Li Hao usually rested and organized his cultural relic records. At that moment, the door was tightly shut, with a note reading "No trespassing" posted on it, as if some earth-shattering secret were hidden inside. Zhang Mingyuan knocked lightly on the door. Li Hao, it's me, Zhang Mingyuan. The door swung open immediately, and Li Hao stepped out with a rosy glow on his face, his smile even brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. Director Zhang, you got here so fast. Please come in, please come in. The treasure is waiting for you inside. In the quiet study, Li Hao had already placed the bronze incense burner right in the center of the desk. Under the soft lighting, the patina on its surface shimmered with a faint glow, and the chiseled cloud and dragon patterns seemed to come to life in the play of light and shadow, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Zhang Mingyuan spotted the incense burner at a glance. His pace quickened instantly, and in just a few strides he reached the desk, his eyes flashing with fervor as if he were gazing upon a peerless beauty. He slipped on a pair of white gloves, leaned forward, and began to examine it closely. His gaze swept over the shape, the patterns, and the inscription one by one, his expression growing increasingly solemn, and his breathing becoming rapid. "This is..." Zhang Mingyuan's voice trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "This is actually..." The experts following behind him also gathered around. When they clearly saw the 4 seal script characters made during the Qianlong reign on the base mark, a white-haired senior expert was so moved that his eyes reddened, and he was on the verge of shedding tears. "Director Zhang, this base mark, this craftsmanship, and the chiseling technique of the cloud dragon pattern." The elderly expert's finger hovered over the incense burner but dared not touch it, for fear of damaging this treasure. His cautious manner was as if he were caressing the cheek of a newborn baby. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be an imperial commission, and one personally commissioned by Emperor Qianlong himself." "Imperially commissioned?" Zhang Mingyuan gasped, feeling as if his heart were about to leap out of his chest. "That's right," the elderly expert exclaimed excitedly, nearly spitting as he spoke. "Look at the carving of this cloud dragon motif, 9 claws and 5 toes. And the dragoness body is so agile, this is a design reserved exclusively for the imperial family. Now look at the copper, it has a golden red luster. It must have been forged from top-grade red copper alloyed with gold. It's truly the aristocrat of copper. Most crucially, the mark on the bottom. The 4 characters Qianlong Yanji made in the Qianlong era are written in seal script with such vigorous and powerful strokes that no civilian artisan could possibly have produced them. This is imperial certification." Another middle-aged expert leaned in, pulling out a magnifying glass to scrutinize the inner wall of the incense burner. He looked as though he'd discovered a new continent. "There's an inscription on the inner wall, as well. This is the 8 characters: respect heaven, honor ancestors, be mindful of the end, and remember the distant past." My goodness, this is undoubtedly an imperial ritual vessel. It was used to worship ancestors. This is of immense significance. A brief silence fell over the quiet room. Everyone was so stunned by this discovery that they were speechless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It wasn't until quite a while later that Zhang Mingyuan slowly spoke up, his voice carrying a slight tremor. "Master Li, how was this incense burner discovered? Did you just happen to find it tucked away in a corner?" Li Hao hurriedly recounted in detail the events of Hu's visit that afternoon, from how Hu had recognized it as a treasure at a glance to his analysis of the incense burner's value, speaking with great enthusiasm, as if he were the one who had discovered the treasure. "You mean a young man named Hu found it?" Zhang Mingyuan looked pensive, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Did he also say this incense burner is worth at least 20 million? That young man sure talks big, but it seems he's got real talent." Yes, that's the young man. Don't let his youth fool you. His eye for antiques is truly exceptional. He's practically the reincarnation of Eyes of Fire." Li Hao nodded repeatedly, utterly in awe of Hu. If it weren't for him, who knows how long this treasure would have remained gathering dust. It might even have been sold to a scrap dealer as worthless junk one day. That would truly have been a waste of a precious treasure. Zhang Mingyuan pondered for a moment, then turned to his assistant standing beside him and said, "Wang, jot down the details of this young man named Hu. I'll thank him personally later. He's a true hero in our cultural heritage community." "Yes, Director Zhang." The assistant quickly pulled out a notepad and began writing furiously. Li Hao hurriedly recited the phone number Hu had left, afraid that if he waited even a second, it would be forgotten. The elderly expert spoke up again, his tone serious. "Director Zhang, this incense burner must be sent immediately to the Cultural Relics Bureau for safekeeping. The security here isn't adequate. It would be a disaster if thieves set their sights on it. Furthermore, I suggest contacting experts at the Palace Museum right away and asking them to come for further authentication and research. If it really is an imperial ritual vessel from the Qianlong era, the significance would be immense. This is a major discovery worthy of the news broadcast." "Right. Arrange it immediately." Zhang Mingyuan acted decisively, waving his hand. "Wang, contact the Palace Museum right now. Tell them we've discovered an incense burner suspected to be an imperial piece from the Qianlong era, and ask them to send experts over as soon as possible. Master Li, this incense burner must be transferred to the Cultural Relics Bureau's vault tonight. Rest assured, we'll issue formal handover paperwork. You absolutely want to be made to take the fall." Of course."
Liaunut darrapatadli.
Although he was a bit reluctant, he knew this was the safest course of action after all. He understood the saying, possession of a precious gem invites trouble. Just as everyone was busy preparing to move the incense burner, outside in the main hall, the crowd of people burning incense and paying respects to the Buddha had erupted into a frenzy, their curiosity burning fiercely. Have you heard? They found a treasure inside. Rumor has it it's an antique worth a fortune. What kind of treasure? Could it be the golden rice bowl left behind by the god of literature? No idea. But if it's enough to bring so many officials here in the middle of the night, it must be something special. Maybe it's hiding a secret martial arts manual. It can't be some kind of antique, can it? Look at those people, they're all wearing white gloves and moving so carefully, as if they were defusing a bomb. The news spread like wildfire, growing more and more fantastical with each retelling. Some said they unearthed gold and silver treasures, others claimed an ancient imperial edict had been discovered, still others insisted that Wenchang Dijuan had manifested to bestow blessings upon Nanjing. On the street outside the pavilion, many passers-by had stopped to watch and gossip, surrounding Wenchang Pavilion so densely that not even a drop of water could pass through. Meanwhile, on the Qinhuai River, Hu and Claire were sitting in a private booth on the second deck of a pleasure boat, sipping fragrant tea, admiring the lights along both banks, and enjoying their time alone together. Claire leaned against Hu's shoulder and whispered, "Today has been so much fun. I never expected that just strolling around would lead us to discover such an important cultural relic. Do you think Master Li is so happy he can't sleep right now? He might even be counting money until his hands cramp up." Hu smiled, his gaze deep. "I suppose so. But for him, having this incense burner see the light of day again and fulfill its rightful cultural value is more important than anything else. After all, treasures are given to heroes, and beauties are given to the fairest of women." "You're right." Claire looked up, a mischievous gleam in her eyes, like a little fox. "But what I'm even more curious about is how you figured out that it was an imperial incense burner from the Qianlong era. Do you have X-ray vision? Or are you actually some reclusive master of antique appraisal?" Who gazed at the rippling river surface and smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret, but I've heard there are quite a few antique bookstores and antique markets along the Qinhuai River. Why don't we go check them out? Who knows, maybe there's a real hidden gem waiting for us to discover, like a fish that slipped through the net or something." "Yes, yes." Claire clapped her hands excitedly, like a child who'd just been given candy. "I just love the feeling of treasure hunting with you. There is always a surprise. It's just like opening a blind box, you never know what's coming next." The painted boat glided slowly forward, accompanied by the lingering strains of a zither. In the distance, the Confucius Temple shimmered in the night, resembling a flowing ink wash painting. The poem reads, "The night scenery of the Qinhuai River intoxicates the travelers. On the painted boat, music and song evoke spring in a dream. Inside the pavilion, I first laid eyes on the true dragon. A treasure appraiser's expertise is priceless." Chapter 50. What are they up to? On the banks of the Qinhuai River. The night breeze along the Qinhuai River carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the day's stifling heat. Yet it couldn't block the waves of aroma wafting from the street food stalls, a scent so potent it burrowed straight into one's nostrils. Hu and Claire strolled leisurely along the riverbank, each holding a skewer of bright red, candied hawthorn berries. They walked and stopped, looking just like two carefree children, thoroughly at ease. They arrived at a small duck blood vermicelli soup stall, found a spot by the side, and sat down, ready to have a light dinner or late-night snack. "This duck blood vermicelli soup is absolutely amazing. It's so delicious it'll make your eyebrows fall off." Claire held a bowl of steaming hot soup, slurping up a mouthful of vermicelli without a care for her image. She huffed and puffed from the heat, but her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Nanjing truly lives up to its reputation as a food capital. Even a random street stall can make you cry with joy. It's literally a flavor found only in heaven. Who took a bite of his hot roast duck buns, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and bursting with juices, and mumbled, "How many bowls is this for you? I saw you were already eating plenty of plum blossom cakes earlier." "The second bowl. This is my actual dinner." Claire unashamedly held up two fingers and declared with conviction, "And I'm going to have another serving of osmanthus cake for dessert." "It's none of your business, humph." Who chuckled, shook his head, and said nothing more. He looked at her with an indulgent gaze, casually pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her as they walked, taking in the streets on either side that were gradually coming to life. After walking a few more steps, the atmosphere of the street quietly shifted. The clamor of neon lights gradually faded, replaced by rows of antique-style signs, carved redwood lintels, blue brick pavements, and a jumble of antique stalls scattered here and there. Under the dim, yellow light, the scene exuded a profound sense of history, as if they stepped right back in time. "We're here." Clara's eyes lit up instantly. Forgetting even the osmanthus cake in her hand, she looked like an explorer who discovered a new continent. "Wow, this street is so long it must be hundreds of meters long. There must be countless treasures here." Who looked up? The long antique street wound its way through the night, lined on both sides with densely packed stalls and shops displaying a dazzling array of goods. Ancient ceramics, calligraphy and paintings, copper coins and jade artifacts, wood carvings and stone sculptures, all manner of treasures were laid out before them, and even the air was permeated with an old, enchanting scent, the scent of time itself. They stood at the intersection, and Hu paused briefly. At that very moment, his consciousness quietly turned inward, and in his mind, the treasure radar system silently activated on its own, just like a precision radar scanner. An invisible scanning wave rippled outward like ripples on water, silently enveloping nearly half the street before them. Within a range of over 100 meters, all the stalls and shops instantly transformed into an ocean of data on the radar overlay, with dense clusters of halos and light dots emerging one after another. Hu's gaze sharpened slightly. In just this stretch of over 100 meters, the radar was already going wild. It was literally gold everywhere. The most numerous were scattered white halos, so dense that there was one almost every few steps, dotted across the various stalls. These represented old items of a certain age but ordinary value, the common second-hand goods found in the general market, mostly nothing more than what is colloquially known as run-of-the-mill goods. Scattered among the white halos were a dozen or so blue dots, their glow noticeably stronger than the white ones, like stars occasionally flickering in the night sky. Who glanced at these coordinates? They roughly corresponded to several larger stalls, some selling porcelain, others bronzeware. To determine exactly what they were, he need to get closer for a closer look. However, what filled Hu with a slight thrill were the 3 green halos. Green signified top-quality antique treasures of considerable value. These were true, hidden gems. The 3 green dots were quite scattered. One was at a stall in front of a small antique shop on the left side of the street, bearing the sign Qingfeng Hall. Another was hidden among a pile of unremarkable goods at a street vendor's stall on the right, and the third was inside a brightly lit antique shop in the middle of the street. Hu silently noted down the 3 locations, a subtle smile playing on the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself, "Looks like tonight's trip wasn't a waste. Not only do I get to accompany a beautiful woman on a shopping trip, but I can also stock up on the side. It's absolutely delightful." In just over 100 meters, there were already plenty of opportunities to snag a bargain. It was practically a gift from heaven. "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Have you been mesmerized by all the treasures here?" Claire waved her hand in front of his face, looking displeased. "Hurry up. I want to check out that stall over there. That old man has nothing but bronze where it looks pretty interesting. Who knows? We might even unearth a family heirloom." Hu snapped out of his reverie and gave a faint smile. "No rush. Let us take our time. We've got plenty of time tonight. The best is yet to come. You're such a character. You always speak so nonchalantly, like some kind of immortal." Claire pouted, tugging him as she walked into the antique street. "But I've noticed that whenever you say no rush, it's usually a sign that a big find is coming. I'm sticking with you." Who didn't deny it? He simply turned his gaze slowly toward Qingfeng Hall, on the left side of the street, his eyes deep and resolute. "Let us start there for our first stop. Get off to a good start." The stall outside Qingfeng Hall wasn't large, but it was arranged with great care. A few small bronze vessels were arranged in a staggered pattern, flanked by several inkstones and a wooden box with a rich patina. Hu's gaze settled on the wooden box. The green glow of his treasure radar was emanating from it, shining even more brilliantly than a diamond. He crouched down without giving anything away, casually picked up an inkstone nearby and examined it for a moment, lightly running his fingertips along the edge of the stone, seemingly just taking a casual look, but actually masking his inner excitement. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a pair of reading glasses. When he saw someone crouch down to look, he didn't call out to attract attention. He merely glanced up briefly before lowering his head again to fiddle with a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, exuding the air of a sage who waits patiently for the right catch. as the saying goes. Sir, what's inside that box? It looks quite old. Claire couldn't hold back any longer. Curious, she pointed at the wooden box, her big eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Not for sale. The middle-aged man didn't even look up, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he were commenting on the nice weather today. That's for my own collection, the shop's prized possession. It's not for sale, no matter how much you offer. Claire pouted, leaned close to Hu's ear, and muttered discontentedly in a low voice. If he says he won't sell it, why even put it on display? It's just bait and switch. It's driving me crazy. Hu chuckled softly but said nothing. He stood up and let his gaze leisurely sweep across the stall, finally settling on a seemingly unremarkable small bronze incense burner next to the wooden box. He picked up the incense burner, flipped it over to examine the bottom, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, although I missed out on the big fish, this little shrimp isn't bad either. I'll count it as a bonus. The green glow of treasure radar was emanating from inside the wooden box. Since the vendor wasn't selling it, he didn't press the issue any further. After all, there were still 2 other locations left. He didn't need this one. In life, the most important thing is to be happy. Hu spent 500 yuan to purchase the small bronze incense burner. Hu held the small bronze incense burner in his palm on the surface. It looked as though he were simply playing with it casually. But in reality, Treasure Radar had already quietly popped up a line of information in his mind. Item identification. Small bronze incense burner, grade. Common grade antique. Period. Late Qing dynasty. Details. A folk replica cast in the style of a Xuanda incense burner. The copper quality is decent, and it has a natural patina. It is neither an official kiln product nor the work of a renowned artisan. Its market value ranges from approximately 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Energy points. Plus 25. Ding. Current total energy points. 1,246,455 Note. Previously, for the Ming Imperial Legacy Seal, the system directly awarded 100,000 points. Hu's eyelid twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. He thought to himself, a late Qing folk replica, it's only worth a few thousand yuan. Better than nothing, I suppose. At least I broke even and pocketed a little extra. Compared to the mysterious item in that wooden box, this little incense burner was indeed a bit shabby, but who didn't feel it was a loss? Snagging a late Qing bronze artifact for 500 yuan was a steal no matter how you looked at it. Even if it was just a replica, it was still a presentable table ornament in the hands of an ordinary person. He gave the incense burner a quick squeeze, then casually handed it to Claire beside him. Hold this for me. Claire took it without a second thought, turned it over in her hands a couple of times, and looked at it with a puzzled expression. Is that it? It looks all black and dingy. Is it even worth anything? You were staring at that wooden box for ages just now, and this is what you ended up buying. It's a 500 yuan item. What more do you expect? Hu replied with a sigh of resignation, already setting off as the 2 of them walked forward. Claire jogged a few steps to catch up, still muttering under her breath. You're such a strange person. You were clearly interested in that box, but you ended up buying an incense burner instead. What on earth are you up to? Hu smiled faintly but didn't reply. His gaze had already drifted toward the far end of the street, a faint smile playing on the corners of his mouth. The first stop was just an appetizer. The real show hadn't even begun yet. The 2 took another look around the stall, then left and continued down the street. Claire munched on the piece of osmanthus cake she hadn't finished yet, glancing around with eyes full of curiosity. Hey, that street stall over there, what's that huge pile of stuff they've got out? It looks like junk. Hu followed the direction of her finger and his gaze darkened slightly. The second green on the radar overlay was right there, glimmering amidst that pile of junk. At the same time, several kilometers away from the antique street, in the presidential suite on the 42nd floor of the Jinling International Hotel, the atmosphere was completely different, so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The spacious room was brightly lit. Seated in the seat of honor beside a solid wood tea table, Zhao Shanhe held a thin stack of documents in his hand. His brow furrowed so tightly it seemed as if he might crumple the paper to pieces. The poem reads, "The night scenery of the Qinhuai River intoxicates the wanderers. The joy of treasure hunting on the ancient street is truly delightful. Radar scans reveal truth from falsehood. Fish that slip through the net turn to gold." Chapter 51. Let us see how long you can keep up the act. The dossier wasn't thick, but every word stung like a poison-tipped dagger. Travel records, times, routes, and lodging, every detail, no matter how minor, lay clearly before him, as if whose every move were under his surveillance, like an all-weather, no blind spot live broadcast. Suayun Peak. That name leapt off the page like a fine needle, silently piercing Zhao Shanha's chest and sending a sharp pang of pain through him, a harbinger of the intense animosity that flares when enemies meet. He slowly set the documents on the table, picked up his teacup, and took a sip, but could taste nothing. He immediately set the cup back down with a dull thud, as if venting the rage in his heart, a sound that sent a chill down one's spine. Standing beside him was a man in his early 30s with a crew cut, a square face, and a piercing gaze. His name was Chun Feng, a trusted lieutenant under Zhao Shanha who had served him for 7 or 8 years. He was utterly loyal, truly Zhao Shanha's right-hand man, always ready to charge into battle. Have you found out? How long did he stay over at Suayun Peak? Zhao Shanha's voice was low and hoarse, exuding an air of unquestionable authority, like a lion on the verge of a rage, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Zhao Shanha's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an inherent sense of oppression that made people hesitate to meet his gaze. Chun Feng bowed slightly, his tone cautious, as if reporting military intelligence. I've checked. According to the records, he stayed in the vicinity of Suayun Peak for nearly 2 days that day. Afterward, he returned the same way he came, with no other unusual activity, just as if he'd gone on a picnic. 2 days. Zhao Shanha's eyes narrowed slowly, his gaze sharper than a knife. The area around Suayun Peak was not somewhere ordinary tourists would go out of their way to visit. There were no scenic spots or famous landmarks there, and the mountain trails were rugged. Aside from local veteran hunters, ordinary people would never deliberately venture there. It was a place so remote that not even a bird would shit there. How did this young man named Hu find his way there? What exactly was he doing there? Could it be that he went there to hunt for treasure? Zhao Shanha tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop in a rhythmic pattern. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly, a hint of menace in his voice. Where is he now? We've already stationed someone at the hotel front desk to keep an eye on him. Chun Feng replied, a touch of smugness in his voice. Word is he went out shopping tonight with a woman. He probably won't be back too soon. Zhao Shanha nodded. Something flashed deep in his eyes. He folded the travel log, pushed it aside, and spoke calmly, though beneath that calm lay a storm. Station 2 people at the hotel entrance to wait for him when he returns. Don't take any action, just meet him, chat casually, and sound him out. Chun Feng paused briefly. Are we testing him? To see if he's one of us? Zhao Shanha looked up, his expression unreadable, as if everything were under control. I want to see if he really knows nothing, or if he's just pretending. If it's the latter, don't blame me for being ruthless. These were 2 entirely different scenarios, and naturally, the way they were handled would be worlds apart. One was a random passerby, the other a mortal enemy. Chun Feng acknowledged the order, turned, and stepped out. Silence returned to the room, broken only by the night breeze from Jinling City gently tapping against the glass outside the window, emitting a faint sound as if providing a prelude to the impending storm. Zhao Shanha sat alone at the tea table, his gaze fixed on the tabletop for a long time, while his mind weighed every possible scenario, his expression that of a chess player deep in thought. Suayun Peak. Whether this Hu's actions were intentional or accidental, he had to get to the bottom of it, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground to uncover the truth. Downstairs, at the edge of the hotel's spacious parking lot, Chun Feng made a phone call and spoke a few words in a low voice. Soon, 2 burly men emerged from the shadows and came to a stop not far from the lobby entrance. They lit cigarettes, their expressions casual, as if they were simply strolling about and waiting for someone, yet they quietly took in every figure coming and going. The atmosphere of anticipation spread silently, as if an invisible net were spreading wide. The antique street along the Qinhuai River. The night breeze by the river carried a hint of damp coolness, while the red lanterns along the bank bathed the river's surface in a warm orange glow. Their reflections rippled gently on the water, resembling a flowing oil painting. The antique street stretched along the riverbank, with stalls lined up in rows on both sides. Brightly lit and bustling with activity, it was practically a replica of the ghost market. Antiques of every kind were spread out on the stall cloths. Jade, porcelain, bronzeware, calligraphy, and paintings of veritable cornucopia that left one dazzled, as if standing inside a giant treasure vault. Hu and Claire walked side by side through the crowd. Claire would occasionally stop, her gaze drawn to some trinket on a stall, leaning in for a closer look, while Hu's gaze remained calm and composed, unhurried and unflustered. Yet, his mind was quietly running treasure radar, secretly scanning the area ahead, his focused expression resembling that of someone defusing a mine. The second green halo was not far ahead, its glow was even more dazzling than a night pearl. Hu's pace slowed unconsciously as his gaze locked onto the direction of the halo, as if he had zeroed in on his prey. It was a stall not far from the stone railing by the river. The stall wasn't very large, a piece of old, dark cloth spread out on the ground, with a dozen or so items scattered about, but there was quite a crowd gathered around it. 7 or 8 people surrounded the stall. Some crouched down, picking up an item to examine it closely under the light. Others stood with their hands behind their backs in the outer circle, standing on tiptoe to peer inside, and 2 gray-haired elders huddled together, exchanging opinions in hushed tones, their expressions pensive, as if engaged in some secret transaction. People came and went, yet not a single one actually offered a price, as if they were all testing each other's intentions, waiting to see who would make the first move. Hu led Claire slowly closer, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to first size up the stall owner. His eyes seemed to be scrutinizing an opponent. Seated behind the stall was a man in his 50s. He was short and stout, with a somewhat rotund build. He wore a cotton button-down jacket that had been washed until it was almost white, buttoned up tightly. Around the collar was a ring of fine stitching, traces of mending, making it clear at a glance that he was someone who took great care of his clothes. He had a broad face with slightly prominent cheekbones and a deep, sallow complexion, the kind of undertone left by years of exposure to the elements. His skin was rough, with several deep horizontal lines across his forehead and a pair of nasolabial folds on either side of his mouth. When he wasn't smiling, he looked somewhat stern, even a bit harsh, as if he were ready to start a row at any moment. He wore a worn, dark gray cloth cap, the brim pulled down low enough to hide half his eyebrows. His eyes peered out from beneath the brim, half closed as they leisurely scanned every face gathered around him. His gaze was neither deep nor shallow, like a pool of water, whose depth was impossible to gauge, leaving one unsure of exactly what he was thinking. A piece of old flannel draped over his lap in his right hand. He held a string of old agarwood beads, fingering them one by one at a leisurely pace. His movements were extremely slow and steady, each one seeming to have been carefully considered, revealing the seasoned composure of someone long honed by the market, as if everything were under his control. Someone at the stall picked up a small bronze ornament and asked him the price. Without even lifting his eyelids, he slowly uttered a few words in a low, hoarse, gravelly voice with a slight regional accent sounding like the dialect of northern Anhui. His tone carried an air of nonchalance, as if whether the item sold or not was of no concern to him. It was entirely up to the customer, who stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, "This shopkeeper's acting is pretty good, but too bad he ran into me with my eagle eyes. Let us see how long you can keep up the act." He'd seen plenty of stall owners like this. The more they pretended not to care, the more shrewd they usually were inside. Claire leaned in, her sweet, girlish scent wafting to Hu's nose. She stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy. "What are you looking at? Did you spot a treasure?" Who didn't rush to answer. His gaze slowly shifted from the vendor to the cloth spread out on the ground, wandering thoughtfully among the objects as if he were selecting a consort. After scanning the items on the cloth, Hu already had a rough idea of what was there. On the left were 3 blue and white porcelain bowls. Their shapes were symmetrical and the glaze was fairly lustrous, but with a single glance, Hu knew something was off. The body was too light, the foot rim was too perfectly uniform, and the trimming marks on the base looked as if they'd been made by a machine. Where was the slightest hint of the unevenness typical of hand-trimmed pieces? 9 times out of 10, these were mass-produced antique reproductions from Jingdezhen, costing no more than a few dozen yuan. They were being displayed here as antiques to specifically scam the uninitiated, a classic case of bait and switch. Next to the bowl stood a framed calligraphy scroll, supposedly a piece of running script by a renowned Ming Dynasty master. The paper had been artificially aged to appear slightly yellowish-brown at first glance, but the ink's character was off. The brushstrokes were limp, the strokes lacked vigor, and the text exuded the restless, superficial energy of a modern person imitating an ancient master. Who didn't even reach out, he merely glanced at it, and couldn't be bothered to look a second time. It was simply an eyesore. Further to the right were several bronze artifacts. A bronze incense burner with an animal head handle and 2 bronze mirrors. The craftsmanship was passable, and considerable effort had been put into imitating the patina. Layers of green and red rust made them look quite old. However, the patina was too uniform, too contrived, as if created with artificial acid rather than the mottled, aged patina of an artifact that had truly lain buried underground for a century. It was as pitted and uneven as a plastic surgery face. There were also a few jade pieces, displayed on a piece of deep velvet and quite eye-catching. Among them were a white jade bangle, a pendant, and a finger ring. They were white, yes, but an unnaturally bright white with a plastic-like sheen. Who sneered inwardly? Glass passed off as jade, or perhaps just cheap white jade mixed with fluorescent powder. It might fool the uninitiated, but a connoisseur could see right through it at a glance. Chapter 52. Let us total it up here as a discount for you. The items spread out across the entire stall cloth, to put it nicely, were a mixed bag, to put it bluntly. 9.5 out of every 10 were modern industrial products disguised as antiques. It was like a fake fair. But right there among this jumble of counterfeits, Hu's gaze finally came to rest, as if he discovered a new continent. His gaze landed on a pile of bronze mirrors in the right-hand corner of the cloth. The mirrors were stacked haphazardly, a dozen or so of varying sizes, leaning against one another as if no one cared about them. Their surfaces were mottled with rust, giving the appearance of genuine antiques. But as Hu scanned them, he realized that 9 out of 10 were likely just artificially aged. Yet among that unremarkable pile of bronze mirrors was a palm-sized round mirror, wedged at the very bottom with only half of its back exposed. The patterns on the back were faintly visible. The lines were fluid and smooth, a classic Tang Dynasty design featuring sea creatures and grapevines. Hu's treasure radar quietly activated in his mind. At the location of the bronze mirror in his field of vision, a faint green halo began to glow. Neither too intense nor too faint, yet exceptionally clear. It was the signal his radar had identified as indicating an authentic piece, as if the mirror were beckoning to him, saying, "Come quickly, I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Hu's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained impassive. He thought to himself, "Wow, this shop owner is quite the clueless fool. Selling a genuine treasure as junk is nothing short of wasting a precious gift from heaven. But it works out perfectly for me. This is exactly what they call searching high and low in vain, yet finding it effortlessly." A Tang Dynasty sea beast and grape mirror. This was no ordinary item. Genuine examples are rare, featuring exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate patterns on the back of the mirror depict vivid sea beasts entwined with grapevines, creating a striking relief effect. It is considered a top-tier piece among Tang Dynasty mirrors, the Rolls-Royce of the mirror world in the antique community. If a mirror like this were to actually hit the market, it would easily fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions. It would never be casually tossed into a pile of fakes at a street stall unless the vendor had lost his mind. Either the vendor misjudged it and failed to recognize this as an authentic piece, or the mirror was obtained through shady means. The vendor dares not draw attention to it and has deliberately mixed it in with a pile of fakes to throw people off the scent, or is waiting for a discerning buyer to come along on their own. Hu ran through the possibilities in his mind, but his face remained completely impassive, as if he were just a bystander passing by. Claire saw him staring at the pile of bronze mirrors, so she leaned in to take a look as well and whispered, "Which one do you like? Is it the one that looks all black and dingy?" Hu didn't answer. He just shifted his body slightly and murmured, "Don't rush. Let us just look around for now. The best is yet to come." He withdrew his gaze and pretended to casually scan the other items on the stall. Then he crouched down, picked up a jade pendant at random, and began examining it, putting on an air of careful selection. His concentration was such that he looked as if he were appraising the imperial seal. The stall owner was a plump man in his 50s, wearing a faded gray cotton jacket and sporting a greasy face. He was sitting on a folding stool, sipping tea from a thermos. As soon as he saw Hu crouch down and start rummaging through the items, he perked up immediately, set down his cup, and rushed over faster than a rabbit. "You've got a keen eye, young man. Every item on my stall is the real deal, handed down from my ancestors. Take your time looking around. If you see something you like, let us talk it over. I guarantee you'll come with high hopes and leave satisfied." The portly stall owner spoke with a cheerful smile, his mouth spewing a stream of jargon, as if he were a living dictionary of the antiques world. Hu ignored him, simply turning the jade pendant over and over in his hands. After examining it for a while, he asked casually, "How much is this pendant? Don't make it too expensive. I don't have much money." "Hey, you've got a real keen eye. You picked this one out right away. This is Hotan white jade, old mine material from the Qing dynasty. Just look at that patina and that luster. Anywhere else, this would go for at least 3,000 to 5,000. Since I can tell you're a connoisseur today, I'll give you an honest price. 2,800, no haggling, it's an absolute bargain price. Who sneered inwardly. This so-called Hotan jade was clearly Russian jade or even a Shiyu imitation with a cost of 200 at most. To ask for 2,800? He really had the nerve to name that price. It was like taking customers for fools. He didn't call him out on it, though. He simply put the jade pendant back where it belonged, then casually picked up the blue and white bowl, turned it over to examine the mark on the bottom, and asked, "What about this bowl? It looks just like the one I use for soup at home." "Oh my, you really have a keen eye. This is blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi Imperial Kills. Just look at the color and the glaze, it's definitely an authentic antique. At an auction house, this would fetch over 10,000. I'll give you a discount here, take it for 8,000. This is heirloom quality." The portly stall owner spoke with such enthusiasm that his spit nearly splashed onto Hu's face, as if the bowl had truly been stolen from the Forbidden City. Who put the bowl back, glanced again at the calligraphy scroll, didn't bother asking the price, and instead shifted his gaze to the pile of bronze mirrors, as if he finally found his true love. He reached in and casually pulled one out of the pile only to find it was a fake. The engravings on the back were crude, and the patina was way too heavy. It was obviously the result of acid etching and was downright eye-searing. "Boss, how much for this bronze mirror? It looks pretty old. Was it used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang?" Who held the mirror in his hand, weighing it, and asked pointedly. As soon as the portly stall owner saw he was holding a bronze mirror, his eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned in and whispered, "Hey, young man, you've got a real eye for these things. All my bronze mirrors are antiques from the Han and Tang dynasties. Just look at that patina, it's all from being buried underground. You don't see stuff like this on the market very often these days." He paused, held up a finger, and said mysteriously, "The one you're holding is from the Han dynasty, an octagonal design. It's at least 2,000 years old. Ask around, and you'll find this kind of item goes for several thousand elsewhere. But since you're a young man out having fun with your girlfriend, and I'd like to make a friend, I'll give you a discount, 1,000 yuan. Take it, let us call it a gesture of friendship." Claire, listening nearby, frowned and tugged at Hu's sleeve, whispering, "That's way too expensive. 1,000 for a piece of junk? Are you trying to rip us off?" The chubby vendor immediately took offense at this, waving his hands and saying, "Oh my, young lady, you're really out of your depth here. This isn't some piece of junk, it's an antique, you understand? An antique. If you don't know the trade, don't go spouting nonsense, you'll break the rules and risk being laughed at by the connoisseurs." Who kept a straight face, but inside he already had a clear idea of what was going on. Sure enough, this fat man had taken him for a greenhorn. Asking for 1,000 yuan for a fake like this, and still daring to talk about making friends, he had some nerve. He was practically the epitome of brazen audacity. But that was just fine, that was exactly the reaction he was after. It was what they called luring the prey into the trap. Who raised his hand, pointed casually at the pile of bronze mirrors, and asked slowly, "Sir, are all the bronze mirrors on your stall priced like this? Or is this one a special case?" The portly stall owner froze for a moment, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the pile of bronze mirrors on his stall. He opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped short. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the pile of mirrors once more, his mind racing through a rapid calculation, his expression resembling that of someone performing a complex mathematical equation. The quality of the copper mirrors in the pile varied widely. He knew full well that a few of them were crudely made and had low production costs. Pricing them at 1,000 was a bit conspicuous. If this young man really bought them all at that price, then he paused for a slightly longer moment. A few people crouched at the neighboring stall, rummaging through their wares. They quietly turned their ears this way, cast a quick glance in his direction, then swiftly lowered their heads again, each fiddling with what they held in their hands as if nothing had caught their attention. In reality, they were all silently cursing under their breath. "That fat guy's playing dumb again, there's definitely something fishy going on." The portly stall owner finally nodded, patted his thigh, and grinned broadly. "It's all the same price, every single item is top-notch. I never rip off anyone, young or old. If you take more, we can work something out and I'll give you a discount." Who hummed in acknowledgement, turned the bronze mirror in his hand over and over again, then set it back in its place. He picked up another one and said in a leisurely tone, 1,000 yuan? That's too much. 500 and I'll take it. That's a fire sale price, boss. The plump stall owner's smile instantly crumpled. He waved his hands in protest, his acting so convincing it could win an Oscar. Oh my young man, you're haggling way too hard. Cutting the price in half like that, you're trying to leave me out in the cold. That doesn't even cover my costs. 900 is the absolute bottom line, one fan less and I'll really be in the red. I'll have to go live on porridge. 500. Who didn't even lift an eyelid? His tone was as matter of fact as if he were buying scallions at the farmer's market. 850. I can't go any lower. If you really like this, I'll grit my teeth and give it to you for 850. It's truly a sacrifice for me. 500. The portly stall owner pulled a long face, looking as if it were tearing him apart. He pounded his chest with his fist, as if he truly suffered an internal injury, then raised his voice to haggle back and forth, his spit nearly spraying onto Hu's face. The few people crouching nearby had all but lost interest in the merchandise. By now they were simply using the pretense of looking down to prick up their ears and take in every detail of the commotion. Did you hear that? He slashed the price in half in one go, and he still thinks it's too expensive. Yeah, he haggled pretty hard. But I took a look at that thing, it's nothing special. Shoo, keep it down. Don't break the rules. The group exchanged glances, faint, indefinable smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. They spoke in hushed tones but made no effort to hide their voices, as if watching an entertaining monkey show. Who pretended not to hear, simply crossing his arms and waiting with a calm, "Sell it or I'm leaving" attitude, though inwardly he was chuckling. This shop owner's a good actor, too bad he ran into me with my eagle eyes. The chubby vendor pushed and pulled a few more times, wailing about his misfortune for a while, before finally slapping his thigh and holding out a hand through gritted teeth. Fine, fine. 500 it is. Consider it my bad luck. It's my first sale of the day, let us call it good luck. Take it with you. And don't forget to leave a good review, sweetie. Only then did Hu calmly pull his phone out of his pocket, scan the QR code, take the copper mirror, and tuck it under his arm. His expression remained completely normal, without a trace of smugness, as if he just bought a bunch of greens. Poem. The night scenery of Qinhuai intoxicates the wanderers. The joy of treasure hunting on ancient streets is truly delightful. With a keen eye, one discerns the genuine from the fake. The fish that slipped through the net turns to gold. Chapter 53. He is literally a human treasure hunter. The moment Hu tucked the bronze mirror under his arm, a sudden hum filled his mind. The familiar system notification sounded right on cue, as if an invisible window had opened and a stream of clear information unfolded like a river deep within his consciousness. Item name: Tang Dynasty Bronze Mirror with Sea Beast and Grape motifs. Condition: 70% new. The mirror surface shows slight wear, but the patterns are clearly discernible. It has a natural patina. The grapevine and sea beast motifs on the reverse are intact. Period. Kaiyuan era of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang Dynasty approximates 720–730 AD. Provenance: originally a burial offering from a distinguished family in Xi'an, Shaanxi. Excavated by tomb raiders in the early Republic of China era, subsequently changed hands 3 times before entering private circulation, eventually making its way to the Jiangnan region in recent years, acquired by a middleman from an old house being demolished, and finally entered the antique market. Estimated market price: 800,000 yuan. Extracted energy points, plus 80 current total energy points. 1, 246, 535. Note: very few bronze mirrors of this type from the Tang Dynasty survive today. The sea beast and grape motif is a typical design of the High Tang period and holds significant collectible value. Who didn't even lift an eyelid, his face still maintaining that carefree expression, but inside he was overjoyed. Buying something worth hundreds of thousands for just 500 yuan, that is a steal. Plus, I scored 80 energy points. It's practically getting something for nothing. I'm over the moon. He kept walking without stopping, moving forward naturally, while Claire followed close behind, her eyes fixed on the bronze mirror he was holding. Unable to resist, she asked again, what exactly is this treasure? How much is it worth? Don't just act all mysterious, watch out or you'll strain your back. Hu turned his face toward her, smiling with a hint of inscrutability, as if looking at a clueless child. Let us walk a bit further first. In a place like this, there are too many prying eyes, even the walls have ears. What if that fat shopkeeper catches up to us and tries to silence us? No sooner had he finished speaking than the cheerful voice of the portly stall owner rang out from behind them, bellowing to attract the next group of customers. His tone was 3 parts enthusiasm and 7 parts shrewdness. He was a true master of changing faces. Come on over. Take a look. Every item is genuine. Fair prices for young and old alike. Don't miss out if you're just passing by. Claire pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. Humph. So mysterious, just like some ancient immortal. Who didn't he respond? He tucked the bronze mirror closer to his chest and continued walking at a steady pace, as if what he held wasn't a bronze mirror, but a priceless secret manual. After walking for a while until they were about 10 meters away from the stall, Claire moved close to him again and asked in a hushed voice, her eyes brimming with curiosity as if she had a million questions. That bronze mirror? Didn't you just say they were all fakes? Who didn't he rush to answer? He glanced sideways at her, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, and spoke in an extremely soft voice laced with a touch of affection. I never said they were all fakes. This one essay slipped through the net, just a little score, no big deal. Who tilted his head slightly, leaning close to Clara's ear. His voice was hushed, carrying a faint, warm breath as he spoke slowly, his magnetic tone making her ears tingle. This bronze mirror is a sea beast and grape pattern bronze mirror from the Kaiyuan era of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty. It's nearly 1,300 years old. Look at the patterns on the back, vines entwined with sea beasts swimming among them. This is the most typical craftsmanship of the High Tang period. Very few examples survive in the civilian world, and in the antique circle it's known as the panda of the mirror world. Claire froze in place, as if something had rooted her to the spot. He was standing far too close with every breath. She could even feel that faint warmth brushing the edge of her earlobe. Her ears, uncontrollably, began to burn first, the heat spreading all the way to her cheeks, turning them a soft, delicate pink. As if tinged by the evening glow of early spring, she looked just like a cooked shrimp. Passers-by cast a glance their way before looking away. Perhaps in their eyes, they were just a young couple whispering secretly under the cover of night, nothing out of the ordinary. At most a bit of couple bashing. Who, completely oblivious to the flirtatious tension, continued speaking as if he were reciting a history lesson. His tone so calm he didn't realize he was flirting. It was originally a burial artifact from a distinguished family in Xi'an, Shaanxi. It was unearthed by tomb raiders in the early years of the Republic of China. After changing hands several times, it made its way to Jiangnan. Later, a middleman bought it for a low price from an old house slated for demolition, and it eventually ended up in the hands of this chubby stall owner, who didn't even know what kind of treasure he was holding. Claire was taking in about 70% wind and 30% words. Her head was buzzing, and her heart was pounding like a drum. She quietly raised her hand and gently pinched the palm of her hand with her fingertips, telling herself to stay calm. Stay calm. This was just a conversation about a bronze mirror brother who was merely sharing some knowledge about antiques. Nothing more. But why did his voice sound so lovely? But just then, she faintly caught a number. Market value, roughly 800,000. Claire jerked her head to the side, her eyes wide as saucers, her voice rising slightly against her will. How much? 800,000? Are you saying this old mirror is worth 800,000? Who slowly straightened up, took a small half step to the side, and with a completely composed expression, repeated it matter-of-factly, as if he were simply noting that the weather was nice today. That's just the reserve price. If we estimate it higher, it might even break $1 million after all. This is a one-of-a-kind piece with very few in existence. Clara's small mouth fell open slightly for a moment. She couldn't say a word and just stood there frozen. It took her a while to squeeze out a sentence, her voice tinged with a sense of shock she couldn't quite process, as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. You bought something worth 800,000 for 500? Isn't that robbery? Hu Ingda replied nonchalantly, tucking the bronze mirror closer to his chest as he resumed walking, thinking to himself, this isn't a robbery, it's scoring a bargain through skill. Those who want to take the bait, go ahead. Claire followed behind, her mind still racing. Suddenly, she recalled the plump vendor's expression from earlier, gritting his teeth and slapping his thigh in frustration. Thinking about it now, she felt a vague, indescribable pang of pity. The vendor had simply written it off as a bad deal if he knew the truth. He'd probably cry himself into a stupor behind his stall tonight, or maybe even go and bang his head against the wall. She stole a glance at Hu walking beside her. His face remained as calm as still water in the night, as if what had just happened was no more than casually picking up a fallen leaf. Claire pursed her lips, a thought quietly surfacing in her mind. Who? Just how many secrets are you hiding? He is practically a human treasure hunter. Claire certainly didn't know that the moment she began to want to understand someone deeply was the moment she started falling in love. That's what they mean by love arises without reason, yet runs deep. The two walked slowly forward, Claire's gaze falling on Hu from time to time. That face, which had once been somewhat blurry in her mind, was now becoming clearer and clearer. Even the occasional flash of concentration between his brows struck her as inexplicably handsome. The bustle of the night market gradually receded behind them. The street ahead grew a little quieter, and the stalls on either side gave way to storefronts. Among them were several antique shops that looked well worn with age, exuding a sense of mystery as if the truly wise hide in plain sight. Hu paused briefly, coming to a stop in front of an unassuming shop, his gaze as if he were looking at an old friend he hadn't seen in years. A weathered wooden sign hung above the shop's entrance, bearing the three characters Yanqi Zhai, written in seal script. The characters had faded somewhat, clearly indicating the shop had been in business for many years, much like a weathered old man. Looking through the display window, under the dim, yellow light, the space was crammed with all kinds of porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and paintings. An air of antiquity could be felt even through the glass. It was practically a retirement home for antiques. This is the place, Hu said casually, stepping inside with an air of confidence, as if he were there to buy the shop outright. Claire hurried to follow him. As soon as they entered, a crisp ding-ling sounded from the doorbell, and the shop owner looked up from behind the counter, his gaze as sharp as if he were staring at a thief. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing reading glasses and a Zhongshan suit washed pale white. He was examining something through a magnifying glass, as if he were authenticating the imperial jade seal. Seeing customers enter, he didn't rush to stand up and greet them. He merely gave a slight nod as a form of greeting, his attitude so cold it seemed to say, "Take it or leave it." Hu's gaze had already swept around the shop, and treasure radar had precisely pinpointed the location of that green halo in his mind, right on an inconspicuous wall near the window, where the light shone brighter than a searchlight. Hu didn't head straight in that direction. Instead, he casually changed course and strolled slowly toward the inner section of the shop, looking relaxed, as if he were simply there to kill time, though in reality he was already plotting how to outwit the seller. Claire, unaware of what was going on, followed him like an obedient little sidekick. The row of low cabinets near the entrance was mostly filled with porcelain blue and white, pink and white, and monochrome glazed pieces arranged in all sizes to fill the entire cabinet. A few were in fairly good condition, but Hu glanced at them, his brow twitching slightly. He said nothing, thinking to himself, "Nothing but run-of-the-mill stuff, not good enough for my taste." Claire pressed her face against the glass of the display case and peered inside. Pointing to a blue and white jar with a round, bulging belly, she asked him, her eyes brimming with curiosity, "This one's pretty. Is it an antique? It looks a lot like the jar we use to pickle vegetables at home." Hu leaned in closer, his voice low as if whispering in her ear. The suggestive gesture drew a sidelong glance from the shop owner standing nearby. "It's a fake. Look at the glaze, it's too smooth, too shiny. With old porcelain, the luster deepens over time. This one sits on the surface. It's clearly a new piece that's been artificially aged." Claire let out an "oh," tilted her head, and examined it closely, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. That didn't stop her from nodding thoughtfully, as if she were a half-expert herself. You're right. The glaze is too superficial. It looks like it's had too much hyaluronic acid injected into it." Hu glanced at her but didn't call her out on it. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he chuckled inwardly. This girl picks things up pretty fast, but her metaphors are a bit out there. Chapter 54. Just hanging there to make up the numbers, serving as a decorative piece. The two of them moved 2 steps further inside. Against the wall stood an old wooden shelf holding several inkstones, some from Duan, others from Shi. The stone was a deep, rich color, and traces of aged ink still clung to a few of them. Claire leaned in, took a sniff, and wrinkled her nose. She looked absolutely adorable, like a kitten sniffing at dried fish. "It has a certain smell like stinky tofu that's been fermented too long. It's the scent of ink. That's what happens when it's been around for a long time. This is the scent of a literary family. Most people wouldn't even get to smell it." Hu bent down, casually picked up one of the Duan inkstones, and flipped it over to examine the bottom. A hint of faint interest flashed across his brow, as if he discovered a new continent. This one is the real deal stone from Kengzai Rock. Look at the grain, it's fine and delicate, with a deep purplish hue. It's no ordinary stone. Claire leaned in to look where his finger was pointing. Their heads were so close that she could even feel the warmth radiating from his cheek. Her heartbeat quickened by half a beat, and a faint blush crept up to her ears. Fortunately, the dim, yellow light concealed it somewhat, otherwise she would have turned into a red apple. She quickly refocused her attention on the inkstone and asked dryly, "So is this one valuable too?" "It's hard to say, it depends on what price the owner offers." No sooner had the words left his mouth than lines of information began flowing through Hu's mind like a stream. Item name: Qing Dynasty Kengzan Duan Inkstone, antique inkstone with ink marks, period. Mid to late Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty, approximately 250 years ago. Origin: Kengzan Old Quarry, Zhaoqing, Guangdong. Provenance: once graced the desk of a scholar. A study in Lingnan passed through various hands. It entered the antique markets of Jiangsu and Zhejiang during the Republic of China era, changed hands several times, and eventually ended up here. Estimated price: 30,000, 60,000 yuan. Hu glanced at the price tag. It was listed at 80,000 yuan, which was clearly overpriced. The shop owner was a connoisseur who knew his stuff. He recognized this was high-quality material, but the price was clearly set to fleece an unsuspecting buyer, or perhaps to wait for a true connoisseur to come in and haggle. He gently placed the inkstone back where it belonged, keeping his expression neutral, but inwardly he began to calculate. 80,000? This shop owner has quite the appetite. If a real connoisseur were to look at it, they'd offer 40 or 50,000 at most, and that's depending on the quality and condition. This price is so inflated you could keep fish in it. The shop owner behind the counter cast a sidelong glance at the two young men. He saw them leaning on the counter one moment and huddling together to whisper the next, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. They were just young people strolling through the night market and popping in for a look. It was mostly for fun, and they didn't seem particularly interested in buying anything. So he lowered his head again and picked up his magnifying glass to examine the jade plaque in his hand, looking as focused as if he were authenticating the imperial seal. On the calligraphy and painting side of the shop hung 4 or 5 scrolls, all tied with thin cords and suspended on the wall. The ink varied in depth. Claire craned her neck to look at them for quite a while. With her background as a graduate student in antiquities, she could roughly recognize the characters written there, but she couldn't tell if they were genuine. So she quietly tugged at Hu's sleeve and whispered, "Hu, are these calligraphy and paintings authentic?" Hu glanced up, his voice as steady as ever, as if he were critiquing street stall wares. 9 out of 10 pieces displayed in shops like this are mass-produced prints. Authentic works wouldn't be hung so brazenly on the wall unless the owner lost his mind. Of course, there might be the occasional hidden gem. It all depends on whether you have that eagle eye. Claire nodded, then couldn't resist asking one more question, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "So do you have that kind of eye? Do you have eagle eyes?" Who didn't respond directly, merely uttering a soft mm-hum. The mm-hum sounded casual, part answer, part distraction, as he moved at a steady, unhurried pace toward the wall by the window. Claire followed alongside him, her gaze following his direction to the wall. 5 items hung on the wall. On the far left was a rubbing. The paper was yellowed, the ink deep and rich. It was a rubbing of a cliff carving from somewhere, featuring an ancient, rustic script with bold, robust lines. It looked quite old, as if an antique were speaking. Hanging side by side next to it were 2 calligraphy pieces. One in running cursive script, with flowing brushstrokes and varying shades of ink, the other in neat, formal regular script, each character and stroke executed with precision and propriety. Claire leaned in, squinting for a long while to make out the text, and finally recognized a passage from the Rhapsody on the Red Cliffs, as if the work were reciting a lesson. Further to the right were 2 landscape paintings, both hung on wall hooks with thin cords. The canvases weren't large, about 2 chi wide, and the shen paper had taken on a slightly aged hue. One depicted mist-shrouded mountains and clouds in delicate, elegant brushwork. The other, rendered in slightly heavier ink, portrayed a cascading waterfall between towering peaks, executed with a seasoned brushstroke and a steady composition, resembling a fairyland within a painting. Hu's gaze swept across the wall from left to right, and information surfaced in his mind one by one, with a clarity that was almost more penetrating than an X-ray. A stone rubbing made in the early Republic of China era. The original stone has been destroyed. The rubbing itself has some documentary value, but there are plenty of them on the market, and the price is modest, just a few thousand yuan. It's practically run-of-the-mill. The two calligraphy pieces, the one in running cursive script is a modern forgery, while the one in regular script is actually the work of a local scholar from the Republic of China era. It's somewhat interesting, but the artist's fame is limited, so it isn't worth much at best. It's some old junk. The two landscape paintings. The one on the left is a mass-produced piece by a contemporary painter, no surprise there, and is nothing more than an assembly line product. Hu's gaze fell on the landscape painting on the right, and the look in his eyes was as if he were gazing at a peerless beauty. A faint green halo seemed to emanate from the edges of the painting, as if beckoning to him. "Come quickly, I've been waiting here for you for a long time." The corners of his eyebrows twitched slightly, yet his expression remained calm. He merely shifted half a step closer to the painting, his gaze fixed upon it as if locking onto his prey. Information surged through his mind like a stream, far more detailed than any encyclopedia. Item name: Late Qing Dynasty Imitation Landscape Painting, Double Layer Composite Painting. Date: Top layer, Late Qing Dynasty. Guangxu era, approximately 120 years ago. Imitates the brushwork style of the Ming Dynasty's school of landscape painting. The craftsmanship is mediocre. It is a common item circulating in the marketplace with limited intrinsic value, a classic case of bait and switch. Hidden information. Detection of an underlying painting. The underlying painting dates to approximately the mid-Ming Dynasty, over 500 years ago. It is a colored silk scroll. Artist information. Pending further analysis. This is nothing short of a painting within a painting miracle. Current status. The underlying painting is fully preserved beneath the surface layer. It can be restored using double-layer separation technology. With an estimated integrity of approximately 92%, it is practically intact. Estimated price. The surface layer imitation is valued at under 5,000 yuan. The underlying painting, pending analysis, has a market value yet to be determined, but with a very high probability, it might just be priceless. Who ran through the information in his mind, his expression completely unreadable. He slowly shifted his gaze away from the painting and nonchalantly turned to the calligraphy beside it, casually remarking as if he were reviewing street stall art. Of these two calligraphy pieces, the running cursive one is a forgery. The regular script one is passable, barely worth looking at. Claire was standing on tiptoe, straining to read the characters on the rubbing. Hearing this, she replied, "Oh, is it valuable?" "Not really." He spoke casually, paused for a moment, then added as if offhand, "That landscape painting is a forgery from the Guangxu era. It's not worth much. The owner probably just hung it there to make up the numbers, as a decoration." After saying this, he slowly took half a step back, turned his back on the painting, and strolled toward the counter, though in his mind, he had already quietly committed the painting's exact location to memory. A 5,000 yuan replica, with a 500-year-old Ming Dynasty colored landscape on silk lying beneath it. This was truly a gold-inlaid jade combination. The owner of this shop would probably never dream of what lay hidden beneath the landscape painting he casually hung on the wall just to fill the space. The counter was large, square, and compact, with a few decorative pieces tucked beneath the glass top and several thick art catalogs stacked beside it. The shop owner sat behind the counter, as if it were the lair of a miser. In his 50s, slightly portly, he wore a deep blue button-down shirt with a front placket that had been washed until it was almost white. The cuffs were casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing a stretch of darker-skinned forearm. His hair was streaked with gray. His temples were entirely white, with a few sparse strands of black hair interspersed among them. It was combed back meticulously, revealing a touch of old-fashioned refinement, as if he were a carbon copy of an old-school scholar. His face had few deep wrinkles, and his cheekbones were slightly prominent. Perched on the bridge of his nose was a pair of thin, framed reading glasses with thick lenses. The frames had been repaired repeatedly, and one temple was wrapped with a thin strip of black adhesive tape. He held a jade plaque in one hand and, in the other, a magnifying glass with a brass handle, which he held so close that it almost completely obscured his face, as if he were a creature under a microscope. The jade plaque wasn't large, about half the size of a palm. From Hu's angle, he could faintly make out a pale bluish-white hue in the jade. The carving was enigmatic, as if it were half concealing its face like a pipa player. The shopkeeper's expression was one of such intense concentration that he seemed to have lost all sense of his surroundings. His brow was slightly furrowed, the corners of his mouth pressed into a straight line, and his gaze was fixed firmly on the jade plaque. Even his breathing seemed to have grown lighter, as if he were an old monk in deep meditation. The magnifying glass moved slowly, shifting from one corner of the jade plaque to the other. With every slight movement, his head would tilt ever so slightly, as if he were discerning something in the finest details, or perhaps still undecided, just like a detective meticulously unraveling a case, thread by thread. Hu and Claire walked up to the counter, but he didn't even lift an eyelid, as if no one else existed. Claire glanced at Hu and whispered, "The owner is appraising an antique." Claire's voice wasn't loud, but it rang out with remarkable clarity in the quiet little shop, like a bolt from the blue. The shop owner was finally startled out of his trance. He slowly shifted his gaze away from the jade plaque, raised his head, and glanced at the two of them through his thick glasses. His expression gradually snapped back from his absorbed state of complete immersion in the object, and his hands stopped moving. The magnifying glass remained suspended above the jade plaque, never coming down. "You're here." His voice was somewhat deep, with a hoarseness from years of smoking. His tone was neither cold nor warm. It sounded like he was greeting a regular customer, yet also like a casual, perfunctory response, as if he were Zhang Taigong fishing. Claire, caught in his gaze, instinctively leaned closer to Hu, let out a nervous laugh, and scratched her nose awkwardly, looking a bit like a thief caught in the act. Chapter 55. Why bother haggling? Are you just bored? The shopkeeper carefully placed the jade plaque back on the dark velvet cloth spread beside the counter. He took off his reading glasses, wiped the lenses twice with the hem of his shirt, and slipped them back onto the bridge of his nose. Only then did he look up and meet their eyes, his gaze so piercing it seemed to see right through them, as if he were appraising a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. "What have you two set your sights on?" Who skipped the pleasantries and didn't beat around the bush to test the waters. He simply raised his gaze toward the landscape painting on the wall, feigning nonchalance, and casually asked the shop owner, "That painting, how much is it? It really catches my eye." The shop owner glanced in the direction of Hu's gaze, then turned his eyes back to Hu's face, holding them there for 2 or 3 seconds. His expression clearly said, "This fool has finally taken the bait." That brief pause seemed as if he were sizing up whether Hu was really serious about buying or just asking to kill time, or perhaps calculating how to maximize his profit on the sale. Hu remained calm, showing not a hint of urgency, but inwardly he chuckled. "Keep up the act. Let us see who can outplay whom." Only then did the owner rise from his chair. Slightly portly, he braced himself against the edge of the counter as he stood, causing it to creak. He walked over to the painting, reached up and took it down from the hook. Holding the frame by both sides with both hands, he held it out horizontally in front of Hu and named a price in a tone that was neither too soft nor too firm. 5,000. Claire raised an eyebrow, glanced at the painting, then leaned in close to Hu's ear and whispered, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Didn't you just say it wasn't worth much? Is this owner taking you for a sucker?" Hu didn't respond. He merely gave her a look that said, "Hold your horses." A look tinged with a mysterious smile, as if to say, "Watch my show." His gaze settled on the painting for a moment. His tone was flat and matter-of-fact, laced with a hint of disdain. "That's a bit steep. The craftsmanship looks mediocre, like it came off an assembly line." The shop owner picked up the painting again, glanced down at it, and said unhurriedly, "It dates back to the Guangxu era, over 100 years old. It's rare to find one in such good condition. 5,000 isn't too much. This is an antique, and it'll only increase in value over time." Hu hummed in acknowledgement, neither saying it was too expensive nor agreeing to the price. He simply furrowed his brow, looking conflicted, as if to say, "I really want to buy it, but I don't have enough money." He just stared at the painting, his face wearing a look of earnest conflict, as if he were afraid of missing out on a treasure but couldn't bring himself to pay that price. His acting was good enough to win a Best Actor award. "Sir, I really want this painting, but 5,000 is definitely a bit over my budget." Hu scratched his head. His body language looked a bit awkward, like a recent college graduate. "I'm just an ordinary office worker who likes to collect little trinkets. Do you think you could knock a little off the price? Give me a friend's discount, maybe?" The shop owner looked at him, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes, and thought to himself, "Another greenhorn pretending to know what he is talking about." He hung the painting back on the wall, turned around, and folded his hands on the counter, adopting an "I'm an honest guy" expression. "Young man, running an antique shop isn't like running a farmer's market. This price is already very fair. Any lower and I'd be left out in the cold." "Then 3,000? who clenched his teeth, as if summoning great courage, and held up 3 fingers. 3,000, I'll buy it right now, cash in hand, no fuss. No way. The shop owner refused flatly, faster than a flash of lightning. 3,000 wouldn't even cover my costs. You're not just haggling, you're trying to kill me. Who put on a look of deep distress, pacing back and forth in the shop a couple of times, glancing up at the painting now and then looking down at the floor, a look of conflict between desperate desire and empty pockets, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Claire stood by, completely dumbfounded. In all the time she'd known she'd never seen him act like this before. She thought to herself, this who he is actually putting on quite a convincing act. It's a real shame he isn't an actor. Boss, how about this? 3,500. I'll take it home today. What do you think? Who stopped in his tracks, his expression sincere, as if the 3,500 were a month's worth of his hard-earned savings. The owner didn't say a word, just stared at him, his gaze seeming to say, throw in a little more, I know you've got more money. Sir, I genuinely love this painting. Don't you think it would look absolutely stunning hanging in my living room? Who continued to push for a better deal, his voice even taking on a pleading tone, as if begging the boss to help him fulfill his artistic dream. The boss remained silent for quite a while, then finally waved his hand as if growing impatient, his expression suggesting he'd been taken advantage of. All right, 3,500. Take it. You really have me beat. Let us just call it a favor between friends. Bring me more business next time. Hu's face immediately lit up with delight, as if he'd won the lottery. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. Sir, do you use WeChat Pay or Alipay? I'll transfer it to you right away. Once the transaction was complete, Hu carefully cradled the painting in his hands, wearing that smug, satisfied smile of someone who'd gotten the better of the deal. After thanking the shop owner repeatedly, he and Claire walked out of the antique shop, his silhouette looking just like a fool clutching a golden baby.